He had once been a street punk everyone trampled on the lowest of the low, in the most chaotic underbelly of Hong Kong in the 1980s. He had no backing, no money, only a single fragile life to his name. An accident awakened within him a strange ability. The more he observed, the stronger he became. A single glance and he could learn a technique, watching one round and he could grasp the hearts of men, witnessing an entire game and he could devour and rewrite the very rules of the criminal underworld. From street brawls to high-stakes gambles in casinos and then to orchestrating schemes across both the criminal and the lawful worlds. Others bled and fought for every inch while he needed only to watch. When everyone else was still locked in brutal struggle, he was already standing at a higher vantage point, observing coldly from above. From a worthless punk to a fearsome crime lord, from a disposable pawn to the one who moved all the pieces, from the very bottom to the hidden emperor who controlled everything from the shadows. This time he would not merely survive. He would make the entire city of Hong Kong revolve around him. The summer of 1996 in Pengcheng was unbearably hot. So hot that Chun Jianghe's heart felt restless, so hot that it left him adrift and lost. It was Chun Jianghe's first day out of prison. The moment he regained his freedom, he went to find his girlfriend Ling Shui, only to be met with the news that she was breaking up with him. 3 years earlier, when Chun Jianghe had just turned 18, he had watched with his own eyes as his father was hacked to death with a flurry of blades at the entrance of an arcade. He had charged forward to save him, but in the struggle accidentally wounded several men and was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. The judge had called it participating in a gang fight. Since his childhood, his father had always warned him that the Jianghu, the world of the streets, was a road of no return, a path harsh and unforgiving on which almost no one could walk to the end and meet a peaceful fate. For a long time Chun Jianghe had never understood what those words truly meant. Instead he had thought the Jianghu was wonderful. There were brothers, there were women, there was the thrill of power. Not until the day he saw his father lying in a pool of blood slowly turning into a cold, lifeless corpse did he begin to grasp their meaning. Only then did he understand. Chun Jianghe, what are you thinking? Ling Shui bit her lip, her heart filled with reluctant sorrow. Chun Jianghe was handsome, and he had always treated her well. They had grown up together, true childhood sweethearts. She genuinely liked him. But affection could not fill an empty stomach. Now Chun Jianghe was an ex-convict who had just completed his sentence, while she was a university student with a bright future ahead of her. The two of them no longer belonged to the same world. Shui, just because he has money, is money really that important? Chun Jianghe grabbed Ling Shui's arm in anger. Jianghe, you've never earned money yourself. You don't know how hard it is to make, and you don't know how important it is. Now that you're out of prison, you'll soon understand why I made this choice. She lifted her wrist to glance at the watch on her pale, slender arm. Her fiancé would arrive to pick her up in about an hour. Don't be too upset. Even though we're breaking up now, we can still be friends in the future. Be friends. Chun Jianghe sank weakly onto the bed. His father was dead. His mother had taken his younger sister overseas years ago, vanishing without a trace. Now there was no news of them at all. And now Ling Shui was breaking up with him as well. At this moment he had truly become utterly alone, a solitary man with a life as cheap as dirt. Looking at Chun Jianghe slumped on the bed, Ling Shui felt a pang of pity. She sighed softly and slowly walked over to him. Jianghe, my fiancé won't be here for another hour or so, she said. Seeing that he still did not understand, Ling Shui frowned slightly, her willow brows knitting together, and had no choice but to make herself even clearer. For this 1 hour you can do whatever you want. Chun Jianghe suddenly raised his head, staring at Ling Shui in disbelief. In just 3 short years, where had that pure bright girl gone? Jianghe, are you going to do it or not? This is the last time. I won't ever let you do this again. Seeing him still sitting there, Ling Shui grew impatient. Her time was far too precious. Chun Jianghe stared blankly at her. He had to admit that in 3 years Ling Shui had grown even more beautiful. Her face was as delicately sculpted as a flawless work of art, and her tall 1.70 m frame was rare in its full graceful curves. Yet she was no longer the girl she had once been. I'll do it. With a hoarse roar, Chun Jianghe lunged toward her. He had not been with a woman in 3 years. In such a drought, even a sow would seem like Diao Chan, let alone a woman who truly rivaled Diao Chan's beauty. Time slipped by without their noticing. No one knew how long had passed when Ling Shui emerged from the bathroom, hair hanging loose over her shoulders. Chun Jianghe, you really have no pity at all for another man's wife, do you? She shot him an angry glare, then hurriedly changed her clothes. Just then the sharp blast of a car horn sounded from downstairs. Ling Shui's pretty face shifted subtly in alarm. My fiancé is here. Jianghe, stay in my place and don't go out yet. Wait until we've left, then you can go. With that, Ling Shui grabbed her bag in a rush and hurried downstairs. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and let the smoke coil around him. Ling Shui had always hated his smoking. He had never once lit up in front of her, but now it no longer mattered. He walked to the window and soon saw Ling Shui appear with a man. The man was driving a Toyota Crown, a car worth 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Enough to buy 2 or 3 apartments in Pengcheng. Downstairs, Ling Shui clung affectionately to Zhang Feng's arm, her smile bright and sweet. "Shui, why is your face so red?" Lu Feng asked in puzzlement as he sat down in the car. "I just took a shower, the water was a bit hot. Let's go." Ling Shui's smile was dazzling, betraying not the slightest hint of anything amiss. Lu Feng nodded, started the engine, and drove out of the housing compound. "Money really is a marvelous thing," Chun Jianghe murmured, as he watched the crown disappear around the corner. With it, his youth vanished as well. Stumbling out of the family housing block in a daze, he looked up at the sky. It was time to go home. Smoking as he walked, he made his way toward where his home existed in his memory. In 3 years, Pengcheng did not seem to have changed much. After half an hour, Chun Jianghe cut through an alley and arrived outside a 3-story building. That small building had been built by his father Chen Jiming, but now everything and everyone connected to it had changed beyond recognition. "Jianghe." A sturdy figure suddenly ran over and, seeing Chun Jianghe, grabbed him in a fierce embrace. "I remembered you were getting out today. I went to pick you up but couldn't find you. Where did you go?" "Da Peng." Chun Jianghe hugged him back tightly, his eyes turning moist. He had lost his woman. But at least his brother was still here. Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe had known each other since they wore open-crotch pants as babies. They had grown up side by side. Zhang Peng had 2 younger siblings. He was never one for studying, dropping out before finishing junior high. Later, he worked for 2 years in a grim illegal factory. When Chen Jianghe's father opened an arcade, he called Zhang Peng over to run the machines until the day trouble came for father and son Chen. For the past 3 years, only Zhang Peng had braved wind and rain every month to visit Chen Jianghe in prison. "Brother, it's enough that you're out. It's enough that you're out," he said, slapping Chen Jianghe on the back again and again as he secretly wiped away his tears. "Come on, let's go to my place. I'll cook something good for you. Let's sit inside first." "I have something to ask you," Chen Jianghe replied, drawing a deep breath as he turned toward the door. "Jianghe, don't go." Zhang Peng clenched his teeth and spoke in a low voice. "This place has already been taken over by people Sister Xiao arranged." Sister Xiao, Xiao Wan, could be considered a sort of stepmother to Chen Jianghe. Back then, after Chen Jianghe's mother left with his younger sister, it did not take many years for Chen Jiming to make a name for himself in the streets. Once he had some money in his hands, he poured it all onto Xiao Wan, and so she naturally ended up with him. Yet in all these 3 years, Xiao Wan had not visited Chen Jianghe in prison even once. "This house is not hers to take," Chen Jianghe said with a cold laugh. "Jianghe, don't be impulsive. I hadn't wanted to tell you, but I can't just watch you walk to your death." Zhang Peng hesitated for a long time before finally sighing. "In these 3 years you were inside, I dug up quite a lot of news. I heard that Uncle Chen's death had something to do with Sister Xiao." "What did you just say? What on earth happened?" Jianghe Chen seized Peng Zhang by the front of his shirt, his eyes bloodshot. During the 3 years he spent in prison, he had suspected every single enemy of Jiming Chen, yet not once had he suspected Wan Xiao. She had no reason to harm Jiming Chen. "Jianghe, after Uncle Chen died, Sister Xiao shut down the arcade. All of us were dismissed by her. But in less than 2 months the arcade reopened, only the owner had changed to Jindi Li." Peng Zhang pursed his lips before speaking slowly. "How did the arcade end up in Jindi Li's hands?" "When he was young, Jindi Li had once run with Jiming Chen. Later, after Jindi Li acknowledged another man as his boss and went off on his own, his relationship with Jiming Chen gradually faded. Before the incident, Jianghe Chen had seen Jindi Li come looking for his father several times." "I don't know exactly. I only know that after the arcade reopened, Sister Xiao followed Jindi Li. It was all within less than 2 months. I heard people say that it was Sister Xiao and Jindi Li who joined hands to have Uncle Chen killed, all because Uncle Chen refused to let Jindi Li buy into the business." Peng Zhang ground out the words between clenched teeth. "Just because my father wouldn't let them buy shares, they killed my father." Jianghe Chen slammed his fist into the courtyard wall beside him. Blood ran from his knuckles, yet he felt nothing. "It should be like that. All the punks on North Street say so. Even the ones who actually did the hacking had people backing them. I heard the harshest sentence was only 7 years and the lightest ones were out in just a few months. If no one was paying money behind the scenes, there's no way they would have gotten off that easy." Peng Zhang continued. "You were sentenced to 4.5 years just for injuring a few of them, while those punks hacked Jiming Chen to death, and the harshest sentence was only 7 years. There must have been someone greasing the wheels behind all this. When something happens, the one who ends up with the greatest benefit is always the prime suspect. Clearly Jindi Li and Wan Xiao were the ones who stood to gain the most. Jindi Li, Wan Xiao, just you wait. I will avenge this debt." Jianghe Chen clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles whitened, his eyes brimming with hatred. "Jianghe, I want to avenge Uncle Chen too, but we just don't have that kind of power," Peng Zhang said helplessly. "Right now Jindi Li has men and muscle. We can't afford to provoke him at all. No matter how impressive Jindi Li thinks he is, he still only has one life. The fairest thing in this world is that everyone only gets one life," Jianghe Chen said coldly. "What the hell are you yapping about? Get the hell away from here." At that moment the courtyard gate was abruptly yanked open. A young man in his early 20s, hair messy like a bird's nest, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, sauntered out. "Sorry man, we were just—" Peng Zhang hurriedly bowed his head to apologize, but before he could finish, Jiang Hechun suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the young man's head, and smashed it against the courtyard wall. There was a dull thud. The young man let out a muffled groan and collapsed limply to the ground, blood streaming from his head. "Damn it, someone's causing trouble. Grab the gear." Inside the room, two young men had been lazily exhaling smoke. Startled by the commotion, they rolled off the bed, fumbled under it for knives, and charged out. "Jianghe!" Peng Zhang shouted once, then bent to grope for a loose brick. Grabbing it, he followed close behind Jiang Hechun into the courtyard. Without breaking stride, Jiang Hechun charged straight at the young man ahead of him. The youth swung his machete up and slashed fiercely toward Jianghe, but Jianghe suddenly darted aside and drove a heavy punch straight into the young man's throat. Blood spurted as the young man's eyes bulged. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. A tearing sound followed. Behind him, another youth's blade came down, biting into Jiang Hechen's shoulder. Blood instantly poured down in sheets. The searing pain jolted his mind. In an instant, his eyes turned completely red. Ferocious beyond measure, he seized the spine of the blade with his bare hand and kicked the young man savagely in the chest, sending him sprawling. Peng Zhang roared a curse, tackled the youth to the ground, and brought the brick crashing down onto his face again, and again, red and white splattering across his features. "Brother, stop, stop!" The young man cried out in terror, covering his head and begging for mercy with all his might. "Da Peng!" Jiang Hechun yanked Peng Zhang up. Panting heavily, Peng gradually calmed down. At the rate he had been swinging, a few more blows, and that kid's skull would have been smashed to pieces. "Jianghe, are you okay?" Seeing the blood running from Jiang Hechen's shoulder, Peng Zhang dropped the brick, worry etched all over his face. "I'm fine. Just a flesh wound." "Kick them out of here," Jiang He said. Jiang Hechun pulled aside his clothes and glanced at the cut on his shoulder, but the wound was not deep. "Get lost, you hear me? Move it." These little punks were useless as opponents. With a flurry of kicks and shoves, Peng Zhang drove the three of them toward the doorway. "Wait!" Jiang Hechun suddenly spoke. "Go back and tell Wan Xiao this what's mine she cannot take." "Who the hell are you?" the blood-covered youth asked through gritted teeth. "Jiang Hechun." "You're him." The three punks gasped in shock, then hurried away in a panic. Wan Xiao had put them here precisely so that Jiang Hechun would have no home to return to. She had never imagined that he would be this fierce, knocking all of them flat. "Jianghe, we've really offended Wan Xiao this time," Peng Zhang said worriedly. Housing prices in Pengcheng had already started to creep up. A detached single-family building like this could easily fetch 300,000 to 400,000. This was no small sum. Wan Xiao would not let it go so easily. This is only the beginning. Reclaiming this little building was merely the first step. The place had been trashed by those three punks. Cigarette butts, meal boxes, and all kinds of household garbage were strewn everywhere inside the house. After Peng Zhang did a rough cleaning, he saw that blood was still flowing steadily from Jiang Hechen's shoulder. Alarmed, he hurriedly led him to a nearby underground clinic. "Sister Lu, please help take a look at my brother." Forcing a fawning smile, Peng Zhang addressed the alluring woman in the clinic. The attractive woman wore a white coat. She looked a bit over 30, her long black hair tied back into a ponytail, black-framed glasses perched on her nose. Beneath the white coat, her ample curves were impossible to hide. She was yet another woman whose figure commanded attention. "Come in," she said. The woman gave the two of them a brief, expressionless glance and told Jiang Hechun to come in and take off his shirt. Yet, when he stripped down, her gaze lingered on his body for a moment. During the 3 bitter years he spent in prison, Jiang Hechun had endured the endless days by repeatedly recalling and practicing the fist techniques passed down from his grandfather. His grandfather had been a martial artist in his youth, had even gone to war and killed on the battlefield. Jiming Chan had managed to carve out territory on North Street largely because he could fight, had served in the army, and struck hard. Never in his wildest thoughts would he have imagined that he would one day be hacked to death in the street. After 3 years of training, the fist manual inside Jianghe's shirtless body was all sharp lines and hard muscle. A lethal attraction to a woman in her 30s like her. "It's just a flesh wound, not too serious. I'll stitch it up for you," the woman said after a brief pause, her tone losing some of its earlier chill. She disinfected the wound and began to stitch without using any anesthetic. Places like this underground clinic were the favorite haunts of people from the streets. Unless their injuries were truly grave, they all preferred coming to such spots. If they went to a proper hospital, the hospital might notify the enforcement teams, and then they would be finished. 50 yuan. After suturing the wound, the elegant woman spoke flatly, her expression unreadable. "So expensive." Chen Jianghe furrowed his brows into a deep crease. His pockets were utterly empty. "Sister Lu, my brother just got out. He doesn't know the going rate. Please forgive him." Zhang Peng patted his pockets. He had only a few yuan on him, and he'd need those later to treat Chen Jianghe to a meal. Sister, could we put this off for a few days? I'll pay you as soon as I get my salary. Zhang Peng worked security at a billiard hall earning 600 yuan a month. He bore the costs of his own food and lodging, and supported his younger siblings' schooling. His pockets held little more than bare change. Not even 50 yuan. What kind of world are you two living in? No credit here, ever. The elegant woman's face hardened, leaving no room for negotiation. Sister Lu, please be patient. We will repay you. Zhang Peng bowed, deeply flashing an ingratiating smile. Chen Jianghe frowned. Indeed, a single coin could humble even a hero. Back when the Liehua game hall still thrived, money had never been scarce for him. Now the arcade was gone, and so was his father. Everything rested solely upon his own shoulders. Even Ling Xue's breakup with him likely stemmed from that same harsh reality. She probably believed Chen Jianghe's life had already peaked, and would go nowhere else. Mom, I'm home. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. A beautiful girl of 17 or 18, her hair tied in a high ponytail, strode into the clinic with a school bag slung over her shoulder. Seeing the two men, she tilted her head, her bright, luminous eyes flickering with quiet curiosity as she studied Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Xiao Zhao's back. Zhang Peng quickly offered her a warm smile. She nodded in return, her lips curving into a gentle, radiant smile. Xiao, go to the back and do your homework. The elegant woman fixed Zhang Peng with a sharp, wary glance before ushering the girl firmly toward the rear of the clinic. You two, leave now. Don't come back. She then physically escorted them out of the clinic. Aunt Lu, we will repay you, have no doubt. Zhang Peng tried once more to plead, but she turned without a word, pulled the clinic door shut, and left them standing outside. De Peng, do you know her? Chen Jianghe tugged Zhang Peng's arm and turned to walk away. He intended to pay, but right now he had nothing. First he needed to find money. Yes, I've known Aunt Lu for years. She runs this clinic and she's a graduate of a formal medical university. Her skills are exceptional. She performs surgery, and in Pingjiang district many seek her out specifically for injuries. A medical graduate running an unlicensed clinic. Chen Jianghe scoffed. Besides, her age doesn't add up. She can't be much over 30, and yet her daughter is already 17 or 18. That makes medical school impossible. Is that so? Zhang Peng scratched his head, conceding Chen Jianghe's logic. Yet rumors among local street youths painted Aunt. One is a former medical student who dropped out after becoming pregnant by a university professor, later scraping by through her clinic. No matter, her skill is real and that can't be faked. Jianghe, let's eat. You must be starving. Chen Jianghe rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten since leaving prison. Let's have board noodles, they're filling. Later, when I get paid, I'll buy a few jin of meat. We'll cook something proper at home. Yongguei game hall. 3 battered young thugs staggered inside, leaning heavily on one another. Sister Xiao, something's wrong. They rushed straight upstairs upon entering. What's happened? Why all the panic? From the office emerged a tall, graceful woman in her early 30s, draped in an elegant cheongsam. Her features were striking. Her figure voluptuous and perfectly proportioned, the cheongsam swelled proudly across her chest, then cinched sharply at the waist. Full-breasted, wide-hipped, slender-waisted. The very embodiment of classical allure. She had captivated both Chen Jiming and Li Jindi beyond reason. Xiao Wan frowned at the 3 thugs, irritated. Li Jindi's Yongguei game hall was now the largest in North Street, and she held a 20% stake, earning 2 or 3,000 yuan monthly in dividends. Li Jindi was currently expanding, preparing to launch a karaoke lounge above the arcade. With his star rising, Xiao Wan rode the tide upward. A few in North Street dared cross them anymore. Who dared strike her people like this? Sister Xiao, it's Chen Jianghe. He's out. And he beat us senseless, threw us out, and seized that house. The bloodied thugs stammered in terror. All 3 of you couldn't handle one Chen Jianghe. Xiao Wan found it hard to believe. 3 years ago, Chen Jianghe had been nothing but a well-behaved student. How could 3 years in prison transform him so drastically? Sister Xiao, he had backup. We were ambushed. We were outnumbered 2 to 3. The thug dared not admit he'd been laid low by Chen Jianghe alone, though technically yes, there had been 2 of them. Pathetic. Xiao Wan turned and re-entered her office. Moments later, she emerged holding a brown leather pouch stuffed with crisp 100 yuan bills. Roughly 2 or 3,000 yuan. Find a few men. Track down Chen Jianghe. When you find him, sever his tendons. Then drive him out of Pengcheng. Never let him return. Understood, Sister Xiao. At the sight of the cash, the thug's eyes gleamed. Hiring muscle usually cost 200 yuan per person for presence alone, and 500 if actual violence ensued. With 2 extra hands, they'd still pocket a tidy sum after taking Chen Jianghe down. What's going on? Just then, a man in his 30s or 40s ascended the stairs. Gold chain glinting at his throat, gold watch gleaming on his wrist. General Manager Li. The thugs snapped to attention. Chen Jianghe's out. And he beat them. It's trivial. I'll handle it. Xiao Wan dismissed it lightly. Chen Jiming was dead. And Chen Jianghe, just a green kid. He posed no threat. Li Jindi nodded. Were it not for Xiao Wan's occasional mention, he'd have long forgotten Chen Jianghe's name. Get moving, Xiao Wan ordered, and followed Li Jindi back into the office. The three thugs clutching their cash recruited 2 more men and headed straight for Chen Jianghe's residence. Jianghe, the 3 of them ran off. I'm worried they won't let this go. Why don't you stay with me tonight at the billiard hall? I'll speak with the boss. He might let you start working there right away. After finishing their noodles, Zhang Peng suggested taking Chen Jianghe to the billiard hall where he worked. The pay was low, but it was work. Right now, with empty pockets, survival came first. 600 yuan a month leads nowhere. If we're going to rise, we must climb. Relentlessly. Chen Jianghe shook his head. A plan was already crystallizing in his mind. He would avenge his father and ascend beyond all others. Ling Shui thought his fate was sealed. He would prove her wrong. So, what's your plan? Go to Li Jindi and demand the money. Chen Jianghe slammed down his chopsticks, a concrete plan crystallizing in his mind. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Peng's eyes widened in shock. Li Jindi had risen to prominence on North Street. Now a local overlord commanding over a dozen enforcers. Even petty thugs gave him a wide berth. To confront Li Jindi for money was tantamount to an old man seeking death, courting doom with open arms. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. That money will be paid whether he wishes it or not. Let's go home first. I need to retrieve something. Chen Jianghe offered no further explanation, leading Zhang Peng back to the small apartment building. Though the trash had been cleared, the thick, acrid stench of smoke lingered stubbornly in the air. Upstairs, every bedroom bore the violent marks of ransacking. Drawers appended, wardrobes emptied. Whether the valuables had been seized by Xiao Wan or looted by thugs remained unclear. Ornamental objects and photo frames lay shattered on the floor. The radio, DVD player, and large color television had vanished without a trace. Beneath the television cabinet, Chen Jianghe unearthed a dusty photo frame containing a yellowed photograph. 2 young men in crisp military uniforms stood side by side. Zhang Peng recognized one of them, but not the other. The man he knew was Chen Jiming. Jianghe, do you truly believe this photograph alone can secure the money? Zhang Peng asked, bewildered, his confusion deepening with every passing moment. This photograph is worth more than mere cash. It's the capital we need to reclaim our footing on North Street. Let's go. Chen Jianghe carefully slipped the photograph into his pocket and set off with Zhang Peng toward Yongguei Game Parlor. Before long they arrived at North Street, a bustling artery of Pingjiang district teeming with merchants and entertainment venues alike. Billiard halls, game parlors, internet cafes, restaurants, and budget inns lined the street. Each corner claimed by its own local boss, entrenched like serpents in their native soil. In those days, no business could survive without knowing, and being known by, the powers that ruled the streets. Soon they approached a sprawling game parlor occupying 4 or 5 storefronts below, and even more above, crowned by a massive neon sign. Bold characters blazed across it: YONGGUI Game Parlor. Inside, a cacophony of voices rose and fell. Youths streamed in and out like restless currents. Ever since Li Jindi seized control, he rebranded the former Liehua Game Parlor as Yongguei, and purged nearly all the original staff. He also annexed the 2 adjacent storefronts, knocking down walls to create one vast compound, the largest venue on the entire North Street. It houses nearly 100 gaming machines and 20 to 30 slot machines. I've heard its daily revenue now exceeds several thousand yuan. Zhang Peng glanced nervously toward the parlor. Back when Chen Jiming ran it, daily takings barely reached 1 or 2,000 yuan. Li Jindi had indeed transformed it into a formidable empire. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Chen Jianghe studied Zhang Peng closely. Last year I went looking for Xiao Wan and got slapped and beaten by Chen Gang. Zhang Peng scratched his head, embarrassed. Who's Chen Gang? He's Li Jindi's chief enforcer, the one who commands all the bouncers inside. A madman. Ruthless. Watch yourself. Stay far away from him. Zhang Peng issued the warning. Chief enforcer. Chen Jianghe let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You wait for me across the street. If anyone approaches you, run. Don't hesitate, don't look back. I'll find Li Jindi myself. Jianghe, you're going in alone. Have you lost your senses? Zhang Peng gasped, grabbing Chen Jianghe's arm in panic. To walk in alone was to step unarmed into a den of wolves. Relax. Li Jindi won't dare lay a hand on me. If he truly did, he'd at least prove himself a man worthy of the title. Chen Jianghe's voice dropped low and steady. Your safety ensures mine, so stay sharp. Jianghe, be careful. Zhang Peng clenched his jaw and reluctantly agreed. His gaze flickered to a butcher's stall nearby, where a gleaming knife rested, and he silently vowed if trouble erupted inside he would charge in without hesitation. Chun Jianghe nodded once, then strode purposefully into Yongguei game parlor, heading straight for the staircase at its heart. "Hey kid, what do you want?" The moment he approached, 3 enforcers smoking near the stairwell blocked his path, bulges at their waists betraying concealed weapons. "I'm here to see Li Jindi." Chun Jianghe swept his eyes across the room, spotting 2 or 3 idle youths watching intently from nearby machines. Likely more enforcers stationed discreetly. Even if he could incapacitate 1 or 2 instantly, others would overwhelm him before he drew breath. "To see our Mr. Li, who the hell are you?" The enforcers didn't yield. They tightened their stance instead. "I'm Chun Jianghe." They exchanged glances, blank expressions revealing no recognition. "Chun Jianghe." A man descended the stairs, shaved head, a jagged scar slashing across his cheek. "Kid, do you think this is still the Liehua game parlor? Look up, read the sign. This is Yongguei game parlor now. Brother Gang, do you know this kid?" The enforcers hastily parted. "This little fool is Chun Jiming's idiot son. Spent 3 years locked up and came out even dumber." Chun Gang spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the floor, his gaze twisted with contempt. Across the street, Zhang Peng watched, heart hammering, as Chun Jianghe was surrounded. "Li Jindi, you stole my father's parlor yet hide like a cowardly turtle." Ignoring Chun Gang, Chun Jianghe suddenly raised his voice, shouting upward toward the second floor. Heads turned. Dozens of youths paused mid-game, drawn by the commotion. "Little bastard, you're begging for death." Chun Gang lunged, fingers clawing for Chun Jianghe's throat. "Gongzi, guests deserve courtesy. Let him come up." A calm, authoritative voice echoed from above, and Xiao Wan appeared at the top of the stairs. Her beautiful face darkened the instant her eyes fell upon Chun Jianghe. "Boy, you do well to show some sense. Don't invite humiliation." Chun Gang jerked his chin upward. An enforcer stepped forward, frisked Chun Jianghe, thoroughly confirmed he carried no weapon, and only then allowed him to ascend. A glacial chill flickered deep within Chun Jianghe's pupils. Their wariness betrayed fear. Not of him, but of retribution. And that fear confirmed it. Chun Jiming's death was no accident. It was their doing. Chun Gang ascended behind Chun Jianghe, flanked by several underlings. "Jianghe, when did you get out?" "Back in the day, I ran the streets alongside your father. You were just this tall." Li Jindi gestured with his hand, smiling warmly. "Now look at you, grown into a man. Sit down. Tell me, what brings you here today?" "Uncle Li, my father's game parlor was taken without a single cent in compensation. That doesn't sit right, does it? I'm here to collect what's owed." Chun Jianghe wasted no words. His tone was direct, unyielding. "Kid, you've got the nerve to come begging for money from Brother Li. I reckon you're tired of breathing." Chun Gang abruptly drew a cleaver and pressed its blade against Chun Jianghe's throat. The icy edge hovered mere millimeters from Chun Jianghe's jugular. Yet he remained utterly still, as if unaware the steel rested upon his neck. "Chun Jianghe, your father is dead. Do you truly believe we dare not lay a hand on you?" Xiao Wan fixed her gaze upon him, genuinely surprised he dared march into Yongguei Game Hall to demand money from Li Jindi. So prison had polished him for a few years. His transformation was indeed striking. Yet this boy remained just as foolish as his father. "You dare not touch me." Chun Jianghe spoke calmly, his expression untroubled, utterly devoid of fear. "How intriguing. Then tell me, what makes you so certain I wouldn't dare?" Li Jindi lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and studied Chun Jianghe with amused curiosity. "Convince me, and the money is yours. Fail, and you'll join Chun Jiming underground. Brother, why waste breath? Just cripple him now." Chun Gang growled, impatient. "Gongzi, don't act so rashly." Xiao Wan shot him a sharp, commanding glance. Chun Gang smirked silently, eyes flickering with quiet defiance. He served Li Jindi, not her. "Across the street, my friend waits. If I don't walk out of here shortly, he'll call the police." Chun Jianghe casually pointed toward the opposite sidewalk. "Is that so?" Li Jindi glanced at Chun Gang, who waved 2 underlings downstairs. They rushed outside to find Zhang Peng, who, sensing danger, turned and fled on the spot. The moment the enforcers approached, he vanished. The moment they withdrew, he reappeared, mastering the art of tactical retreat and opportunistic advance. "That's it." Li Jindi shook his head. "Today's youth were truly naive. That alone won't suffice. Do you know in Jiangwo?" Chun Jianghe gave a cold, mirthless laugh and produced a yellowed photograph. 2 men stood side by side, his father Chen Jiming and in Jiangwo. And Jiangwo, deputy director of the Pingjiang District Public Security Bureau. "What? You think dragging and Jiangwo's name into this intimidates me? Doesn't Jiangwo even know who you are?" Li Jindi's face hardened, his expression turning grim. Men like them couldn't operate without constant dealings with the Public Security Bureau. And Jiangwo was my father's comrade in arms, bound by life-and-death loyalty. "Don't believe me? Ask Xiao Wan herself. My father once dined with her and in Jiangwo." If you truly have the audacity to kill me here, then watch closely. How long will your Yonggwei game hall remain open? Chan Jianghe's voice was ice-cold. Chan Gang's face paled. Instinctively he eased the blade back. Men like him feared those in uniform above all else. In this era men in uniform could erase them without a second thought. Li Jindi turned to Xiao Wan, who frowned faintly, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. She had long ago accompanied Chen Jiming to dine with Zhang Wo. Back when Zhang Wo was still a low-ranking officer. Jianghe, you've grown up. Li Jindi studied Chan Jianghe intently, a layered knowing smile playing on his lips. Since you've invoked Zhang Wo's name, I'll grant you that courtesy. How much do you want? 20,000. Chan Jianghe showed no surprise. Before stepping through the door, he'd known this sum would be secured today. And Zhang Wo was one reason. Zhang Peng waiting outside another. And yet another. The last most decisive was Li Jindi's unwillingness to see Yonggwei Game Hall shuttered. Should Li Jindi murder Chan Jianghe, here the hall would face suspension regardless of whether Zhang Wo pursued retribution. The hall turned over several thousand yuan daily. A week's closure meant losses in the tens of thousands. That money Li Jindi could not afford to forfeit. As for 20,000, he would never pay it outright, but testing the waters cost nothing. 20,000 is no trifling sum. Here's what I propose. I'll give you 2,000 as a deposit now and settle the remaining 18,000 once I've gathered it. Does that suit you? A shadow flickered across Li Jindi's eyes, then vanished, replaced instantly by a warm, affable smile. Agreed. But you'll receive the remaining 18,000 within 7 days. Chan Jianghe nodded impassively, yet inwardly his vigilance sharpened. Had Li Jindi refused, the full amount negotiation might still have been possible. But agreeing so readily meant not payment, but predation. In this era, a human life wasn't worth 18,000. Severing limbs cost only a few thousand. Xiao Wan, hand him the money. Li Jindi gestured lightly. Xiao Wan turned, walked behind the desk, opened a small chest, and withdrew 2 thick stacks of 100 yuan notes, placing them into a brown paper bag before handing it to Chan Jianghe. Mr. Li, thank you. Chan Jianghe pocketed the bag and turned to leave. Brat, take your money and scram. Next time I see you, you'll wish you'd never been born. Chan Gang, humiliated by his own irrelevance, shoved Chan Jianghe hard. Chan Jianghe paused, turned slowly, and locked eyes with him, deep and unreadable, before exiting the game hall with Zhang Peng in tow. Are you actually afraid of this kid? Xiao Wan watched Chan Jianghe's retreating figure from upstairs, voice edged with dissatisfaction. He's changed dramatically. No longer the reckless hothead he once was. We killed his father. He'll never let it rest. You shouldn't have let him walk out. Tell me, you truly believe he can summon Zhang Wo at will? When Chen Jiming died, not a single inquiry came from Zhang Wo's office. Not even a whisper of investigation. Let alone this boy. Li Jindi crushed his cigarette, eyes darkening. This boy possesses audacity and danger. He must be neutralized. Even if we spare his life, he must be broken. But we run a business, we can't afford scandal. I won't let this boy jeopardize our operations. Tell Gongzi. Send men to cripple him and retrieve the money. Understood, Xiao Wan replied, and turned to find Chen Gang. Jianghe, did you really get the money? Zhang Peng followed Chan Jianghe through winding alleys until they reached a deserted stretch, and finally halted. Zhang Peng stared, breath ragged, at the cash in Chan Jianghe's hands. 20,000 yuan. More money than he'd ever laid eyes on in his entire life. In this era, a bowl of noodles cost 1 yuan, a meat wonton soup 1.5, pork 5 yuan per jean, and for 50 to 100 yuan a fresh-faced girl in the alley would grant a man fleeting, intoxicating love. Peng Cheng still revered the title 10,000 yuan household. 20,000 yuan was by any measure a fortune. Li Jindi hopes this paltry sum will buy him time. I say we use it to secure a patron, a true protector. Chan Jianghe peeled off 200 yuan notes and handed them to Zhang Peng. Without protection were rootless reeds, street rats with worthless lives. The district's underworld lords, the uniformed enforcers. Any one of them holds absolute power to cast us into eternal ruin. Jiang He, you're right. But where do we find a patron? Zhang Peng's heart stirred subtly, and he nodded silently. In these times, lacking even a temporary residence permit could lead to fatal violence. Without a patron, what were they? Street thugs with no future. Lives worth less than dust. Him. Chan Jianghe pointed at the photograph of Zhang Wo, then withdrew 5 or 6 bills from the 2 stacks of cash, tucked them securely into his inner pocket and, accompanied by Zhang Peng, bought 2 boxes of premium tea before heading toward the Public Security Bureau's residential compound. What business brings you here? The elderly gatekeeper intercepted them warily just outside the compound gates. Uncle, we're here to see Director Zhang Wo. You're looking for Director and, what do you want with him? The old man surreptitiously gripped his police baton. Having seen countless such petty hooligans, he would not let them cause trouble on this premises. Director N was my father's comrade-in-arms. My father has passed away. We've come to deliver the news of his death. Chun Jianghe lied without flinching, producing the photograph for the gatekeeper to examine. It really is Director N. Young man, go ahead inside. He lives in the north-facing apartment on the second floor. But don't wander about once you're in. The gatekeeper's demeanor softened markedly upon seeing the photo. With a casual wave, he let them pass. Jianghe, I heard all the residents here are officials. If you rise in stature, even these officials will treat you with deference and courtesy. Chun Jianghe kept his gaze forward, ascended to the second floor, and knocked firmly on the northernmost door. Who is it? The wooden door creaked open. A woman under 40 dressed simply appeared in the doorway, and her expression shifted instantly to startled disbelief upon seeing Chun Jianghe. Aunt Lu, it's me. Chun Jianghe. Jianghe, when were you released? Aunt Lu hesitated, standing just inside the threshold, without fully opening the door. Just today. Chun Jianghe replied softly. Oh, you poor boy. Come in then. With a sigh she relented, opening the door wider and ushering both Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, steeped unmistakably in the aesthetic of the late 1980s and early 1990s, the sole conspicuous luxury being a large color television set facing the gray cloth sofa in the living room. Rumors claimed affluent families had already replaced their color TVs with plasma screens. Seated on that gray sofa was a middle-aged man, his bearing stern, his gaze resolute, and as Chun Jianghe entered, a complex mixture flickered across his face. Jianghe, you're out. And Zhang Wo set aside his newspaper and gestured for Chun Jianghe to sit. Chun Jianghe sat upright and proper, placing the tea boxes neatly on the table. He knew this man possessed unyielding principles, difficult to persuade. Yet today he held firm confidence in his ability to sway him, because his father was dead, and because years earlier his father had saved in Zhang Wo's life on the battlefield, carrying him unconscious from a pile of corpses. Of all debts, gratitude is the most burdensome to repay, and in Zhang Wo owed precisely that debt to Chun Jianghe's family. Zhang Peng stood awkwardly beside Chun Jianghe, too nervous even to sit. Uncle. Chun Jianghe addressed him respectfully. Jianghe, I didn't visit you once during those 3 years inside. Do you hold it against me? Back then I told your father should he walk this path our bond would be severed forever. Yet he chose it nonetheless, and met this fate. Uncle, and perhaps it was simply destiny. My father chose his own road, and accepted its consequences without blame toward others. Chun Jianghe met in Zhang Wo's gaze with quiet sincerity. I know you made arrangements with the prison authorities. I endured far less hardship there because of you. Jianghe, have some tea. You must be Jianghe's friend. Please sit down and join us. No need to feel constrained. Aunt Lu approached with 2 steaming cups, inviting Zhang Peng to take a seat. Zhang Peng sat rigidly, hands resting on his knees, spine straight, eyes fixed forward. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Chun Jianghe expressed his gratitude and accepted the cup with both hands. Jianghe, now that you're free, live well, and never tread the same path your father did. And Zhang Wo paused thoughtfully. Given your legal record, you can't join the local police station, but I'll arrange for you to work at a state-owned factory, a respectable, stable position. Had Chun Jianghe been untainted by conviction, and Zhang Wo might have secured him a position as an auxiliary officer, with several years' service leading easily to formal appointment. But a former inmate serving in a police station, that was untenable. Uncle and I came precisely to speak of this matter. My father is gone, but his legacy must not be stolen. I wish to reclaim his arcade. Could you please contact the North Street Police Station and request their assistance in filing a formal report? Chun Jianghe shook his head, declining outright. You still intend to follow in your father's footsteps? And Zhang Wo's brow furrowed deeply. I only wish to reclaim what belongs to my father. Whether I sell it or continue operating it, I haven't decided yet. Chun Jianghe did not lower his gaze, holding in Zhang Wo's eyes steadily. And Zhang Wo studied him intently. Chun Jianghe returned his stare unflinchingly. Jianghe, you're still young. Don't stray onto the wrong path. Zhang Wo, don't take it out on the boy. It's only right he reclaim his family's arcade. It was theirs by law, seized unjustly. You preach Rulio-Flaw society daily. Yet in such a society can one simply seize another's business with impunity? Aunt Lu swiftly interceded. Jianghe, life's greatest peril lies in choosing the wrong path. I refuse to see you suffer your father's fate. And Zhang Wo's expression turned cold. That call. I'll make it, for your father's sake. Thank you, Uncle. And Chun Jianghe offered a faint smile, rose to his feet, and faced in Zhang Wo directly. And Zhang Wo wished him to walk the righteous path. But as a convicted felon, he couldn't even obtain a clean criminal record certificate from the police station. What legitimate opportunity remained? His path had been sealed the moment he crossed the prison threshold. Lao Tang, this isn't Zhang Wo. I have a matter to discuss. A nephew of mine. Yes, right. I'll have him contact you shortly. Please register his case and advise on next steps. And Jiang Wo placed the call openly using the household landline, then jotted down an address and telephone number. Lao Tang is chief of the North Street Police Substation. Go to him. He'll assist you in filing your report. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll take my leave now. And thank you as well, Aunt Lu. Chun Jianghe bowed slightly to her and turned to depart. Jianghe, stay for dinner first. Aunt Lu, I'm afraid I can't. I have urgent matters to attend to. Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng exited the compound swiftly. Only then did Zhang Peng exhale deeply, releasing pent-up tension. Jianghe, next time, don't drag me inside again. Ever since childhood I've feared men in uniforms. Zhang Peng muttered anxiously. Yet and Jiang Wo hadn't explicitly agreed to become their patron. Fine, wait for me outside. Chun Jianghe purchased 2 more boxes of tea, emptied their contents into plastic bags, concealed the 20,000 yuan within the empty tins, and departed with Zhang Peng. Jianghe, you're really going to hand this money over? Zhang Peng was utterly stunned. 20,000 yuan could easily buy Chun Jianghe the 3 new items and even fund a wedding. It's far too wasteful to simply give it away. No sacrifice, no gain. If the sum is too small, those in uniform won't even glance our way. We're aiming for something greater. This amount is but a trifle. Chun Jianghe knew full well avenging his father and reclaiming the arcade would demand a price. Powerless and without influence, bribery was his only path forward. Otherwise, the moment he moved against Li Jindi, a single phone call from Li could land him behind bars. Fine then. You've got a plan, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng fell silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Let's go. Chun Jianghe secured the money and, accompanied by Zhang Peng, located a public telephone booth. He first called Officer Tang, then followed the address provided by Jiang Wo to Tang's residence. Chun Jianghe knocked on the door. A portly man in his 30s opened it. You must be Xiao Chun. I've already heard from Laoan. Come in and have a seat. Tang Igua glanced briefly at Chun Jianghe and then at Zhang Peng before warmly ushering them inside. Chun Jianghe stepped in. Zhang Peng remained outside. Uncle Tang, this is my first visit. Unfortunately, I didn't know your tea preference, so I brought 2 boxes of Maojian. I hope it suits your taste. Chun Jianghe entered and handed the tea over with practiced ease. Maojian, excellent choice. Tang Igua accepted it casually. Yet the instant the boxes touched his palms, he sensed their unnatural weight. These were no ordinary tea tins. Without betraying a flicker of surprise, Tang placed the boxes on the table and grew markedly warmer in tone. Laoan mentioned your dispute with Li Jindi, owner of the Beijing Yonggui arcade. You claim he seized your family's arcade. But I've just checked, the business is officially registered under Xiao Wan's name at the Industrial and Commercial Office. Xiao Wan is your stepmother. Since she's legally married to your father, her management of his arcade is entirely legitimate. At most, this is an economic dispute. The police station has no jurisdiction here. Uncle, that's not why I came. I intend to reclaim the arcade myself. I only ask that should anything arise, you'd lend me your support. Seeing Tang Igua accept the tea, Chun Jianghe exhaled inwardly in relief. Acceptance meant negotiation was possible. Far preferable to dealing with incorruptible officials who refused all gifts. As Laoan's nephew, rest assured. I'll help whenever I can. Tang Igua replied with polished bureaucratic vagueness, offering no concrete commitment. Uncle Tang, then I'm truly at ease. I've already told Uncle, and that once the arcade is recovered, I'll grant him a 20% stake, and extend the same to you. Chun Jianghe declared suddenly. Oh no. Absolutely not. As public servants, we must uphold strict integrity. Tang Iguo's smile deepened, now almost effusive. Uncle Tang, Uncle and told me how close you two are. That's precisely why I spoke so frankly. To say otherwise would make us strangers. I bear no ulterior motive. Only the sincere wish to forge a genuine friendship with you and Uncle Lin. By invoking in Jiang Wo yet again, Chun Jianghe subtly implied, if and had accepted, Tang need harbor no reservations. With no power or status of his own, Chun could only borrow ANS authority like a banner of legitimacy. Xiao Chun, such words. Truly none of us are outsiders. From now on, should you ever need assistance, count on me. Hearing Chen's pledge, Tang finally abandoned his evasive rhetoric. Thank you, Uncle. I'll take my leave now. Next time I'll invite both you and Uncle in for dinner. Chun Jianghe rose to his feet. Xiao Chun, don't stand on ceremony. I'll treat next time. Tang Igua beamed, even jotting down his office number and pager ID for Chun Jianghe. If you can't reach me at the office or home, leave a message on my pager. After exchanging polite farewells, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng departed. Leaving already? Hardly had they exited when a fashionably dressed, middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, gold necklace gleaming. She tore open the tea tins, and her eyes lit up instantly. Cash. This young man certainly knows how to spend. Must be around 20,000 yuan. What spirit this boy has. Far more capable than his father. Tang Igua lit a cigarette, then shot her a sharp glance. Take only a little. Stash the rest securely in the cabinet. And keep it discreet. Discreet? Nonsense. Look at Lu Mei from our station. She wears imported clothes, and I hear she's even upgraded to a plasma TV costing tens of thousands. When will our home get one? So I can hold my head high too. The woman grumbled bitterly. Enough of this nonsense. If we aren't careful, the consequences will fall upon her entire family. Tang Igua snapped, his patience exhausted. Jianghe, will this actually work? Zhang Peng trailed behind Chun Jianghe, still lamenting the 20,000 yuan. Such a large sum. Could have served any number of purposes. Why simply hand it to someone else? How could such a fortune be so readily surrendered? Well, no, soon enough. Chun Jianghe walked with Zhang Peng for half an hour, returning to the alley beside the small apartment building. In those days, taking a taxi qualified as a luxury, neither owned a motorcycle. In this fledgling phase of entrepreneurship, frugality was essential. Spend where necessary, save where possible. How will we know? Zhang Peng looked baffled. Li Jindi has sent men to ambush us. Chun Jianghe stared into the dim alleyway where several faint red glows flickered intermittently. Men hidden within smoking cigarettes that pulsed like dying embers. Jianghe, what do we do? I'm unarmed. Zhang Peng patted his pockets frantically, then scanned the ground. No brick, no stone, nothing to use as a weapon. No need to fight ourselves. The worth of that money will be tested imminently. Come, well, make a call. Chun Jianghe turned sharply and strode toward a nearby convenience store, using its public phone to dial Tang Igua. Tang Igua answered immediately, promising swift action. Meanwhile, in the alley, Chen Gang and 4 youths loitered near the building's entrance, exhaling smoke into the humid air. Brother Gang, what time is it already? That kid still hasn't shown up. Could he have taken the money and fled? One tattooed thug pinched his cigarette between stained fingers, scowling. They'd been swatting mosquitoes for hours. Better if he runs. He leaves the building vacant. Then we seize it. Chun Gang sneered, his gaze ravenous upon the modest villa. Brother Gang, isn't this building Xiao Jie's? Hers? Don't be absurd. It belongs to Chun Jiming. His son Chun Jianghe took Li Zong's money and vanished. So naturally the building now falls under Li Zong's claim. Worth hundreds of thousands, the villa promised rich rewards. If Chun Gang seized it, Li Jindi would surely reward him handsomely. As the thugs exchanged boasts, 2 enforcement vehicles screeched to a halt at the alley's mouth. Enforcement officers leapt out and descended upon the group before Chun Gang and his men could react. Within seconds, all were pinned to the ground. What are you doing? By what authority are you arresting us? Chun Gang and the others dared not strike back directly, only struggling fiercely. The enforcement squad was untouchable. Cross them and one risked ruin. Those clad in tiger-striped uniforms wielded lethal influence. Without solid backing, a man could be crushed without warning. Stay still. The squad leader jabbed his baton hard into Chun Gang's lower back. A sharp cry tore from Chun Gang's throat, and instantly he went silent. Several delinquents were cuffed and marched out of the alley. As Chun Gang emerged, he saw Chun Jianghe standing calmly at the alley's mouth. Chun Jianghe, you bastard, you actually called the police. Just wait. I'll kill you the moment I'm free. Chun Gang's eyes burned crimson, his face twisted with savage fury as he glared at Chun Jianghe. Shut up. The squad leader lashed out with his baton, striking Chun Gang's leg. Another agonized cry echoed. Then, with a faint smile, the officer nodded courteously to Chun Jianghe before shoving the delinquents into the squad vehicle and driving off. Jianghe, you're incredible. That money was worth every cent. Even the enforcement squad answers your call. Zhang Peng thrust his thumb skyward, exhilarated. From ancient times to today, the enforcement squad serves only 2 kinds of people, the wealthy and the powerful. And alas, we are neither. Chun Jianghe watched the taillights vanish into the distance, his eyes blazing with fierce, unquenchable ambition. Had he possessed wealth and power, his father Qin Jiming would never have been slain. Had he possessed wealth and power, Ling Shui would never have left him. In this world, only 2 things truly matter: wealth and power. Jianghe, I believe with absolute certainty that you will rise to extraordinary heights. Zhang Peng declared, resolute. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly, returning to the modest Western-style villa he hadn't seen in years. He had the locks replaced, then worked alongside Zhang Peng deep into the night, scrubbing the house clean from attic to cellar. Zhang Peng had nowhere else to go that night. To save money, he usually slept in the storage room of the billiard hall where he worked. The owner, pleased to avoid paying a night watchman's wage, happily let him stay. Zhang Peng's family lived on the city's outskirts. He rarely returned home except during holidays or paydays, when he needed to send money to support his younger siblings. After cleaning up, Chun Jianghe practiced a vigorous boxing routine until sweat drenched him, then showered and prepared for rest. Jianghe, what style is that? Teach me. Zhang Peng watched enraptured. Every boy of the 1990s dreamed of martial chivalry, of becoming a master swordsman, righting wrongs, living by honor and valor. Rumors said a new Hong Kong film titled Young and Dangerous had ignited feverish excitement among youth. All right, I'll teach you. Not until dawn did Zhang Peng finally retire, still hungry for more. Zhang He, don't stay indoors. Go out, walk around. Don't let Li Jindi's men corner you. I'm heading to work. Call me at the billiard hall if anything comes up. Panga, don't go back to the billiard hall. You earn next to nothing there. From now on, follow me. Once we reclaim the arcade, you'll get a full share. Chun Jianghe had made up his mind. The previous night money spent, paths paved. It was time to uncover the truth behind his father's death and seize back what was rightfully his. Jianghe, can we really pull this off? Zhang Peng hesitated. His job was stable. Each month he sent money home to support his younger brothers and sisters. We can. Chun Jianghe nodded, unwavering. Yes, Jianghe. I'm with you. I'll call my boss and resign. Right now? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Peng strode out to a nearby convenience store, placed the call, then bought several fried dough sticks for breakfast. Jianghe, how do you plan to do it? He bit into a stick as he spoke. First, I cripple Qin Gang. He's Li Jindi's top enforcer. Break his arm and you break Li Jindi's right hand. Once Chun Gang falls, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan follow. So, Panga, are you bold enough to act? A flash of cold, lethal intent flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. Vengeance would be exacted, and what was stolen would be reclaimed. In prison, he'd learned one immutable law: the world is ruled by might. If you do not seize meat from another's mouth, he will tear it from yours. Jianghe, I've got nothing to fear. Dead or alive, life goes on. But why should they earn thousands in a day while I scrape by on hundreds a month? I too yearn to rise. Zhang Peng leapt to his feet, fired with conviction. Good brother Peng, let us carve our own destiny from this world. This era overflowed with opportunity. Only those with courage and fate could grasp it. After breakfast, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng visited a hardware store, commissioning 2 cleaver-like machetes and purchasing 2 sets of brass knuckles. In those days, such items were easily obtained for cash. Streets teemed with delinquents, daily knives changed hands. Their purchase drew no second glance. Back at the villa, Chun Jianghe slipped on a pair of brass knuckles and tested them. Satisfied. His boxing style was ferocious. For 3 years in prison, he'd ruled his entire ward through sheer unrelenting force. His fists had earned him his name, but bare hands against blades meant certain disadvantage. With brass knuckles, the balance shifted. Jianghe, what now? Zhang Peng drew one machete, testing its weight and balance. Having guarded the billiard hall for so long, he carried the resolve to strike. Go borrow a motorcycle. Remove its license plates. Once ready, ride it home and wait for me. I'll stake out the arcade. Chun Gang won't be detained long. Li Jindi certainly had connections. Arcades in those days paid hefty sums in protection fees, but not to street thugs. Chun Jianghe estimated Chun Gang would serve no more than 1 night. By afternoon at the latest, he'd walk free. Then I'll head out now. Zhang Peng nodded. Chun Jianghe handed him 100 yuan. He bought several jin of pork and 2 bottles of baijiu, then set off to borrow the motorcycle. Chun Jianghe scouted the neighborhood himself. Though he knew Beijia well, 3 years had wrought major changes. He needed to reacquaint himself thoroughly. By afternoon, his route was meticulously mapped. Surveillance cameras were still rare then. Hence the brazen street violence. It wasn't until 2006 that Shenzhen began gradually installing public surveillance. Only afterward did order slowly return. As expected that afternoon, while scouting, he spotted Chun Gang stepping out of a taxi and entering the arcade alone. His accomplices from the previous night were likely held longer. Before dusk, Zhang Peng rode a Jialing JH-70 motorcycle back to the villa. Jianghe, the bike's here, fuel tank full. When do we strike? He'd removed both front and rear license plates and brought 2 pairs of gloves and helmets. Tonight. Chun Jianghe's gaze turned glacial as he wrapped the machetes in newspaper. Fine. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we do. Zhang Peng drew a deep breath, clenched his jaw, and nodded. At dusk, Chun Jianghe stood alone outside the Yongguei game hall, keeping watch. As twilight deepened, Chun Gang emerged from the arcade, accompanied by 2 underlings. Chun Gang had been detained overnight the previous day. By early morning, Li Jindi made a phone call, and within half an hour Chun Gang was released. Yet the mission had failed. Worse still, Chun Jianghe had engineered his arrest. This left Chun Gang seething with resentment. He could tell Li Jindi was deeply displeased with his failure the night before. To be outwitted by a freshly paroled friendless youth, that spoke volumes about how hollow his years of street life had become. Brother Gang, where shall we eat? One of the hooligans trailed behind him. Barbecue. After dinner, you 2 will accompany me tonight. We'll sever that brat Chun Jianghe's tendons, both hands and feet. His face dark and grim, Chun Gang led his 2 underlings toward a nearby barbecue stall. The trio ordered skewers at the stall's entrance and began eating and drinking. Spotting them, Dig and Chun Jianghe withdrew quietly and found Zhang Peng waiting in the alley. "They're eating barbecue. Let's go." Chun Jianghe pulled on his helmet and canvas gloves. Zhang Peng did the same. Then Zhang Peng mounted the motorcycle. Chun Jianghe climbed on behind him, and they sped toward Daitu barbecue stall. Night fell like ink over the northern district, its streets alive with clamor. Crowds strolled idly beneath flickering neon, or roadside food stalls buzzed with energy. Men dined bare-chested amid clinking glasses and raucous laughter. Many bore tattoos across their arms and chests. A chaotic, feverish era, yet also one brimming with hope and opportunity. As Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng arrived, they spotted Chen Gang mid's wig of beer. Chun Jianghe leapt off the motorcycle with practiced ease, drew a cleaver from a folded newspaper, and strode forward. Calm, deliberate, unblinking. "Chun Gang," he called out from behind. At the sound, Chen Gang instinctively turned his head. "Motherf!" The blade flashed. Cold, silent, merciless. Chun Gang jerked his neck back and raised his arm to block. But the heavy cleaver bit deep into his forearm. Blood erupted across his face. Hot, coppery, faintly sweet. A scream tore from his throat as his severed arm soared upward, then thudded onto the ground. Writhing in agony, he collapsed and rolled howling. The hoodlum seated opposite Chun Gang sprang up, chair in hand, only to freeze as Chun Jianghe pivoted, cleaver leveled at his chest, blood dripping steadily from its edge. Trembling, he staggered backward. He watched paralyzed as Chun Jianghe turned, remounted the bike, and vanished into the night. Bystanders barely glanced up. This was no anomaly. "Let's go!" Zhang Peng roared with exhilaration, twisted the throttle, and the jolling motorcycle bellowed like a caged beast, roaring away in a cloud of acrid exhaust. "Go tell Mr. Li, hurry!" 10 minutes later, Li Jindi rushed to the scene. Seeing Chun Gang sprawled unconscious, drenched in blood, his expression hardened into stone. "Get him to the hospital now." Li Jindi barked orders, dispatching his men to carry Chun Gang away. Then, heart-pounding, he hurried back to the game hall and summoned every subordinate he had. If someone dared cut down Chun Gang, they'd dare cut him down too. And he refused to die without warning. Chun Gang is ruined, his arm severed clean. Even if reattached, it's finished. Li Jindi's face was ashen. He ordered his men to guard the building's entrance, then retreated into his office. "Who did this?" Xiao Wan hurried over, startled. "Unknown. 2 men on a motorcycle. Helmets on." After decades in the underworld, Li Jindi had amassed countless enemies. For now, the culprit remained elusive. 2 men. Could it be that kid, Chun Jianghe? For no clear reason, Xiao Wan's thoughts snapped to him. Would that boy dare? Li Jindi doubted it. Yet Chun Jianghe had demanded money just hours before the attack. Coincidence? It was hard to dismiss entirely. 3 years ago. Impossible. Now, anything's possible. I'll make a call and check. Li Jindi lifted the receiver. "Chief Lu, a matter. I need your help. My man Chun Gang was attacked. Likely by a youth named Chun Jianghe. Could you look into it?" Chun Jianghe. "Yes, the son of Chun Jiming. We've had our differences." "Understood. I'll run it down. Chief Lu. Let's have dinner soon." Li Jindi then relayed Chun Jianghe's address. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng raced the motorcycle back to the small Western-style villa. "Jianghe, we really took Chun Gang down. He's no minor figure in the North Street. He's been feared for years, and we struck him down so easily." He dismounted, breath ragged with adrenaline. "Chun Gang is nothing but a footnote. We're destined for greater things. This is merely a footnote. Calm yourself." Chun Jianghe remained unruffled. He'd drawn blood before. In prison. On his first day, thugs tried to break him in. He survived. Not with favors, but fists, fury, and sheer will to live. Tonight's act paled beside that. The prisons of the 1990s were true hells. "You're right. We're aiming higher. So what now? Will Li Jindi retaliate? Should you hide with me in the countryside?" Zhang Peng's excitement faded, replaced by quiet dread. "He'll retaliate, yes, but he won't come himself. 10 years ago, he'd already be storming our door with a dozen men. Now, he's wealthy, and cowardice grows with wealth." Chun Jianghe gave a cold, knowing smile. A 20-year-old thug fears nothing. Not death, not pain. A 30-year-old who's risen knows the value of his own skin. A 40-year-old tycoon, rich, married, fathered, seeks legitimacy, not bloodshed. The tide surges ever forward. Not because the old wave weakens, but because it chooses the shore. And even if Li Jindi stormed the villa tonight, Chun Jianghe was prepared. "Da Peng, return the motorcycle. Hide the cleaver and gloves. Wait until tomorrow afternoon to return to town." Chun Jianghe urged Zhang Peng to leave immediately. He rinsed the blood from the cleaver and handed it to Zhang Peng. "Stay safe, Jianghe. I'll be back tomorrow." Without delay, Zhang Peng revved the engine and sped out of the city. That night, Chun Jianghe locked all doors and moved upstairs, to sleep atop the villa's roof. Near midnight, a faint rustle roused him. He rose silently, crept to the window, and peered down. Below, 2 police cruisers sat parked in the courtyard. Figures slipped over the wall, sealing front and rear exits, preparing to apprehend him. Chun Jianghe smiled, silent and sharp. These were surely Li Jindi's men. No need to skulk. You're here for me. What do you want? Instead of fleeing, Chun Jianghe descended calmly and switched on the lights. You're Chun Jianghe. Cuff him. Chief Lu stared, astonished. This suspect had walked straight into custody. Officer, on what grounds are you arresting me without cause? Chun Jianghe stood unflinching, his expression calm and composed. Chun Jianghe, your crime has been exposed. Come quietly with us. Team leader Lu sneered, then tilted his head in silent command. 2 enforcement officers stepped forward and snapped handcuffs onto Chun Jiang's wrists. This is illegal. Chun Jianghe's brow furrowed slightly. Law. I am the law. Take him away. Rough hands shoved Chun Jianghe into a police cruiser, which sped off toward the local precinct. In those days, lacking money or connections meant certain suffering. Once swallowed by the tiger's maw, survival itself left one stripped bare. At the precinct, no interrogation followed. Instead, Chun Jianghe was shackled to a metal pipe, forced into an unnatural posture, too cramped to squat properly, too constricted to stand upright. 2 hours of such torment would reduce even the strongest to agony. Yet Chun Jianghe remained unperturbed. Slightly bending his knees, he settled into a subtle horse stance, unobtrusive yet deeply rooted. In prison, he had held that stance for hours on end. This was mere child's play. Through the night, no one so much as glanced his way. Not until the next morning, when an enforcement officer arrived for his shift and peered through the window, startled by what he saw. Team leader Lu. This kid's got grit. He's asleep. The officer exclaimed in disbelief. Wake him up and apply some pressure. Lu leaned in, his face darkening at the sight. Yes, sir. As the officer reached for the door, Tang Aigua happened to walk past. What's going on? Tang Aigua asked casually as he passed. Last night's North Street stabbing. We've apprehended a suspect. About to begin interrogation. Lu replied tersely. Already caught him. Curious, Tang Aigua glanced into the interrogation room, and his eyelids twitched. To his astonishment, the suspect was Chun Jianghe. Did he do it? Do you have evidence? He had a grudge against Li Jindi of Yongguei Game Hall, and Chen Gang was Li Jindi's right-hand man. It's highly plausible this boy committed the act. Lu answered. Brother Lu, higher authorities now emphasize governing the nation by law. Our precinct must align with national policy. From now on, remember these 4 words: abide by discipline and law. Without evidence, we cannot coerce confessions. Tang Aigua spoke with bureaucratic gravity, clapped Lu's shoulder once, and walked away. Team leader Lu, what did Director Tang mean? The officer asked, bewildered. Nothing at all. You go in and ask him yourself. Lu pulled out a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and strode out. Team leader Lu, do we still apply pressure? The officer hurried after him a few steps. Pressure? What pressure? Didn't you hear Director Tang say, abide by discipline and law? Lu wheeled around, shooting the officer a venomous glare before marching outside to a public phone booth and dialing Li Jindi. It's me. That boy has ties to Tang Aigua. We lack evidence, and he'll be released imminently. If you want him dealt with, handle it yourself. Lu hung up. What is it? Seeing Li Jindi lower his bulky mobile phone, with a grimace, Xiao Wan rushed over. That boy's connected to Tang Aigua. Li Jindi snarled, his face clouded with menace. He must have gone through in Jiangwo. That's how he reached Tang Aigua. Xiao Wan's expression hardened instantly. Without backing or influence, Chun Jianghe would have been crushed effortlessly. But with protection, many of their usual methods became unusable. And Jiangwo had only joined the Xinmin Road precinct 2 years prior. Li Jindi had his own channels, and never sought N's favor. Now that Chun Jianghe had found him, the situation grew far more complicated. I underestimated him. Cold light flickered in Li Jindi's eyes. Xiao Wan. Assign 2 men to watch the precinct entrance. Track where Chun Jianghe goes once he's released. I sense this boy will become a threat. Sooner rather than later, he must be eliminated. Jindi, you're overthinking it. He's barely 20. What real power could he possibly wield? Taking him down won't be difficult at all. Xiao Wan smirked disdainfully. Even Chun Jiming had fallen before them, let alone Chun Jianghe. In this world, never mistake yourself for untouchable. Never presume your ruthlessness or strength guarantees survival. Chun Jiming stands as proof. Li Jindi's expression remained stormy. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Xiao Wan nodded and descended the stairs to carry out the order. She thought Li Jindi, having grown wealthy over recent years, had grown timid. Unlike the desperate, fearless man he'd once been, who would never have deigned to notice Chun Jianghe at all. Precinct. Did you extract anything? Team leader Lu appeared only after the interrogation ended. No. He claims he slept at home last night, knew nothing. We checked, he owns no motorcycle and found no knives or weapons in his residence. I'm convinced he's lying. The officer reported. Then release him, Lu said, exasperated. The sum Li Jindi offered wasn't enough to defy Tang Aigua, or to fabricate evidence against Chen Jianghe. His duty was done. Team leader Lu. Just release him like this? The officer looked baffled. Entering the precinct yet denied coercive measures, released within a day. Could this boy truly have powerful backing? Release him now. Why so many questions? Lu tossed the words over his shoulder and strode off. Release him. Release him. The officers sensed something amiss but dared not inquire further. They simply freed Chen Jianghe. Stepping out, he knew Tang Aigua had intervened, otherwise entering the precinct would have meant no easy exit. The moment Chen Jianghe emerged, he spotted two street thugs loitering across the street, smoking and craning their necks toward the precinct entrance. He's out. Chen Jianghe noticed them, and they in turn locked eyes with him. They stubbed out their cigarettes and watched him sidelong, tracking his every move. Chen Jianghe smiled coldly, pretending not to see them. He walked calmly along the street, then suddenly darted into traffic, using passing cars as cover to vanish from their sight. Without pause, he returned to his villa, retrieved his brass knuckles, and called the village where Zhang Peng lived, asking the village convenience store owner to relay a message Zhang Peng should come to the city immediately. In Pengsheng, pagers were all the rage, but prohibitively expensive, costing a laborer 1 or 2 months' wages. The city's elite and wealthy wielded bulky mobile phones, costing thousands, even tens of thousands, far beyond ordinary reach. Others used Motorola handsets, equally costly. Relying solely on landlines was cumbersome. Not until noon did Zhang Peng finally locate Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang is finished. Next, Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Zhang, he did Li Jindi's men look for you last night? Zhang Peng nodded, knowing that with Li Jindi's main horse already incapacitated, they would definitely come after him next. He didn't look for me, but he contacted the police station. Chen Jiang, he briefly recounted the events of last night and this morning. Jiang He, you truly have a sharp mind establishing connections beforehand. Otherwise the police station is not a place you can enter or exit at will. Zhang Peng sincerely admired him. Chen Jiang, he remained calm in the face of challenges, his mind agile, and he acted generously. If it were him, he would have taken the 20,000 from Li Jindi and gone off to enjoy himself, never thinking to establish connections. In this line of work, if you don't use your brain, you'll always be a small-time thug. Chen Jiang, he shook his head. Now that we've provoked Chen Gang, Li Jindi will definitely be on high alert. He might just hide in the arcade and not come out. What should we do then? There are too many of them in the arcade. If we charge indirectly, we probably won't be their match. Zhang Peng said. Li Jindi's arcade has at least a dozen delinquents, all armed. Even if Mike Tyson came, he would likely be overwhelmed and killed by their knives. We don't need to go in. Let's wait for them to come out. How much money do you have left? Chen Jiang, he shook his head and suddenly asked. You gave me 127 last time. Why, do you need money? Zhang Peng pulled out all his cash. I still have over 100 here. We have no means of transportation, so we need to get a motorcycle. Can you find out if we can buy an old motorcycle for 200? It just needs to be rideable. Chen Jiang, he also took out the money he had. They needed to handle this matter without constantly borrowing motorcycles. If they did it too many times, they'd easily be discovered. It was better to get their own motorcycle. There are many thieves nowadays. They should be able to find one at a low price. 200 is probably not enough. We need at least 300 to 500. There are several groups in Pengcheng that specialize in stealing motorcycles. They sell the stolen bikes to collectors in other places. The cheapest will be around 300 to 500. Zhang Peng hesitated for a moment. I haven't received my salary from the billiard hall last month. If not, I'll get my salary back and buy a motorcycle. All right, De Peng, consider this money as a loan from me. Chen Jiang, he nodded seriously. Brothers are far more loyal than women. Thinking of Ling Shui, Chen Jiang, his heart ached again. He forcefully pushed Ling Shui out of his mind. Those we cannot defeat will only become stronger. Jiang He, we are brothers. Don't worry about loans. I will get the motorcycle. Where should I find you once it's ready? Zhang Peng shook his head. When the time comes, I'll go book a room. We'll stay here for a couple of days. Once you get the motorcycle, we'll meet here at night. I'll keep watch at the arcade. Chen Jiang, he pointed to a small inn on the street. Such inns now charge 30 yuan a night, lacking independent bathrooms and hot water with very simple conditions. Once they agreed, Chen Jiang, he parted ways with Zhang Peng to carry out their tasks. Chen Jiang, he first went to book a room, preparing for a prolonged battle. He couldn't go back to the villa for now. Li Jindi would definitely send someone to keep watch. If they returned, they would definitely be blocked at the villa. It's easy to suffer losses when the enemy is hidden and one is exposed. Now they needed the enemy exposed and themselves hidden to find an opportunity. After booking the room, Chen Jiang, He began his surveillance outside the Yonggui arcade. At this moment Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were not inside the Yonggui arcade. They had gone to the hospital to visit Chen Gang. Doctor, will Chen Gang's hand ever recover? As soon as Li Jindi reached the hospital, he sought out the doctor responsible for Chen Gang's surgery. It's very unlikely that the patient's hand will recover. If he can regain half of the function in the future, that would be considered very good. This requires good care afterward. The implication from the doctor was that further hospitalization and money would be required. In this world, there are very few things that money cannot achieve. Most of the reasons for incompleteness stem from insufficient funds. All right, I understand. Li Jindi impatiently interrupted, turning to walk towards the ward. He had already paid over 10,000 in medical expenses to reattach Chen Gang's arm. Since it was clear that Chen Gang would be incapacitated, there was no need to continue spending money. A thug who could not fight was of no value. Gang Z, how are you feeling? Upon entering the ward, Li Jindi donned a concerned expression. Li Gu, don't worry, my hand is fine. Once I'm discharged, I'll still work for you. Chen Gang struggled to sit up. He understood this world, and Li Jindi even better, useless people would be discarded without hesitation. Gang Z, after all these years, you can rest assured. As long as I, Li Jindi, have a meal, you will too. Focus on your recovery. You don't need to worry about the shop. Here, take this money and recover. Li Jindi took out an envelope and placed it under Chen Gang's pillow. After saying a few kind words, he turned and left with Xiao Wan. As soon as they left, Chen Gang opened the envelope to find only 5,000 yuan inside. This 5,000 was undoubtedly his severance pay. Li Jindi, you bastard. After all these years of loyalty, you think 5,000 can settle me? Chen Gang's eyes turned red with anger as he stared at the money in the envelope. Gang Z, Li Jindi is really bullying you. You lost your hand for him. 5,000 is too little, even 50,000 wouldn't be excessive. Chen Gang's woman was also very dissatisfied. Now that Chen Gang was crippled, this 5,000 would hardly suffice for her. Li Jindi, if you're ungrateful, don't blame me for being unjust. With a fierce expression, Chen Gang's eyes flickered with malice. On the other side, as Li Jindi came down the stairs, the little brother below opened the car door for him. He got into a Santana followed by a Changhe van, inside which sat 8 delinquents, each armed. The 2 cars drove towards the Yonggui arcade. Has that kid Jiang returned home? Li Jindi sat in the Santana, his face dark. No, our people are watching outside his house. After losing track of him this morning, we haven't seen him return. Xiao Wan shook her head, feeling that Jiang was a bit difficult to deal with. You arrange for people to continue watching. As soon as you spot him, inform me immediately. I'll be at the shop for the next couple of days. I feel that kid must be planning something against me. We need to flush him out first and strike preemptively. Li Jindi said fiercely. I know that kid is weak and alone. As long as we don't let him catch us off guard, he won't cause any trouble. Xiao Wan nodded and followed Li Jindi back to the arcade. They didn't notice that in a dark corner across the street, a pair of sharp eyes were watching them. 8 delinquents plus the driver makes 9, and there are at least 2 more in the shop, 11 people in total. Chen Jiang, he silently counted in his heart. 11 people. It wouldn't be easy to confront them hidden. For 3 consecutive days, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan did not leave the arcade hall. Occasionally a thug would step out to buy food and drinks and bring them back. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Peng returned on a slightly worn Jialing motorcycle. Jianghe. I got it. 450 yuan. I bargained it down. This bike needs no repairs. Just hop on and ride. A grin spread across Zhang Peng's face as he parked the motorcycle beneath the small inn. Da Peng? What happened to your face? Chen Jianghe did not glance at the bike, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng's face was bruised. Swollen patches of purple and green severe enough to betray deep injury. I slipped while riding the motorcycle. Nothing serious. He scratched the back of his head, flashing a simple, guileless smile. Let's settle Li Jindi first. Then we'll talk about this. Chen Jianghe's eyes hardened. He knew Zhang Peng was lying. There's nothing to discuss. I'm fine. Let's handle Li Jindi first. Zhang Peng averted his gaze, refusing to elaborate. Chen Jianghe did not press further. The next day he resumed surveillance outside the Yonggui arcade hall. He refused to believe Li Jindi and Xiao Wan could hide there forever. As long as they stepped outside, an opportunity would arise. That night they kept watch until well past midnight before preparing to leave. Chen Jianghe. Suddenly a woman blocked their path. Who are you? Zhang Peng tensed instantly, his hand gripping the knife concealed at his lower back. Chen Jianghe swept his eyes across the surroundings, bracing himself for action. Don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. I'm Chen Gang's woman. He says he can help you. The woman took 2 nervous steps backward, summoning her courage to speak. Chen Gang wants to help us. Chen Jianghe let out a cold, disbelieving laugh. Hadn't he been the one who severed Chen Gang's hand? How could that man possibly aid them? You were the ones who slashed Gongzi that night, weren't you? He recognized your voice, but said nothing to the police or to Li Jindi. The woman nodded. I'll tell you the truth, Gongzi has broken with Li Jindi over money. Li Jindi offered only 5,000 yuan to dismiss him, and Gongzi can help you. But after you eliminate Li Jindi, you must pay Gongzi 100,000 yuan. She went on elaborating how Chen Gang and Li Jindi had fallen out. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng exchanged glances. Li Jindi's stinginess stunned them. Chen Gang had lost a hand fighting for him, yet he offered merely 5,000 yuan. How could anyone remain loyal under such betrayal? Those who ran the streets did so for profit, not for loyalty. Did the arcade thugs truly follow Li Jindi out of brotherhood? No. Li Jindi would never rise to greatness. A thought flashed through Chen Jianghe's mind. Where is Chen Gang now? He believed half of what the woman said, but not all. At his rented room, after giving 5,000 yuan, Li Jindi refused to cover Gongzi's medical expenses. We had no money. The clinic discharged him. The woman replied. Where exactly is the rented room? Chen Jianghe asked for its location, then instructed Zhang Peng to remain on watch by the motorcycle while he went to meet Chen Gang. If Li Jindi emerged the moment Chen Jianghe left, it would signal a trap, and Zhang Peng would race off on the motorcycle to warn him. Alas, neither owned a pager. Otherwise, this cumbersome arrangement would have been unnecessary. Jianghe, be careful. Don't trust everything she says. Zhang Peng whispered anxiously. I know what I'm doing, Chen Jianghe replied, his fingers brushing the knuckle duster in his pocket. Even if it were a trap, even if 2 or 3 men lay in wait at Chen Gang's place, he was confident he could handle them. Zhang Peng nodded and watched Chen Jianghe depart with the woman. After they disappeared, he waited a while, seeing no movement from the Yongguo arcade hall, before exhaling in quiet relief. Chen Jianghe followed the woman for a short distance to a dilapidated rental house near the Yongguo arcade hall. The neighborhood was haphazard and decrepit. The alley entrance bore a large bold character demolish. The area was slated for imminent redevelopment. Gongzi, the visitors here. The woman pushed open the door and called inside. Chen Jianghe scanned the room carefully, satisfied there were no ambushers, before stepping in. Inside, a pungent medicinal odor hung thick in the air. Chen Gang lay pale on a hospital bed, his arm swathed in bandages and 4 drip hanging beside him. Antibiotics prescribed by a local clinic doctor. Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang's gaze met his. A complex mixture of resentment and resignation. Without Chen Jianghe, he would never have suffered this fate. Yet the underworld operated thus. Today's triumphant boss might lie dead in an alley tomorrow. Especially one like him, a mere street thug. In the underworld, right and wrong held no meaning, only power mattered. If you possessed wealth and followers, you were right. Chen Jianghe stared at Chen Gang, expressionless, devoid of pity. He knew full well had Chen Gang ever gained the upper hand, he would have crippled him without hesitation. That was the way of the underworld. Victors reigned, the vanquished fell. You summoned me. Chen Jianghe. No more pretense. You want Li Jindi gone? Pay me 100,000 yuan, and I'll make it happen. Chen Gang glanced at the woman, signaling her to close the door, then cut straight to the point. I have no money, but if I regain control of the arcade hall, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, on the condition you deliver Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe stated plainly. No money. Didn't Li Jindi give you 20,000 earlier? Chen Gang retorted, aggrieved. Without those 20,000, I'd still be rotting in the police station, getting beaten by Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe gave a cold, mirthless laugh. You used that money to bribe officials. Chen Gang froze, staring at him in shock. 20,000 yuan. Then an astronomical sum. In his hometown, even 10,000 yuan households were rare. Yet Chen Jianghe had simply handed it away. Truly audacious. You're formidable. I yield no shame in falling to you. Chen Gang shifted, wincing as searing pain shot through his arm, forcing him back onto the bed. I demand 100,000 yuan. Not just as payment, but as my escape from Pengcheng once this is done. If you demand 100,000 yuan, you must earn its worth. 100,000 buys more than one life. Chen Jianghe's voice was icy. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan's lives are worth 100,000. Chen Gang sneered. Come closer. I'll tell you precisely what I can do for you. Then abruptly, tell me, was my father murdered by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan? Chen Jianghe remained where he stood and asked. Yes. Chen Jiming was killed by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan together. Chen Gang nodded candidly. Li Jindi covered his tracks well. I learned little, but I know for certain they conspired. Xiao Wan and Li Jindi had been entangled years before your father's death. Crunch. Chen Jianghe clenched his fist violently. Blood-red fury flared in his eyes. So, it was them. Speak. What can you do? Zhang He, how did it go? And that evening, the moment they returned to the small guest house, Zhang Peng asked eagerly. Chen Jianghe sensed that the opportunity to deal with Li Jindi would arise within the next 2 days. And let's prepare. Well, strike soon. Chun Jianghe took out a pair of brass knuckles and threaded a thin hemp rope through the finger loops, carefully wrapping the knuckles layer by layer. This wrapping prevented slippage, especially critical once blood made the surface slick. It also dampened the recoil force, shielding his own hands from injury. Zhang Peng sharpened his heavy cleaver and acquired an iron ruler which he secured tightly to his left forearm with wide adhesive tape, ready to block incoming blade strikes. 2 days later, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng kept constant surveillance. That night, they finally spotted Xiao Wan stepping out with 2 hooligans. The moment Xiao Wan emerged, she slid into a Santana sedan and drove off. And go. And Chun Jianghe mounted his motorcycle and signaled Zhang Peng to hop on. They sped after the sedan. Soon the Santana approached an intersection. And oh dear. Na woman riding a Phoenix brand bicycle, her hair curled in voluminous waves, suddenly tumbled headlong onto the road directly before the sedan. Hit someone. Help. I've been hit. And the woman shrieked loudly from the ground. And damn bitch. Trying to stage a crash right under my nose. One of the hooligans behind the wheel flung open the door and leapt out ready to confront her. And buzz. Na motorcycle roared forward and slammed violently into him. The hooligan screamed, flung backward along with the car door itself. Xiao Jie run. And the hooligan in the front passenger seat drew a knife and lunged at Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe, dismounted mid-motion, slid low across the sedan's hood and delivered a crushing kick straight into the man's chest. He landed smoothly, then struck again, driving his boot hard into the hooligan's temple. The man grunted, collapsed, and lay unconscious. En Xiao Wan wrenched open her door, but before she could flee, Chun Jianghe blocked her exit. Xiao Wan, how fortuitous to meet again. En Chun Jianghe stared at her coldly, then yanked the door wide open. En Jianghe, stay calm. This isn't what you think. Xiao Wan struggled to maintain composure, still attempting to explain. En Jianghe, they're coming. En Zhang Peng shouted, roaring up on his motorcycle. Chun Jianghe wasted no words. Seizing her hair, he dragged Xiao Wan from the sedan, then struck her neck with a precise, paralyzing blow, knocking her instantly unconscious. Go! And he hoisted Xiao Wan onto the motorcycle and leapt aboard. Zhang Peng revved the engine. The Jialing bike surged forward, vanishing into the distance. The kid took the bait. Chase him. Na white Changhe minivan accelerated swiftly from a short distance behind. Xiao Wan had deliberately left that night to lure Chun Jianghe into a trap. Yet Li Jindi hadn't anticipated Chun Jianghe's extraordinary combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, he'd neutralized both hooligans assigned to protect her. Hurry! Don't let him escape! And Li Jindi sat inside the minivan, gripping a blade, his gaze locked fiercely on the fleeing motorcycle ahead. None vehicle pursued, the other fled. Both vanished down the street. The woman who'd lain motionless moments earlier sprang upright with startling agility, remounted her bicycle and pedaled away. None other than Chun Gang's woman. Li Jindi wielded cunning strategy. But Chun Jianghe possessed even sharper countermeasures. Tonight it remained uncertain who was the hunter, and who the prey. And they're closing in. Zhang Peng glanced into the rearview mirror, just in time to see the minivan gaining rapidly, and execute the plan. A faint icy smile flickered across Chun Jianghe's lips. Zhang Peng twisted the handlebars, abruptly veering into a narrow alley barely wider than the minivan itself. Brotherly, they've gone in. And follow them. Don't let them slip away. And the minivan hesitated briefly at the alley's mouth, then accelerated sharply inward. The Jialing motorcycle wove deftly through the alley's twists and turns quickly, losing the minivan. And where are they? Encircling the alley for several minutes, the minivan found no trace of Chun Jianghe or his companions. Li Jindi's face darkened with grim realization. He surmised they had already escaped. Just then, one of the hooligans spoke up. Brotherly, I recall a derelict district just ahead slated for demolition. They might be hiding there. And are you certain? And Li Jindi hesitated. A deep, unsettling premonition had settled over him the moment they entered the alley. Not certain, but we might find Xiao Jie there. And the hooligan swallowed nervously. And let's go check. At the thought of Xiao Wan, Li Jindi steeled his resolve and ordered them forward. Xiao Wan was now his woman, and much of his wealth rested in her hands. Without her cooperation, he couldn't have eliminated Chun Jiming. And without eliminating Chun Jiming, there would be no Yongguei game parlor today. Meanwhile, deep within the alley, a desolate courtyard of abandoned houses, Chun Jianghe lifted a bucket of water and poured it unceremoniously over Xiao Wan. Don't move! And drenched in icy water, Xiao Wan jolted awake, only to freeze as Zhang Peng pressed a blade against her throat, and the cold steel sent shivers through her entire body. Her face drained of all color. Jianghe, don't act rashly. Murder is a crime. And she feigned pitiful desperation, speaking hastily. And, tell me, did you and Li Jindi kill my father? Chun Jianghe looked down at her, his voice glacial. And no, it wasn't us. Your father was killed by enemies. Lies. And before she could finish, Chun Jianghe produced a dagger and drove it straight through her palm. pinning her hand brutally to the ground. Xiao Wan shrieked in excruciating agony. End silence. Zhongpeng pressed the cleaver downward. The razor-sharp edge sliced shallowly into her neck. A chilling aura of death enveloped her. She clenched her teeth, trembling, violently refusing to utter another sound. Speak truthfully, or test my patience again. Chun Jianghe impassively withdrew the dagger. Xiao Wan convulsed in pain, but dared not make a single noise. She was truly terrified. She had never imagined that after 3 years in prison Chun Jianghe would emerge so ruthlessly merciless. I won't lie, I swear. It was Li Jindi who killed your father. He hired the men, the ones who slashed him down. And that day Li Jindi orchestrated everything. He instructed me to get your father drunk. Once intoxicated, I lured him outside with a pretext. And the moment he stepped out, they struck. Jianghe. I was forced. Li Jindi took compromising photographs of us. He threatened to show them to your father unless I cooperated. My father would never have forgiven me. I had no choice but to obey. And Jianghe. Spare me. I was blinded by folly. Overcome by momentary weakness. I'll return every cent I've earned these past years. I'll leave Pengcheng, and never return, and please, grant me this one mercy. Years earlier Xiao Wan had secretly begun an affair with Li Jindi. At the time, however, Li Jindi was far less successful than Chen Jiming, so Xiao Wan dared only meet him in secret. Later Li Jindi took compromising photographs of her, and used them to blackmail her into helping him murder Chen Jiming. 3 years ago, she drugged Chen Jiming until he passed out, then sent him out to buy groceries. Li Jindi had already stationed accomplices outside the Liehua game arcade. The moment Chen Jiming stepped outside, he was hacked to death by a mob wielding cleavers. His death was the result of a conspiracy between Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Xiao Wan. Didn't my father treat you well back then? He bought you whatever you wanted of the money he earned running the arcade. Most of it went straight into your hands, didn't it? Chun Jianghe wiped his dagger clean with a cold, expressionless face. Xiao Wan stared at the blade in Chen Jianghe's hand, her face draining of color, her body trembling violently. Jianghe. I betrayed your father. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me just once. I'll give you all the money Li Jindi earned these past few years. Let me go. I'll return to my hometown immediately and never set foot in Pengcheng again. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. That truth has held firm since antiquity. If I let you live, who will repay my father's life? Chun Jianghe struck without warning, his knife plunging deep into Xiao Wan's throat. Her face contorted in terror, her mouth gaped wide as she gasped desperately for air. But none reached her lungs. Her lungs filled instead with surging blood. Xiao Wan collapsed onto the ground, convulsing weakly before falling utterly still. Jianghe! Zhongpeng instinctively cried out, then fell silent. He hadn't expected Chun Jianghe to execute Xiao Wan so swiftly and decisively, yet how could he not? A father's murder demanded more than mere beatings. It demanded justice absolute and irrevocable. They're in there. At that moment headlights pierced the darkness beyond the courtyard gate. A Changhe van screeched to a halt outside. Li Jindi wrenched open the door, brandishing a cleaver, as he charged in, flanked by 9 hooligans. Xiao Wan. Seeing her lying motionless in a pool of blood, his face twisted in shock and fury. Chun Jianghe. You bastard. You actually killed someone. Li Jindi. Did you really think this was child's play? Chun Jianghe turned slowly, his gaze sharp and lethal. Today Xiao Wan dies, and so do you. Brat. I underestimated you. But just the two of you think you can take me on. Li Jindi laughed. A bitter, venomous snarl. Chun Jianghe. I'm going to end you tonight. With a curt wave, Li Jindi signaled his men forward. They closed in, and slammed shut the rusted iron gate of the courtyard, sealing off any escape for Chun Jianghe and Zhongpeng. Jianghe. Let's fight them, Heaton. Zhongpeng's heart hammered wildly, sweat slicked his palms as he tightened his grip on the heavy machete, his eyes burning crimson with fury. 2 against 10. Both sides armed. The odds were grim. Yet if they struck first and took down Li Jindi, panic might scatter the rest. In this world, intimidation ruled. The fiercer you appeared, the weaker others became. The more ruthless you showed yourself, the more others feared you. The more willing you were to die, the fewer dared challenge you. And vice versa. To rise above the rest, one had to be fiercer, crueler, and more reckless with life than anyone else. Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe roared suddenly. What now? You beg for mercy? Too late. Li Jindi blinked in surprise. Then sneered. You've misread me entirely. I only meant to tell you. Tonight you die. Chun Jianghe slipped on his brass knuckles and locked eyes with Li Jindi. His shout had been a feint, to draw attention. Li Jindi, startled by the cry, failed to notice 2 hooligans slipping behind him. Kid. You're still spouting bravado on death's doorstep. Brothers, charge. Cut him down. And I'll pay each of you 3,000 yuan. Li Jindi raised his cleaver and bellowed. Get him. Several hooligans raised their blades and lunged toward Chen Jianghe. Thwack! Thwack! But Li Jindi suddenly sensed something wrong. He threw himself forward just in time. Yet searing pain exploded across his back as hot blood gushed forth. He'd been slashed twice. Screaming in agony, he crumpled to the ground. Zhang Chong! What the hell is wrong with you? Eyes wide with shock and rage, he glared up at the men who'd struck him. His own subordinates. The other hooligans froze bewildered, uncertain what had just transpired. Zhang Chong! Zhou Bing! What are you doing? Brother Li, we don't blame you. You offered us 3,000, but Brother Chun Gang promised 20,000 apiece, if we took you down. Zhang Chong held up his dripping blade indifferent. They lived for money and status. Without money there was no status. This wasn't about loyalty. It was about survival. After all, Li Jindi had acted first with betrayal. When Chun Gang lost a hand carrying out his orders, Li Jindi offered only 5,000 yuan as severance, dismissing him like a beggar. If they ever risked their lives for Li Jindi again, would he pay them such a pittance? Did he truly think them fools? His treachery left them no choice but to betray him in turn. So Chun Gang sent you? You bastards! I'll make you pay for this. Li Jindi raged, stunned that Chun Gang had orchestrated this betrayal at the worst possible moment. Chun Gang, this is exactly what you deserve. When your brother was injured, you wouldn't even cover his medical costs. No wonder your empire collapses. At that moment, from behind the empty self-built house, Chun Gang emerged, leaning heavily on his wife, his eyes blazing with hatred as he fixed them upon Li Jindi. Brother Gang! The remaining hooligans recoiled in disbelief. They hadn't imagined Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were truly Chun Gang's agents. Chun Gang, you dare betray me? Li Jindi clenched his teeth, glaring furiously at Chun Gang. I lost a hand for you, and you gave me 5,000. You treat me like a beggar. That's why I'm here, to kill you today. Chun Gang spat, his voice thick with venom. Li Jindi, that 5,000 was for recovery. 10,000 yuan for relocation was already prepared. I'd have handed it over any time you asked. Just help me eliminate Chen Jianghe now, and the money is yours immediately. Li Jindi forced himself to calm down, for against 8, Chen Jianghe Zhangpeng and the two traitors was too uncertain. First he needed to stabilize Chen Gang, eliminate Chen Jianghe, then crush Chun Gang effortlessly afterward. Li Jindi, keep those lies for the king of hell. Chun Gang sneered. You think I fear you, you piece of trash? All of you, attack, kill them all, and I'll reward each man with 50,000 yuan. Li Jindi gritted his teeth and roared. His men's eyes lit up, breaths grew ragged and heavy. Kill them, and where there is a heavy reward, brave men will surely rise. The 7 hooligans remaining beside Li Jindi instantly turned bloodshotted. 4 of them charged toward Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. The remaining 3 rushed at Li Chong and Zhou Bing. And 50,000 yuan, enough to buy an apartment in a remote district of Pengcheng or to build a house back home, was more than enough reason to fight for it. Damn you! En Zhangpeng's eyes flared with fury as he lunged headlong toward one hooligan's blade. At that very instant, Chen Jianghe's gaze turned glacial. He surged forward with shocking speed. The leading hooligan had barely raised his cleaver when Chen Jianghe materialized before him and drove a fist straight into his face. The razor-sharp knuckle-duster tore open the hooligan's cheek in a gush of blood. With a shriek he crumpled, teeth and crimson spilling from his mouth. Chen Jianghe dropped the first hooligan without pause and immediately closed in on the next. And fuck him, cut him down. And the 3 nearby thugs hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to be so ferocious. Their faces paled and they raised their blades in unison. Chen Jianghe dodged a downward slash, then kicked another hooligan off his feet. Ignoring the attacker behind him, he lunged straight for the one ahead. Shryak! And from behind, a hooligan seized the opening and slashed deep across Chen Jianghe's back. Blood flashed, but fortunately he had worn a thick cowhide jacket beneath his clothes. Though the blade opened a gash, the wound was shallow. And bearing the strike, Chen Jianghe charged onward, toward the hooligan ahead, who now raged like a cornered beast, raising his cleaver with desperate force. If he felled Chen Jianghe, victory would be theirs. Clang! The cleaver descended with brutal force, only for an arm to shoot sideways, intercepting the blow meant for Chen Jianghe. The blade bit into flesh and cloth, striking metal with a ringing clang. The iron ruler hidden beneath his sleeve nearly snapped in two. Damn you! En Zhangpeng roared, eyes blazing red, and brought his blade down hard onto the hooligan's skull. A guttural scream tore from the man's throat as a deep gaping wound split open. Blood gushed forth like water from an open tap. The wound laid bare bone, carving a jagged fissure across the skull itself. And blood flooded his vision, turning the world crimson. Still clutching his weapon, he tried to resist, until Chen Jianghe lunged half a step forward and struck his temple with a single shattering blow. The hooligan collapsed without a sound. And go, cut them down. Li Jindi trembled, not just with rage but with dawning shock. For a fleeting moment he saw Chen Jiming again, the legendary brawler of Bay Street. He'd never imagined Chen Jianghe after 3 years in prison would emerge even more fearsome. No. Chen Jianghe was more formidable than Chen Jiming had ever been. Enchen Gang stood nearby slipping a blade from his sleeve, his gaze locked coldly on Li Jindi. If Li Jindi fell, the hooligans would lose all reason to fight. Without Li Jindi there would be no payment, and without payment why risk death? Yet Chen Gang had only one good hand left. To rush in now would be suicide. He waited, patiently. For the moment no one noticed him. Depong! Enchen Jianghe bellowed suddenly, and Zhang Peng instantly understood. He pivoted behind Chen Jianghe, shielding him from the hooligan closing in from behind. Chen Jianghe clenched his blood-slicked knuckle-duster and advanced upon Li Jindi. Li Jindi himself had clawed his way up through the underworld. Cutting, fighting, surviving. But now past 40 he had wealth, status, women. Long forgotten the raw primal terror of street combat. Meeting Chen Jianghe's blood-red gaze, Li Jindi's courage faltered. Half of it already gone. And damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Come help me! Terrified, Li Jindi screamed wildly. The hooligan Chen Jianghe had just kicked aside, scrambled to his feet, and threw himself between them, cleaver swinging at Chen Jianghe. Cleavers were devastating weapons, but slow. To deliver real power one had to wind up fully. Otherwise the blow lacked force. Instinctively the hooligan raised his blade high, only for Chen Jianghe to explode forward, closing the distance in an instant. Desperate, the hooligan brought his cleaver down. But before it could land, Chen Jianghe's fist crashed into his jaw with savage precision. Crack! Na sickening snap of shattered bone echoed. Sharp, grating, unbearable. The hooligan screamed once his jaw utterly obliterated by the blow. Li Jindi froze, stunned, paralyzed, just as Chen Jianghe bore down upon him. You're dead, you bastard! And Li Jindi roared, thrusting his blade forward. Smack! Enchen Jianghe's fist slammed into the cleaver, sending it flying. Before Li Jindi could react, another punch crashed into his eye socket. The impact ruptured one eyeball outright. Li Jindi shrieked, collapsing to the ground, then found himself pinned beneath Chen Jianghe's boot. Chen Jianghe pressed his soul hard against Li Jindi's throat. Just a fraction more pressure and the neck would snap. Stand down now. Ni's voice cut like ice, his gaze sweeping coldly over the scene. Stop! Stop! Everyone stop right now. Do you hear me? Feeling the crushing weight upon his windpipe, Li Jindi abandoned all resistance. His voice cracked with raw, abject terror. Xiao Wan was already dead. He had lost. All that mattered now was survival. Only with life could he seek vengeance, only with life could he rise again. Do you hear me? Drop your weapons. Li Jindi is finished. Why die for a corpse? Enchen Gang stepped forward, blade leveled at Li Jindi. The 4 remaining hooligans exchanged glances, hesitated, then let their cleavers clatter to the ground. To fight now, 4 against 4, was no guarantee of victory, and if they lost, they'd likely be crippled for life. Worse still, if they moved, Li Jindi would die on the spot. If Li Jindi died, what would winning even mean? No money, no purpose. Their lives wasted. Watching his last loyal men disarm, Li Jindi slumped fully to the ground. Tonight he had lost, not as the hunter but as the prey. Li Jindi, you're done. You deserve this, you bastard. Enchen Gang drove a vicious kick into Li Jindi's face, releasing years of pent-up fury. His hand might have healed, fully reattached, functional enough for daily use, if not for the hospital's expulsion. Those lost days had cost him dearly. Chen Gang could feel it. His hand was failing beyond saving. He'd lost that hand because of Li Jindi, and Li Jindi's downfall, pure unadulterated retribution. And yes, I deserve it. Chen Jianghe, you win. Yongguei Game Hall is yours now. Li Jindi gritted his teeth. I've saved 20 or 30,000 yuan these past years. I'll give you the cash, my car. Just let me leave Pengcheng. You have my word. I'll depart tonight and never trouble you again. 2 or 300,000 yuan. Plus that Santana sedan, that's a fortune. Chen Gang's heart stirred at the offer. Li Jindi, you've truly regressed. How dare you still dream of leaving Pengcheng alive after everything you've done? If you live, my father died for nothing. Chen Jianghe let out a cold laugh and stared down at Li Jindi with icy disdain. The moment their gazes locked, Chen Jianghe's glacial and unyielding. Li Jindi shuddered inwardly, a chill crawling up his spine. Chen Jianghe had already killed Xiao Wan. Tonight, there would be no escape for Li Jindi. Gongzi, we've been brothers for years. Plead with Jianghe for mercy. Spare my life and I'll give you that van outside, and my gold watch. Desperate to survive, Li Jindi urgently turned to Chen Gang for salvation. Jianghe, grudges are best resolved, not deepened. Your father is gone, the dead cannot be revived. In my view, Li Jindi is finished. Why not sever his tendons, hands and feet, and let him crawl away? Murder is grave indeed. 1 life may draw life imprisonment, but 2 will surely earn a bullet. Chen Gang looked toward Chen Jianghe as he spoke. Who said I intended to kill 2? Chen Jianghe suddenly smiled. A frostbitten chilling curve of the lips. So, you agree? A flicker of relief crossed Chen Gang's face. So long as Li Jindi lived, he could squeeze more money from him yet. Li Jindi too instinctively smiled. Life at any cost was worth every sacrifice. Only in breath did hope endure. Chen Gang. Tonight's affair binds us both. If things unravel, I won't escape. And neither will you. Chen Jianghe picked up the knife from the floor and tossed it before Chen Gang. Stab him once, and your 100,000 is yours. Refuse and tonight grows far more complicated. What do you mean? Chen Gang's expression darkened. He stepped back instinctively. He had no desire to shed blood with his own hands. A slash, that could be excused, perhaps a few years in prison. But murder, that was irrevocable. Among the underworld, brawling was routine. But killing was rare. Even seasoned bosses avoided it unless cornered beyond retreat. To kill and to maim were worlds apart. If he won't strike, then you will. Stab Li Jindi. And the 100,000 goes to you both. Chen Jianghe turned sharply to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The two thugs Chen Gang had bribed. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged a glance. Temptation gleamed unmistakably in their eyes. 10,000 each meant they could return home in triumph. Back in their village, even a 10th Sandyuan household remained a rarity. Brother Li, I'm sorry. Let me send you on your way. Chen Gang snatched up the knife and plunged it into Li Jindi without hesitation. Ah, Chen Gang. You motherfucker. Li Jindi screamed, thrashing wildly. You stab him too. After delivering his blow, Chen Gang thrust the blade into his woman's hand. She too was ruthless, jaw clenched. She drove it home. Chen Gang knew full well. If he refused that strike, the blade would find his flesh instead. Though young Chen Jianghe was calculating, merciless, and utterly precise. Only shared blood could seal the secret, forever entombed within every witness's heart. Your turn. Chen Jianghe fixed his gaze upon Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Without hesitation, they stepped forward. Each delivered a single brutal stab. After several wounds, Li Jindi lay gasping, too weak even to curse. His eyes bulged wide, locked onto Chen Jianghe. Regret surging like poison through his veins. He should never have underestimated this youth. That day when Chen Jianghe came to the arcade seeking him, he should have cut the root. Then and there. And the rest of you. Finish Li Jindi off. The remaining thugs under Li Jindi's command were spared none of Chen Jianghe's ruthlessness. Each forced to deliver a final blow. In the end, Li Jindi fell beneath a storm of blades. Just as Chen Jiming had 3 years prior. In this world, debts always come due. Depeng, you stay here and watch. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, you answer to Depeng. Wait here for payment. And no one leaves before I return. Once Li Jindi's death was confirmed, Chen Jianghe searched his body for keys and issued orders. Chen Gang, you're coming with me. We're collecting the money. Where are we going? Chen Gang stared at the two corpses sprawled on the floor, chill gripping his gut. This boy, Chen Jianghe, was no ordinary player. He was born for power. Donghu Jiayuan. Li Jindi's apartment stood in Donghu Jiayuan. A testament to 3 years' control over the arcade car house. Wealth accrued like quiet thunder. Chen Jianghe drove the van bringing Chen Gang and his woman to Donghu Jiayuan. After searching the apartment, they discovered a hidden compartment inside a wardrobe, containing several gold bars and stacks of 100 yuan notes totaling 30 to 40,000 yuan. Chen Gang and his woman's eyes gleamed with raw avarice. This is yours. Chen Jianghe withdrew 10 bundles of cash and tossed them to Chen Gang. You may go. His woman clutched the money tightly. Yet her gaze lingered hungrily on the remaining cash and gold bars in the compartment. A flash of resentment crossed her face. But before she could speak, Chen Gang pulled her away. They stuffed the money into a bag and hurried out. Why does he get all of Li Jindi's fortune? He seized the arcade, and the cash, and the car. Why? Her voice brimmed with bitterness. 10,000 yuan was no small sum, but it paled beside property, vehicles, and bullion. Enough. Stop complaining. Take what you can carry. 10,000 is fair, given his word holds true. Chen Gang snapped, impatient. Though he too coveted more, he knew his limits. His worth wasn't 10,000. To receive it at all was already generous. Chen Jianghe had honored his promise. No more, no less. Without me, he'd never have taken Li Jindi down. She protested bitterly. He killed Li Jindi, and he'll kill us if provoked. Don't drag me to your grave. Chen Gang replied coldly. She lowered her head, eyes riveted to the money in the bag. Chen Gang was broken. His ambition extinguished. She, accustomed to lavish living, refused to return to poverty with him in their hometown. Chen Jianghe withdrew a portion of the cash from the hidden compartment and concealed the remainder along with the gold bars elsewhere, before driving the van back. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, here's yours. 2,000 each. Take it and leave. Back at the compound, Chen Jianghe immediately paid them, the same sum Chen Gang had promised, 2,000 per man for eliminating Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe upheld his word without hesitation. Thank you, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing walked toward the courtyard gate, then paused and turned. Brother Chun, we want to work for you. The arcade needs men who can hold the floor. We're loyal. We'll follow you. Jianghe. Zhang Peng's expression shifted instantly, but Chun Jianghe raised a hand silencing him. Go home. And think carefully. If you truly wish to serve under me, come to the arcade tomorrow. But know this obedience is non-negotiable. Disobey, and you'll learn just how merciless I can be. Chun Jianghe spoke calmly. Quiet, absolute, and final. Understood, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded, then took the money and left. The remaining thugs stood frozen in anxious silence, disarmed and unnerved by Chun Jianghe's ruthless demeanor. Their hands trembled as they stared at him, uncertain of their fate. Each of you gets 2,000 yuan. Those injured receive an extra 1,000. Take the money, carry away your men, and go. The thugs were stunned, never expecting Chun Jianghe to pay them at all. 2,000 yuan was what they'd normally earn only after 2 or 3 months slaving for Li Jindi. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you, Brother Chun. They bowed gratefully to Chun Jianghe. Even those he'd wounded bore little resentment. In the underworld, violence was currency. One struck, another bled. Defeat demanded acceptance. They'd lost, and yet still been paid. That was honor enough. Jianghe, why give them money? After the thugs departed, Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. In this world, stinginess is the path to Li Jindi's ruin. I pay them not out of kindness, but to keep them occupied, lest desperation drive them into crime and prison. Once locked up, they might spill everything about tonight. Chun Jianghe spoke calmly. We're building something vast. A few thousand yuan means nothing. In truth, it was a calculated investment. A modest sum to buy loyalty. With their former boss gone, these street-level thugs would never seek vengeance against Chun Jianghe. And Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, why promise them work? They betrayed Li Jindi today. They could betray us tomorrow. Zhang Peng mused, nodding slowly. Still, the money belonged to Li Jindi anyway. Spending a fraction of it seemed trivial. What baffled him was why Chun Jianghe would entrust any role, even menial labor, to such unreliable men. Street thugs are all alike. Few truly value loyalty. To run the Fireblaze game hall, we need bodies first. Hiring them or others makes no difference. I know precisely where they stand. They'll merely tend the shop. I won't trust them beyond that. Chun Jianghe handed Zhang Peng the remaining 30,000 yuan. To Peng, take this. Let your younger siblings study well. Jianghe, I can't accept this. It's too much. Zhang Peng refused immediately, his hands shaking. He'd never held so much money in his life. Take it. You're my brother. Wherever there's food on my table, there'll be a place for you. Use this now. And know this, you hold 10% equity in Fireblaze Game Hall. Without waiting for reply, Chun Jianghe thrust the cash into Zhang Peng's arms. From this day forward, my life is yours, Jianghe. Tears welled in Zhang Peng's eyes as he gripped Chun Jianghe's forearm fiercely. Then let's carve our destiny together. In Pengcheng. Chun Jianghe nodded, resolute. Next they turned to disposing of Xiao Wan's and Li Jindi's corpses. Meticulously, irrevocably. Without bodies, no murder could be proven. Without proof, no case could stand. Jianghe, how do we dispose of the bodies? Zhang Peng stared at the lifeless forms, heart still pounding. Into the deep river. Let decay erase them utterly. Chun Jianghe's voice was low, unyielding. Right? Zhang Peng retrieved 2 tattered tarps from the self-built building. Together they wrapped both corpses tightly, weighting them with stones before hauling them into the van. They drove to Deep River Bridge under cover of night, tossed Li Jindi's body over the railing, and watched it vanish beneath the dark water. Then sped away without pause. The current would sweep the corpse seaward, perhaps forever lost beneath the waves, never to surface again. Chun Jianghe steered deeper into desolation until they reached a barren coastal cliff. There, shoulder to shoulder, they lifted Xiao Wan's shrouded form and cast it into the abyss below. Below, the black chasm gaped like a ravenous beast, swallowing light, sound, and memory alike. Let's go, Chun Jianghe said quietly, and turned back to the van. At this season's warmth, decomposition would accelerate. Sea scavengers would hasten dissolution. Within days, even forensic traces would vanish. A murder requires a body. Without one, only a disappearance remains. And Pengcheng recorded nearly 1,000 such cases each year. Finally, Li Jindi is finished. After discarding Xiao Wan's body, Zhang Peng collapsed into the van's passenger seat, hollowed. Tonight marked his first time handling a corpse. Initial nausea had long since dulled into numb exhaustion. How badly are you hurt? Chun Jianghe glanced sideways while driving. Only now at last did they attend to their own wounds. Zhang Peng bore 2 shallow cuts. Mere flesh wounds. Chun Jianghe had taken 1 deeper slash. Longer, perhaps requiring sutures. I'm fine, just skin deep. But you're still bleeding, Jianghe. Let's go to Aunt Lu's. She'll treat us, and we'll settle the bill. Zhang Peng proposed. Chun Jianghe nodded, faintly steering the van toward the clandestine clinic. Its lights were off, until Zhang Peng knocked, and after a long pause a dim glow flickered to life within. "It's you again, what now?" A young woman appeared behind the wrought iron gate, frowning. "Auntie, we've come to pay. My brother was slashed. Could you help us?" Zhang Peng hurriedly slid 200 yuan through the gate's narrow gap. "Come in," she said, accepting only one bill before unlocking the door. Chun Jianghe noticed her slip something into her pocket. A scalpel, perhaps. "Sit there," she commanded, pointing to a chair and gesturing for him to remove his shirt. Upstairs, a teenage girl in pajamas peered down from the landing, only to recoil instantly under the woman's sharp, warning gaze. "The wound is deep. Needs stitching. 50 yuan as always," she stated coolly, her brow furrowing at the gash across Chun Jianghe's back. "Understood, thank you." Chun Jianghe placed the money on the table. "I've already collected payment," she replied, reminding him she'd taken 100 yuan from Zhang Peng earlier. "My brother's injured too. Please examine him as well," Chun Jianghe said, then felt the cold sting of antiseptic as she began cleaning, disinfecting, and suturing his wound. Within minutes, the sutures were complete. "Your turn." After sterilizing her needle in alcohol, she turned to Zhang Peng. 2 wounds, one requiring stitches, the other superficial. She dressed both wounds swiftly. 50 from last time plus 100 today. Total 150. "Here's your change, 50 yuan. Her face remained impassive as she handed Chun Jianghe the notes. "Auntie Lu, you're truly masterful." Zhang Peng grinned, trying to soften her reserve. "Leave now, I'm closing." She dismissed them coldly. At that moment, the roar of an approaching motorcycle shattered the silence. "You two leave now." Hearing the roar of motorcycles, the elegant young woman's expression shifted abruptly, her face flickering with panic, as she urgently tried to shoo Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng away. Frowning, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng stepped outside. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than the young woman hurriedly locked the wrought iron gate behind them. "Sister Lu, why slam the gate so hastily? Where's Xiao Xiao? Tell her to come out. We're going to the movies together." 3 jolting motorcycles thundered up the street, their engines roaring arrogantly. As soon as the bikes skidded to a halt, several swaggering youths leapt off and rushed forward, pounding violently on the gate. Spotting Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng, 2 of the youths shot them defiant, contemptuous glances. Zhang Peng's eyes narrowed upon recognizing the ringleader. Fury flared there, swiftly shadowed by fear. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and stood aside, motionless. "Li Fei, Xiao Xiao's already asleep. She has school tomorrow. She can't go out. Leave now." The elegant young woman Lu when retreated 2 steps behind the gate and spoke. "Sleep this early? Come on, Sister Lu. Don't worry, we'll bring Xiao Xiao right back after the movie." Li Fei sneered, his grin oily and insincere. "If Xiao Xiao refuses, fine. You come instead, sister. Or better yet, why not both of you, mother and daughter together? Xiao Xiao has no father, and you've got no man. How about me? I don't mind that you're older." His cronies erupted into raucous, mocking laughter. Zhang Peng's face flushed with rage, but something held him back. He remained silent. "Li Fei, don't push too far, or I'll call the police." Lu Wen trembled all over, fury tightening her voice. "Call the police? Your so-called clinic doesn't even have a business license. Let's see who the officers hassle first, you or us." Li Fei, smoke dangling from his lips, bellowed with brazen arrogance. "Li Fei, I know your elder brother. Do me this favor, stop harassing my daughter. She still needs to study." Lu Wen's expression softened, her tone dropping to a quiet plea. Her unlicensed clinic operated in murky waters. She'd avoid involving the police at all costs unless absolutely necessary. After all, those in uniform weren't necessarily more reasonable or easier to handle than these street thugs. "Sister Lu, what nonsense is that? I'm not harassing Xiao Xiao. I'm offering her a chance to earn real money. What good is schooling? Better to start earning early." Li Fei smirked, a cold, hollow twist of the lips, as he yanked hard at the gate. It didn't budge. "Exactly. Let Xiao Xiao go with Brother Fei and make big money. All a woman needs is to spread her legs, and the cash flows in." His gang echoed the jeer, howling with crude glee. Lu Wen's cheeks burned crimson. She stood frozen, helpless. In this neighborhood, her clinic commanded grudging respect, even among underworld figures, because every man knew one day he might need a doctor. Surviving on the fringes meant knowing when to offer deference, and when to expect it in return. But these hooligans played by no such rules. Li Fei had once been Xiao Zhao's classmate. Expelled from school, then adrift, drifting from trouble to trouble with his reckless friends. Lately word had spread that a new bar opened near North Street. One that needed women. Li Fei remembered Xiao Xiao, beautiful, young, vulnerable, and saw opportunity. Friend, enough. At that moment, Chun Jianghe crushed his cigarette beneath his heel and seized Li Fei's shoulder with a grip like iron. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own damn business, punk. Li Fei whirled around, instantly incensed. Zhang He, stop. His elder brother's a known thug on North Street. Don't provoke them. Zhang Peng lunged forward, desperate to intervene. Oh ho! Look who it is. Brother Peng. Still sore from last time's beating. Li Fei's face twisted into cruel mockery. Daring to demand wages from old Lai. Damn, Brother Peng. You are bold. My debt with Lai San is settled. Don't stir up trouble for no reason, Li Fei. Zhang Peng ground out, jaw clenched, voice tight with suppressed fury. Lai San was the pool hall owner where Zhang Peng had worked before. Da Peng. Did they beat you when you went to collect your wages? Chun Jianghe's expression hardened. The last time Zhang Peng bought his motorcycle, he'd gone to claim his wages first, and returned bruised, battered, and evasive. He claimed he'd fallen off the bike. Chun Jianghe hadn't believed him. Not for a second. Those wounds were no accident. Zhang Peng stared at the ground, silent. That day he'd pleaded for his final month's pay, only to be told he'd quit without notice, forfeiting everything. A few sharp words, and Lai San summoned his men. They'd beaten him badly. But he refused to leave until Lai San, exasperated, tossed him 300 yuan and spat, "Get lost." So what? You think you'll play hero for Zhang Peng? Li Fei swaggered, chest puffed, mouth already twisting into another taunt. When Chun Jianghe struck a brutal, precise kick to the side of Li Fei's calf, a shriek tore from Li Fei's throat. The sickening crack of bone snapping echoed as his leg bent sideways at a grotesque, unnatural angle. Snapped clean. Brother Fei. His gang froze. 6 against 2, yet Chun Jianghe had moved without hesitation. Before the nearest youth could shout again, Chun Jianghe seized his hair and slammed his skull into the wall beside the gate. No cry, no groan. Just sudden, utter unconsciousness. A third youth reached for a switchblade. Chun Jianghe pivoted, launched a flying sidekick, and sent the wiry boy hurtling backward. His under 100-pound frame crashed into a motorcycle, flipping it onto its side with a deafening clang. Fuck you all! Zhang Peng roared, and drew a heavy cleaver, charging the remaining 3 youths paralyzed with shock. The weak fear the strong fear the ruthless fear the utterly fearless. These boys bullied timid students. Never faced true violence. One fell beneath Zhang Peng's blade. The other 2 scrambled onto their bikes and fled. Only then did Zhang Peng stride back to Li Fei and kicked him savagely again and again. Stop! You'll kill him! Lu Wen cried from inside the house, voice trembling with dread. Li Fei! You arrogant bastard! I'm not easy prey anymore. Zhang Peng finally halted. Li Fei lay broken, cradling his shattered leg, eyes burning with venom fixed on Chun Jianghe. You, Zhang Peng, remember this. My brother won't let this slide. He'll tear you both apart. Da Peng. Chun Jianghe extended his hand, expressionless. Zhang Peng handed over the cleaver. Without pause, Chun Jianghe brought it down in a single decisive arc, severing Li Fei's Achilles tendon. Ay! Li Fei screamed, then urinated uncontrollably from sheer agony. Go tell Lai San. He laid hands on my brother. That debt is due. If he dares refuse, let him meet me. Chun Jianghe face-to-face. Get out! Chun Jianghe's gaze, cold and unblinking, pinned Li Fei, writhing on the ground. His voice, low and final, left no room for appeal. Lu Xiaoxiao. Fei Gu, hurry up. 2 young men helped Li Fei onto the motorcycle and hurriedly escaped. It's all right. Chun Jianghe watched the motorcycle disappear and turned to Lu Wen, saying, if anyone causes trouble again, just call the Liehua Game Hall, and he'll bring people over. You don't need to worry about my matters. You should take care of your own business first. Lu Fei is under the command of Lai San from North Street. If you hit him, Lai San won't let it go easily. Lu Wen frowned but didn't open the door, speaking through the barred gate. We don't fear trouble when we mix in this world. If we were afraid, we wouldn't be out here. Da Peng, let's go. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly and turned to get into the van. Aunt Lu, don't worry, Jianghe will definitely find a way. Zhang Peng quickly added and hurriedly followed him into the vehicle. Ah! Once the van left, Lu Wen looked in the direction it disappeared and sighed. Although she was a doctor and knew many influential figures in Pingjiang district, as a single mother, it was inevitable that someone would have ulterior motives. Mom, who was that just now? He was so impressive. Lu Xiaoxiao ran down the stairs in her pajamas, excitedly asking. She had been hiding upstairs, watching everything that happened below. That Li Fei usually had quite the presence and had often caused trouble outside their school, even getting several girls who hung out with them pregnant. No student at school dared to provoke him, yet today, he was beaten so badly. What are you asking him for? Go back to sleep, you have school tomorrow. Focus on your studies and don't associate with those delinquents. Lu Wen glared at her fiercely, and Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, unhappy, as she went upstairs. Lu Wen looked at her, feeling more troubled. Daughters grow up, and if her precious daughter were to be taken away by some young thug, she would surely regret it. Jianghe, where are we going now? In the van, Zhang Peng's face showed concern. To the game hall. Tomorrow we will change the sign back to Liehua and reopen the day after. Chun Jianghe drove straight to the game hall. During the 3 years he was gone, Li Jindi had transformed the Liehua game hall into the Yongguo game hall. Now he intended to reopen the Liehua game hall. Jianghe, you were too impulsive just now. Lai San is a big brother figure on North Street. We only just managed to deal with Li Jindi because of our cooperation with Chun Gang. Now we have offended Lai San without having stabilized our position. He will definitely come after us. In shallow waters there are many turtles. If we fear this and that, we might as well not be in this business. Chun Jianghe sneered and did not hide his thoughts from Zhang Peng. I stepped in to help Lu Wen for 2 reasons. One is to do her a favor, and in our life in the underworld it's inevitable to get hurt. Having a familiar doctor brings only benefits, not drawbacks. And secondly, Lai San has beaten you. I must help you regain your honor. Another point, my father has been dead for 3 years. Just the 2 of us suddenly occupying such a large game hall on North Street. With daily transactions in the thousands, how can others not be envious? Without establishing authority, how can we stand firm on North Street? Li Jindi's disappearance is unclear, and if we can also deal with Lai San, then those big brothers on North Street will regard Qin Jianghe as someone significant, weighing the consequences of opposing them. To survive in society without making a name for oneself, who recognizes them and who takes them seriously. But Lai San has been in North Street for so long, he's not easy to deal with. Zhang Peng was still a bit worried. Although they had dealt with Li Jindi, their numbers were too few. The only reliable ones were him and Chen Jianghe. Now he somewhat understood why Chun Jianghe was willing to keep Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing around. Without people under them, it's truly impossible to mix in this world. He's not easy to deal with, but neither am I. Chun Jianghe. A drifting weed without roots, how can one survive on the streets without putting in the effort? With a crash, Chun Jianghe drove to the game hall using the key he obtained from Li Jindi to unlock the rolling shutter, revealing rows of gaming machines before their eyes. The lower level contained nearly 100 gaming machines. The second floor concealed 20 to 30 slot machines, which were the real moneymakers. Jianghe, you've finally gotten the game hall back. Zhang Peng was extremely excited looking at the machines. Don't get too excited, this game hall is just the beginning. Chun Jianghe patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder and went directly upstairs, opening Li Jindi's office and finding a safe in the corner. The key to the safe was hidden under the drawer of the desk. Chun Jianghe opened the safe. Inside were several tens of thousands of yuan, about 50 to 60,000, along with various paperwork documents and account books related to the game hall. He found a briefcase and stuffed the 50,000 yuan into it. This game hall is currently under Xiao Wan's name. He needs to find someone to handle the paperwork and transfer the game hall to his name. This task is not difficult as long as he can find someone capable. In this era, money speaks louder than anything else. Basically, there is nothing that money cannot accomplish. Those willing to accept money are also willing to get things done. Dapeng, tomorrow you find someone to change the sign back for the game hall, prepare some activities, and we will reopen the game hall the day after. Chun Jianghe handed Zhang Peng some more money. When the game hall opens, you sit at the entrance, collect money, and distribute tokens. Just hold on for a few days until we hire more staff. The game hall still needs to hire staff, and with just this few people, even when Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing come tomorrow, it won't be enough. I have money, you don't need to give me any more. Zhang Peng quickly pushed the money back. That 20,000 is your share, use the game's money for the game hall's expenses, take it. Chun Jianghe firmly pushed the money into Zhang Peng's hands. Afterward, Chun Jianghe walked around the game hall, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His career would start from here. The path his father Qin Jiming could not complete, Chun Jianghe would pave a way to greatness. Ding ding. The next morning, the ringing of a landline phone woke Chun Jianghe, who was drowsily lying on the boss chair. He picked up the phone instinctively. Hello. Old Li, this is Lai San. I need to talk to you about something. I heard Chun Ziming's son is back. What do you think? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Li Jindi has returned home. He doesn't have any thoughts. Chun Jianghe chuckled, a cold smile on his face. Who the hell are you to have Li Jindi on the phone? Lai San instantly became impatient, thinking it was a joke from Li Jindi's subordinates. Do you not understand human language? Li Jindi is out, the game hall belongs to me now. Chun Jianghe cursed without holding back. Who the hell are you? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if digesting the news of Li Jindi's disappearance. After a while, Lai San finally asked, Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe? And, kid, you've got some guts. Taking down Li Jindi like that. No wonder you dared to mess with my people. Lai San finally realized this young man was none other than Chun Jianghe. As for Li Jindi, whether he'd fled back to his hometown or been buried underground, Chun Jianghe didn't care in the slightest. What mattered now was that Li Jindi's arcade no longer had anyone shielding it. What do you want? And Chun Jianghe asked bluntly. And you severed Li Fei's Achilles tendon. I won't waste words. Pay me 100,000 yuan and this matter ends here. Lai San didn't mince words either. His demand was immediate and unambiguous 100,000 yuan. And Lai San that some could bury you twice over, Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Brat, you think you can talk tough to me? And Lai San's temper flared. This nobody, rootless anchorless, dared stand defiant before him just because he'd toppled Li Jindi. Humph. And Chun Jianghe let out a chilling laugh and reached for the phone to hang up. And fine kid, you've got nerve. But planting your feet firmly on Beijia Street won't be so easy. Wait for my call. We'll have a proper talk. With that, Lai San ended the call. And brother, what did brother Li say? Is he going to cripple that kid? Na lanky tall young man approached the pool hall on Beijia Street. The pool hall was nearly empty that early morning. Only 3 or 4 loafers were tidying up the billiard tables. Li Jindi's been taken down. I heard it's Chun Jianghe running his arcade now. That kid's got real talent. Locked away for years yet, he still managed to crush Li Jindi. Lai San took a drag of his cigarette and smiled faintly, almost sardonically. And 3 years ago, Chun Jiming had been a notorious figure on Beijia Street. Fierce in combat, commanding a dozen underlings. He ranked nowhere beyond Beijia, yet within its bounds, he'd been a force to reckon with. 3 years ago, Chun Jiming was murdered, Chun Jianghe was imprisoned. Everyone on Beijia assumed the matter was closed, until unexpectedly Chun Jianghe reemerged 3 years later. He returned and seized control of the arcade overnight. And over those 3 years, the Yonggui arcade had expanded significantly. Many coveted it, yet none dared move, intimidated by Li Jindi's power. Now the situation had changed, and that prize, he'd already claimed it first. Once in his mouth, it belonged to him. And so that kid really took down Li Jindi. What? Brother, what do we do? That brat crippled my younger brother. This can't end like this. And the lanky young man was Li Fei's elder brother, Li Daong. I'll weigh this carefully. Gather everyone. Meet me shortly. We're paying him a visit. And Lai San stroked his chin. A paltry sum from Chun Jianghe no longer interested him. He saw an opportunity to seize the Yonggui arcade outright. Jianghe, what'll you eat? I'll go buy it for you. Zhang Peng sprang up bright-eyed and energetic that morning. Working alongside Chun Jianghe had given his life purpose, and he was more eager than anyone. And I'll head out soon. I'll grab something on the way. You eat on your own. Chun Jianghe tucked his briefcase under his arm, preparing to leave, to finalize the arcade's official paperwork. And got it? And Zhang Peng nodded and pulled up the rolling shutter door. Brother Peng, Brother Jianghe. And as the door opened, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, who'd been waiting outside, hurriedly tossed aside their cigarettes and stood nodding respectfully at Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe. Several cigarette butts littered the ground. They'd been waiting for some time. And you're here. Come on in. Chun Jianghe nodded and gestured them inside. From now on, you two will continue managing scorekeeping and crowd control at the arcade. Your monthly wages rise to 1,000 yuan each. Zhang Peng gets 2,000. Special assignments earn additional pay. Thank you, Brother Jianghe. Thank you, Brother Jianghe. And Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's eyes lit up with exhilaration. And these days, even laborers toiling day and night in black market factories earned barely 1,000 yuan a month. Slacking off meant instant wage cuts. Even mistresses hired by Hong Kong truck drivers, those who came across the border, earned only 1 to 2,000 yuan monthly. Under Li Jindi, they'd received just 600 yuan per month. Chun Gang earned 1,500. Chun Jianghe's offer of 1,000 yuan was already generous. And now special tasks promised extra income. And clearly following Chun Jianghe held far greater promise than serving Li Jindi. Jianghe, 2,000 yuan is too much? And Zhang Peng recoiled in shock, shaking his head vigorously. He'd heard even elite white-collar workers in commercial district office towers earned no more than that. You're the manager. 2,000 is fair. And Chun Jianghe shook his head, then instructed him. Assign them their duties. I'm stepping out. Call me on this mobile if anything comes up. Chun Jianghe pointed to Li Jindi's mobile phone, grabbed it, and left, driving straight to Tang Aigua's residence. And oh my, Xiao Chen's here. Come in and sit down. Tang Aigua's wife opened the door when Chun Jianghe arrived. In her early 40s, she dressed fashionably. Gold jewelry gleaming, exuding an air of conspicuous pride. Seeing Chun Jianghe, and noticing the gifts he carried, her face instantly bloomed into a warm, welcoming smile. And, Auntie, I've come to see Uncle Tang. Chun Jianghe stepped inside and placed his briefcase neatly on the coffee table. And, Uncle Tang isn't working today, he's still asleep. Just wait. I'll go wake him. The middle-aged woman cheerfully brewed tea for Chun Jianghe, then turned and entered the bedroom to rouse Tang Aigua. Within minutes, Tang Aigua emerged, still clad in his pajamas. Jianghe, so early? Haven't eaten yet, have you? Seeing Chun Jianghe arrive so early, Tang Aigua knew something important was afoot. He turned to the woman and said, Go to Old Ways and pick up some chung fun and shrimp dumplings. I'll break my fast with Jianghe. Xiao Chun, make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch breakfast. And the woman beamed at Chun Jianghe, then hurried out the door. Jianghe, what brings you here so early? Entang Igua gestured for Chun Jianghe to sit, then brewed 2 cups of tea. One he slid toward Chun Jianghe. Uncle Li Jindi and Xiao Wan have returned to their hometown. Before leaving they handed the arcade back to me, but they departed hastily, leaving the formalities incomplete. I'd like to ask for your help in finalizing them. Chun Jianghe laid the business license, property deed, and related documents onto the coffee table, and returned to their hometown. Tang Igua glanced sharply at Chun Jianghe. Astonished. In just a few days Chun Jianghe had neutralized both Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. Return to their hometown was transparent nonsense. Tang Igua wasn't fooled for a second. That does complicate things. Without their physical presence these procedures are difficult to process. And uncle, I know it's not simple. That's precisely why I came to you. Chun Jianghe slid the briefcase toward Tang Igua and tapped it twice with his finger. And I'll draft a share transfer agreement by hand. As promised, your 20% stake remains yours. Chun Jianghe reached for pen and paper. And, Jianghe, you're a man destined for greatness. No need to write it out. I may distrust others but never you. Tang Igua smiled warmly. Rest assured. I'll handle all the paperwork for you. Uncle, then I'll trouble you. I'm opening tomorrow, please be sure to support me. Chun Jianghe rose to take his leave. Tang Igua personally escorted Chun Jianghe to the door. From this day forward they were in a sense partners. Tang thought Chun was young but capable, someone who could accomplish great things. The prospects ahead seemed limitless. No sooner had Chun Jianghe left than Zhang Xuemei hurried back in. Darling, why did Chun Jianghe come? She asked. As she spoke she could hardly wait to open her briefcase and pull out the money inside. 50,000. Why would he give so much? Zhang Xuemei was ecstatic. 50,000 could cover Tang Iguo's wages for 2 years. If he's giving money there must be a reason. Don't ask so many questions. Put that money in your mother's passbook and don't go making foolish plans. Tang Igua warned. Zhang Xuemei loved to show off and was never content to sit still. Alright. She agreed yet still could not help herself. I heard plasma TVs only cost 30,000 now. Why don't we buy one of those? She suggested, unwilling to relent. I couldn't even buy a new wife for 30,000. Tang Igua snapped, irritated and impatient. The bureau chief did not even have a plasma TV yet the station chief was already getting one. Wasn't that plainly showing off to others? Tang Igua, what do you mean? Want to change your wife? Zhang Xuemei rolled her eyes and instantly flared up. I was just speaking offhand. If you don't cook my lunch, I'll eat out. Tang Igua grew more impatient, changed his clothes and prepared to leave. Don't you forget how you helped me become this station chief. There's no way you're getting replaced, Zhang Xuemei shouted after him in a rage. Tang Igua grabbed his briefcase, slammed the door with a bang and stepped out. At the same time Chun Jianghe drove his van back to the Yonggui arcade. The 2 characters reading Yonggui above the arcade had already been taken down. Zhang Peng had hired sign workers to swap Yonggui for Liehua, so they wouldn't have to replace the entire sign. This was faster work and would ensure they could reopen tomorrow. Jianghe, you're back. I ordered flower wreaths and bought 2 strings of firecrackers worth 10,000 in all. Tomorrow's opening will be loud and lively. Seeing Chun Jianghe return, Zhang Peng came out beaming. Nobody's going to cause trouble, right? Chun Jianghe slipped a knuckle duster into his pocket. He had half expected Lai San to show up, but apparently the man was being cautious. No, Zhang Peng answered. He was carrying a weapon too. If Lai San dared come there would be a fight. Zhang Chong Zhou, which of you can drive? Chun Jianghe nodded and asked again. Brother Li, I can. I've been the one driving the van for the shop. Zhang Chong hurried to say. Then you come with me. Also from now on call me boss or Li Zong, not Brother Li. We are men of the world, but taking pride in that alone won't carry you far. Chun Jianghe instructed. Understood, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing did not fully catch the meaning of his words, but they nodded obediently. Zhang Chong climbed into the van and followed Chun Jianghe as he drove back to the abandoned building where Li Jindi had been killed the night before. Li Jindi Santana was still parked outside that derelict structure. The Santana still ran, though one side door had been mangled by a motorcycle. Li Jindi had bought that Santana last year for 138,000. In these times you could not drive such a car without some backing. A free car was not something to discard. Seeing that Santana, Chun Jianghe could not help thinking of Ling Shui and her Crown Victoria. If he had been able to drive a Santana earlier, perhaps Ling Shui would not have run off with someone else. Boss, do we sell it or get it repaired? Zhang Chong asked when he noticed Chun Jianghe staring at the car. Fix it. Do you know any repair shops? Chun Jianghe snapped back, shaking Ling Shui from his mind. She belonged to the past, dwelling on her was a waste of energy. There's a freight depot near North Street with 2 repair shops. I went there with Li Jindi before. Want to take a look? Zhang Chong suggested after thinking a moment. Fine. You drive the Santana. Chun Jianghe took the Santana key from a ring and tossed it to Zhang Chong, telling him to lead the way while he followed in the van. Together they arrived at the Hongda freight station. Several trucks sat in the freight station, and at the far end were the two repair shops. Zhang Chong pulled the Santana up to the door of a place called Gongda Repair. "Boss, you need repairs?" A man smeared with oil and wearing grimy work pants hurried over as the car stopped. "Our boss door is damaged. How much to fix it?" Zhang Chong asked. "The door's mounting is broken. It needs replacement and bodywork." "At least 2,000, the man replied after a careful look. 2,000 for a door change seemed steep. Clearly they were being taken for fools. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and inhaled as Zhang Chong turned and stalked toward the other shop. Hearing them leave, the mechanic quickly called out, "Hey brother, don't go. With your boss here, it won't be that price. You pay 1,000. The 2,000 was the quoted price. The 1,000 was apparently meant for the driver. The fellow was shameless to demand so much. 1,000 is too much. 300. Can you do it? If not, well, take it elsewhere, Chun Jianghe said flatly. 300 is impossible. You won't find that price anywhere. The lowest is 500, the man countered. Chun Jianghe expected a price in that range. People who could afford cars were wealthy and repairs were seldom cheap. He agreed to the price, left the Santana at the shop, and drove the van back to the arcade with Zhang Chong. When they returned, a young man across the way stubbed out his cigarette with a heavy stomp and hurried back into the pool hall. Inside the hall, Lai San had already gathered 7 or 8 men. People who took money from him. Lai San's pool hall was not large. At most, those funds could support so many. So how many did they have? Lai San asked, pulling the cigarette from his mouth, when he saw Chun Jianghe return. "Third brother, I watched all morning. There are only 4 people in their arcade. 2 I don't recognize and the other 2 are regulars who came to score on the machines. I see them there all the time," the young man reported. "That's odd. If Chun Jianghe took care of Li Jindi, why would he be using Li Jindi's men?" Lai San rubbed his chin, puzzled. "Brother, never mind that. There are only 4 of them. We go and sweep them out." Li Daong said, his voice ugly with menace. "Are you certain there are only 4 of them?" Lai San cast another uneasy glance at the young man. "Brother San, I counted them several times. They truly number only 4. The youth nodded with unwavering certainty. For people attempting to run a game parlor, their audacity knows no bounds. "Very well. Let it be done. This brash youngster has no idea how vast the heavens are or how deep the earth runs. I'll show him exactly how many eyes Lord Ma possesses." Lai San crushed his cigarette and sprang to his feet. "Brothers, follow me. Let's go meet this young upstart." Lai San led his men on foot, marching forward with grim determination toward Liehua Game Parlor. Within 10 minutes, the parlor's large neon sign came into view. "Boss, Brother Peng, bad news. Lai San's men are here." Zhou Bing stood guard at the entrance. Spotting Lai San's entourage approaching in force, his face paled, and he whirled around, dashing straight into the parlor. "Grab your weapons." Zhang Peng's expression hardened, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. After all, he had once served under Lai San for some time. Lai San had been his elder brother, and that old deference still lingered. Yet after last time, when they'd gone to demand unpaid wages and were beaten by Lai San, that bond was severed forever. Now the road splits wide, each walks his own path. If Lai San dared lay a hand on them, they would fight to the end. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, nerves taut. But recalling how their wages had nearly doubled under Chun Jianghe, and how much brighter their prospects were compared to working for Li Jindi, they gritted their teeth, vaulted over the counter, and seized 2 cleavers. "Stay calm. This is broad daylight. Lai San won't dare strike first." Chun Jianghe remained utterly composed, unruffled. His unshakable calm gradually eased Zhang Peng's tension. Moments later, Lai San burst in with his crew. Seeing Zhang Peng and the others armed, the newcomers yanked open their jackets and drew their own weapons, locking fierce predatory stares onto Chun Jianghe and his group. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Chun Jianghe, you've got more nerve than your father ever did. For against me, Lai San, do you even know how many eyes Lord Ma has?" Lai San swept his gaze across the room, confirming no hidden reinforcements, then swaggered inside. "Lai San, we may be few, but we're more than enough to handle you." Chun Jianghe fixed Lai San with an icy stare, then scanned his entourage before narrowing his eyes. "Chun Jianghe, you actually think you're someone important? Try me. I'll end you where you stand." Li Daong clenched his military bayonet and strode aggressively toward Chun Jianghe. "Li Daong, try it and see what happens." Zhang Peng and the other 2 raised their cleavers and instantly closed in. "Zhang Peng, you've grown bold indeed. Do you even know how to swing a blade?" Li Daong spat thick phlegm onto the floor, his face twisted in contempt. Yet he halted mid-step. He held Zhang Peng in utter disdain, once a timid, peaceable regular at the billiard hall, silent as a shadow, never raising his voice, hardly a fearsome figure. Still, he dared not charge headlong into 3 gleaming cleavers. "Daong!" Lai San called out sharply, leading his hooligans into the parlor, and ordered one to pull down the metal shutter, heightening the intimidation. No violence, not yet. I share a modest acquaintance with Chun Jiming. Let no one on the street say I prey upon juniors. Lai San, don't mention my father. Chun Jianghe's gaze remained glacial, locked onto Lai San. Fine. A dead man isn't worth mentioning. Lai San sneered, deliberately provocative, while Chun Jianghe's eyes sharpened, piercing like twin blades. Lai San's brow furrowed. A sudden unsettling unease prickled his skin beneath Chun Jianghe's razor-sharp gaze. He instinctively looked away, then paused. To avert his eyes would betray fear. What could he possibly dread from a mere boy? Enough talk, Chun Jianghe. You crippled Dayong's younger brother. You owe me an explanation. The terms remain unchanged: either pay 10,000 yuan for his medical expenses, or surrender 30% equity in this parlor, granting me formal partnership. Accept, and I guarantee you'll hear no further trouble from me. Refuse, and you'll find yourself unwelcome on North Street, permanently. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong flushed with fury, knuckles white around their cleaver hilts. Lai San, the contemptible cur, had already humiliated them once when Zhang Peng went to collect his meager unpaid wages. They refused outright, then beat him bloody, finally tossing him half the sum like scraps to a dog. Now he demanded 10,000 yuan, or worse, a stake in the parlor itself. His greed knew no bounds. 10,000 wouldn't even cover the cost of crippling a limb, let alone ending a life. Lai San lounged, cigarette dangling from his lips, smugness oozing from every pore. This green youth knew nothing of North Street's treacherous depths, arriving with 3 lackeys dreaming of carving out a foothold here. Pure fantasy. He'd merely gotten lucky, reaching first. Otherwise, perhaps this parlor would never have fallen to him. Money, I have it. Whether you'll walk away with it depends entirely on your skill. Chun Jianghe's laugh was cold as frost. Chun Jianghe, you dare defy me? Lai San's expression turned glacial, his demeanor ominously dark. Lai San, I handled Li Jindi. I'll handle you just as easily. These 200 yuan. Take them and leave, or draw your blades and let fate decide. Chun Jianghe pulled out 200 yuan and flung it onto the floor. Lai San stared at the crumpled bills and laughed, a sound edged with fury. Even street thugs now charge 200 just to stand guard for an hour. You insolent bastard. How dare you speak to Brother San like that? Li Dayong's eyes blazed crimson. He lunged forward and thrust his triangular bayonet toward Chun Jianghe's leg. Chun Jianghe didn't retreat. Instead, he surged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and drove a thunderous kick into Li Dayong's abdomen, striking before the blow could land. Li Dayong grunted, a guttural, winded cry, as the immense force sent him sprawling backward, tumbling 2 meters before crashing onto the floor. Take them down. Zhang Peng's eyes burned red. With a roar, he raised his cleaver high and charged. Lai San's men rushed forward, ready to brawl. But Chun Jianghe snapped on a set of iron knuckle-dusters and locked his sharp, unblinking gaze onto Lai San. Seize the leader and the flock falls apart. Subdue Lai San and Li Dayong, and the rest would scatter like dust. Hold! Just then Lai San barked the command, and his men froze mid-stride, blades still raised, eyes locked warily on Chun Jianghe and his allies. Numerically superior, they felt no fear. Yet numbers alone offered little comfort. Their advantage was slim, and this was broad daylight. A full-blown riot risked arrest, complications best avoided. Lai San ran only a humble billiard hall, paying minimal protection fees, and held no real influence at the local precinct. It wasn't worth risking daylight carnage over a reckless youth. Chun Jianghe, you son of a bitch! Li Dayong scrambled to his feet and charged toward Chun Jianghe, his face twisted with defiance. Dayong! Lai San's expression darkened as he barked his name again. Li Dayong froze mid-step, his eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto Chun Jianghe. Yet he dared not move further, restrained by Lai San's unspoken authority. Chun Jianghe, so this is your answer? You refuse to negotiate at all? Lai San stared coldly at him, voice edged with icy contempt. There's nothing to discuss between us, Chun Jianghe replied, calm and dismissive. Fine, you've got guts. I hear your arcade opens tomorrow. Well, I'll be there to play a little game with you. Just wait, Chun Jianghe. Lai San's face remained stone cold as he delivered the threat, then turned on his heel and strode away. Li Dayong lingered, seething, and slashed a finger across his throat in silent menace toward Chun Jianghe. Only after they vanished from sight did Zhang Peng and the others exhale in quiet relief. Their numbers were too few, their odds too uncertain. They had no intention of dying for a fight they couldn't win. Chun Jianghe removed his brass knuckles and slipped them into his pocket. His instinct had been correct. Without overwhelming advantage, Lai San would never risk an all-out confrontation. The so-called bosses of Beijia Street each held established footholds now, no longer reckless youths with nothing but their lives to wager as they once had. Now they lacked the nerve to gamble everything. Without absolute certainty of victory, Lai San dared not strike. Jianghe, Lai San won't let this go. He'll surely cause trouble tomorrow during our opening. What do we do? Zhang Peng sheathed his knife, stepped outside to confirm Lai San's group had departed, then hastily lowered the rolling metal shutter. Boss, we're simply outnumbered. Should we bring in reinforcements? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing echoed the concern. Their small crew barely sufficed. This arcade might not survive its first day. Quality outweighs quantity. Hiring mercenaries just to fill space serves no purpose. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Street thugs are cheap. 200 yuan per head, easy to summon by the van load. But they're hollow muscle. Useless beyond mere presence. Bringing in more hooligans would change nothing. Boss, what if Lai San shows up tomorrow to sabotage us? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing remained deeply unsettled. Relax. Everything's arranged. Tomorrow Lai San won't stand a chance. A confident smile flickered across Chen Jianghe's face. Though puzzled, Zhang Peng and the others suppressed their doubts and turned their focus to preparing for the next day's grand opening. Lai San's billiard hall. Brother San, why didn't we just smash in there and seize the arcade outright? Back at the hall, Li Daong grumbled bitterly. That massive arcade. Is it really that easy to take? Use your head for once. Lai San shot him a scathing glare, disappointment heavy in his voice. Besides, do you truly believe I can rule the street with absolute impunity even in broad daylight? A violent clash today would land them all behind bars, at least for several days. And though release wouldn't be difficult, those few days' absence could cost everything. By the time they walked free, the arcade might no longer bear Lai San's name. Others would descend like sharks drawn to blood. None of Beijia's players were gentle or patient. The moment opportunity rippled through the air, they'd swarm without hesitation. Brother San, then what's the plan? Li Daong conceded the logic, yet chafed at Lai San's relatively modest influence on Beijia. His reputation lacked weight, his backing shallow. Had he wielded greater authority, he could have shut the doors and silenced Chen Jianghe with impunity even beneath the noon sun. Rushing spoils the broth. Wait until tomorrow's opening. I'll deliver a gift he'll never forget. Let him learn respect the hard way. This arrogant pup needs a lesson, or he'll mistake himself for someone important. Lai San spoke with chilling finality. That afternoon, workers hired by Zhang Peng reinstalled the characters Liehua, blazing fire, onto the arcade's signboard. Chen Jianghe gazed at the restored sign with quiet complexity. The Liehua arcade was rising again. Jianghe, any ideas for tomorrow's opening? Any special promotions? Zhang Peng studied the newly hung sign with equal solemnity. Those years assisting at Liehua arcade had been the happiest, most carefree of his life. Yet though the sign had returned, everything else had changed. What's your suggestion? Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and sat silently on the steps, offering quiet tribute to his late father. How about half-price gaming? Li Jindi charged 1 yuan for 5 tokens. We'll offer 10 tokens for 1 yuan. What do you think? Agreed. Put up a sign. 10 tokens for 1 yuan for 1 week. Chen Jianghe nodded. He'd originally considered a 3-day free-play event. Unlimited access to all machines, to ignite momentum and draw crowds. But such boldness invited enemies unnecessarily. First, eliminate Lai San. Also, after 3 years inside, he knew little of current market rhythms. Overextending with aggressive promotions might backfire. Done. Zhang Peng nodded, fetched a sheet of red paper, and began drafting the notice. In truth, arcades rarely profited from standard games. The real revenue came from slot machines where high rollers routinely dropped thousands in a single day. In Chen Jiming's era, one gambler had lost over 100,000 yuan in a single night. Though whether that debt was ever collected remained another matter entirely. As soon as Zhang Peng's sign went up, Liehua Arcade reopened the following morning. Grand opening. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing arranged flower baskets and ignited a 10th Sandcrack firecracker that roared through Beijia Street. Thick plumes of smoke billowed into the air, drawing the attention of loitering youths and students. It was Saturday, no school. Neighbors, shop owners, and passers-by alike paused curious. Liehua Arcade. Since when did it change names? Wasn't it Yongui Arcade before? It was always Liehua Arcade. The original name under Chen Jiming. They've simply reclaimed their legacy. Where did these young men come from? Where's Li Jindi? No idea. But that kid smoking up front looks strangely familiar. Crowds gathered, pointing and whispering toward Chen Jianghe and his companions standing proudly before the arcade entrance. I remember now. That's Chen Jiming's son, Chen Jianghe. 3 years ago, his father was murdered and he was imprisoned. When did he get out? And how did he overthrow Li Jindi? Someone suddenly recognized him and gasped in disbelief. Li Jindi had ruled Beijia for 3 years. A formidable figure with wealth, influence, and loyal followers. Yet within days his arcade had been reclaimed. Not by rivals, but by the son of the man he'd helped destroy. Many residents of North Street only now learned that Li Jindi was a thing of the past, and the arcade had changed hands. Such as the Underworld, ruthless upstarts emerge by the dozen, yet few ever meet a peaceful end. Ladies and gentlemen, today Liehua Arcade reopens. Grand opening promotion 1 coin for just 10 cents. 10 coins for 1 yuan. Play to your heart's content. After the firecrackers faded, Zhang Peng stood atop the arcade's entrance steps, raised his voice, and recited the promotional offer printed on the signboard once more. 10 coins for 1 yuan. That's truly cheap. Come on. Let's go in and play for a while. This arcade had long been the largest in North Street over the past 2 years, drawing steady crowds daily. Its brief closure had barely dented its popularity. Moreover, 10 coins for 1 yuan was genuinely inexpensive. Most arcades in Pengcheng charged 5 coins per yuan, and some even demanded 3. By comparison, 10 coins for 1 yuan was remarkably generous. The discount strategy drew in numerous patrons. Zhang Peng beamed with unrestrained delight, collecting cash and dispensing tokens until his pockets bulged with loose change. Inside, the arcade buzzed with clamor and steadily swelled with energy. Yet the slot machines at the rear remained deserted. One reason Li Jindi's regulars refused to patronize Chen Jianghe so readily. The other reason, many patrons remained wary of Chen Jianghe, uncertain of his background, skeptical of how long his arcade would last. Slot machines required real money, especially from high-stakes players who preferred to observe from afar before committing. Chen Jianghe needed to prove he could stand firm and hold sway in North Street before attracting such discerning clientele. After all, video game consoles were legal, slot machines were not, and no one wished to be suddenly arrested and fined mid-play. Chen Jianghe remained unruffled. Business demanded patience. First gather momentum, then build foundation. That kid actually opened shop. Come on. We're going to see Brother San. Across the street, 2 loiterers spotted the arcade growing lively, stubbed out their cigarettes, and hurried back to the nearby billiard hall. Brother San, his arcade's open, and it's packed. I saw dozens inside. One loiterer blurted urgently. That brat doesn't even know how many eyes Lord Ma Wang has. Brothers, follow me. Lai San sneered, waved his hand, and strode forward with 7 or 8 underlings, cleavers and iron pipes glinting in their grips. Brother, wait for me. Li Fei leaned on his crutch, his foot wrapped in bandages, hobbling after them. Ah Fei, you stay here and wait. Li Daong frowned sharply at him. No way, brother. I must watch that bastard die today. Li Fei clenched his teeth, his face twisted with venom. The doctor had declared his leg permanently ruined, the torn tendon irreparable. He would walk with a permanent limp. Chen Jianghe had done this to him, and he intended to watch Chen Jianghe suffer the same fate. Let's go. In no time, the group stormed toward the arcade. Lai San led the charge, bursting straight through the entrance. Clear the place. Lai San waved his hand. His men brandished weapons, but refrained from smashing anything. This venue would soon belong to them. Why ruin machines they'd later have to repair themselves? His men surged toward the patrons. Get the hell out now. Li Daong roared, seized a young man's hair, yanked him upright, and delivered a thunderous slap across his face. The youth crumpled to the floor, clutching his cheek in stunned silence. Li Daong swaggered forward, flashing a trident-shaped military dagger, then kicked over a student absorbed in gameplay. The rest of the gang shoved and kicked patrons toward the exit. What the hell do you think you're doing, Li Daong? Zhang Peng and his crew snatched weapons from beneath the counter and rushed to intervene. What am I doing? Today I'm finishing you. Li Daong lunged, before Zhang Peng could react, and sent him sprawling with a brutal kick. Chaos erupted inside the arcade. Many timid patrons fled before Lai San's men even reached them, huddling outside, trembling but watching intently. A crowd quickly gathered outside, many from North Street eager to witness whether Chen Jianghe could truly plant his feet here. If the arcade shuttered on its very first day, Chen Jianghe would never again dare open an arcade on this street. Lai San, you're courting death, aren't you? Only Chen Jianghe remained utterly composed. He calmly helped Zhang Peng rise, then raised a hand to restrain Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chen Jianghe, you think you can challenge me? Go splash water on your face and take a good look in the mirror. Do you really believe you stand a chance? Lai San wore a smug grin, dismissing Chen Jianghe entirely. Indeed, Chen Jianghe had only 4 men. What hope did such a ragtag crew have against him? Jianghe, let's fight them, heathen. Zhang Peng's eyes burned crimson as he bellowed. They had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, and would not let Lai San crush it. De Peng, don't act rashly. Chen Jianghe steadied Zhang Peng's shoulder, gazing coolly at Lai San. Lai San, Liehua Arcade is beyond your grasp. I advise you don't invite trouble upon yourself. Chen Jianghe, you've just stepped into the streets. Do you think Lai San was raised on fairy tales? Do you imagine a few words will scare me off? Lai San scoffed. I won't waste breath on you. You harmed my man. So choose surrender the arcade to me, or I'll cripple you myself. Consider this your sole warning. Hand over the arcade, then vanish. Cleanly and completely. Brother San, why debate with this worm? Just cripple him now. Li Fei leaned heavily on his crutch, his voice dripping with malice. Lai San frowned. That fool actually believed this was about vengeance and saving face. If not for the arcade itself, what was Li Fei worth? And why would he lift a finger for him? How did this kid cross paths with Lai San? Lai San may not be formidable, but with only 3 or 4 men, Chun Jianghe stands little chance. Did Li Jindi run off? Did something happen? Otherwise, how did this arcade fall into his hands? Looks like Liehua Arcade opens today and closes today. Spectators outside murmured among themselves, convinced Chun Jianghe and his tiny band stood no chance against Lai San. They had provoked Lai San and would never hold this arcade. Yet just then someone parted the crowd and walked in. In a law-governed society, threatening to cripple one person after another. That's quite the bold claim. The man dressed in plain clothes strode calmly through the throng into the arcade. Who dares disturb Lai San's affairs? Do you wish to die? Irritated Lai San turned, then froze, his expression instantly transforming. Chief Tang, you're here. Chief Tang, what brings you here? Lai San instantly recoiled like a mouse spotting a cat hastily fumbling for a cigarette and offering it with obsequious deference to Tang Aigua. The man who had arrived was none other than Tang Aigua, dressed casually. Lai San, who exactly were you threatening to cripple just now? Tang Aigua brushed the cigarette aside and fixed Lai San with a stern, commanding gaze. Chief Tang, this is a grave misunderstanding. I never said anything about crippling anyone. I swear. You know me well. Lai San is famed across the district for abiding strictly by law and order. How could I possibly commit such a crime? Lai San protested, his face twisted in feigned grievance. Tang Aigua was the chief of Xinmin Road Police Station. Beijia District fell squarely within his jurisdiction. Within those boundaries, calling him a local emperor would be no exaggeration. Especially among those who lived on the fringes of society, everyone knew Tang Aigua's iron hand. Not everyone in Beijia feared Tang Aigua. Some wielded connections reaching high into the bureaucracy. But Lai San lacked such influence. Though he maintained superficial ties with a few patrol officers at Xinmin Road Station, he had no access whatsoever to Tang Aigua himself. Still, he regularly paid protection money, a modest tribute to ensure smooth passage. In most cases, the station turned a blind eye to his affairs. Is that so? Is this your idea of law-abiding conduct? Tang Aigua pointed sharply at Li Daong and his men, his voice low and edged with contempt, waving knives and guns in broad daylight. Chief Tang, it's all a misunderstanding. They're just fooling around. Lai San's expression shifted abruptly as he barked urgently at Li Daong and the others. What are you standing there for? Put those weapons away. This is a celebration for Brother Chun. Who told you to bring them? Li Daong and his men flinched, panic flashing across their faces as they hastily stowed their weapons. In those days, a police station was a tiger's maw for men like them. Unconnected, unshielded. Being hauled inside meant either ruin or a brutal reckoning. They feared Tang Aigua even more than Lai San did. Lai San, you've come to congratulate me on the opening of my arcade. And yet you arrive empty-handed. Chun Jianghe suddenly interjected, his smile faint, unreadable. Lai San's face stiffened. He'd only spoken offhand, never imagining Chun Jianghe would seize upon it so deliberately. Under Tang Aigua's unblinking, disapproving stare, he forced a brittle smile. Brother Chun, how could you say that? I brought you a red envelope. Honestly. Where is it? Chun Jianghe replied with a sly, knowing grin. Right here. Right here. Lai San ground his molars in silent agony, wrenching out a wad of cash from his pocket with visible anguish. I was in such a rush leaving home. I couldn't find the envelope. These 200. Before he could finish, Chun Jianghe exchanged a glance with Zhang Peng. Instantly comprehending, Zhang Peng lunged forward and snatched the wad from Lai San's grip. Over 2,000 yuan in total. Oh, Mr. Lai, you're truly generous. A 2,000 yuan red envelope. How kind of you. My sincere thanks. Chun Jianghe declared, raising his voice deliberately. Chun Jianghe, you. Lai San nearly choked on his fury. That 2,000 yuan sum represented 3 or 4 days' earnings from his billiard hall. A far less lucrative enterprise than Chun Jianghe's arcade. To see it vanish before his eyes felt like a wound to his very soul. What's wrong, Mr. Lai? Have you changed your mind? Chun Jianghe asked, smiling coolly. Of course not. Congratulations on your arcade's grand opening, Brother Chun. I wish you boundless prosperity and enduring success. Swallowing his pride like broken glass, Lai San not only surrendered the money, but also recited the customary blessings. Only then did he manage a strained smile toward Tang Aigua. Chief Tang, I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb Brother Chen's opening ceremony. Go ahead. Tang Aigua replied, his tone detached. What are you waiting for? Move. Lai San growled bitterly, his face dark with humiliation, as he hurried off with Li Daong and the rest. Li Fei, hobbling on his crutch, scrambled after them in alarm. Watching their retreating figures, Chun Jianghe's eyes hardened. cold, calculating, devoid of mercy. Zhang Peng and the others exhaled in palpable relief. Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong in particular were electrified, never expecting Chen Jianghe to command such influence with Tang Aigua. With that backing, they could finally plant their feet firmly in Beijia. Everyone please come back inside and enjoy yourselves. This is a society governed by law. No one will be allowed to act with impunity. Tang Aigua announced crisply at the arcade entrance. Almost immediately, the venue buzzed back to life. De Peng, give every guest 20 more tokens. Chen Jianghe instructed. Understood. Zhang Peng responded promptly and rushed off with Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong to distribute them. Uncle Tang, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today. Without you, this opening wouldn't have gone smoothly at all. Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude sincerely. Jianghe, we're all family. No need for such formality. Besides, Lai San is no match for you. I know that well enough. Tang Aigua waved his hand lightly and smiled. I still have duties to attend to today. I won't stay long. Focus on your business and make Liehua Arcade a true powerhouse. By the way, the official permits for your arcade should be finalized within the next few days. With that, Tang Aigua stepped into the car waiting outside the arcade and departed swiftly. Boss, since you have connections at the station, why didn't you ask Chief Tang to arrest Lai San outright? Zhang Chong asked, unable to contain his curiosity after finishing the token distribution. Qiangzi, if you want to survive in this world, you must stand on your own 2 feet. Chen Jianghe had initially hesitated to explain, but seeing Zhang Peng's puzzled look, he relented. Even the strongest connection requires currency to grease the wheels. In this world, who will lift a finger without payment? Every favor demands its price. How much would it cost to get someone to eliminate Lai San entirely? How much do we even have to spend? And even if Tang Aigua arrested Lai San, how many days could he realistically hold him? Lai San has survived in this underworld for years. He certainly isn't without allies. With enough pressure, even Tang Aigua might struggle to keep him detained. Matters of the street must be resolved by the street itself. If Tang Aigua had truly intended to detain Lai San, he wouldn't have let him walk away just now. Chen Jianghe remained silent. He had no intention of entangling himself further, nor had he ever considered relying on Tang Aigua to handle Lai San. If he needed help even for that, what future did he have in this world? Better to abandon the game entirely. Boss, we follow your lead. Zhang Chong nodded slowly, half comprehending. He couldn't grasp the nuance, but following Chen Jianghe meant profit, opportunity, and advancement. That was enough. Now, all of you get back to work. Chen Jianghe waved dismissively and ascended to his second-floor office. Settling into his chair, his gaze turned glacial as he began plotting Lai San's complete and irreversible downfall. Today's display, inviting Tang Aigua to reveal his backing, then humiliating Lai San publicly, would cement his authority across Beijia once and for all. With his position secured, no one would dare disrupt the arcade, and business would flourish accordingly. Word of today's incident would spread quickly. Beijia would now know unequivocally that Chen Jianghe stood under Tang Aigua's shadow. Anyone contemplating opposition would first weigh their own power against that formidable alliance. Lai San Billiard Hall. Inside, Lai San and his men returned with grim expressions. Today had been a classic case of failing to intimidate and ending up humiliated. Instead of delivering a stern warning to Chen Jianghe, they had suffered a severe blow to their dignity. If he couldn't even subdue a mere young upstart, his reputation on North Street would only erode further. In this world of street politics, face was everything. Without it, even stray dogs would dare bark at his door. Brother San, we never expected that kid's backer to be Tang Aigua. No wonder he managed to take down Li Jindi. I've heard they were sworn enemies. Tang Aigua must have backed Chen Jianghe all along. Li Daong clenched his teeth, his face ashen with fury. Zhang Peng, once a minor underling, now dared speak to him openly. This defiance seethed within him like poison. Brother, are we really just going to let this slide? That bastard shattered my leg. Li Fei protested bitterly. Humph. Don't think for a second this is over. As long as Lai San stands, that boy won't find solid ground beneath his feet. Lai San's eyes narrowed, cold and venomous. Brother San, but Tang Aigua is the chief of Xinmin Road Police Station. We can't afford to cross him. Li Daong hesitated. If Tang Aigua truly stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Jianghe, would we have walked out of there unscathed today? A flash of cunning flickered in Lai San's gaze. Years navigating the underworld had honed his instincts. He saw instantly that Tang Aigua and Chen Jianghe were no allies, merely opportunistic partners bound by mutual gain and transactional favors. If Chen Jianghe could offer money and equity, so could he. All that mattered was seizing control of the arcade. Brother San, what exactly do you mean? Li Daong asked, puzzled. Had Tang Aigua truly been loyal to Chen Jianghe, we'd already be behind bars. His silence speaks volumes. It proves their bond is shallow, nothing more than calculated convenience. Lai San's voice turned icy. I suspect Chen Jianghe offered Tang Aigua cash, and perhaps 2% equity. Fine. If we seize the arcade, I'll offer 5%. Let him choose. Do you really believe Tang Aigua would sacrifice such immense profit to avenge Chun Jianghe once the deal is sealed and irreversible? Indeed, Lai San was no fool. He grasped the crux at once. In this era, money spoke louder than loyalty. Once he secured the Inferno arcade and granted Tang Aigua half its shares, Tang would turn a blind eye, not out of principle but pure self-interest. Exactly, Brother San, you're right. If Tang Aigua and Chun Jianghe were truly inseparable, Tang would have arrested us outright today. Li Daiyong's eyes lit up with sudden clarity. Brother San, how shall we strike back at Chun Jianghe? Shall we ambush him tonight and finish him off? Li Fei echoed the sentiment, grinding his teeth. He loathed Chun Jianghe with visceral hatred. Before his downfall, backed by Li Daiyong's street clout, Li Fei had ruled the school district, zipping around on a moped with a gang of dropouts commanding respect and influence. He scraped together pocket money. He cycled through girls freely, having deflowered several rebellious schoolgirls who'd abandoned their studies to wander the streets. Money was scarce, but women were not. Now with his leg ruined, his charm evaporated, and his name carried no weight. All of it, the ruin, the shame, was Chun Jianghe's doing. Kill him. Kill him. Do you think I'm the undisputed godfather of Pengcheng, ruling with absolute impunity? Lai San exploded in fury. His rage fueled less by Li Fei's words than by the incompetence of his own men who struggled even against one opponent. Li Fei lowered his head in silence. Li Daiyong quickly interceded. Brother San, my younger brother, is still raw. Please don't hold his words against him. Li Fei, shut your mouth. Who gave you leave to speak here? If you hadn't provoked Chun Jianghe, Brother San wouldn't be entangled with him at all. Li Daiyong whirled back, then added, still, had Li Fei stayed clear, I'd have taken Chun Jianghe down anyway. How dare that nobody claim such a profitable arcade? What merit does he possess? Lai San waved a hand, softening his tone. Besides, we'll need Li Fei's help to bring Chun Jianghe down. Brother Li Fei's crippled. What use is he now? Li Daiyong asked, baffled. Li Fei. Wasn't it Lu Wen's daughter who triggered Chun Jianghe's attack on you? Lai San asked suddenly. Yes, Brother San. Because of that wretched Lu Xiao. Li Fei spat venomously. So Chun Jianghe has some connection with Lu Wen and her daughter. Lai San stroked his chin, a cruel smile twisting his lips. I have a plan. One that could cripple Chun Jianghe entirely. Daiyong Fei, come closer. He drew them near, whispering instructions low into their ears. Brother San, leave it to us. We know exactly what to do. Having heard him out, Li Daiyong and Li Fei nodded sharply and departed at once. Li Daiyong alone, while Li Fei left with two of Lai San's men in the billiard hall's van. That evening, as dusk settled, Zhang Peng eagerly emptied the day's earnings into a bag and hurried upstairs to count and reconcile the receipts. Big Peng. Why rush the accounts before closing? Chun Jianghe smiled as he climbed the stairs. Jianghe, today's our grand opening. I need to see how much we've pulled in. Zhang Peng exclaimed, pouring out a cascade of loose change. The largest bills were 10 yuan notes. Not a single 50, let alone 100 yuan note. Most were 1 or 2 yuan coins. Yet the arcade's promotional event had drawn a crowd. The place still buzzed with nearly 50 patrons lingering past closing time. It took Zhang Peng ages to tally every coin. Jianghe, it's 416 yuan. We made 416 yuan today, and we haven't even closed yet. By nightfall we might hit 450, or even 500. Zhang Peng brandished the cash, elated. Such earnings were unimaginable before. More than he'd earned in an entire month at his old job. Still no one playing the slot machines. Chun Jianghe found the figure satisfactory. But these were mere pennies. Once the half-price promotion ended, daily revenue might barely reach 5 or 600 yuan. After electricity and wages, monthly profit crossing 10,000 yuan remained uncertain. The real profits lay in the slot machines. No one's touched them, Zhang Peng sighed, frustrated. Without the slots running, the arcade would never reclaim its former vitality. It's all right. Once we deal with Lai San and establish ourselves on North Street, business will gradually improve. Chun Jianghe said with a smile. Zhang Peng nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Jianghe, I heard from some gamers today that a new arcade is set to open on North Street. Another arcade? Chun Jianghe frowned. On North Street, there are arcades, billiard halls, skating rinks, internet cafes, street food stalls, hotels, and hostels. There are 4 arcades, including the largest fire, while the other 3 are relatively small with only 1 or 2 storefronts. The threat to fire is not significant. However, given the limited space on North Street, if another arcade opens, the competition will become fierce. It seems it's not a completely new opening, but rather a renovation and expansion of a previous arcade that I haven't checked out yet. Zhang Peng said, you should take a look when you have time. Chun Jianghe frowned, realizing that the competition in the entertainment industry in Pengcheng is becoming increasingly intense. 3 years ago, when he entered, there were no internet cafes on the street. Now 3 years later, internet cafes have multiplied. He heard that many people enjoy going to internet cafes which have siphoned off some of the arcade's clientele. In the future, this situation is likely to become more pronounced. Chun Jianghe has a premonition that the golden age of arcades may not last many more years. Perhaps he could set up an internet cafe on the second floor. He heard from Zhang Peng that internet cafes are quite profitable, with the cheapest charging 10 yuan per hour, and the most expensive even reaching 15 to 20 yuan per hour. Without some money in hand, he can't even start an internet cafe. For internet cafes to become popular, the internet fees must definitely come down, otherwise the young people won't be able to afford it. They'll wait and see. Chun Jianghe contemplated, speaking to himself. Jianghe, what are you saying? Zhang Peng didn't catch it. It's nothing, you go ahead and be busy. Chun Jianghe waved his hand. Alright, you keep the money. I'm going out to have a look and buy some food. Zhang Peng nodded, took 20 yuan, wrote it down in the ledger, and then handed Chun Jianghe a small bundle of money, sorted by denomination, before turning to leave. Chun Jianghe casually tossed the money into the drawer and closed his eyes in thought. To navigate the underworld, one must first become strong, then transition to legitimate business, and finally gradually clean up their act. This is the only way to succeed. This was advice given to him by Chun Jiming during his time in the underworld, shared by a prominent figure he followed, who one day after drinking too much happily told him. He often repeated this to Chun Jianghe. Unfortunately, Chun Jiming himself couldn't even survive the first step. Zhang Peng stepped out, casually walking toward North Street. As he approached the billiard hall, he deliberately hid in the shadows to observe, and discovered that Lai San's billiard hall had closed early, the doors tightly locked, and he was unsure if anyone was inside. Confirming that Lai San's people were not nearby, Zhang Peng continued forward, arriving at a street food stall, where he ordered 2 dishes, bought some fried noodles, and requested a few bottles of beer, spending over 20 yuan. From a distance, he saw that a few storefronts on the street were under renovation, and the large sign above had already been hung. Tianwei Electronic World, I remember this used to be the Great Rich Hall. Zhang Peng muttered to himself. Brother Peng, this used to be the Great Rich Hall, but I heard that a few days ago Boss Zhou's wife was involved in an incident. He has now taken his wife and kids back to his hometown, and this place has been vacated. The owner of the food stall, while cooking, glanced around and spoke in a lowered voice. Zhang Peng had previously worked at Lai San's billiard hall, and had occasionally been sent to buy food, so he was somewhat familiar with the food stall owner. The Great Rich Hall was once an arcade on North Street, with 2 storefronts. Initially, it was the main competitor of Fire Arcade, but in recent years it lost many customers to Li Jindi, yet it still managed to do well, earning a decent sum each month. The owner of the Great Rich Hall was named Zhou Tiangui, who had been in Pengcheng for nearly 10 years, and was quite successful on North Street. Zhang Peng had seen Zhou Tiangui's wife, a woman in her 30s or 40s, still possessing charm. Unexpectedly, such a major incident occurred in just a few days. Such a heavy-handed approach. Zhang Peng asked in surprise, so who is the owner of this Tianwei Electronic World now? This matter is clear, someone had their eye on Zhou Tiangui's Great Rich Hall. Zhou Tiangui would certainly not want to give it up, so someone arranged for his wife to be compromised, pressuring him to relinquish the Great Rich Hall. I don't know about that, but I heard that the new owner has quite a background, the owner said softly as he finished cooking the shredded pork. Brother Peng, I heard you are now at Fire Arcade. You must be careful. I see that the owner of the Great Rich Hall is troublesome. Thanks, I'll let the boss know when I get back, and from now on buy food from you at the Great Rich Hall. Zhang Peng hurriedly carried the packed food and rushed back to the arcade. At the arcade, as the night deepened, some students left, and the arcade became less crowded, not as lively as before. Zhang Peng handed 2 boxes of fried noodles and a plate of shredded pork to Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing then took the remaining food upstairs. Jianghe, I went to check, and there is indeed an arcade set to open called Tianwei Electronic World, located where the Great Rich Hall used to be, and it has expanded to a few nearby storefronts. Now it's even slightly larger than our Fire. Zhang Peng opened the food containers and handed chopsticks to Chen Jianghe. The Great Rich Hall is the new shop run by Zhou Tiangui. Chun Jianghe took a bite of the noodles. Before he entered, Zhou Tiangui's Great Rich Hall was already doing quite well. During those 2 years to compete for customers, Chun Jiming had even clashed with Zhou Tiangui once. However, the conflict wasn't too severe, and there were no major grievances between them. It's not Zhou Tiangui. Zhang Peng sighed and said, I heard that Zhou Tiangui's wife was compromised, and now he has taken his wife and kids back to his hometown. The Great Rich Hall has been taken over by someone else, but I don't know who it is. This is what the owner of the Great Rich Hall told me. I thought I could also gather some news by ordering food from him in the future. In this world, big fish eat small fish. Without strength, one is merely meat on a chopping board. Chun Jianghe paused for a moment, reflecting on Zhou Tiangui's years in North Street, never expecting he would end up in such a predicament. Alright, let's do as you say. From now on, eat at the Good Return where the street food stall is. They are well connected. Zhang Peng nodded, beginning to eat with Chun Jianghe. On North Street, many venues provide meals and accommodation to keep people on site, preventing anyone from suddenly coming to sweep the place and catching them off guard. Xiao Xiao, take out the trash. A few streets away at a small clinic, 2 injured gangsters had just left. Lu Wen tossed blood-stained cotton balls and bandages into the trash bin and called upstairs. Coming. Lu Xiao Xiao, youthful, radiant, and full of vitality, descended the stairs, grabbed the garbage bag, and headed outside to dispose of it at the roadside bin. Brother Fei, she's coming out. Inside a nearby van, a thug took a drag from his cigarette and urgently nudged Li Fei. Li Fei's eyes snapped open. He sat upright, instantly spotting Lu Xiao Xiao emerging from the clinic, clutching the garbage bag. Li Fei and his men had been waiting nearby for some time. But seeing people inside the clinic, they dared not enter lingering, instead an ambush outside. Follow her, and strike now. Li Fei's gaze hardened with predatory intensity as he fixed it upon the vibrant, beautiful Lu Xiao Xiao. She had been strikingly lovely even before dropping out of school. He'd long coveted her, persistently pursuing her, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. The van rumbled to life and crept forward, tailing Lu Xiao Xiao at a deceptively leisurely pace. After walking a short distance, Lu Xiao Xiao suddenly noticed the van slowly drawing near behind her. Startled, she edged warily toward the curb and quickened her steps, desperate to dump the trash and dash back inside. But without warning, the van surged forward, screeching to a halt beside her. The side door slid open with a metallic clatter, and 2 thugs lunged out like ravenous wolves. Mom! Lu Xiao Xiao shrieked in terror, hurling the garbage bag at one thug, before whirling around and sprinting back toward the clinic. Think you can run? One thug swatted the bag aside with contemptuous ease, then bolted forward, seized Lu Xiao Xiao's ponytail in a brutal grip, and yanked. She screamed, collapsing hard onto the pavement. The other thug clamped a vice-like hand around her throat while wrenching her arm behind her back, dragging her, kicking and struggling, back to the van and shoving her inside. Xiao Xiao! Lu Wen heard the commotion, snatched up a scalpel and burst out screaming. Li Fei smirked, coldly triumphant, and the van roared away into the night. Lu Wen chased after it, helpless, watching the van shrink into the distance until it vanished completely. At 1130 p.m., the arcade was thinning out. In its prime, Liehua Arcade had stayed open until midnight, or even later if high-stakes slot machine players lingered into the early hours. But tonight there were no big spenders, and Lai San was lurking outside. Chun Jianghe saw no reason to keep it open late. To Peng, start closing up. With that instruction, Chun Jianghe turned to head upstairs. Got it. Zhang Peng nodded, then dispatched Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to inform remaining players and used tokens could be taken home and redeemed tomorrow. Chun Jianghe. Suddenly Lu Wen burst into the arcade, barefoot, hair wild and disheveled, racing straight toward him. Sister Lu. Chun Jianghe turned, and his heart sank. Her hair was undone, one shoe lost. Had she been assaulted? What's wrong, Sister Lu? Zhang Peng, startled by her sudden arrival, hurried over to ask. Lu Wen ignored him, stumbling forward, then collapsed, knees buckling beneath her. Chun Jianghe instinctively reached out to catch her, only to find himself enveloped in soft warmth and delicate fragrance, his hands landing awkwardly. He had once thought Ling Shui extraordinary among women, yet here stood another whose strength defied expectation. Indeed, peaks rose ever higher beyond the highest ridge. Sister Lu, are you all right? A flush of embarrassment crossed Chun Jianghe's face as he quickly steadied her by the arms. Lu Wen seized his forearm, disregarding the earlier impropriety, her voice raw with panic. Chun Jianghe. My daughter Xiao Xiao. My daughter Xiao Xiao has been kidnapped. Xiao Xiao was taken. By whom? Zhang Peng's expression darkened. I don't know. I just sent her out to take out the trash, and the moment she stepped outside, a van snatched her away. Lu Wen broke down, sobbing. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't asked her to take out the trash. Chun Jianghe, please. Please help me get her back. Sister, don't worry. Xiao Xiao is practically my cousin, so Jianghe, and I will absolutely help. Zhang Peng declared without hesitation. Chun Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a puzzled glance. Since when had Xiao Xiao become his cousin? He'd assumed Zhang Peng harbored feelings for Lu Wen. Had he misread everything? Or did they truly share family ties? But now was no time for speculation. Xiao Xiao, a young girl, was in grave danger. Finding her demanded urgency. Have you called the police? Chun Jianghe asked, voice low and steady. No. The officers won't arrive in time. Lu Wen shook her head, hollow-eyed with despair. Chun Jianghe understood she was right. In this era, official response was rarely swift. Yet searching blindly, like headless flies, would yield little. Frowning deeply, Chun Jianghe zeroed in on a critical inconsistency. Sister Lu, you're saying Xiao Xiao was abducted the instant she stepped out to take out the trash? Yes. Just for that one errand, and she was taken. Lu Wen nodded, frantically unraveling further. Then the odds of a random crime are vanishingly slim. Far more likely, someone had been lying in wait outside the clinic, seizing the moment she emerged. Chun Jianghe spoke calmly. Jiang He. What do you mean? Zhang Peng looked utterly bewildered. De Peng. If this were random, what are the odds? She was outside for barely a minute. Such perfect timing defies coincidence. No, it points to premeditation. This wasn't a stranger's act. It was revenge. Zhang Peng grasped it instantly. The kidnappers hadn't stumbled upon Xiao Xiao. They targeted her and her mother deliberately. Jiang He's right, Sister Lu. Has your clinic offended anyone recently? Zhang Peng asked urgently. We've never provoked trouble. We treat whoever comes. No questions, no judgments. No one lately, except Li Fei a few days ago. Lu Wen murmured softly. Li Fei. Chun Jiang He's eyes turned glacial. Yes, it must be Li Fei. There's also a van at Lai San's billiards hall. Zhang Peng exclaimed excitedly, hurriedly pulling out a knife. Xiao Xiao must have been captured by Lai San and Li Fei. Let's rush to the billiards hall. Da Peng, don't be impulsive. Chun Jiang He stopped Zhang Peng. If this really is Lai San's doing, then it's very likely that he's using Lu Xiaoxiao to lure them in. If they go there like this, they might be ambushed by Lai San's men. Jiang He, if we don't go, Xiaoxiao is finished. Zhang Peng shouted anxiously. I know, but if we just rush in, we're delivering ourselves to Lai San. Not only will we not save Lu Xiaoxiao, but we'll also put ourselves in danger. Chun Jiang He, please save my daughter, save Xiaoxiao. As long as you're willing to save her, I'll do anything for you. Lu Wen suddenly knelt on the ground and began to take off her clothes. She had given birth to Lu Xiaoxiao when she was not yet 18, and now that Xiaoxiao had just turned 18, she was only in her early 30s, still a ripe peach. Over the years, many people from society, including wealthy and powerful individuals, had sought to develop relationships with Lu Wen. But Lu Wen had always refused, worried about Lu Xiaoxiao's safety. Now it was for Lu Xiaoxiao that she was willing to go all out. Lu Jie, you don't need to do this. We will definitely save your daughter. Chun Jiang He quickly pressed Lu Wen's hand down. In their line of work, the importance of a doctor was evident. If he helped this time, they would truly become allies, and if anything else came up, Lu Wen would not stand by idly. Jiang He, what should we do? Zhang Peng asked anxiously. Nearby, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing looked uneasy. Lai San had 8 or 9 men, and there were only 4 of them in total. If it came to a fight, they might be the ones to suffer. At that moment, Chun Jiang He's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. He picked it up, and Lai San's voice came through immediately. Chun Jiang He, the girl you're interested in, Lu Xiaoxiao, is in my hands. If you don't want her to come to harm, come to the billiards hall now. Remember, do not call the police or I'll scar her face. If I don't see you in half an hour, don't blame me for letting my men have their way. Lai San, if anything happens to Lu Xiaoxiao, I'll take your life. Chun Jiang He said coldly. Heck, quite a bold statement. I'll be waiting for you. Remember, you only have half an hour, don't be late. Lai San snickered disdainfully and hung up. Xiaoxiao is really in Lai San's hands. I'm calling the police. Lu Wen frantically tried to use Chun Jiang He's walkie-talkie to call for help. Lu Jie, Lai San has been in this business for so long. Oh, he's not a fool. Lu Xiaoxiao is definitely not at the billiards hall. If we call the police without evidence, even if we capture Lai San, we won't be able to save Lu Xiaoxiao, and she will be in even greater danger. Chun Jiang He stopped Lu Wen speaking in a deep voice. Since Lai San knew about his connection with Tang Aigua, he would definitely be on guard against him calling the police or seeking Tang Aigua's help. In that case, he certainly wouldn't keep Lu Xiaoxiao at the billiards hall. Even if Chun Jiang He called the police and had Tang Aigua bring people over, they would still not find Lu Xiaoxiao. As for the kidnapping of Lu Xiaoxiao, Lai San would certainly not admit it. Even if Lai San had just confessed to it over the phone, words alone hold no proof. Without evidence, they couldn't claim that Lai San had abducted Lu Xiaoxiao. If the delay lasted through the night, Lu Xiaoxiao might end up being harmed. What do we do? What do we do? Lu Wen sat on the ground, her eyes vacant. She knew deep down that the longer they waited, the more dangerous Lu Xiaoxiao would be. Da Peng, go get something quickly. Chun Jiang He also understood that their time was running out. They had to confront Lai San tonight no matter what. He signaled Zhang Peng to come closer and quickly whispered a few instructions in his ear. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up. Jiang He, don't worry, I'll go right away. He nodded and immediately turned to leave, getting into the van and driving off. Changzi Zhou Bing, close the door, grab your weapons, and come with me to the billiards hall. After arranging for Zhang Peng, Chun Jiang He said to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and hurried to the back of the game hall to retrieve some items. Fortune favors the bold. Following Chun Jiang He is far more promising than following Li Jindi. Chun Jiang He is willing to fight, so why shouldn't they? Moreover, since Chun Jiang He sent Zhang Peng out, he might be looking for backup. Once help arrives, everything will be fine. Lu Jie, stay here. We'll bring Lu Xiaoxiao back. Chun Jiang He put on a leather jacket. These jackets were made of thick cowhide and were kept in the storage room behind the game hall, prepared by Li Jindi's subordinates for their gang. While they might not protect against stabbings, they do provide some defense against slashing. Wearing one before a fight offers significant protection. The three of them each put on a leather jacket under their clothes, and then took their weapons as they left, locking the door behind Lu Wen and staying in the game hall. Lu Wen anxiously watched as Chun Jianghe and the others left, kneeling at the door. The night grew deeper. The bustling North Street had gradually quieted down, with only a few shops still open, casting light like the last flicker of hope in the darkness. Even the roadside stalls had very few customers. Chun Jianghe quickly arrived outside Lai San's billiards hall with Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The hall was closed, but light shone through the door crack, indicating that there were people inside. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed nervously, their palms sweating. With Zhang Peng absent, they were only three, far too few. "Boss, are we really going in? Why risk our lives for a woman we don't know well?" Zhou Bing suddenly spoke, his face showing obvious fear. "We're not doing this for some woman. We're doing this to secure our place on North Street. If we don't deal with Lai San, how can we operate our business peacefully here? If we take care of Lai San, we can establish ourselves on North Street. Zhou Bing, if you're not courageous enough for this life, you might as well go work in a factory." After finishing his words, Chun Jianghe directly walked toward the billiards hall. He did not expect Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to provide much help tonight. All he could rely on were himself and Zhang Peng. As long as Zhang Peng could arrive on time as planned, their chances of success would be at least 50%. Zhang Chong glanced at Zhou Bing, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the knife, and followed Chun Jianghe. "Boss, I want to make money. I want to get rich. I want to stand out, not spend my life in a factory." Zhou Bing gritted his teeth, blood vessels popping in his eyes, and roared as he followed. "Then let's fight together." Chun Jianghe strode to the entrance of the billiards hall, yanked open the shutter door with force, and walked straight in. The moment the three stepped inside, several young thugs instantly appeared behind them, swiftly lowering the rolling shutter door and standing guard before it to prevent Chun Jianghe and his companions from escaping. These youths were unfamiliar faces. None had been seen before. They were likely not Lai San's regular underlings, but rather temporary enforcers he'd hastily hired. Lai San must have deemed his usual crew insufficiently reliable and opted for greater numbers to ensure control. Such street toughs are cheap to hire. 200 yuan buys their presence. 1 or 2,000 buys violence. But not every thug dares accept a job that costly. Lai San sat lounging in the boss's chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing at Chun Jianghe with smug satisfaction. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing felt their hearts sink. Their arms trembled faintly with tension. Lai San already held overwhelming numerical superiority, and now with 4 or 5 additional hired hands, over a dozen men faced just 3. How could they possibly win? Unfazed, Chun Jianghe narrowed his eyes and silently slipped on his brass knuckles. True to his reputation as a seasoned underworld veteran, Lai San, though already outnumbering his foes, had still paid extra for backup, hedging against unforeseen complications. "Chun Jianghe, you truly have guts. For a woman, you dare march in here with these 2 runts. So young, and so reckless." Lai San raised a thumb toward Chun Jianghe, his expression laced with mockery. "Where's Zhang Peng?" Too afraid to show his face, Li Daong slipped in through a side door and locked it shut behind him. "Chun Jianghe, your father was a formidable man, and you've inherited some of that stature. Out of respect for your late father, I'll grant you this courtesy today. Sign this contract, cede the Liehua game parlor to me, and all debts between us vanish. I'll even let your maiming of Li Fei go unpunished, and allow you to walk out of this billiard hall unharmed." Lai San produced a contract and tossed it contemptuously at Chun Jianghe's feet. It stipulated the sale of Liehua game parlor for 200,000 yuan. Of course, the contract was mere theater. The payment would never be made. Yet once signed, ownership would legally transfer to Lai San. "And if I refuse to sign?" Chun Jianghe glanced coolly at the document on the floor. "If you refuse, I'll sever one of your hands today. Then you'll sign whether you wish to or not." A cruel grin twisted Lai San's lips as he spoke coldly. "Chun Jianghe, will you sign or not? Decide now." Li Daong brandished a triangular combat knife, jabbing it toward Chun Jianghe with brazen arrogance. Regardless of Chun Jianghe's choice, Li Daong intended to cripple him. To avenge Li Fei. "I'll sign, but only after you release Lu Xiaoxiao." Chun Jianghe's voice was low and steady. "Ha, ha, ha. So even heroes fall prey to beauty's sway. Very well. I'll tell you plainly, Lu Xiaoxiao isn't here. But sign the contract and I'll call immediately. She'll be returned home without delay." Lai San's word is ironclad. "I won't deceive you." Lai San laughed heartily, his gaze locked onto Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe's eyes turned icy. As expected, Lai San had not hidden Lu Xiaoxiao inside the billiard hall. If he had, Chun Jianghe could have summoned Tang Aigua, and Tang's arrival would have delivered irrefutable evidence of kidnapping. That would have sealed Lai San's fate with solid proof and sufficient influence. Chun Jianghe could easily see him imprisoned for years. Lai San was far too shrewd to make such a blunder. No sight of her, no signature. Chun Jianghe kicked the contract aside. "You're choosing punishment over grace." Chun Jianghe Lai San's expression hardened his features, contorting into menace. What's the point of talking? Break him. We'll see how long he dares resist signing. Li Daong snarled fiercely. Chun Jianghe. One last chance. Will you sign, or not? Lai San rose slowly, his face a mask of frost. I won't. Chun Jianghe remained calm, calculating the time. Zhang Peng should be arriving soon. Fine. Lai San hurled his cigarette to the floor with venomous fury, then turned sharply to Zhang Chong. And Zhou Bing, this has nothing to do with you too. Stand aside. Stay out of this and I'll spare you. Resist and you'll leave here carried on stretchers. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing paled, hesitation flickering across their faces. Yet they held fast to their knives, palms slick with sweat. Idiot. Let's go. Seeing their immobility, Lai San spat the curse and slashed his hand downward in command. Tak. Li Daong roared, but held back cunningly, letting his thugs charge first, while he feigned a delayed advance trailing just behind. The youths stationed behind Chun Jianghe stood silent, drew their cleavers without hesitation and struck without warning. These were no ordinary hooligans. They were mercenaries who collected their pay and delivered results without flinching. Stay sharp. Chun Jianghe narrowed his eyes, clenched his brass knuckles, and launched himself forward, not waiting for the thugs to close in. In one explosive stride, he closed the distance to the lead assailant and drove a fist straight into his face. From childhood, Chun Jianghe had trained in martial classics under his grandfather's tutelage, until his grandfather's death when Chun Jianghe was 13. By then, his father Chen Jiming was deep in underworld affairs and had no time for him. Left untended, Chun Jianghe's martial discipline withered. Later, his 3-year imprisonment plunged him into a brutal crucible, where survival demanded dominance. Either you preyed upon others or you became prey. With neither power nor connections, neutrality was impossible. Chun Jianghe chose fists as his path, forging a reputation so fearsome no one dared challenge him. His boxing mastery surged during those years. Throughout the prison, Iron Fist Chen was a name spoken with dread. The thug hadn't anticipated Chun Jianghe's counterattack. As Chun Jianghe lunged forward, the man bellowed and swung his blade downward with savage force. Thud! But Chun Jianghe's fist was faster. Before the blade could descend, his iron-hard knuckles slammed into the thug's face. The razor-sharp tip of the brass knuckles tore open the thug's cheek like paper. Blood erupted like water from an opened faucet. He shrieked once, then crumpled. Ah! Only then did his agonized scream pierce the air. HSSSS. Before Chun Jianghe could recover, another thug slashed sideways at his arm. He jerked his head aside. The blade bit deep into his shoulder, shredding his shirt, then crashed heavily against his thick leather vest, splitting the hide wide open. A faint sting pricked his shoulder, a blood welled. But the heavy leather absorbed most of the impact, leaving only a shallow wound. Chun Jianghe whirled, driving a crushing blow into the thug's forearm. The man cried out, then took a second devastating punch to the jaw. Crack! A chunk of flesh and skin tore away from his chin, blood spurting as his jawbone shattered. The man choked back his scream and collapsed unconscious. A third thug swung his cleaver at Chun Jianghe's arm. Chun Jianghe retracted his hand and drove a kick into the thug's chest, sending him sprawling. Ah! At that instant, Zhou Bing screamed. A youth behind him had landed a blow. Cut them down hard. I'll double your pay. Lai San, terrified by Chun Jianghe's ferocity, having felled 3 of his men in the blink of an eye, shouted frantically, clinging to the hope that if Chun Jianghe's 2 underlings were taken down, victory would still be within reach. Trapped between front and rear assaults, even this prodigious fighter would fall. Spotting Zhou Bing wounded, Lai San immediately bellowed orders at the gang's younger thugs. Kill them. A flash of ruthless cruelty lit up the youth's eyes as they surged forward with renewed frenzy. Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong, surrounded by 5 attackers, were already buckling under the onslaught. Chun Jianghe himself was intercepted by Li Daong and his men, sustaining several blade strikes. Yet thanks to his reinforced leather vest, most blows were blunted, leaving him only lightly wounded. But this reprieve could not last. Surrounded and forced steadily backward, Chun Jianghe maneuvered carefully to keep all adversaries before him. Should any slip behind, his life would hang by a thread. Chun Jianghe, you dare defy me? Today I'll cripple you for good. Lai San hefted his broad cleaver, his face twisting into an eager, triumphant grin as he believed victory assured. Defeating Chun Jianghe and seizing control of Liehua Billiards Hall would elevate Lai San to prominence in this district. His power, reputation, and standing would surge overnight. Brother, cut that bastard down. Li Fei, leaning on his crutch from a safe distance, roared with exhilaration. Just as Chun Jianghe's stamina began to wane, a deep guttural roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air. Shattering an incoming blade with sheer force, Chun Jianghe whirled and lunged toward Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing shoving them aside just in time. Boom! In that instant, the billiards hall's rolling steel shutter exploded inward as a minibus crashed through, hurling the youth stationed at the entrance violently aside. The sudden intrusion stunned everyone into frozen silence. Jianghe! I'm here! No sooner had the vehicle skidded to a halt than Zhang Peng, leapt out dragging a massive coil of crimson firecrackers, igniting the fuse and flinging the entire bundle into the crowd. A deafening barrage erupted. The fused strings of 10th Sandcrack firecrackers detonated simultaneously, sending Lai San's hooligans scrambling instinctively for cover. Such an explosion could blind a man outright if fragments struck his eyes, or tear open flesh and muscle if it landed directly on bare skin. Terrified, the thugs scattered wildly, while thick white smoke billowed across the hall, choking the gangsters into coughing fits. Lai San! Chun Jianghe roared, a cry born of perfect timing. Seizing the chaos among Lai San's men, he burst forward like a thunderclap, charging straight for Lai San himself. Stop him now! Lai San shrieked in panic. He had never imagined Chun Jianghe had prepared such a contingency. Zhang Peng's intervention had not only cost him men but shattered his momentum entirely. Chun Jianghe! You son of a bitch! Coughing violently, his vision blurred by smoke, Li Daong spotted the advancing figure and bellowed in fury, gripping his triple-edged Mitsuhiro combat knife and driving it forward with lethal intent. This weapon bore 3 razor-sharp edges. A single thrust left wounds so grievous they defied suturing, reserved only for those bent on murder. Li Daong barred his path, but Chun Jianghe's gaze turned glacial, his pace unbroken. His ironclad fist slammed into the blade, the knuckle-duster striking true, wrenching the knife sideways with a ringing clang. Without pause, Chun Jianghe followed with a devastating right hook to Li Daong's face. Crack! His nose shattered, instantly blood gushing as he crumpled to the floor, his features grotesquely disfigured. Aff! He screamed, clutching his ruined face. Utterly incapacitated, Chun Jianghe didn't hesitate. He vaulted past the fallen man, closing relentlessly on Lai San. Chun Jianghe! Lai San recoiled in shock and rage, only to find his retreat blocked by the heavy office chair behind him. He tried shouting for aid, but his men were in utter disarray, too late to respond. He could only roar in desperation and swing his blade, hoping to force Chun Jianghe back, buying precious seconds for his men to regroup. Clang! Lai San brought his cleaver down with full force, only for Chun Jianghe to meet the blade bare-fisted. The edge bit into the knuckle-duster, spitting sparks and carving a deep gash into its hardened surface. With his left hand locking the blade in place, Chun Jianghe drove his right fist into Lai San's face. Aff! Blood sprayed as the knuckle-duster's serrated tip ripped open his cheek, tearing loose teeth and gore in one brutal stroke. Lai San attempted to resist, only to be pinned and struck again, another crushing blow landing square on his jaw. Third brother! Nearby thugs finally snapped out of their stupor, surging forward to intervene. Zhang Peng swung his blade in a vicious arc, felling one thug and stepping firmly before Chun Jianghe. Who dare step forward to die? He bellowed, his bloodshot eyes sweeping the room like a predator's. Seeing Lai San's face reduced to pulped ruin, and Li Daong already defeated, the remaining thugs faltered, hesitation freezing their limbs. Order them to stand down. Chun Jianghe delivered yet another blow, nearly knocking Lai San unconscious, then seized his hair and yanked him upright, head reeling. Zhang Peng seized the moment, stepping back just enough to press the cold steel of his blade against Lai San's throat, the icy edge searing through nerve and will alike extinguishing the last ember of his courage. Stop! Everyone stop! Lai San choked out the words, his voice thick with blood and smoke. His surviving thugs stared paralyzed, though still numerically superior. Their leader now lay utterly at Chun Jianghe's mercy. With Lai San subdued and Li Daong incapacitated, the thugs hesitated only briefly before lowering their weapons and retreating to the periphery. Only 2 of the hired youths, lightly injured, rose slowly from the floor, still gripping their blades, eyes locked unwaveringly on Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Of the 5 youths Lai San had enlisted, 3 lay grievously wounded. Had the rolling shutter not partially absorbed the minibus's impact, at least one might have been killed outright. Chun Jianghe understood their unspoken demand. Having shown up and drawn blood, they expected payment, regardless of outcome. To labor without reward would brand them dishonored, unfit to walk the underworld. Lai San, pay them, let them leave. Chun Jianghe spoke calmly, his voice carrying quiet finality. The money's in the drawer, inside the office. Lai San dared not protest, pointing urgently toward the inner room. Zhang Peng, intimately familiar with the billiards hall from his prior work there, handed his blade to Chun Jianghe and strode inside, pulling open a desk drawer and retrieving a thick wad of cash, counting neither amount nor denomination before tossing it to the 2 uninjured youths. Take it, and get out. Zhang Peng fixed them with a venomous glare. Further violence now would guarantee deaths tonight. Buying off the youths with Lai San's own money was the cleanest, safest resolution. Once they departed, other matters could be addressed. Clutching their blades, the youths snatched the money, hoisted their wounded comrades, and backed slowly toward the exit, eyes never leaving Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe before vanishing into the night. Watching them disappear, Lai San knew, beyond doubt, that his world had ended. Are you all right? And seeing the young thugs depart, Chun Jianghe exhaled in quiet relief. Tonight's ordeal was over. With no one left willing to fight to the death, Lai San stood no chance of turning the tide. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. "And boss, I'll live?" And both men were drenched in blood, bearing multiple knife wounds. But their thick leather vests had saved them from mortal harm. Those youths fought with raw ferocity. Over recent years, many had risen through Shenzhen's underworld on sheer brutality alone. Yet brutality without wisdom leads only to a short, shallow reign. Chen Jianghe, when you run with wolves you stand tall even after taking a blow. Tonight I lost. I admit it. What do you want? Lai San gritted his teeth, clinging stubbornly to his last shred of defiance. A tiger may die, but its frame remains unbroken. And alas, Lai San was no river-crossing dragon nor earthbound tiger. Merely a petty gang boss. And where is Lu Xiaoxiao? Chen Jianghe fixed Lai San with an icy stare, and instinctively Lai San flicked his eyes toward the rear, where Li Fei, limping on one leg, was stealthily retreating, desperate to flee. Zhang Peng spotted him, instantly lunged forward, and sent Li Fei crashing to the ground with a thunderous kick, then rained down furious blows. "And Brother Peng, stop. Please stop. I've learned my lesson. I'll tell you everything. Lu Xiaoxiao is locked up back there." Li Fei screamed in agony, his earlier bravado utterly shattered as he cowered, arms wrapped tightly around his head in terror. "And Chen Jianghe, the house behind the billiard hall courtyard belongs to me too. Lu Xiaoxiao's confined there, and I haven't touched her." Lai San hurriedly interjected. He'd planned to claim Lu Xiaoxiao for himself once Chen Jianghe was subdued, only to find himself utterly crushed instead. That crude intention, of course, evaporated into thin air. "And De Peng, you go check." Chen Jianghe nodded toward Zhang Peng, who snatched up a blade and cautiously entered the courtyard. There, hidden behind unassuming brickwork, he discovered a concealed door leading to the house behind the billiard hall. Inside a cramped corner room, Zhang Peng found Lu Xiaoxiao, bound hand and foot, gagged, trembling with shock and fear. "And Jianghe, Xiaoxiao's unharmed." Zhang Peng swiftly brought Lu Xiaoxiao back. "And stay with us when we leave." Chen Jianghe glanced at the beautiful young woman still shivering in fright and gave a slight nod. Then, fixing his cold gaze upon Lai San, he drafted a transfer agreement and a receipt by hand, right there on the spot. The agreement stipulated that Lai San transferred ownership of the billiard hall, including its premises, for 150,000 yuan, though the property had originally been leased by Lai San, not owned. Yet over the years, through underhanded means, he'd effectively seized it. Such seizures had become commonplace. Not just houses, but entire factories had fallen prey to similar grabs. At the railway station, human traffickers openly snatched young women arriving from southern provinces, fresh off the train, dragged away without resistance. It happened far too often. NAS for the receipt. It stated plainly, Lai San has received full payment of 150,000 yuan. Once signed and sealed with Lai San's thumbprint, the contract and receipt became irrefutable. Even Lai San himself could not deny their validity. "Chen Jianghe, you've gone too far. Tonight I've fallen. Fine, I accept it. Name your price and I'll pay. Let's part ways and never cross paths again. But my billiard hall, never." Lai San glared, teeth clenched in bitter resentment. "And Lai San, you came after me at the Liehua game parlor. Was it truly over a few paltry coins?" Chen Jianghe stared expressionless. Then in one swift motion slashed Lai San's Achilles tendon. A guttural shriek tore from Lai San's throat as he collapsed, writhing in excruciating pain. Lu Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream and clutched her hands over her eyes in horror. "And you've fallen in this world, and your name will vanish from the Jianghu forever. If you coveted my game parlor, you should have foreseen this very day. Sign the contract and walk away, and refuse, and I'll sever your tendons, both hands and feet." Chen Jianghe's gaze pierced Lai San like a blade. His henchmen lowered their heads, frozen in silent dread. In this world, ruthlessness must be wielded without hesitation, when the moment demands it. Once enmity is forged, survival becomes absolute: kill or be killed. To spare Lai San would invite retribution. Tomorrow he might rise again, wielding both old grudges and new fury. To cripple him tonight was to erase him from the Jianghu forever. "And Chen Jianghe, you're merciless. I'll sign." After the searing pain subsided, Lai San slumped to the floor like discarded meat. His body broken, his business seized, his fortune meager. He would command no loyalty ever again. He scrawled his name across the contract and pressed his thumb into red seal paste drawn from the billiard hall's drawer. With that single imprint, the hall ceased to belong to him. Forever. At least over the years he'd sent money home, enough to build a new house in his village and start a modest livelihood there. "Lai San, you may go. This Jianghu has no place left for you." Chen Jianghe pocketed the contract and receipt. Pale-faced and hollow-eyed, Lai San staggered upright, dragging his injured leg as he shuffled slowly toward the billiard hall's exit. At the threshold he paused, and looked back, unwilling to let go. So many Jianghu figures rose with swagger and flame. only to fade into obscurity, their endings bleak and unremarkable. At least I fare better than Zhou Tiangui. At least I fare better than Zhou Tiangui. And he murmured to himself, and turned away without a backward glance. Indeed, his fate was Kinder Zhou Tiangui's opulent game parlor had been seized, his wife assaulted. Lai San, by comparison, had merely lost one leg. His suffering paled beside such ruin. You, all of you, get out. And Zhangpeng glared at the remaining thugs, commanding their immediate departure. Li Fei scrambled to his feet and fled, leaning heavily on his crutch. Li Daong tried to slip away, but Chen Jianghe called out sharply, Li Daong. And Chen Jianghe, what are you up? Before Li Daong could finish, Chen Jianghe snatched up a length of ribbed steel from the floor and drove it down with brutal force onto Li Daong's shin. A sickening crack echoed as his tibia shattered outright. A compound fracture. En Zhangpeng recoiled in shock, unprepared for Chen Jianghe to cripple Li Daong as well. En Li Daong, from now on, if you ever see my brothers in Shenzhen, you will turn and walk the other way. Chen Jianghe tossed aside the steel bar and fixed Li Daong with a glacial stare. He crippled him for two reasons. First, vengeance. Having already broken Li Fei's leg, he could not leave the brother unscathed. Second, Li Daong was Lai San's chief enforcer, the very man who'd tormented Zhangpeng for years within the billiard hall. Just recently, when Zhangpeng returned to demand unpaid wages, Li Daong had beaten him senseless. That debt demanded repayment. En, get out. En, brother Yong, run. Two remaining thugs, still bound by a sliver of loyalty, hastily hoisted Li Daong and hurried him away. Limping, bleeding, and broken, Li Daong was carried out over someone's shoulder, casting one last glance back at Chen Jianghe. His blood-smeared face twisted with venomous hatred. Jianghe, are you all right? Once they had all departed, Zhangpeng finally exhaled in relief. Noticing blood seeping from Chen Jianghe's shoulder, he hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Just a shallow cut." Chen Jianghe examined the wound on his shoulder. The thick leather jacket had indeed offered some protection. The slash there was far shallower than the one he'd sustained previously. Jianghe, we've finally planted our flag on Beijie Street. Zhang Peng's face lit up with exhilaration. With Lai San neutralized tonight, and the arcade reclaimed from Li Jindi, the elder brothers of Beijie would now have to weigh their own standing carefully before daring to cross them again. Chen Jianghe let out a slow breath and gave a slight nod. Then he opened the drawer of Lai San's office desk and removed the remaining cash along with several items of significance. After hastily securing the door as best he could, he led Zhangpeng and Lu Xiaoxiao back to the arcade. All valuable or useful items from the billiard hall had already been taken by Chen Jianghe. The rest held little worth. Even though the door had been smashed, theft posed no real concern. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Are you all right? As soon as Lu Wen saw her daughter return, she rushed forward, seized Lu Xiaoxiao in a tight embrace, and frantically scanned her from head to toe, tears streaming down her face. Mom, I'm fine. Please don't cry. Lu Xiaoxiao hugged her mother back, tears spilling uncontrollably. Sister Lu, it's over. Xiaoxiao wasn't harmed. After letting them hold each other and weep for a moment, Chen Jianghe spoke calmly. Please examine my brothers. They've each taken several slashes and their wounds are serious. Yes, yes. Wiping away her tears, Lu Wen nodded vigorously. Her gaze toward Chen Jianghe had softened. No longer cold, no longer distant. He had saved her daughter today. He was now her benefactor. Mr. Chen. The sutures and medical alcohol are kept at the clinic. It's not suitable to treat them here. After a brief examination, Lu Wen spoke hesitantly. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing had sustained relatively minor injuries, but still bore multiple cuts, some of which required disinfection and stitching. Sister Lu, please don't stand on ceremony. Just call me Jianghe. Peng, take them over to Sister Lu first. I'll follow shortly. Chen Jianghe nodded toward Zhang Peng. Jianghe, come with us. We're afraid Lai San might double back. It's too dangerous for you to stay behind alone. Zhang Peng remained uneasy. Don't worry, he lacks the nerve. Chen Jianghe scoffed dismissively. Had Lai San possessed such courage, he wouldn't have met this humiliating end. Yet Zhang Peng refused to relent, insisting Chen Jianghe accompany them. Unable to resist his friend's insistence, Chen Jianghe quickly gathered his belongings and money, then joined them in the van. Upon arriving at Lu Wen's clinic, she immediately disinfected the wound on Chen Jianghe's shoulder. It was superficial, requiring only cleansing, hemostasis, and bandaging. No sutures necessary. She then turned to treat Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. While doing so, Chen Jianghe produced 2 leather pouches and handed one to each man. Changzi, Zhou Bing, you performed admirably tonight. Inside are 5,000 yuan apiece. Keep them. Stay loyal, work hard, and I'll never fail you. Chen Jianghe said. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Both Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. In today's market, hiring someone for street violence rarely exceeded 1 or 2,000 yuan. Some teenage boys, easily swayed by a senior brother's flattery, would even commit murder for mere hundreds. Given tonight's perilous situation, 2 or 3,000 would have been considered generous. Yet Chen Jianghe had given each man 5,000. His generosity stunned them. Following Chen Jianghe truly promised a future. Watching their elation, Chen Jianghe smiled faintly. In this era of reform and opening up, money dictated everything. Even the underworld operated on that principle: wealth-forged brotherhood. Without money, nothing else mattered. No one's prestige outweighed that of currency. Everyone acted according to profit. True loyalty had grown scarce. Even among sworn brothers, time inevitably revealed that interest, not sentiment, was the final arbiter. Chen Jianghe was just beginning his ascent. He needed to invest heavily to win loyalty. Hesitation to spend was precisely Li Jindi's fatal flaw. "Da Peng, this is your share." Chen Jianghe produced another leather pouch, thicker, heavier, and handed it to Zhang Peng. "Jianghe, I can't accept this. I'm already a co-owner of Liehua Arcade. This isn't just work for you, it's work for myself. Why would I take payment for serving my own interests?" This time Zhang Peng refused outright. He already held equity in Liehua Arcade, and accepting further payment would be inappropriate. Chen Jianghe, unable to persuade him, relented. After treatment concluded, Chen Jianghe prepared to depart with his group. "Mr. Chen Jianghe, wait!" Lu Wen suddenly called out, rushed upstairs, and returned moments later clutching a bag containing 30,000 yuan. The fruits of years running her clinic. She pressed it into Chen Jianghe's hands. "Thank you, all of you, for tonight. Sister Lu, we helped you not for money. Please keep it. Xiao Xiao still needs funds for university." Chen Jianghe glanced at the bag and returned it without hesitation. "If you think it's too little, I'll add more." Lu Wen grew anxious. "Sister Lu, truly, no need. In the future, if we ever require your help, that will be reward enough." Chen Jianghe waved his hand and boarded the van. Lu Wen bit her lip, watching the vehicle recede into the night. Her expression shifting, unreadable. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoxiao, now dressed in pajamas, found her mother still standing at the doorway and asked curiously, "Close the door first. I feel frightened." I'm fine, Xiaoxiao. Go sleep, it's late." Lu Wen carefully locked the clinic door and guided her daughter upstairs. Traumatized Lu Xiaoxiao dared not sleep alone. So Lu Wen held her until she drifted off. Gazing upon her daughter's peaceful slumber, Lu Wen's eyes darkened with quiet turmoil. Chen Jianghe had refused money, so he must want something else. Yet they were mother and daughter, orphaned and vulnerable, possessing little beyond money and themselves. If he didn't want money, then he wanted a person. Lu Wen looked down at her sleeping daughter, still bound for university, still destined for a bright future. She could not entangle her with men whose lives flickered like guttering candles, uncertain from day to day. If not her daughter, then only she remained. Lu Wen bit her lip and rose silently from bed. Lu Wen glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, fast asleep on the bed. Silently she rose and sat before the dressing table beside it, gazing into the mirror. She rummaged through her long and used cosmetics and applied a touch of lipstick to her full lips. She hadn't worn lipstick in years. Her reflection revealed slightly puffy eyes, but still undeniably beautiful, much as she had been over a decade ago during those vibrant, carefree days of youth, only now softened by the quiet elegance of maturity. She had matured. The sharp, radiant energy of youth had mellowed, yet age had not touched her deeply. Time had left no harsh lines upon her face. Instead, she carried a richer, more grounded grace, and her figure had grown fuller, more voluptuous. Older men often favored youthful girls. Younger men perhaps might be drawn to women like her. "Mother did this for your sake." Lu Wen cast a hasty glance at the sleeping Lu Xiaoxiao, slipped into a dress, and hurried out the door. At the arcade, Chen Jianghe had just lain down, not long ago, and was mentally reviewing his confrontation with Lai San that day when drowsiness began to pull him under. Suddenly the door creaked open. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the figure in silvery light. Her clothes rendered semi-transparent, ethereal, and alluring. It was a woman, tall, statuesque, and abundantly curvaceous. Still half asleep, Chen Jianghe chuckled inwardly. Had he truly grown so starved for companionship that even his dreams conjured women? Seeing that Chen Jianghe appeared still unconscious, Lu Wen bit her crimson lip and stepped forward slowly, then shed her dress and slipped beneath his quilt. The moment her warm, lush body pressed against him, Chen Jianghe jolted, fully awake. This dream felt unervingly real. Even her warmth radiated unmistakably. "Your senior sister Lu." He swiftly gripped the brass knuckles hidden beneath his pillow and studied the woman, carefully disoriented. Yes, it was Lu Wen. But surely rescuing Lu Xiaoxiao had been nothing more than a simple act of kindness. Hardly justification for her mother to offer herself so intimately. "Don't speak. You'll be overheard." Lu Wen shifted closer against Chen Jianghe, her body trembling with suppressed longing. How many years had passed since she'd known the touch of a man? "Senior sister Lu, what are you doing?" Chen Jianghe forced himself to stay calm, edging backward. but the narrow cot offered little refuge and her voluptuous frame left him nowhere to retreat. Jianghe, Xiao Xiao is still so young. She has university ahead of her. She mustn't. Let me be with you instead. Summoning courage, Lu Wen embraced him tightly, her thoughts fixed on her daughter. Her lush form sent his blood surging. After 3 years behind bars, even a sow would seem like a celestial beauty. Yet Lu Wen had no idea how powerfully magnetic she truly was, or how perilous such boldness could prove. Yet her words clarified everything. Lu Wen feared he'd taken an interest in Lu Xiaoxiao, and so in self-sacrificing desperation had come to him herself, to divert his attention and spare her daughter. The irony was that ever since Ling Shui had ended their relationship, Chen Jianghe had devoted himself entirely to building his future. Romance was the furthest thing from his mind. His clash with Lai San stemmed solely from old grudges, and the need to establish firm footing in Beijia. Not for Lu Xiaoxiao Sake, nor for Lu Wen's. Senior sister Lu, you've misunderstood. I only wish to be friends. I want your support should trouble arise later. Not what you imagine. With immense willpower, Chen Jianghe gently but firmly pushed her away. Stunned, Lu Wen froze, doubt flickering across her face. You mean it? She found herself seated upright at the edge of the bed, startled by her own recoil. Chen Jianghe's eyes widened involuntarily. He swallowed hard. Her figure was truly exquisite. Every curve perfectly proportioned, every contour flawlessly formed. You! Flustered, Lu Wen snatched up her dress and hastily pulled it on, forgetting she'd already removed it moments earlier. Jianghe, I believe you. I truly think you mean it, but... Hesitating, Chen Jianghe considered the notion of a fleeting consensual liaison. Perhaps Lu Wen too longed for intimacy, but concluded it was ill-timed. 3 men were sleeping just next door, most likely straining their ears right then, listening intently to every sound from within. Now was simply not the time. But what? Nothing. Then, I'll go now. Let tonight fade as if it never happened. Please say nothing to Xiao Xiao, and if you or your brothers ever need help, don't hesitate to call on me. I'll do whatever I can. Lu Wen exhaled softly, relief mingling strangely with quiet disappointment. Without another word, she turned and hurried out. Senior sister Lu, wait. Let me walk you home. Chen Jianghe scrambled into his clothes and dashed outside, where Zhang Peng stood with the door ajar peering in furtively. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing lingered nearby, equally curious. At Chen Jianghe's sudden appearance, Zhang Peng jumped in surprise and blurted out, Jianghe, you're quick. Get lost. Chen Jianghe's eyelid twitched. He barked the command, then rushed downstairs after Lu Wen. He drove her home in the minivan. All the way she remained silent, until stepping out when she paused, turned back and bowed deeply to him. Jianghe, thank you. Senior sister Lu, no thanks needed. From now on, we're friends. Waving lightly, Chen Jianghe watched her enter the clinic, closed the door behind her, then drove off. Only after the van's engine faded into silence did Lu Wen lean back against the door, clutching her chest, her heart pounding fiercely. Ah! After a long pause, she sighed softly and climbed the stairs with heavy, measured steps. Chen Jianghe was over a decade younger. She couldn't allow herself to repeat such recklessness. When Chen Jianghe returned to the arcade, it was eerily quiet. Zhang Peng dared not show his face. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing pretended to be asleep. Chen Jianghe locked the door behind him, lay down and tossed restlessly, unable to sleep until exhaustion finally claimed him. When he woke the next morning, he flushed with embarrassment, immediately tossing his underwear into the laundry basin. It had been ages since such an awkward occurrence. Not since his days with Ling Shui. Jianghe, up and eat. As if nothing had transpired, Zhang Peng returned with breakfast and called him to the table. Chen Jianghe shot him a sharp look. Zhang Peng scratched his head, sheepishly avoiding his gaze. Guilty not only for eavesdropping but for calling him quick, a remark no man would welcome. Actually, I meant your fistwork is quick. Zhang Peng stammered, flustered. If you can't speak properly, just eat. After a long pause, Chen Jianghe asked, Yesterday you said Lu Xiaoxiao is your cousin. So what is your connection to Lu Wen and her family? He had long assumed Zhang Peng harbored feelings for Lu Wen, but now that seemed increasingly unlikely. Sister Lu. Zhang Peng set down his steamed rice roll and explained thoughtfully, Sister Lu is actually a distant relative of my father. When Liehua got into trouble, I had nowhere to go. She took me in for a few days and gave me 200 yuan, urging me to find honest work. Later, when I started working at Lai San's billiard hall, she kicked me out. She deeply disdains people from the underworld. Chen Jianghe nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the implication. Lu Xiaoxiao's father might well have been one of those very people. Lu Wen had been deceived, unwilling for her daughter to suffer the same fate. She adamantly avoided any association between Lu Xiaoxiao and underworld figures. Zhang Peng watched Chen Jianghe's expression carefully and asked cautiously, Last night was a misunderstanding. Nothing serious happened. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, and lowered his head to finish his rice roll, unwilling to dwell on last night. Speaking too much would only make future encounters with Lu Wen awkward. Oh! Zhang Peng scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. In truth, Sister Lu wasn't bad at all, though she was considerably older than Zhang He, certainly far more suitable than Ling Shui. After breakfast, come with me to pick up the car. It should be repaired by now, Chen Jianghe said, taking another bite of his rice roll. By the way, Jianghe, what are you planning to do about Lai San's billiard hall? Keep it running as a billiard parlor? Zhang Peng nodded and asked. A billiard hall can't generate substantial income, only modest earnings. Last night I considered converting it into an internet cafe. In Pengcheng such cafes remain scarce. North Street has only one. The internet cafe model is poised to become immensely popular. Chen Jianghe added, though he hadn't yet fleshed out the details. He'd been pondering it just before Lu Wen arrived, leaving his subsequent plans still unformed. Still, an internet cafe seemed promising. Even during his time in prison, he'd heard talk of the internet, and Pengcheng brimming with forward-thinking individuals only reinforced that impression. Some of those conversations had struck him as profoundly insightful. The internet would undoubtedly become a lucrative frontier. Though unfamiliar with its intricacies, opening a cafe was a safe, profitable path forward. An internet cafe? Those things are expensive. At Hongjizu Internet Cafe on North Street, the hourly rate is 15 yuan. Do you really think we can pull it off? Zhang Peng asked hesitantly, truthfully admitting he didn't even know what a computer was. Don't fixate on the cost per hour. Focus instead on demand. As long as users flock there and their numbers steadily grow, this venture will surely thrive. And as more cafes open, prices will inevitably decline. Chen Jianghe continued. For now, keep an eye on Hongjizu Internet Cafe. Observe its foot traffic. We're in no rush, or patience is our advantage. Understood, Jianghe. I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng knew his own limitations in business acumen and trusted Chen Jianghe implicitly. Today, arrange for someone to repair the entrance door of Lai San's billiard hall. For now, let it operate temporarily. We lack sufficient staff to supervise it full-time. Got it. Zhang Peng agreed, hastily finished his rice roll, and hurried out to find help. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing had also finished eating. After a night's rest, they were fully recovered and descended to open the shop. Customers were already waiting outside at dawn. With Zhang Peng absent, Chen Jianghe sat at the entrance to manage the cash register. Hardly had he settled in when his pager rang sharply. This is Chen Jianghe. He casually lifted the device to his ear. Jianghe, several men just came to the clinic. I overheard them talking. They sounded like Lai San's underlings. I'm terrified. Lu Wen's voice trembled over the line. She'd slipped out under the pretense of buying alcohol and rushed to a corner convenience store to use the public telephone. The previous evening, Chen Jianghe had left her his pager number and the landline of Liehua Game Hall. Were they Li Daong and his crew? Chen Jianghe frowned. No, it wasn't Li Daong. These were younger men. Lu Wen replied, flustered. Sister Lu, don't worry. Our accounts with Lai San are settled. He won't dare trouble you again. Stay calm. I'll come right over. After reassuring Lu Wen, Chen Jianghe hung up, entrusted the shop to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, and drove off in the van. He now owned 3 vehicles, 2 vans and 1 Santana sedan. Zhang Peng had taken 1 van, the other remained parked outside the shop. Chen Jianghe sped off in it without delay. Jianghe! Seeing him arrive, Lu Wen exhaled in relief, though a faint awkwardness lingered between them. Neither mentioned last night, preferring silence to discomfort. Are they still at the clinic? Chen Jianghe gestured for Lu Wen to get in the vehicle. Yes, they're still there. You're going alone? She nodded anxiously, then hesitated. There were 5 of them. 2 severely injured, yes, but the remaining 3 still outnumbered Chen Jianghe. Was he walking into danger? Relax. In the underworld, sheer numbers don't always decide the outcome. Chen Jianghe smiled faintly, his fingers brushing the knuckle duster tucked in his pocket, as he drove Lu Wen back to the clinic. Big brother. As Chen Jianghe entered the clinic, those inside instantly rose, eyes locked warily upon him. Some instinctively gripping knives concealed beneath their clothes. A youth shouted the title. Another young man seated on a chair sprang upright, gaze fixed and unblinking on Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe swept his eyes across them. His suspicion confirmed these were indeed the 5 youths Lai San had hired the previous night. Fierce, fearless, and ruthlessly pragmatic. No need to tense up. I'm not here to cause trouble. Chen Jianghe raised his hands, slightly signaling calm. The 5 youths remained silent, staring intently. No hatred flickered in their eyes, only sharp vigilance. They accepted payment to carry out tasks. Striking others or being struck themselves was routine, purely transactional, devoid of personal grudges. Though Chen Jianghe's men had injured them, they bore him no ill will. After all, in this world, one cannot claim exclusive rights to inflict violence while refusing to endure it in return. To survive in the underworld without understanding this fundamental truth is to accumulate enemies endlessly, until they outnumber stars in the sky. What do you want? The leader, seeing Chen Jianghe arrive alone, relaxed his guard just slightly. Who do you answer to? Chen Jianghe gestured for Lu Wen to enter and resume treatment as needed. We answer to no boss. We run our own affairs. Lu Wen trembled. But sensing no imminent violence, she steeled herself and resumed treating one of the wounded youths. Then I'll cut straight to the point. Would you consider joining me? 1,000 yuan per month, room and board included. And additional pay for any physical enforcement required. Chen Jianghe asked directly. Some of the young one's eyes suddenly flickered. In this day and age, working as a waiter looking just average, one can only earn 300 to 400 a month. To enter a factory and work day and night, one might earn around 1,000. Only by working yourself to the bone could the salary possibly exceed 1,000. Money is valuable, yet not so much at the same time. To elevate oneself to a higher status, a mobile phone costs several thousand, a Santana tens of thousands. $1,000 is barely enough for the change. However, for those who merely want to fill their stomachs, a salary of 1,000 yuan is extremely high. The young ones all looked towards their leader. The leader hesitated, as they indeed lacked money. If they weren't short on funds, they wouldn't be risking their lives for such a small amount. Yet he still felt a bit distrustful of Chen Jianghe. Just last night they were fighting fiercely, and today Chen Jianghe came to invite them to follow him. He had no idea what Chen Jiang's true intentions were. He feared leading his brothers into a pit of fire. We won't follow you, big brother. The hesitant young leader stiffly refused. All right, you can think it over, no rush. Leave a name so we can get to know each other. I am Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe was unfazed and extended his hand to the leader. These young ones were daring and fierce. The fact that they hadn't yet joined the big brother must have its reasons. Chen Jianghe did not expect to persuade them with just a few words. Xiang Fei. After a moment of silence, Xiang Fei still shook hands with Chen Jianghe. Sister Lu, please treat them. The medical expenses are on me, Chen Jianghe said as he turned around. Lu Wen nodded and hurriedly continued treating the young ones. Two of the young ones were severely injured with broken legs. Lu Wen applied plaster casts for them and was busy for the entire morning before finishing. Afterward, the few of them supported each other and hurriedly left. Jianghe, they left 300 yuan. Lu Wen discovered 300 yuan pressed under the table while packing up. Quite spirited. Chen Jianghe took a puff of his cigarette and nodded slightly. Once the young ones left, the clinic fell silent and Lu Wen looked down, her face awkward. Chen Jianghe sensed the strange atmosphere and felt uncomfortable. Sister Lu, the shop is still busy. I'll head out first. Call me if you need anything. Chen Jianghe extinguished his cigarette, called out, and hurriedly drove away in the van. Lu Wen smiled unconsciously as she watched his hasty departure. She felt that Chen Jianghe was still young, not the type to want deep interactions with women upon meeting them. Chen Jianghe drove back to the fire game hall, where business was relatively good. Half of the machines were occupied, and even the slot machines at the back began to see customers. However, currently the play was minimal, at most a few dozen or 100 yuan. No major customers had arrived yet. Jianghe, where did you just go? I found someone at the billiard hall's door, will be ready this afternoon. As Chen Jianghe just returned, he happened to run into Zhang Peng. Something came up over at Sister Liu's. Chen Jianghe casually replied. Oh, no wonder you were gone for so long. Zhang Peng's gaze towards Chen Jianghe suddenly changed. Last night he was so quick, today he was gone for so long. How could such a big change happen overnight? Shut up. Chen Jianghe, seeing this, understood that this guy must be thinking something inappropriate. Jianghe, don't worry. I won't speak out of turn. Actually, Sister Lu is quite good, better than Ling Shui. Zhang Peng chuckled awkwardly, then noticed Chen Jianghe frowning. The mention of Ling Shui immediately soured Chen Jiang's mood. Xiao Chen. At that moment, a police car suddenly stopped at the entrance of the fire game hall, and Tang Igua, dressed in plain clothes, approached with a leather file bag. Uncle Tang, let's go upstairs. Chen Jianghe saw that the paperwork for the game hall should be complete, so he planned to ask Tang Igua to handle the paperwork for the billiard hall as well. Tang Igua followed Chen Jianghe upstairs, where Chen Jianghe brewed a cup of Maojian tea and placed it on the table. Xiao Chen, the paperwork for the game hall is all done. The property certificate and business license have all been transferred to your name. Take a look. Tang Igua handed the file bag to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe opened it and took a glance. Inside were the complete paperwork for the game hall, all changed to his name. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Chen Jianghe casually placed the documents into a drawer. It's a small matter, we are all on the same side. You don't need to say that. Tang Igua waved his hand, tossing a cigarette to Chen Jianghe, while lighting one for himself. He casually asked, I heard that Lai Sen handed over his venue to you. Recently North Street has seen quite a few changes, and Zhou Tiangue transferred his De Fuhao game hall, and Lai San has also given you his billiard hall. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes and then relaxed. Tang Igua, the chief, was indeed not to be underestimated. He found out about the billiard hall matter so quickly. There must be someone from Tang Aigua's side on North Street. Lai San wanted to go back to his hometown, so he handed over the billiard hall to me. I will need Uncle Tang to help me with the paperwork for the billiard hall. Chen Jianghe opened the drawer and took out 2 stacks of money, pushing them towards Tang Aigua. Xiao Chen, last time you gave me 50,000 for the paperwork. Why is there only 20,000 this time? Tang Aigua glanced at the money, took a puff of his cigarette, but did not touch the cash. Uncle Tang, the game hall is reopening, and there are many expenses. I don't have much money left. I will make up the rest later. Chen Jianghe's eyes flickered. The 50,000 for the game hall paperwork was because Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were both dead. Chen Jianghe was using money to bribe Tang Aigua, hoping he wouldn't delve deeper into the matter. Since there were no deaths involved in the billiard hall paperwork, and Lai San had signed off on everything, the contract receipts were all in order. Offering 20,000 was already a high price. If Chen Jianghe handled it himself or found someone else, he could get it done for just 1,000 or 2. Giving Tang Aigua 20,000 was already quite a lot. Tang Aigua was being a bit greedy. Xiao Chen, you see, such words sound distant. Can't I understand your difficulties? Take this money back. For the billiard hall, whatever business you want to do in the future, just include your Uncle Tang. Tang Aigua smiled broadly and directly pushed the money back. Chen Jianghe quickly frowned. Tang Aigua did not want the money and appeared to want a share in the billiard hall. This implied that regardless of what Chen Jianghe planned to do with the billiard hall in the future, he would have to let Tang Aigua meddle in it. This was not just a bit greedy, it was far too greedy. Uncle Tang, you will definitely have a share in my business. Rest assured. Chen Jianghe did not show any dissatisfaction, and instead smiled in agreement. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, I knew you wouldn't treat your Uncle Tang unfairly. Next time you have something, just call me. For someone like Lai San, just a phone call, and I'll have him taken care of. Tang Aigua stood up, patted Chen Jiang's shoulder, and left happily. He did not notice the cold, sharp gaze Chen Jianghe shot at his back. What does Jiang he want here? After Tang Aigua left, Zhang Peng approached and asked. He wants a stake in the billiard hall business. His ambition knows no bounds, Chen Jianghe said coldly. How audacious. He thinks he's entitled to a share just because we seized Lai San's billiard hall. What claim does he have on it? Zhang Peng bristled with indignation. As for Tang Aigua taking a silent share in the arcade, well, that was understandable. After all, they had eliminated Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, and securing their foothold on Beijia demanded protection. Without a patron, survival would be impossible. Tang Aigua's cut in the arcade made sense. But why should he demand a share in the billiard hall? Because he is chief of the Xinminlu police station. Chen Jianghe replied calmly. Jianghe, are we really going to hand over equity to him for free? I fear that once he sets this precedent, he'll demand shares in every venture you launch henceforth. Zhang Peng protested, disgruntled. We lack the strength to confront him, Hedon. Not yet. If he insists, let him have it. Let him gorge himself. I can still afford this pittance. Chen Jianghe spoke slowly. Very well. Just ensure you keep your wits about you. Though seething inwardly, Zhang Peng knew the truth. Tang Aigua was the undisputed overlord of their jurisdiction. Others might dare defy him, but certainly not them. Come with me to pick up the car, Chen Jianghe said, then paused thoughtfully before dialing Tang Aigua on his brick phone. Straight to his office. This is Tang Aigua. A voice boomed from the receiver. Uncle Tang, it's me. Xiao Chen. What is it? Uncle Tang, I need a favor. Could you look up some people? Chen Jianghe asked. Look them up. Who? Tang Aigua frowned, walked over to close his office door, and returned to ask. The men who murdered my father. I heard the lightest sentence was only months. Most of them must have been released by now, right? Chen Jianghe's tone remained steady, unshaken. Ah, them. Tang Aigua paused, then lowered his voice. Most have indeed been released. 7 were involved in the attack. The one who took the fall received 7 years. The lightest sentences were mere months. I recall Li Jindi paid handsomely back then. Bribes smoothed every path. Year after year their terms shrank. Even the 7-year sentence may end imminently. Those sentenced to 1 or 2 years walked free almost immediately. Yet upon release none remained loyal to Li Jindi. Tell me whom you seek. I'll discreetly track them down. The murder of Chen Jiming had stirred great turmoil across Beijia. After Tang Aigua's transfer to Xinminlu police station, he'd personally reviewed the case file. Then I'm deeply grateful, Uncle Tang, Chen Jianghe replied. Xiao Chen. I urge you once more, you've built a legitimate enterprise now. Let the past rest. Clinging to old grievances serves no purpose. What matters is living fully wisely now. Tang Aigua hoped to dissuade Chen Jianghe from provoking those thugs, a complication he wished to avoid. Any trouble Chen Jianghe stirred would inevitably disrupt business, and thus his own profits. Uncle Tang, I know exactly what I'm doing. Fine, so long as you do. I'll contact you the moment I hear anything. With that, Tang Aigua hung up. He just attempted to extract additional equity from Chen Jianghe, Yet now with Chun Jianghe requesting a favor, refusal was unthinkable. After the call, Chun Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng to drive the van to Gongda Auto Repair Shop. The Santana had been repaired, and even given a thorough wash. Still, the shop's workmanship was mediocre. The repaired door bore faint telltale traces of restoration. "Boss, you're here. Your car's ready." A mechanic streaked with grease grinned broadly and offered a cigarette. 500, here you go." Chun Jianghe inspected the vehicle, paid without hesitation, and turned to leave. Well, who do we have here? Isn't that Chun Jianghe?" A mocking voice rang out suddenly. Chun Jianghe turned, his brow furrowed. Li Haiba. He hadn't expected to encounter his high school classmate here. Li Haiba stood beside a gleaming Xiaoli sedan clad in a sharp suit, his expression dripping with derision. Inside the car sat a woman painted in bold, flamboyant makeup. Li Haiba had been Chun Jianghe's classmate, and once vied for Ling Xue's affection. She rejected him, choosing instead to date Chun Jianghe. Back then, Li Haiba resented Chun Jianghe bitterly, and even hired outsiders to teach him a lesson. But Chun Jiming carried weight in the underworld. Those hired thugs not only failed to harm Chun Jianghe, they beat Li Haiba soundly upon meeting him. Years later, that grudge still smoldered fiercely within him. "Chun Jianghe, I heard you went inside shortly after graduation. When did you get out?" Li Haiba taunted deliberately. He feared Chun Jianghe no longer. After all, Chun Jianghe was an ex-convict. Any misstep would land him back behind bars. And his father, that underworld figure, rumor said he'd long since been hacked to death. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Peng bristled, instantly locking eyes with Li Haiba, his voice edged with hostility. "Oh ho! Chun Jianghe, some dogs never change their ways. Still running with the rabble. Look at the company you keep. Scum of society." Li Haiba sneered, dismissing Zhang Peng entirely. "You asking for death?" Zhang Peng exploded, lunging forward. "Try laying a finger on me. Do it. And I'll bury you so deep you'll rot in prison for life." Li Haiba stumbled backward, then scoffed defiantly. "De Peng!" Chun Jianghe called out, stepping between them. Too weary for theatrics, he added, "Let's go to Peng. You'd better watch your step, you bastard." Zhang Peng shot Li Haiba one last venomous glare before halting, simmering with resentment. "Chun Jianghe, don't think I'm joking. Li Haiba is no man you can touch anymore. See this car? Xiaoli 7,100. 88,000 yuan. 88,000. You couldn't earn that in 3 or 5 years. Even skipping meals." Li Haiba preened, boasting openly. "True, this Xiaoli costs less than your Santana, but I bought it outright with my own money. You, merely a chauffeur. Among our graduating class, excepting Ling Xue, no one has risen higher than Li Haiba." Li Haiba assumed the Santana couldn't possibly belong to Chun Jianghe. A freshly released convict could never afford such a car. He must be driving for some boss, nothing more than a lowly driver. Chun Jianghe ignored him entirely, climbed into the car, and prepared to depart. "Chun Jianghe, Ling Xue's wedding is imminent. Tonight she'll hand out invitations. To us all." Li Haiba suddenly shouted, just as Chun Jianghe was about to pull away. "Haibo, why waste words on these two thugs?" A woman sitting in the Xiaoli car said impatiently. Li Haiba, fawning like a lapdog, hastily reassured her, then turned to Chun Jianghe with smug arrogance. "Chun Jianghe, our high school classmates are holding a reunion tonight at Sihai Grand Banquet Hall. And Ling Xue will be there. If you've got the guts, show up. If not, consider it never said." Having delivered his boast, Li Haiba swaggered into the Xiaoli, deliberately honked the horn, and drove off in brazen triumph. "Jianghe, that brat's insufferable. Why did you hold me back?" Zhang Peng watched the Xiaoli vanish down the street, seething. Had Chun Jianghe not restrained him, he would have beaten the insolent man senseless. "Forget it. Let's go." Chun Jianghe shook his head, his expression impassive. "You're not seriously thinking of attending that reunion, are you? You've been gone 3 years, haven't seen any of them in 3 or 4. What purpose would it serve?" Zhang Peng asked. "Fine. I understand. We'll talk about it later." Chun Jianghe's tone grew curt. "Jianghe, are you still pining after Ling Xue? She's about to marry. Don't tell me you're scheming to sabotage her wedding." Reluctantly, Zhang Peng headed toward their van. "Shut up." Chun Jianghe flicked his cigarette, but straight at him, then climbed into the Santana and drove back to Liehua Game Parlor. Back at the parlor, patrons had already begun trickling in. A man in his late 20s, sporting a streak of dyed yellow hair, stood atop the platform speaking with Zhang Chong. "Boss, you're back. He's been waiting to speak with you," Zhang Chong said, gesturing toward the man. "What is it?" Chun Jianghe studied the stranger. Unfamiliar, unknown. "Mr. Chun, I'm Xiegang. I noticed your slot machines downstairs. Hardly anyone's playing them." The man extended his hand without hesitation. "Let's discuss upstairs." Chun Jianghe shook his hand, already sensing Xiegang's intent. He led him up to the office and signaled Zhang Peng to brew a cup of tea. "Mr. Chun, you wield real influence. When you declared Li Jindi was no longer welcome here, he vanished overnight. Xie Gang glanced around appreciatively, whistling softly. Brother. We speak plainly. Li Jindi has returned to his hometown. No need to mention him again. Zhang Peng interjected, instantly wary. Though Li Jindi was finished, he'd spent years entrenched in the underworld. No one could say who among his old connections might seek retribution. Mr. Chun. I'll cut straight to it. Your slot machines sit idle. Li Jindi's former regulars haven't returned. I used to frequent his parlors. I know many of his loyal patrons and even introduced new ones myself. If your machines stay empty, I can bring in fresh clientele. Xie Gang smiled faintly. How much do you want? Chan Jianghe understood immediately. Xie Gang was a broker. A conduit for high-rolling gamblers earning commission from their losses. For instance, if a guest he referred lost 1,000 yuan in an evening, Xie Gang would claim a share. Such brokers had existed even under Chan Jiming's management of Liehua. They typically exploited friends or minor local entrepreneurs. 50%, Xie Gang demanded, bold, unblinking. 20%. Chan Jianghe countered, shaking his head. 50% would mean Liehua works for you. Not the other way around. 20% is too low. I'd earn more elsewhere. Mr. Chun, your offer lacks sincerity. Xie Gang protested. Liehua is the largest game parlor on Beijia Street. Even without your referrals, business will steadily rebound. Moreover, my parlor stands right here, housing dozens of slot machines. You know my strength, but I know nothing of yours. If Liehua were truly the only parlor on Beijia, your argument would hold weight. I'd concede. But Zhou Tiangue fled to Fuhao, was absorbed, and soon Tianwei Electronics Grand World will open. A parlor even larger than ours. Xie Gang spoke with quiet confidence. There were no secrets on Beijia Street. Anyone who ran its underworld knew of Zhou Tiangue's downfall and the imminent arrival of Tianwei Electronics Grand World. And it would likely dwarf Liehua in scale. Once opened, Liehua's revenue would inevitably suffer. Customers not drawn in now would become impossible to lure later. How much can you bring in monthly? Chan Jianghe tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, weighing the proposition. At least this much. Xie Gang raised 2 fingers. 200,000. Chan Jianghe smiled wryly. Mr. Chun, that's absurd. If I could reliably deliver 200,000 yuan in monthly turnover, every parlor in town would treat me like royalty. Xie Gang frowned. In this era, any shop owner securing 200,000 yuan in monthly patronage would be hailed as master wherever he walked. 200,000 is unrealistic. Here's my offer: 30% commission for over 20,000 yuan monthly, 40% for over 50,000, otherwise 20% remains standard. Chun Jianghe stated the terms without hesitation. Mr. Chen, you're decisive. It's settled. Xie Gang wasted no further words. Drank his tea and rushed out to begin contacting clients. Chan Jianghe's commission rates exceeded industry norms by 5 to 10%. Securing 20,000 yuan in monthly turnover would net Xie Gang an extra 1 to 2,000 yuan. A substantial sum. Jianghe, aren't we offering too much? Zhang Peng asked hesitantly. Not at all. We're starting from zero. No loyal customers yet. We need someone to draw crowds. Xie Gang's point stands: if we fail to attract players now, once Tianwei opens, the opportunity will vanish entirely. Sacrificing some profit is trivial. Chan Jianghe's voice remained calm. Understood, Zhang Peng nodded. I'll get back to work. Wait, De Peng. Chan Jianghe paused suddenly. Find out about several people for me. Who? Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. The youths Lai San hired. Their leader is named Xiang Fei. They operate somewhere near Beijia Street. Find out who they are and where they live. Chun Jianghe instructed. Jianghe, you plan to recruit them? Those boys are fearless fighters. True talents, Zhang Peng mused, nodding. I'll dig into it. At 8 in the evening, Chan Jianghe hesitated for a long time, but finally snuffed out the cigarette and took the keys to his Santana to head downstairs. Jianghe, do you want me to go with you? Zhang Peng stood up. No need, you watch the store. Chan Jianghe replied directly as he stepped outside, driving the Santana towards the Sihai Grand Hotel. The Sihai Grand Hotel is not far from Beijia, and in the Pingjiang district, it is considered a relatively high-end establishment. This hotel has been operating in Pengcheng for over 10 years, and it is said that the boss behind it was once a powerful figure in the underworld. After becoming wealthy from running the hotel, he became less inclined to roam the Jianghu, belonging to that type of big brother, who was once very prominent but has gradually faded over the past 10 years. Chan Jianghe parked the Santana at the entrance of the Sihai Grand Hotel, where many cars were already parked. The cheaper ones included Xiaolis and Jetta, while the more expensive ones comprised Volvos and Lexuses, with even a Hudioben parked out front. At the entrance of the hotel's main hall, several signs indicated locations for birthday parties, reunions, and gatherings. Chun Jianghe glanced at the signs and prepared to go upstairs. Chun Jianghe. Just then a hesitant voice suddenly rang out from behind. Chun Jianghe turned around. Li Wanshu. Chun Jianghe said in surprise, carefully recognizing the person behind him. It really is you, I've heard them say. Li Wanshu pushed up his black-framed glasses, feeling a bit embarrassed to finish his sentence. I just got out. I heard it was because of your father's matter. My condolences. Li Wanshu sighed and spoke softly. The most just thing in this world is that everyone has only one life and everyone will eventually die. Whether early or late, it is all fate. You're right, everyone has to die. Chun Jianghe replied calmly. Jianghe, back in school, I owe you a lot. If you ever need my help, you must let me know. Li Wanshu came from a poor family and was thin and dark in high school. Aside from studying, he was incapable of anything else and was often bullied. Back then he was bullied by students from other classes and lost his living expenses for a month, relying on eating leftovers at the cafeteria. When Chun Jianghe learned about this, he called 2 people to teach the bullies from the other class a lesson, and after that the bully never dared to bother Li Wanshu again. Chun Jianghe did not do it for Li Wanshu. He merely felt that his classmates should not be bullied by outsiders. However, Li Wanshu appreciated this favor and maintained a good relationship with Chun Jianghe afterward. After chatting for a while, Chun Jianghe learned that Li Wanshu would graduate from Pengcheng University this year, being one of the few in their class to gain admission. He has already been interning for 6 months, and after officially graduating, Li Wanshu plans to take the exam for the Pengcheng customs, as he has a distant relative working there, who has become quite wealthy in recent years. Chun Jianghe, you're here too. While they were talking, a surprised female voice suddenly chimed in, followed by a waft of fragrance. And you? Li Wanshu awkwardly stepped aside, unable to directly meet the gaze of the approaching girl. The girl was about 165 centimeters tall, considered quite tall for Pengcheng. She wore a fashionable mini-skirt, had stylish burgundy hair, and sported light makeup on her face. She was not stunning but very pleasant to look at. Her name was Yue, and she was among the better students in their class, maintaining a good relationship with Chun Jianghe and having shared a desk for half a year. She was not like this back then. You are Li. Perhaps because it had been so long since they last met, she seemed to struggle to recall Li Wanshu's name. Li Shuwen. That's right, Li Shuwen. I heard you got into Pengcheng University. You are the only one from our class who did. And Yu slapped her forehead, smiled brightly, and then looked at Chun Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you get out? Just under a month ago. Chun Jianghe did not hide it. He had been a prominent figure in school and his matters were probably known by everyone. Now that you're out, what are you planning to do? Do you want me to help you find a job? And Yu shared her situation. She had not gotten into a good university and was not allowed to pursue further studies. Later she worked at a KTV and is now a sales manager, doing quite well for herself. This KTV is located above the Sea Grand Hotel. The 2 establishments operate as a combined dining and entertainment venue, showcasing the strength of the boss behind them. I'll start a small business. If that doesn't work out, I'll reach out to you. Chun Jianghe chuckled, feeling how rapidly society and people are changing. Back then, Yu was a well-behaved girl, but to his surprise, after several years, she had become quite experienced in the nightlife. All right, when the time comes, I'll take care of you. Yu laughed as well, inviting the 2 to head upstairs. Let's go, many people have already arrived. Let's catch up and make some noise. After dinner, we'll go sing at the KTV upstairs. I've already arranged everything. The 3 of them went upstairs to a large private room which had a big round table that could seat 20 people. Back in the day, there were 50 to 60 people in their class, but now for this reunion they could hardly gather even 20. Some of the people looked familiar to Chun Jianghe while others seemed unfamiliar. Some had not changed much while others were unrecognizable from their former selves. The only thing that never changes in this world is that everything is constantly changing. Chun Jiang's presence also caused the previously lively atmosphere in the private room to become somewhat subdued, as he was likely the only person in the class who had been imprisoned. Chun Jianghe is here. Most of the classmates merely greeted Chun Jianghe with indifference. After all, he was a former convict, and they had already heard from Li Haiba that he had just been released from prison and was still driving for socialites. After his father passed away, Chun Jianghe became just a small driver with no prospects, no future, and no value. Everyone had already entered society. They were no longer the students they once were, and this is how harsh reality can be. Chun Jianghe, everyone came so early, and you arrived late. Shouldn't you pour yourself 3 drinks? Li Haiba waved his hand mockingly, and a classmate beside him brought out 3 large cups of baijiu. Arriving late means 3 drinks. That's the rule. Exactly, Chun Jianghe, drink up. This is good wine brought by Haiba, you can't get this in prison. Several people around Li Haiba chimed in. Mention of imprisonment instantly chilled the atmosphere in the private dining room. Many classmates exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes flickering with discomfort. How audacious it was for a recently released convict to attend their reunion. Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. Yet she had heard that Li Haiba was now doing quite well. Having landed a girlfriend whose family owned a freight terminal, he had latched onto this advantageous connection and was earning handsomely. Over the past 2 months, Li Haiba had occasionally shown up to support and Yue his intentions transparent. But she regarded him with disdain, keeping him at arm's length like a gullible patron. "I've quit drinking." Chen Jianghe paid Li Haiba no heed, casting a brief, indifferent glance before replying. Ling Shui was nowhere to be seen. Whether she hadn't arrived yet or had chosen not to come remained unclear. "Chen Jianghe, if you won't drink, what exactly are you doing here? Come to scavenge a free meal because you can't even afford food." Li Haiba persisted, his tone laced with mockery. "Today's drinks are on Brother Haiba, but dinner is split among all of us. We can't just feast without paying." A short-statured classmate beside Li Haiba suddenly interjected. His name was Zhao Xiongfei. Once Chen Jianghe's loyal follower, fond of flaunting Chen's name to intimidate others. Now seeing that Chen appeared less successful than Li Haiba, he had swiftly switched allegiances. He had become Li Haiba's new lackey. "Zhao Xiongfei, I'll cover Jianghe's share. Over 30 yuan. Is this really worth such theatrics? Jianghe helped you countless times back then." Li Shuwen retorted angrily, pulling out a 100 yuan note. They had agreed beforehand each person would contribute 30 yuan. Roughly 15 attendees totaling over 500 yuan. Li Haiba had volunteered to cover the drinks, promising to make up any shortfall in the meal cost. "Bookworm, you've only been interning for 6 months. Did you finally stop surviving on dry steamed buns? Trying to show off now?" Zhao Xiongfei grumbled resentfully. "No need. I'll treat everyone tonight. It's been years since we last met. Let's celebrate as old friends." Chen Jianghe gently restrained Li Shuwen and casually tossed several hundred yuan onto the table. The sight startled Yu and several classmates. Hadn't Chen just been released from prison? How could he possibly have so much money? Rumor had it his father had died and his family's arcade had been seized. Where then had this cash come from? "Chen Jianghe, where did you borrow this money? From some loan shark trying to play the big shot?" Li Haiba sneered, his smile devoid of warmth. "At least I don't rely on women," Chen Jianghe replied coolly. "What do you mean by that?" Li Haiba bristled, instantly glancing sideways at Yu. Everyone knew he was courting her, and nothing stung more than being accused of living off a woman's wealth. All right. This is a reunion. Let's keep things light and cheerful. Ling Shui will be arriving shortly with her fiancé. Let's not give outsiders cause to laugh." And Yu stepped forward to mediate. "Chen Jianghe, I hear Ling Shui's fiancé is quite wealthy. His family runs a company. We must certainly make his acquaintance later." Li Haiba let out a cold chuckle, deliberately goading Chen Jianghe. Ling Shui had been renowned across campus for her beauty. Her admirers were legion. Even Li Haiba himself had once pursued her, only to be eclipsed when Chen Jianghe won her heart. Years had passed, and now Ling Shui was engaged, though not to Chen Jianghe. This gathering had been arranged precisely for Ling Shui, to strengthen ties before her marriage to wealth, ensuring she'd ascend to elite status. Better to nurture goodwill now than wait until one needed her favor, and find it too late. Chen Jianghe frowned faintly at Li Haiba. Yet inexplicably Li Haiba's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively averted his gaze. "Everyone please sit down. I'll ask the server to bring the dishes. Ling Shui should be here any moment." And Yu guided Chen Jianghe to his seat, her words quickly restoring the festive mood. Some classmates noticed that Chen Jianghe, though freshly released, seemed far from destitute. And once that impression took hold, no one dared mention the earlier demand for 3 glasses of wine. The cuisine at Sihai Grand Restaurant was undeniably refined. Soon the dishes arrived in full array, and Yu called Ling Shui, who replied that an unexpected matter had detained her. She asked everyone to begin eating, assuring them the meal was on her. She promised to arrive as soon as possible. Since Ling Shui wasn't present, they couldn't wait indefinitely. So they began dining. Before long, laughter and clinking glasses warmed the room. The private room buzzed with lively chatter. Some classmates eagerly sought Chen Jianghe's favor. After all, in this world, connections with seasoned individuals could prove invaluable at any moment. Others dismissed him outright, viewing him as a delinquent, a convict whose father was dead and whose family business had been seized. To them, he was finished, hardly worth cultivating. Chen Jianghe remained unfazed. He wasn't even certain why he'd come. Was it to see Ling Shui, or to meet the man she was about to marry? And Yu sat beside Chen Jianghe, while Li Haiba deliberately swapped seats to sit on her other side, relentlessly engaging her in conversation, clinging close. "Li Haiba, if you're going to speak, just speak. Why lean in so close?" And Yu finally snapped, her brow knotted in exasperation, as she shot him a sharp, dismissive look. "Heh. And what's close between us? I'd rather be 0 distance," Li Haiba declared shamelessly. "Can you speak like a normal person?" And Yu shifted slightly, offering a polite, strained smile, before turning to Chen Jianghe. "Jianghe, what line of business are you in now?" "Running an arcade. The same one my family used to operate." Chen Jianghe took a sip of water and answered casually. Chun Jianghe, isn't that arcade currently run by your stepmother? A female classmate recalled, referencing gossip she'd heard. Chun Jianghe glanced at her briefly. She returned to her hometown. The arcade is now under my management. Returned to her hometown. Why would she leave so suddenly? That arcade was highly profitable. I heard it was quite large. If I were managing such a place, I'd never dream of returning home. Yen arcades aren't as easy to run as they seem. They simply don't thrive on city streets. It's far more complicated than you imagine. And you shook her head, cutting off the classmate. Matters of the underworld were never simple. Chun Jianghe's stepmother's abrupt departure surely concealed deeper currents. Pressing further would be inappropriate. Chun Jianghe, you're quite lucky. She actually handed the arcade back to you. Still, arcades are becoming obsolete. I hear internet cafes are the future. I'm planning to partner up and invest in one. Li Haiba curled his lip, raising his voice deliberately. Haiba, doesn't opening an internet cafe require serious capital? Several classmates leaned in, intrigued. Indeed. It takes several 100,000 yuan just to get started. This isn't a game for ordinary people. Li Haiba boasted openly. Hundreds of thousands. Envious glances swept the room. And no one gave Chun Jianghe's arcade another thought. What's a few 100,000? Pocket change. Li Haiba tossed his hair with theatrical flair. With Ling Shui absent, he became the center of attention among their classmates. Yet Yu remained distinctly unimpressed. He had risen on the wealth of women and now, armed with that very money, dared court Yu. It was only natural she held him in disdain. This young woman still possessed her own moral boundaries. Ling Shui never appeared. Not even by the end of the meal. Yu made several calls, each time receiving only the same reply. He'll be there shortly. Many classmates lingered, deliberately hoping to meet Ling Shui and cultivate favor with her. Her continued absence kept them rooted. No one wished to leave before she arrived. Yu smoothly orchestrated the transition. She ushered everyone upstairs to the karaoke lounge for singing and drinks. Only a handful, those with prior commitments or outright unwillingness, departed early. The rest followed her without hesitation. Li Shuwen had also intended to leave, but seeing Chun Jianghe remain seated, he feared a confrontation might erupt between Chun Jianghe and Ling Shui's fiancée once she arrived. So he stayed. Big sister and the opulent interior of Sihai Karaoke shimmered under golden light. Hostesses along the corridor bowed their heads respectfully as Yu passed. Clearly Yu had ascended far. These hostesses likely owed their positions to her. As sales manager, she may well have assumed the role of a madam, a profession both lucrative and deeply networked in this city. Even the most formidable local bosses extended courtesy to such figures. After all, no establishment could thrive without its women. Everyone feel free to enjoy yourselves. The drinks are on me, fully arranged. Yu led the group into a private karaoke room, but notably no hostesses were present. This was a gathering of classmates mixed gender and thus strictly social. Not a business affair. Big sister and I promised to treat everyone tonight. I will cover the bill. We're classmates. How can I not support you? Li Haiba settled himself at the center of the sofa, withdrew a thick wad of cash from his briefcase, and slapped it onto the table. He flicked his chin toward the server. Drinks, fruit platters. Go all out with this. Big sister and the server stared at the 10,000 yuan stack, hesitating. Just do as he says. We run a business. Are we to refuse a paying guest? Yu's delicate brows knitted faintly. Issue him a membership card, silver tier, and credit the cashback directly to it. Understood, big sister. And the server nodded and departed with the money. Several classmates couldn't tear their eyes away. The sum was 10,000 yuan. Many labored an entire year for less. Li Haiba had casually flung down that sum like pocket lint. He truly had made it. Li Haiba has truly made it. Li Shuwen murmured beside Chun Jianghe, awe lacing his voice. Once you join the Shenzhen Customs, your earnings will surpass his. By far. Chun Jianghe held a cigarette between his fingers, gaze distant, unseeing. At Shenzhen Customs, wealth flowed faster than wind. So long as one chose to look away just once, just briefly. I won't break the law. Li Shuwen fell silent for a moment, then spoke with quiet resolve. One is born into the rivers and lakes, yet cannot escape their currents. Chun Jianghe raised his glass in a silent toast. Li Shuwen lifted his own, paused, then drank. The liquor burned his throat, setting off a fit of coughing. See, you don't even drink. But when I raise my glass, you obey. Once inside customs, they'll find every way imaginable to make you swallow that glass. Chun Jianghe offered a faint, knowing smile. Li Shuwen lowered his head, saying nothing. Around them, the karaoke room blazed with mirth. While the two sat apart, sipping silence like bitter wine. They waited long into the night. Yet Ling Shui never came. Instead, a formal wedding invitation arrived. Her marriage would take place on the 8th of next month. The couple's portrait on the invitation radiated harmony. Handsome groom, radiant bride. Chun Jianghe drained his glass of XO in one motion, holding Ling Shui's smiling face in his gaze for a long final moment, then rose to leave. Li Haibo, stop this nonsense. A sharp cry pierced the air outside the karaoke room. Chun Jianghe pushed open the door and stepped out. Big sister in. What exactly is your game? Still stringing me along? I've spent the money. Don't think I don't know exactly what you are. If others may touch you, why not me? Li Haibo reeked of alcohol words, slurred fingers gripping in Yu's arm with desperate force. Li Haibo, you've risen, yes. But that has nothing to do with me. I never asked you to spend that money. Refuse it and I'll return it. Tonight's guests are my treat. With contemptuous disdain, and Yu glanced at him, then dug into her purse and produced a thick bundle of bills. Not quite 10,000, but close enough. So you're calling my bluff, and Yu? Is 10,000 too little? Say the number. Whatever pleases, Li Haibo. His words grew cruder, verging on outright accusation, that she was in essence a courtesan. So you do consider me a prostitute? Let me be clear, I am not. And even if I were, I'd still reject you, Li Haibo. You live off women's wealth yet hunt for new ones behind their backs. I despise you. And I know exactly how you seduced her. You whispered honeyed lies until she conceived, then crawled to her family on your knees begging for their blessing. Who could possibly respect such a man? Even if I sold myself, I'd still scorn you. And Yu's words cut like blades. No mercy, no restraint. In this era, most lived hand-to-mouth. Anyone who could produce thousands or 10,000 at a whim was already extraordinary. Yet those truly wealthy, the ones who earned wealth, were astonishingly rich. The Mercedes-Benz parked outside Sihai Grand Restaurant was worth 2 million yuan. Here, men willing to spend 30 or 40,000 yuan in a single evening for a news company were rare, but not unheard of. Such patrons visited perhaps several times a year. And as for taking her for a drive, a Shaoli wouldn't even be considered. Li Haibo thought 10,000 yuan entitled him to dismiss and Yu as disposable, delusion pure and simple. Jianghe, what's wrong? Li Shuwen followed him out, voice low. Li Haibo overestimates himself. Profoundly. Chun Jianghe exhaled smoke, calm and detached. And you? You're playing games, aren't you? You're just a whore. Humiliated beyond endurance, Li Haibo exploded. Li Haibo, you have no sense of proportion. If I wanted to toy with you, I could make you sell your house, your car. Would you believe me? And Yu refused to waste another word on him. Turning to Chun Jianghe and the classmates who'd gathered at the commotion, she said evenly, please continue enjoying yourselves. For anything you need, ask the staff. I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. Fuck you. Drunk and enraged, Li Haibo swung. His palm cracked across in Yu's cheek. She staggered, nearly collapsing. Big sisterin, are you alright? You son of a bitch. Do you want to die? Sihai Grand Restaurant's security team charged forward, seized Li Haibo's hair, slammed him to the floor, and rained blows upon him without pause. And Yu was the madam of Sihai KTV. Half the hostesses there were under her guidance. She was the very money tree of the establishment. No one dared pluck even a single leaf from that money tree. Within moments, Li Haibo lay sprawled and paralyzed on the floor. Stop. Stop beating him. On what grounds do you assault people? We're customers. How dare you strike your own patrons? And Yue, I only touched her leg. Surely that's not worth all this. Several classmates eager to curry favor with Li Haibo rushed forward to intervene. Some even clashed with the venue's security personnel. With 4 guards struggling to contain the chaos, they prepared to call for reinforcements. Enough. Don't hit them anymore. They're all my classmates. They've had too much to drink and acted rashly. It's nothing serious. And Yu's voice cut through the tension at the critical moment. Hearing her, the 4 guards slowly stepped back and refrained from summoning more help. Otherwise, these sheltered youths, untouched by life's harsher realities, would have learned firsthand just how treacherous the world could be. And you'll pay for this. This isn't over. Li Haibo, propped up by others, still refused to back down. Li Haibo, we were classmates once. Must you stir up trouble for no reason? And Yu shook her head in disbelief. He'd already taken a beating, yet still failed to grasp the lesson. It seemed he needed another thrashing before wisdom would dawn. Don't play innocent. I won't let this beating go unanswered. You think those street toughs intimidate me? I know plenty of them myself. Gritting his teeth, Li Haibo raised his bulky mobile phone to make a call, only for his wrist to be seized midair. Make that call and you'll take another beating today, Chun Jianghe said calmly, holding his hand firm. Get lost, Chun Jianghe, or I'll beat you senseless too. Li Haibo snarled, wrenching his arm free and dialing instantly. Yongzi, I've been assaulted. Bring some men over right away. Money. What do you mean? 300,000 for one woman. Yes, one woman. At Sihai Grand Hotel. 300,000 just to handle it at Sihai Grand Hotel. Li Haibo faltered then, feeling every eye upon him, clenched his jaw. Fine, 300,000 it is. Get here now. His classmates exchanged stunned glances, never imagining their reunion would devolve into such chaos. And you, call the police. Li Shuwen voiced his concern. No need. No police required. And you waved, dismissively casting a weary glance at Li Haiba before turning to a guard. Go fetch Manager Zhang. Moments later, a man in his 30s, wearing a suit slightly paunchy, approached. Anan, what's going on? He glanced around briefly. A minor disagreement escalated. Someone called backup. Brother Zhang, please handle the guests when they arrive. And you replied exasperated. The Mercedes-Benz parked outside Sihai Grand Hotel belonged to its owner. A man who in those days commanded real clout, owning both a hotel and a KTV, affording a Tumul Union automobile. That was power made visible. Ordinary thugs simply lacked the audacity, or the means, to cause trouble here. Did you call them? Brother Zhang chuckled. To summon muscle against the Madame of Sihai KTV. That's beyond delusional. Yes, it's my crew. And no one, not one person, will interfere. Cross me and you'll regret it. Li Haiba ground his teeth, still convinced of his own invincibility. Convinced 300,000 yuan couldn't fail against a single woman. In this world, was there truly anything money couldn't fix? Brother Zhang suddenly seized Li Haiba by the collar and turned to Yue. An, don't fret. Go about your work or rest as usual. Leave this to me. Let go of me. Li Haiba struggled wildly, but to no avail. His sycophantic classmates dared not lift a finger. They could only follow him downstairs. Everyone. Apologies, but Ling Shui won't be joining us tonight. Her wedding invitation has already gone out. Those who wish to attend may do so, or others are free to decide. That's all for tonight. And you addressed the remaining guests. This gathering had been arranged for Ling Shui, but she hadn't appeared once. Such was the fragile nature of old friendships. Had Ling Shui shown up, her wedding day, the majority present would almost certainly have attended, but her absence cast doubt on how many would ultimately go. Perhaps Ling Shui didn't care at all. Anan, talk some sense into Haiba. We're all classmates. No need for such hostility. We'll take our leave now. Unwilling to invite further trouble, the others offered perfunctory pleasantries and hurried downstairs. Shall I see you home tonight? Soon only Chun Jianghe and Li Shuwen remained. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and asked, no need. I wouldn't even let you in for tea even if you walked me home. And you sensed Chun Jianghe might harbor assumptions, that her profession made her easy prey, easily bedded. I don't drink tea. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly, offering no explanation. As he turned and descended the stairs. Everyone changes. Even the strongest bonds fray with time, and nothing remains as it once was. Within 20 minutes, 3 taxis pulled up outside Sihai Grand Hotel. As they stopped, 8 or 9 men tumbled out. Men who looked less like seasoned thugs than habitual denizens of arcades and internet cafes. Only 2 or 3 ringleaders carried knives. The rest brandished iron pipes, or stood empty-handed, unarmed entirely. They'd likely been hastily rounded up from an internet cafe, hired for a night's work, rewarded with instant noodles. A proper enforcer's fee ran 200 yuan, these misfits cost less than 50. Brother Zhang burst into laughter at the sight. So, you claim to run with the Underworld? With one swift kick to Li Haiba's backside, he sent him sprawling, deeming the mob unworthy even of formal negotiation. Yongzi, what are you waiting for? Take them down. Li Haiba scrambled to his feet and bellowed at the group. Brother Li, you paid for a slashing, not a smash and grab. If we storm in, the staff may mistake us for intruders, and things could escalate fast. 300,000 won't cover that. Double the fee and I'll bring dozens. Guaranteeing your wrecking ball tears this whole dump apart. A young man in his mid-20s, blondied hair, cocky gaze, spoke plainly. No need. Li Haiba scanned the motley crew, jaw tightening. At least 200,000 yuan felt utterly wasted. Refusing to spend more, he shouted toward the entrance. And you? If you've got any guts, come out here. Li Haiba, I'm just a woman. What guts do you expect? If you're so discontented, so determined to provoke chaos, then come inside. And you stood at the Grand Hotel's threshold, watching Li Haiba's ragtag recruits with quiet disdain. In the world of streetwise survival, men like Li Haiba were simply fools, born to be duped, destined to serve as someone else's sucker. Zhang, he will and you be all right? At the entrance of Sihai Grand Restaurant, only a few classmates remained. Li Shuwen whispered anxiously. Those who had never stepped into the rough world froze at such a scene. And even 2 or 3 men brandishing knives would have been enough to strike fear, let alone 7 or 8. In this era, street thugs truly dared to slash, and truly dared to kill. And Yu has been navigating the underworld for several years. She knows her limits. She'll be fine. Chun Jianghe shook his head. These so-called street toughs merely sought money from Li Haiba. As long as Yu stayed out of trouble, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. Few who ran with the underworld were fools. Most knew precisely whom to provoke, and whom to avoid. These petty henchmen dared not linger long outside Sihai Grand Restaurant. If they did, its enforcers would surely emerge. A reputable establishment could not survive if mere hooligans were allowed to cause chaos at its doorstep. "Where are you staying? I'll drive you home." Enshin Jianghe took a slow drag from his cigarette, called out to An Yue, then turned to ask Li Shuan before preparing to leave. "I'm staying at my company. I'll move out once I pass the customs examination." And Li Shuan replied, nodded briefly to An Yue, and fell in step behind Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe led Li Shuan toward the Santana. "And Yongzi, what do you mean? If nothing gets done today, you won't get your money." Li Haiba gritted his teeth, sensing, too late, that he'd been duped. And these men clearly lacked the courage to confront anyone connected to Sihai Grand Restaurant. "Brother Li, that's not how it works. I brought all these brothers out to handle business. Whether the job succeeds or fails, they deserve their hard-earned fee, don't they? I might forgo my cut, but they certainly won't." And Yongzi curled his lip, feigning solemnity. Li Haiba's face darkened. His pent-up fury needed an outlet. And spotting Chen Jianghe approaching, he pointed sharply. "Fine. 10,000 yuan. Break that kid's bones for me. Done. Consider it settled." And Yongzi didn't press further. Demanding 30,000 from such a ragtag crew was indeed ambitious. Only a fool like Li Haiba would part with 10,000 so readily. Otherwise 5 or 6,000 would have sufficed. This whole affair could have been wrapped up cleanly. "And see that guy. Cut him down." And Yongzi raised his blade and pointed straight at Chen Jianghe. All together now. And two of Yongzi's lieutenants ripped away the newspaper wrapping their cleavers and charged forward, radiating lethal intent. The rest, habitual late-night denizens of internet cafes, shouted bravely but advanced sluggishly. For a few dozen yuan, no one risked spilling blood. "Jianghe, run!" Nanyu panicked, shouting desperately. "And Jianghe, go!" And Li Shuan, equally alarmed, grabbed Chen Jianghe's arm and tried to pull him away. He didn't budge. "And Li Haiba, you truly seek trouble where none exists." Enshin Jianghe frowned, didn't even slip on his knuckle dusters, then flicked the burning cigarette, but straight at the nearest thug's eye. The glowing ember shot toward the thug's face. Startled, he jerked his head aside. Just as Chen Jianghe lunged forward, appearing before him in an instant, and drove a crushing fist into his nose. "Aff!" And the thug screamed. A sickening crack echoed as his nasal bone shattered. Crimson blood gushed forth like water from a fully opened tap. "Shit!" And the second thug recoiled in shock, and slashed viciously at Chen Jianghe's shoulder. Chen Jianghe sidestepped effortlessly, then drove a thunderous kick into the thug's calf. The thug crashed to the ground. Before he could rise, Chen Jianghe delivered a brutal kick to his jaw. He didn't even groan before collapsing unconscious. The internet cafe and arcade regulars halted mid-stride. Their paltry appearance fee couldn't justify real violence. Intimidation, yes. Bloodshed, absolutely not. And US, sprinting over in alarm, slowed her pace. Enshin Jianghe had spent 3 years inside. Yet something about him had changed. "And shit, Yongzi, get your asses moving." Li Haiba panicked, never expecting Chen Jianghe to disarm 2 armed thugs barehanded. And Yongzi too felt uneasy. Tonight's earnings suddenly looked far less certain. "Brother, I'm Yongzi of Hepping Road. Let's exchange names, get acquainted." And Yongzi gripped his blade, attempting to negotiate. "Yongzi of Hepping Road. Then tell me, why do you know nothing of peace?" Chen Jianghe slammed a boot into Yongzi's gut. Yongzi screamed, clutching his abdomen. Unable to rise for minutes, Chen Jianghe's fierce gaze swept across the others. With a clatter, their weapons dropped to the ground as they scrambled backward in terror. They were merely chasing pocket change, not courting death at the hands of such a fearsome man. "And Jianghe, we're old classmates. This is just a misunderstanding." Li Haiba's expression shifted instantly, replacing panic with forced cheer. "And, Li Haiba, I told you earlier the moment you made that call you guaranteed yourself another beating today." Chen Jianghe calmly lit another cigarette, took a slow drag, then seized Li Haiba's hair with one hand and smashed his head against the window of the Shali sedan. Crash, and the Shali's window shattered. Li Haiba shrieked, his face lacerated by jagged glass shards. Blood welled from the wounds, grotesque and chilling. "Jianghe, stop. You'll get into serious trouble." Nanyu rushed forward, gripping Chen Jianghe's arms tightly. "Li Haiba, I'm sparing you tonight, for Nyu's sake. If you still harbor grudges, find me at Liehua Game Hall on Beijia Street. Let's settle this properly." Enshin Jianghe delivered one final punishing kick, sending Li Haiba crashing to his knees. Before Nyu finally restrained him, Chen Jianghe had already been simmering with suppressed rage tonight. Ling Shui hadn't shown up, and his frustration had curdled into something darker. Had Li Haiba left him be, the night might have passed quietly. But Li Haiba chose confrontation, inviting calamity upon himself. "And Chen Jianghe, you dare lay hands on me? You'll pay for this. I swear I'll destroy you." Li Haiba scrambled to his feet through searing pain, dove into the Xiali, spat out a venomous threat, and sped off in frantic retreat. Yongzi and his gang, sensing the tide had turned, fled without hesitation. And they knew Li Haiba's address, and knew he'd pay. After all, they'd drawn steel tonight, or payment was non-negotiable, success or not. Jianghe, you acted too rashly. This wasn't worth it. And you watched the Xiali vanish, fearing escalation. Chun Jianghe had barely stepped out of prison. If he returned, it would be his second incarceration with a far heavier sentence. It's fine. I know exactly what I'm doing. Li Haiba poses no threat. If I can't handle someone like him, I shouldn't be out here at all. Li Shuan, let's go. Enchen Jianghe gestured for Li Shuan to get in the Santana and drove off, and the remaining classmates stared stunned. Chun Jianghe was already driving a Santana, outpacing even Li Haiba's standing. Anan, this young man's got talent. Ask him. Would he consider joining Sihai? Brother Zhang strolled over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Brother Zhang, I'll ask him if the chance arises. And Yu's eyes flickered with a shadow of darkness, yet her reply was bright and cheerful. Recently, the owner's son of the Sihai Grand Restaurant had begun interfering in the business, and you could tell he harbored inappropriate intentions toward the waitresses. It wasn't merely about pursuing women. Rather, he resented how much the waitresses were earning. This was a serious complication. Mismanaged, it could trigger widespread repercussions. At such a delicate juncture, and Yu would never invite Chun Jianghe. Besides, Chun Jianghe would never agree anyway. He drove Li Shuan back to his company dormitory, exchanged pager and cellular phone numbers, then returned to the Liehua Game Center. Back at the game center, 2 or 3 dozen people were still playing. Jianghe, how'd it go? Zhang Peng hurried over as soon as he spotted him. How'd what go? Chun Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette and walked deeper into the arcade. Didn't see Ling Shui. Zhang Peng followed closely, asking. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing quietly pricked up their ears. They already knew Ling Shui was Chun Jiang's former girlfriend, and that their boss had gone tonight to meet an old flame. Yet, judging by the boss' expression, things hadn't gone smoothly. She didn't show up. Chun Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a fierce, piercing glare. Zhang Peng chuckled awkwardly and hastily produced a yellow craft paper bag. Jianghe, Tang Igua sent this. It's to be handed to you the moment you returned. Chun Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. He seized the craft paper bag and headed upstairs. Jianghe, what's inside? Zhang Peng asked curiously. None of your concern. Just mind the shop. Chun Jianghe ascended the stairs, shut the office door firmly behind him, and opened the bag. Inside lay several photographs and documents. All these individuals had participated in the fatal assault on Chen Jiming. Though Li Jindi had orchestrated the murder from behind the scenes, these were the ones who wielded the blades. To ensure no future complications, Li Jindi paid them off afterward and used his influence to smooth over the matter, thus settling all accounts between them. Li Jindi hadn't kept any of them under his direct employ. Most remained in Pengcheng even today. Huang Kuan, Zhou Ming, Chun Lei. Studying the photos and dossiers, Chun Jianghe noted that only 3 individuals were included in the bag. Yet 6 men had taken part in Chen Ziming's murder. 1 remained incarcerated, not yet released. The others had been gradually freed over the past few years. Tang Igua had provided dossiers on only 3 of them. Whether the rest remained untraced or deliberately withheld, Chun Jianghe couldn't tell. Chun Jianghe read each dossier, meticulously checked the time, locked the files securely in the safe, and took the Santana's keys before descending the stairs. To Peng, hold down the fort. I'm stepping out for a bit. Jianghe, where are you going at this hour? Zhang Peng rose, puzzled. Just something urgent. He'll be back shortly. With a dismissive wave, Chun Jianghe offered no further explanation and drove off. Zhang Peng stood bewildered, utterly mystified by his boss' midnight errand. Brother Peng, is the boss heading out for a rendezvous? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing sidled over, grinning with gossipy delight. What's it to you? How should I know? Zhang Peng glared at them, eyes wide with irritation. Who'd have thought our boss enjoys chasing after other men's wives? Not necessarily, that might be just rumor. Maybe he's visiting Sister Lu instead. Either way, tonight's bound to be a sweat-drenched battle. The two huddled together, their banter laced with lewd innuendo. Chun Jianghe drove the Santana away from Beijia Street, and soon arrived at a sprawling urban village in Pingjiang District, parking directly across the road from its entrance. He lit a cigarette and strode toward the village. This urban village ranked among Pingjiang's largest, and ever since Pengcheng's reform and opening up, it had become a haven for migrant workers arriving from across the nation. Many undocumented residents, so-called black households, settled here. Along both sides of the entrance, narrow streets had sprung up, lined with stalls selling fried noodles, boxed meals, and countless humble eateries. Near the entrance stood a mahjong parlor, the very place Chun Jianghe sought. As he passed its doorway, he glanced inside. 2 tattooed, rough-looking youths stood smoking outside. Noticing his approach, they cast a cursory glance at Chun Jianghe, then dismissed him. Yet when Chan Jianghe met one youth's gaze directly, the man's eyes flared, and he rose bristling with annoyance. "What the hell are you staring at?" The youth snapped, irritated. Chan Jianghe held his stare for a silent moment, then turned and walked away without a word. "Asshole!" The youth jeered triumphantly, then launched into boastful chatter with his companion. Chan Jianghe returned to the Santana expressionless, then drove to a nearby market. He had recognized the youth clearly. He was one of those who had slain Chen Jiming. Huang Kuan. Chan Jianghe barely recalled his face during that frantic rush to save Chan Jiming's head, swung wildly, consumed entirely by fury, never registering his attacker's features. Even had he looked closely, a single encounter 3 years prior made recognition nearly impossible. Only upon reviewing the dossier did the memory surface. Yes, this youth had indeed struck the fatal blows. Huang Kuan likewise failed to recognize Chan Jianghe, for the same reason, compounded by the fact that Chan Jianghe had undergone profound changes during his 3-year imprisonment. A single fleeting encounter. Recognition was simply unrealistic. At the nearby vegetable market, deserted and silent at night, its gatekeeper fast asleep, Chan Jianghe retrieved a large sheet of transparent tarpaulin and laid it across the Santana's rear cargo area. He drove back to the urban village's entrance, lit another cigarette, and settled in to wait. The hours crept forward, a night deepened until the streets emptied entirely. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 youths strolled out of the village smoking lazily, Huang Kuan unmistakably among them. They ambled slowly along the roadside. Chan Jianghe followed at a distance, in the Santana headlights extinguished, utterly unnoticed. At an intersection, one youth called out, "Kunzi, I'm grabbing a pack of cigarettes. Bring 2 instant noodles too. I'll wait up ahead. Hurry up. I'm starving." Huang Kuan exhaled a smoke ring and grumbled irritably. "Then you'd better treat me to some fun later." The youth replied, "Fine. $20 gets you any girl you want." Huang Kuan retorted sourly. For a few coins worth of noodles he was expected to pay for prostitution. 20. Try 30 or 40, and most are middle-aged women, maybe diseased. You need at least $50 girls to be safe. Go to hell. That thug raised his middle finger at Huang Kuan and cursed as he turned the corner toward the intersection. Huang Kuan, a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand buried in his pocket, continued walking forward. Damn it. What a damn cheapskate. Won't even spend $20. After crossing the intersection, Huang Kuan glanced back and saw not far away at the corner the same thug still flirting shamelessly with the convenience store's middle-aged shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was well over 40, her chest sagging nearly to her waist. Yet that fool showed no discrimination whatsoever. Huang Kuan scoffed once, then kept walking forward, muttering curses under his breath. Chan Jianghe drove his Santana slowly behind him, easing around the corner. He tilted his head slightly toward the convenience store, and seeing that the thug had no intention of leaving, resumed tailing Huang Kuan. Huang Kuan strode forward another 100 meters, then turned to check whether the thug was catching up, when suddenly out of the darkness behind him a black sedan sped toward him, its headlights unlit. Shit! Crunch! Startled, Huang Kuan lunged sideways to evade. But before he could clear the path, the Santana slammed into him with brutal force, hurling him violently through the air. He did not die on impact, nor did he lose consciousness. Blood soaked his body as he writhed in agony, groaning and struggling feebly to rise. Chan Jianghe stopped the car, stepped out, and delivered a hard kick to Huang Kuan's head, knocking him instantly unconscious. Then he dragged the limp body to the rear of the vehicle and stuffed him into the trunk, which had already been lined with heavy tarpaulin. With a final decisive slam, he sealed the trunk shut. He cast one swift glance toward the distant street corner, then hurried back into the car and sped away. Minutes later the thug returned, sauntering lazily down the road, 2 bottles of beer swinging loosely in his hand. He scanned left and right, but saw no trace of Huang Kuan. Unconcerned, he assumed Huang Kuan had simply gone ahead and ambled slowly toward their shared rental apartment, beer in hand. Chan Jianghe drove the Santana straight to the cliffside, where not long ago he had disposed of Li Jindi's body. Below the precipice stretched the restless coastline, the thunderous roar of crashing waves rising steadily from the churning sea. Chan Jianghe maneuvered the Santana close to the cliff's edge, then wrapped Huang Kuan tightly in thick transparent tarpaulin before dragging him all the way to the very brink. He returned to the car for rope-bound Huang Kuan's wrists and ankles securely, then gathered several large boulders and fastened the ropes firmly around them. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. To Chan Jianghe's surprise, Huang Kuan's vitality proved astonishing. He regained consciousness, mid-binding, his voice trembling with raw terror as he pleaded for mercy. The night was pitch black. Huang Kuan could not make out Chan Jianghe's face, had no idea who his assailant was nor why he sought his death. Chan Jianghe remained silent, tightening the knots with deliberate calm. Brother, I'm just a bouncer at a mahjong parlor. Even if I've somehow offended you, please show mercy. Let me live. Let me live. Huang Kuan was paralyzed with fear. Yes, he'd bullied people on the job, but such a minor transgression hardly warranted execution. He could not fathom how he had drawn the wrath of such a ruthless man. So, you truly have forgotten. Chun Jianghe rose slowly, gazing down upon Huang Kuan from the precipice's edge. Forgotten what? Huang Kuan strained desperately to discern his captor's features. 3 years ago, at the entrance of the Liehua game parlor on Beijia Street, Chun Jianghe spoke quietly. You're Chun Jiming's son. Huang Kuan shuddered violently, suddenly remembering everything. Back then they'd worked for Li Jindi, slashing Chun Jiming to death while he lay drunk outside the parlor. When Chen Jiming's son fought back and wounded one of their men, he too was sentenced to prison. Counting the years, Chun Jiming's son should have been released by now. He never imagined that after so many years the son would track him down. My name is Chun Jianghe. Justice has its source, debts have their due. When you stand before the king of hell, speak my name. Chun Jianghe seized the rope binding Huang Kuan and dragged him inexorably toward the cliff's edge. Spare me. Spare me. I only struck your father once. That fatal blow wasn't mine. I was just following orders. Paid to do it. Please, spare me. Huang Kuan screamed in abject terror, thrashing wildly, yet utterly powerless. Tell that to my father. In the underworld, Chun Jianghe hauled him to the very lip of the abyss, and with one fierce, contemptuous kick sent him plummeting into the void. Ah! His shriek tore through the night, then faded swiftly into the distance, swallowed within seconds by the relentless roaring surge of the waves below. Chun Jianghe retrieved a flashlight from the car and meticulously inspected the surrounding area, ensuring no trace of evidence remained, before returning to the vehicle and driving away. After departing the cliffside, he did not head back to Beijia Street. Instead, he drove straight home and pulled the Santana into the small courtyard. He attached a hose and scrubbed the car thoroughly, trunk, hood, tires, leaving no surface untouched, every inch rinsed spotless. Then he stripped off his clothes, lit the stove in the kitchen, and burned yesterday's garments to ash. He also retrieved the clothes worn during the disposal of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, and incinerated them all without exception. Only after completing every step did Chun Jianghe lock the door and retire to rest. The next morning, Chun Jianghe circled the Santana, inspecting the front end closely. Though expensive, the car was solidly built. The collision with Huang Kuan had left barely a mark on the hood. Satisfied the vehicle was undamaged, he drove it to the game parlor. Jianghe, I've tallied yesterday's accounts. The parlor earned 1,267 yuan. Zhang Peng hurried over the moment he spotted Chun Jianghe. That much? Chun Jianghe arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. When Li Jindi was still alive, daily revenue often reached several thousand yuan, with averages hovering around 5,000 or 6,000. By comparison, this sum seemed modest. But over the past 2 days, earnings had risen steadily. The Liehua game parlor was finally gaining momentum and settling into its rhythm. Yesterday, 2 slot machine players lost 200 or 300 each. The machines are finally drawing patrons. Zhang Peng declared, beaming. Increase the payout rate on the slot machines, even if profits dip slightly. Right now our priority isn't profit. It's attracting customers. Chun Jianghe instructed. Understood, Jianghe. Have you eaten? I'll go grab lunch. Zhang Peng nodded, took 10 yuan and headed out. Chun Jianghe ascended to the office, retrieved Huang Kuan's file from the safe, and set fire to both his photograph and documents with a lighter. This was the first. 5 more remained. Just as he finished burning the materials and returned the files of the other 2 men to the safe, his pager suddenly rang. Chun Jianghe picked up the pager and answered. Chun Jianghe, this is Lin Guobin. A stranger's voice replied. Lin Guobin. Chun Jianghe frowned. The boy you injured yesterday, Yongzi, is my younger brother. How do you propose we resolve this? Lin Guobin stated calmly. How do you plan to resolve this? Chun Jianghe sneered. You take 100,000 yuan and set up a table to apologize to my brother, and this matter will be settled. What if I don't? Chun Jianghe laughed. If you don't, just wait until I find you and we can have a good chat. Lin Guobin's tone turned cold. Beijia Liehua game hall you come. Chun Jianghe replied indifferently. You little brat, you've got guts. Lin Guobin didn't expect Chun Jianghe to be so straightforward. Lin Guobin, in this world, if you mix in, you have to be ready to take hits. If you can't settle this, get a job in a factory. Don't just talk about tens of thousands, 100,000 could cost you your life. Chun Jianghe said without holding back. You damn. Get lost. Just as Lin Guobin was about to curse, Chun Jianghe hung up the phone. Brother Bin, what's up? On the other side, in a mahjong parlor upstairs, a girl with a bare back was snuggling next to Lin Guobin, her summer dress covering half of her body, appearing half covered, half revealed. The young ones nowadays sure are fierce. Lin Guobin shook his head and called the clinic where Yongzi was. Yongzi, how's it going? Brother, I'm fine. It's just that the person I brought has a broken leg. The rest are minor injuries. Yongzi held his stomach and slowly walked over to answer the phone. Last night the kick he received was no joke. I just talked to that kid. He wants 100,000 yuan to settle it, but he isn't willing. What do you think we should do? Lin Guobin asked. Brother, that kid is too arrogant. We can't just let it go. Yongzi gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. Then gather your people and confront him, Lin Guobin casually suggested. Brother, that kid is quite difficult to handle. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep him. Yongzi lowered his head and chuckled awkwardly. In the underworld, he still had some sense. Given Chun Jiang's imposing presence last night and the fact that he could afford a Santana, he was not someone a street thug like him could handle. Lin Guobin wouldn't step up. Who does he think he is? What do you want to do then? Brother, how about you step in and find that kid? Yongzi whispered. You damn it, when you mix in, don't just look for your big brother when something happens. I'm your big brother, not the other way around. If something happens, it'll take the fall. What good are you to me? Lin Guobin scolded impatiently. This little brother has a problem, and he, Lin Guobin, must step in. Another little brother has a problem, and he, Lin Guobin, must step in. So Lin Guobin is just working for his little brothers. Yongzi lowered his head and fell silent. Last night he went to earn extra money on his own, not because Lin Guobin told him to go. If Lin Guobin had sent him, he would surely have to step in if something happened. He went to earn money on his own. If he couldn't handle it and something happened, Lin Guobin wouldn't care about him, and he had nothing to say. The big brother pays him a salary, not the other way around. You check where that kid comes from. He'll think about it. After a while, without Yongzi saying anything, Lin Guobin irritably instructed and hung up the phone. Zhang He, what's wrong? At Lihua Game Hall, Zhang Peng just returned from buying food and overheard a few sentences. Last night, that Yongzi's boss wanted some money. Chun Jianghe casually set the phone aside. Yongzi, who is that? Zhang Peng looked puzzled. Chun Jianghe then remembered. He hadn't told Zhang Peng about last night's incident. So he briefly recounted what happened at the Sihai restaurant, omitting the later events. Zhang Peng and the others only assumed that Chun Jianghe went out to find a woman afterward, either to find Ling Shui or to find Sister Lu. Damn, how much does he want? Zhang Peng cursed upon hearing this. Going out to handle things and not being able to settle it and then looking for the boss to step in. He really has no shame. 100,000. 100,000. He really dares to ask for that much? Who is that Yongzi's boss? Do you have a registration number? Zhang Peng widened his eyes. These social people really dare to ask for that much. These days 100,000 is enough to settle 2 or 3 people. His name is Lin Guobin. Have you heard of him? Chun Jianghe asked. Lin Guobin. Zhang Peng frowned, nodding cautiously. I've heard of him. Lin Guobin has some fame in Pingjiang district. I heard he started by managing a venue, then went out to run his own business. He seems to have a few mahjong parlors and an ice rink. He was quite successful a few years back, but it seems he hasn't been very prominent these past couple of years. When a career starts and money comes in, one doesn't like to fight and kill as much anymore. Chun Jianghe nodded. This is quite normal. When young and just starting out in the underworld with nothing but a life to spare, one had to gamble with their life. After mixing for a few years and getting lucky, once one has a stable income and can earn money, they start to value their life. Such big bullies usually able to handle minor issues, but when they encounter something tough, they still have to retreat. If they are doing well, have a large venue, and have a reputation in the underworld, they can suppress minor tough characters. Although Lin Guobin has some strength, he hasn't reached that level. Lin Guobin doesn't operate well on Beijia. He might not even dare to overstep. However, we should still be cautious for now. Zhang Peng said. You tell Qiangzi and Zhou Bing to be alert. Chun Jianghe nodded and instructed. Got it, let's eat. Zhang Peng nodded, went down to deliver food to Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing then came back up to eat with Chun Jianghe. Did you find out about those few little brats I asked you to check on? Chun Jianghe took a bite of rice rolls and suddenly remembered to ask. In the underworld, no one can go without help. Now that they have 2 venues with just the few of them, they are a bit stretched. If they could recruit Xiang Fei and his group, it would be a significant boost. I've inquired. That group takes money for work and they dare to fight. Their reputation is decent. I found a few people who know them and am still checking about the places they often hang out. Their movements are quite mysterious, few know where they live. However, in a couple of days I should have accurate news. Zhang Peng said. Chun Jianghe nodded. He valued Xiang Fei and his group. If they could recruit them, the strength of Lihua Game Hall would increase significantly. In the morning, the game hall started to see people coming in one after another. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were worried that Lin Guobin's people would come to cause trouble, so they prepared their weapons in advance. However, by noon, no one had come. In the afternoon, Chun Jianghe was upstairs reviewing materials when Xie Gang came over. Boss Chun, are you busy? Xie Gang smiled, familiar with the place, took a cigarette from the box on the table, and casually pocketed the box. So, is someone coming over today? Chun Jianghe wouldn't mind a box of cigarettes. Of course a big client is coming today, someone with a factory at home. Xie Gang said excitedly. Alright, you come along with me, and I'll have Zhang Peng arrange everything for you. Chun Jianghe nodded. Xie Gang with a beaming smile called out before leaving. Jianghe, do you need to adjust the machines downstairs? After sending him off, Zhang Peng approached with a question. In Pengcheng, newly opened slot machines generally have a higher payout rate. For every 100 spent, 30 can be won back. Older establishments may return 20, while those with a darker reputation might only return 10. As more people play, some lose while others win. If more people win, more will join in. However, the arcade will never incur losses. In the evening, Chun Jianghe initially planned to scout the area and handle business. However, since it was Xie Gang's first time bringing a major client and considering Lin Guobin might cause trouble, he decided to stay at the arcade. As soon as night fell, Xie Gang arrived with 3 or 4 stylishly dressed young people. Guangzi, see, this place isn't small, is it? I heard this arcade has just changed hands. It's definitely a good place to play. Xie Gang, grinning, led the way. Once inside, he shouted to Zhang Peng, boss, do you have slot machines? You guys want to play? Zhang Peng feigned ignorance, eyeing the group with suspicion. You all look a bit unfamiliar. What, just because we look unfamiliar you want to do business? Xie Gang replied, somewhat displeased. It's not that. I'm just worried you might be undercover. Zhang Peng shook his head, stating bluntly, undercover. If you have such a large arcade, if you can't handle it, then you shouldn't even be open. Xie Gang scoffed. In this day and age, anyone running a business with even a hint of gray area has connections and a backing. Without backing, you simply can't keep operating. What you say doesn't make sense. If we're willing to open, we can definitely handle it. How much currency do you want to exchange? Zhang Peng asked, his eyes narrowing. Just give me 300. The young man called Guangzi seemed quite satisfied with the environment here and casually stated, 300 is nothing. A flicker of disappointment quickly flashed in Zhang Peng's eyes. You need to pay up front or our arcade doesn't offer credit. Zhang Peng replied, what do you look down on us? Guangzi here is the son of a big boss. Would he owe you a mere 300? Before Guangzi could respond, Xie Gang interjected first. Listen, it's not like that. Since it's your first time at our arcade and we're just getting to know each other, once we're familiar we can extend credit. But right now that's not possible. Chun Jianghe chuckled. Haha, I'm Guangzi. I'm not short on cash. Lu Guang glanced at Chun Jianghe, not wanting to waste more words, pulled out 300 yuan and slapped it on the table. After collecting the money, Zhang Peng led them to the back to load credits onto the machines. Major clients always get direct credit. Casual players usually insert coins. If a machine takes too many coins, it often pays out some. Thus, some arcades have people who specifically watch a few machines. If they see those machines consistently losing a lot, they go over to play for a while, often able to win something. Chun Jianghe observed them heading to the back of the arcade, lit a cigarette and walked to the entrance. The previous scene was deliberately staged for Lu Guang, indicating they didn't know Xie Gang, and that Xie Gang wasn't familiar with them, ensuring no traps were set. In the past couple of days, there had been quite a number of casual players in the arcade. Most played with 10 or 20 yuan and very few played high stakes. Once Lu Guang started loading credits, it drew a crowd to watch the excitement. Some were also curious and followed to see if they could catch any luck. Jianghe, they're starting to play. A few are playing, but only Lu Guang is playing high stakes. Before long, Zhang Peng came out. Are there many people playing the slots today? Chun Jianghe asked, taking a puff of his cigarette. It's alright, about 10 or so people, but they're all betting small. I estimate the slots have earned about 300 to 400 today. Zhang Peng replied quietly. Altogether, it should be over 1,000. The business at the Fire Game Arcade was steadily recovering, with daily earnings gradually increasing. Once business stabilizes and promotional activities conclude, the arcade's normal earnings are expected to approach 2,000, which is incomparable to when Li Jindi was around. The main issue is that the slot machine business isn't flourishing with relatively few players. It takes time for this to recover gradually. However, a daily revenue of 2,000 after deducting various costs and expenses still yields a pure profit of several hundred, equivalent to the monthly salary of an ordinary worker, which isn't bad. It's going well, business builds gradually, so we can't rush. Just keep an eye on things. Chun Jianghe nodded. Lu Guang played inside while Zhang Peng observed nearby. Their stakes weren't small, which made some onlookers eager, prompting them to exchange currency and start playing. Chun Jianghe specifically instructed Zhang Peng to increase the payout rate to 40%. With a higher payout rate, some would lose while others would win, and the smarter winners would simply walk away without playing further. The area around the slot machines was livelier than in previous days. After over an hour of play, Lu Guang continued playing whether he won or lost, gradually losing all of his over 1,000 yuan before leaving in frustration. Once he left, someone else took over that machine, playing for a while, winning and losing. The arcade's popularity increased significantly. As it neared midnight, the arcade prepared to close. Xie Gang hurriedly rushed over. Boss Chen, I'm here to collect the money. Since we just started our cooperation, let's settle in cash, no credit. All right, De Peng, settle the account for him. Chun Jianghe nodded and signaled to Zhang Peng.
That guy Aguang loaded a total of 1,300 credits today. Calculating 20%, that's 260. Zhang Peng pulled out the ledger, glancing at it. He clearly remembered how much Lu Guang had lost, but calculating the money from the ledger was the rule. He counted out 260 from the drawer, noted it properly in the ledger, and handed the money to Xie Gang. Boss, chun him off now. I see you again. Xie Gang didn't waste words. After seeing the money, he stuffed it into his pocket and turned to leave. Xie Gang. Chun Jianghe called out. Xie Gang instinctively turned back, and Chun Jianghe tossed him a box of cigarettes, which Xie Gang hurriedly caught. Thanks. Xie Gang smiled, nodding to Chun Jianghe before leaving. Closed the door. After Xie Gang departed, Chun Jianghe called out, and the roller shutters of the Fire Game Arcade were pulled down and locked. Jianghe, we broke 2,000. We broke 2,000. Today's total revenue exceeded 2,000. Once the door was shut, Zhang Peng shouted, excitedly, overwhelmed with joy. If they could maintain this level of revenue in the future, the Fire Game Arcade's monthly earnings could reach 60,000. The pure profit would easily amount to around 20,000 yuan. This is just the beginning. Dapeng, bring back some dishes. Today we'll have a few drinks. Chun Jianghe laughed. Zhang Peng took 100 yuan from the counter, logged it in the ledger, and left. Within half an hour, Li, the owner of Heirai de Peidang, arrived carrying a steaming pot. Zhang Peng returned with wine and dishes. For people gathered around a small table laden with food. Boss Li, join us for a bite. Chun Jianghe invited him. No need, brother Chun. I've got customers at the shop. You all enjoy your meal. I'll come by later to clear everything up. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Boss Li departed. Let's eat. Boss, may your business flourish. And may you amass great wealth in the years ahead. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing raised their beer glasses in a toast to Chun Jianghe. To mutual prosperity. Chun Jianghe lifted his glass and drained it in one go. For 2 consecutive days, the Flame Arcade's business steadily improved. Even its slot machines attracted more players, drawing roughly a dozen customers per day. Those who played more boldly might lose 100 or 200 yuan, or even 300. Yet high-spending patrons remained scarce. Such things could not be rushed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chun Jianghe sat in his office preparing to head out that evening. He still had matters to resolve, when Zhang Peng suddenly appeared at the door accompanied by another man. The man was in his 30s or 40s. Slightly plump, exuding the quiet authority of an established entrepreneur. Boss Chun, greetings. I'm Zhang Jun, owner of the Red Spider Internet Cafe. Zhang Jun wore a warm smile and extended his hand. Pleased to meet you, Boss Zhang. Please have a seat. Chun Jianghe shook his hand and chuckled. I recall. You opened a video rental parlor 3 years ago. Yes, indeed. Back then, video parlors thrived, the regulations were lax. But those days are gone. Today, internet cafes offer boundless access American, Japanese, or Hong Kong Category 3 films, especially popular among patrons. Zhang Jun had long been entrenched in Beijing. He began by selling pirated VHS tapes, accumulated modest capital, and then launched a dedicated video parlor screening films. Action films dominated daytime hours. Romantic thrillers ruled the nights. His profits were substantial. A shrewd businessman with keen foresight, he sensed the decline of video parlors and the inevitable rise of internet cafes. So he converted his entire operation accordingly. When fewer than 10 internet cafes existed across Pingjiang district, his Red Spider Internet Cafe already stood open. Even now, the district remained underserved by such establishments. Boss Chun, I hear you plan to convert Lai San's billiard hall into an internet cafe. I possess extensive experience in this field. We should collaborate. Zhang Jun broached the subject without delay. Collaboration is certainly possible. But first I'd like to inspect your cafe. Chun Jianghe offered Zhang Jun a cigarette, lit one for himself, and paused thoughtfully. Chun Jianghe knew nothing about operating an internet cafe. Guidance from an experienced hand would be invaluable. Yet Beijing was small, and opening a competing cafe so close to Zhang Jun's would inevitably strain relations. Zhang Jun's eagerness to propose partnership thus stirred cautious reservations. Of course, Boss Chun, please follow me. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun escorted Chun Jianghe to the Red Spider Internet Cafe. Though modest in scale, just over 40 computers, the cafe bustled even on a weekday morning with nearly half the machines occupied. Business was thriving. After all, internet access remained expensive. 15 yuan per hour at Red Spider. With so many patrons playing through the morning, daily revenue easily surpassed 1,000 yuan. Boss Chan observed, 46 terminals. Daytime rates stand at 15 yuan per hour. Overnight packages cost 50. Daily turnover consistently exceeds 4,000 yuan. Operating costs amount to just over 1/3 of revenue, yielding monthly net profits of approximately 60 to 70,000 yuan. Zhang Jun offered the details willingly. Naturally, this excludes initial investment. And what did your initial investment total? Chun Jianghe surveyed the cafe intently. To him, these computers seemed astonishingly novel, almost futuristic. Outside television screens, he had scarcely encountered them before. Computers embodied sophistication and cutting-edge technology. Boss Chun, if you intend to launch a cafe venue isn't an issue. Lysan's arcade space suffices. Primary expenses lie in licensing and hardware acquisition. My machines cost 7,500 yuan apiece. A bargain truly. 10 units would cost 75,000 yuan. Still, I advise acquiring no fewer than 20. Fewer would undermine viability. Zhang Jun continued, 20 units alone require 150,000 yuan. Licensing fees levied by the state amount to 5 or 6,000. But securing official approval demands closer to 200,000 yuan. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, grasping Zhang Jun's implication. Only with 200,000 yuan could one realistically obtain that nominal Fivethazandiuan permit. So, to establish even a modest cafe requires an investment of 30 to 40,000 yuan. Precisely, and prices will climb further. Within 6 months, licensing fees may soar to 2 or 300,000 yuan. As demand surges, so too will competition. Is licensing absolutely mandatory? Chun Jianghe frowned again. That permit fee now dwarfed the price of a Santana sedan. That depends entirely on how influential your connections are. Zhang Jun lowered his voice. Otherwise, inspections will rain down. Today from one department, tomorrow from another. Fines are trivial, or the real peril lies in forced closure and equipment seizure. Strong backing eliminates such risks. But without it, payment is non-negotiable. Don't mistake the upfront cost for extravagance, Boss Chun. I guarantee full return within 1 year. Thereafter, every yuan is pure profit. Reading Chun Jianghe's expression, Zhang Jun added swiftly, Brother Zhang, you seem remarkably eager for me to launch this cafe. Yet wouldn't a new establishment in Beijia directly compete with yours? Chun Jianghe smiled faintly. Capital posed no obstacle. He still held funds left behind by Chun Jianghe and Xiao Wan. It will, at first, undoubtedly affect Red Spider, but long-term impact remains negligible. Beijia's foot traffic can comfortably sustain not 2 but 3 or even 4 cafes. Zhang Jun explained, the proliferation of internet cafes is already unmistakable. If you refrain, others won't hesitate. They'll move in regardless. To be candid, Boss Chen, I plan to found a company, New Century Co., Ltd., dedicated exclusively to chain internet cafes. Standardized pricing, unified management, centralized operations. Perhaps even listing on the stock exchange someday. To ascend to greatness, one must expand boldly and consolidate power. Xian Shurji Company. Chun Jianghe felt a flicker of surprise. He had not expected Zhang Jun to harbor such ambition. He preferred to work with the ambitious. Those without drive seldom achieve anything. Yes, Xian Shurji Company. Zhang Jun nodded. If you're willing to bring Lysan's pool hall into the franchise, I can handle all the permits. You'll pay half of your opening costs and take a 50% stake in this shop. You can hand management over to me, and each month I'll distribute dividends to you according to the agreed proportion. The terms Zhang Jun offered were reasonable. Chun Jianghe drew on his cigarette and considered carefully. If I were to buy into your Xian Shurji Company, how much capital would be required? Chun Jianghe pondered for a moment, and then suddenly asked, buy in? Zhang Jun admitted he had not considered that question at first. He thought for a moment and said, if it's buying in this line, you lack both technical skill and connections and cannot be of much help. As for money, opening a new cybercafe costs several 100,000. I have to invest in every new shop. How much can you put up to join me? Brother Zhang, you've been doing business on North Street for many years, and I've been around there a long time too. We know each other to some extent. Each new cafe takes several 100,000 to open. You don't have that kind of money, do you? Chun Jianghe said nothing further. Zhang Jun had started by selling discs and running a video parlor. Over the years he had certainly made money. But to invest several 100,000 per shop repeatedly to build a chain. Chun Jianghe did not believe Zhang Jun possessed such deep pockets. I really don't have that much cash, but I can get bank loans. Raising a few million wouldn't be a problem. Boss Chen, I need money which you cannot provide. I need technical expertise which you lack. I'll be frank, don't take offense. I have no reason to let you buy into the company. Zhang Jun spoke bluntly. He had the connections to secure loans, Chun Jianghe did not. Moreover, Chun Jianghe was an ex-convict recently released. Even if he mortgaged the game hall, he probably could not borrow much. He could not possibly raise so much money to start a company with Zhang Jun. Brother Zhang, if you open a cafe, I can look after the premises. Chun Jianghe said coolly. Boss Chun, don't blame my bluntness. You're somewhat known on North Street. But beyond it, few people know you, and even on North Street, you may not be as dominant as you think. Zhang Jun shook his head. I'll be frank, don't take it personally. Let's first talk about Lysan's pool hall. I can cooperate with you on Lysan's pool hall, but the cybercafe cannot be called Hongjiju. This cafe will be named Xian Shurji. Well, split the investment 50-50. You take 30% of the shares and I take 70. From now on, rent will not be paid in cash but converted into equity. Chun Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Jun frowned a little reluctant. He had hoped for half the shares. However, North Street's rents would surely rise in time. Excluding rent and converting it into equity would save a considerable sum in the long run. Besides, it was he who was now being sought for a partnership, not the other way around. The prospects for Xian Shurji Limited Liability Company sounded promising, but it was only just getting started. How far it would develop remained uncertain. This was only the first branch. The terms were not bad. Boss Chun then will be partners from now on. Zhang Jun reached out to Chun Jianghe once more. Pleasure doing business together. Chun Jianghe clasped Zhang Jun's hand firmly. They discussed some details and agreed each would initially contribute 200,000 to jointly open the new cybercafe. If funds fell short, they would negotiate further investments. They planned for at least 20 computers, preferably 30. After the negotiations, they went to the Hongjiju cybercafe to sign the contract. Zhang Jun advanced Chun Jianghe 50,000 to renovate the pool hall. Subsequent funding would be injected step by step as the project advanced. Jianghe, what did Zhang Jun want with you? When Chun Jianghe returned, Zhang Peng rose from behind the counter. He wants to go into business with me, opening a cybercafe, and I agreed. Chun Jianghe lifted the contract. We lack experience running a cafe. He can help. How much will he invest and what share will he take? Zhang Peng asked curiously. About 200,000 for 30% of the shares. Chun Jianghe replied. Invest that much? Zhang Peng clicked his tongue in surprise. He had not expected Zhang Jun to be so wealthy. When he used to frequent Liehua Game Hall, Zhang Jun had only recently opened a video parlor. In just a few years, he had managed to marshal several $100,000 for investment. It seems Zhang Jun really made money these past few years. In Pengcheng's changing times, those bolder and sharper-minded had prospered. These days, it's still better to run your own business. Honest wage work simply can't compete. Zhang Peng sighed and glanced around before asking in a low voice. By the way, Jianghe, you're giving Zhang Jun 30%. What about Tang Aigua? He'll want a hand in it too, and then your share will be greatly reduced. Zhang Jun's 30% stake was at least backed by 200,000 in hard cash. Tang Aigua Mouth, already forming a request, would also want a piece. If he intervened, Chen Jiang's share would be cut down to only half. We'll talk about his share later. Chun Jianghe frowned. Tang Aigua was too greedy, and he did not wish to grant him equity in the cafe. But Tang Aigua was Chen's only current patron. The two could not tear each other apart now. He could not refuse the shares at this stage. Only once they grew bigger and stronger could this be changed. Those wearing tiger skins. There are damn few decent people among them. Zhang Peng nodded angrily. He understood the situation well. Keep an eye on things. Chun Jianghe waved his hand, not overly concerned. Matters solvable with money were rarely grave. What he feared most was reaching a point where when the money arrived no one would dare to accept it. If it ever came to that, they would truly be finished. Is Chun Jianghe here? At dusk, the game hall was in full swing when two close-cropped middle-aged men entered and asked Zhang Peng. What do you want with him? Zhang Peng's expression shifted, and he became wary, discreetly reaching under the counter for a knife. The two men looked like seasoned underworld figures. Old hands, not ordinary folk. Bai Yi invites him over for tea. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Zhang Peng, and at the approaching Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing with a contemptuous look. Bai Yi. Zhang Peng's face changed and he grew anxious. What does Bai Yi want? Bai Yi was the greatest boss on North Street. The whole district was essentially his domain. Back when Chun Jiming first came to North Street to scrape by, Bai Yi was already the area's tyrant on North Street. His word was law, and even more so now. What business does Lord Bai have with Chun Jianghe that he must explain to you? Two middle-aged men dismissed Zhang Peng with contempt, their tone arrogant and dismissive. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Jianghe right away. Zhang Peng knew better than to provoke these seasoned veterans of the underworld. Without argument, he exchanged a glance with Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing then hurried upstairs. On the streets, two kinds of people are most dangerous: the hardened oldtimers who've risen to prominence, and the reckless green youths fresh off the farm. The oldtimers possess both power and connections. A single phone call might summon dozens of loyal enforcers. As for the youths, they're raw, ignorant of boundaries, heedless of consequence, and truly capable of killing without hesitation. Years ago, a major figure on Beijia Street was fatally stabbed by just such a youth. Jianghe, bad news. Bai Zhang's men have arrived. Zhang Peng rushed upstairs and burst into the office, flinging the door open. Bai Zhang. Chun Jianghe frowned and slid the documents he'd been holding back into the safe. Bai Zhang ruled Beijia Street as its undisputed overlord. Formidable in strength, vast in influence. No one could conduct business there without his explicit approval. He owned nearly half the properties on Beijia Street. Merely collecting rent filled his coffers year after year. Jianghe. Do you think Bai Zhang has come to avenge Li Jindi and Lai San? Zhang Peng asked anxiously. Li Jindi and Lai San weren't even under his command. Why would Bai Zhang avenge them? Chun Jianghe gave a cold, mirthless laugh. If Bai Zhang sought vengeance every time a local boss fell, Li Jindi would never have survived so many years on Beijie Street. After all, Chen Jiming, the former boss of Beijie Street, had also paid tribute to Bai Zhang. Yet when Chen Jiming was brutally murdered, Bai Zhang made no move against Li Jindi. Not only did Li Jindi remain unscathed, he grew ever more powerful. Then why has he summoned you? Zhang Peng asked, bewildered. Nothing more than a demand for money. Chun Jianghe snapped his cigarette out fiercely in the ashtray. Come with me. Tell Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to hold the shop, and stay vigilant. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded, slipped 2 knives into the small of his back, and followed Chun Jianghe downstairs to brief Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. At present, the Liehua game parlor, counting Chun Jianghe himself, had only 4 men on watch. It was dangerously understaffed. So, you're Chun Jianghe. I'd heard your name had grown quite loud lately. Thought you might have 3 heads and 6 arms. A middle-aged man sneered, smoke curling from his lips. Lord Bai's name rings even louder. Yet I see no extra limbs on him, Chun Jianghe replied, coolly glancing at the man. Boy, you dare mock Lord Bai. The 2 men's faces darkened. They closed in menacingly. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing reached beneath the table and gripped their weapons. Knives wrapped tightly in newspaper, concealed but unmistakable. Are you here to shut us down? Or merely deliver Lord Bai's message? Chun Jianghe raised a hand signaling Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to hold their ground. Fine. Boy, you've got guts. Come with us. One of the men scoffed, eyeing the youths warily, ultimately choosing not to strike. These newly emerged youths were ruthless, volatile, and unpredictable. With no grudge and no provocation, it made no sense to engage Chun Jianghe in violence. Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng followed the 2 men to a tea house near the center of Beijie Street. The tea house doubled as a mahjong parlor. The ground floor held numerous tables for tea and play, while the upper level consisted of private rooms, each furnished with a mahjong table. Bai Zhang often passed his idle hours here playing mahjong, and the establishment belonged to him outright. Outside the innermost private room on the upper floor stood 7 or 8 burly men in their 30s, many bearing visible scars across face or body, all seasoned veterans of the underworld. This is the boy, Chun Jianghe. A one-eyed man approached, cigarette dangling from his fingers. A vertical scar ran down the left side of his face, sealing his ruined eye. A grotesque, chilling sight that sent shivers down the spine. Brother Quan, this is him. These young pups, full of fire and attitude, said the middle-aged man who'd escorted Chun Jianghe, and Zhang Peng, his voice laced with amusement. Chun Jianghe recognized the one-eyed man Li Quan, Bai Zhang's most trusted lieutenant, a veteran who'd served him for years. Back when Chen Jiming still ruled Beijie Street, he'd once hosted Li Quan for dinner. Back then, Chun Jianghe had felt genuine fear in Li Quan's presence, so much so that he dared not meet his gaze. Now that fear was entirely gone. He had slashed others and killed. He had done time. They were all cut from the same cloth. If you lived by the blade, what difference did an extra scar make? Could you endure one more slash than anyone else? Son of Chun Jiming, you've got some skill. To reclaim a game parlor like this takes real grit. Let's hope you're wiser than your father. Brother Quan appraised Chun Jianghe, then pointed at his head before turning aside to order, search them. Then let them in. 2 men immediately began patting them down. Zhang Peng instinctively pressed a hand to his waistband, reluctant. But Chun Jianghe didn't look back. He simply waved his hand, calm and deliberate. Today, Bai Zhang sought negotiation, not confrontation. Little Punk brought a blade. One man snatched Zhang Peng's knife and tossed it aside. The other man finished searching Chun Jianghe and paused, surprised. No blade, only a pair of brass knuckles. Brother Quan, this kid's got bite. The man didn't confiscate the knuckles, just tucked them back into Chun Jianghe's pocket and grinned at Brother Quan. Let him in. Li Quan resumed his seat at the mahjong table and waved dismissively. Go on in. The man stepped aside, gesturing for Chun Jianghe to enter. Inside, the private room was spacious, nearly 40 square meters. 2 tables occupied the space. At the long table sat a beautiful woman in a qipao, elegantly brewing tea with graceful precision. At the square table sat 4 men, all over 30, the eldest nearing 50. That eldest man was Bai Zhang, Lord Bai, Beijie Street's supreme overlord. 2 massive guards stood behind him like temple guardians. You've arrived. Take a seat. Lord Bai exhaled smoke, glancing lazily at Chun Jianghe. Heard you've been making waves on Beijie Street lately. Just trying to earn a living, Chun Jianghe replied evenly. He sat opposite the kippa-clad woman, who offered him a gentle, knowing smile and poured him a cup of tea. Please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Chun Jianghe lifted the cup and drank. She refilled it instantly. She appeared to be in her mid to late 20s. Soft-spoken, refined, embodying the quiet grace of southern China. Clearly not a mere server, yet equally unlikely to be Bai Zhang's wife. In recent years emigration had surged. A rumor had it by Zhang had already sent his wife and children abroad, and their ages simply didn't match. Fang Qiong, neither arrogant nor impatient, truly a remarkable young man. Master Bai cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jianghe. These days talented youths are springing up everywhere, but Shenzhen's waters run deep and they nourish great men indeed. Indeed, remarked the man seated opposite Master Bai, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Chen Jianghe had never met these men before, but clearly, like Master Bai himself, they were among the first to amass wealth as Shenzhen's economy surged into its golden age. They were men of substance and stature. Only such figures possessed the standing to sit here, playing mahjong with Bai Zhang. We've grown old, the world ahead belongs to the young. Master Bai mused wistfully. Then let us see whether they can safely reach the shore. Who? The authoritative man laid down his tiles, declaring victory. Chen Jianghe watched as the others casually exchanged stacks of 100 yuan notes. A single round stakes surpassed an ordinary worker's monthly wage. Master Bai, what business brings you to summon me? Chen Jianghe observed coldly. Seeing that Bai Zhang delayed addressing the matter at hand, he cut straight to the point. Patience, young man. Patience is the mark of true composure. Master Bai lifted his gaze, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Yet beneath that geniality gleamed a razor-edged sharpness. I summoned you merely to inform you you've now secured your foothold on North Street, and henceforth you'll pay rent each month. How much? A chill settled over Chen Jianghe's heart. Instinctively he reached for his cigarette, only to find his pocket empty. The woman in the cheongsam smiled softly, withdrew a cigarette from her case and lit it for him. Thank you, Chen Jianghe murmured. Master Bai's brow furrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across the table. 10%. 10% of your net profit. So much. Chen Jianghe's brows knotted tightly. My father paid only 3%. When did this rate leap to 10? He knew well enough that payments were expected. Years ago, when Chen Jiming ran the Liehua game parlor on North Street, he paid 3% of his net profits, a fee guaranteeing that Master Bai's men would not trouble him. It also ensured access to Master Bai's protection, if trouble arose. But that too came at an additional price. Young man, your father has been gone for 3 years. This is the rate now. Moreover, Lai San's billiard hall now rests in your hands. I'll waive this month's fee, but next month, whether the hall operates or lies idle, you will pay. Master Bai spoke casually, never pausing his game of mahjong. Chen Jianghe's expression hardened. Slowly his fists clenched. This was naked intimidation. No one else paid 10% of net profit. 3% he could accept. 5% he could bear. 10% was sheer extortion. Tea. The woman in the cheongsam suddenly interjected, her voice soft as silk, pouring another cup for Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe gripped the teacup, his eyes glacial. Master Bai, 10% is excessive. I offer 5% instead, he declared, voice low and steady. He knew full well his power remained insufficient. He had no choice but to pay. Refusal would mean the Liehua game parlor could not survive on North Street. Young man, there's something you seem to misunderstand today. I didn't summon you to negotiate. I summoned you to inform you. A playful smile flickered across Master Bai's face as he waved dismissively, like brushing away a fly. You may go. Clack. Chen Jianghe's fists tightened until his knuckles whitened. A flash of crimson flared in his eyes. From behind Master Bai, 2 burly men instantly stepped forward, alert and tense. While others entered the room, their gazes locked onto Chen Jianghe like hunters sizing up prey. Master Bai wore an easy smile, refusing even to glance at Chen Jianghe. On North Street, no one dared challenge Bai Zhang's dominion. Young brother, Master Bai only wishes you well. To run your business peacefully on North Street, you must accept his benevolence. The woman in the cheongsam spoke again, her voice melodious, redolent of Jiangnan's mist-laced waterways. Her gentle tone steadied Chen Jianghe. To provoke a confrontation now would not only doom the Liehua game parlor, it might cost him his very freedom to walk out that door. Without a word, Chen Jianghe turned and strode out. Green unripe egg, scoffed the authoritative man, disdain etched across his face. The other 2 chuckled lightly, regarding Chen Jianghe with utter indifference. Ah Qiong, what do you make of this youth? You seem rather taken with him, Master Bai asked, chuckling softly. The woman in the cheongsam was Fang Qiong, a university student. Years earlier at a banquet, Master Bai had first laid eyes on her, and been utterly captivated. Though she'd already had a boyfriend, Master Bai employed his influence to claim her. Her recent attentiveness toward Chen Jianghe had already stirred his displeasure. I simply feel he resembles you in your youth, Fang Qiong replied, pouring tea with serene detachment. Me, back then? Have you ever seen me as I was then? A cold sneer flickered inwardly. Yet outwardly he feigned amused curiosity. Don't you often recount your past exploits to me? Those tales of walking alone into perilous banquets, The Feast of Hong Men and the like, Fong Chiong answered idly, her fingers deftly shaping the tea leaves. Now that you mention it, he does bear some resemblance. Young Brother Bai was truly formidable back then. I recall once you chased 7 or 8 men single-handedly slashing at their backs. None dared turn to face you. They say this youth subdued Li Jindi and Lai San. There's a spark of your old spirit in him, Brother Bai. One of the mahjong players spoke up. All ancient history. Now we're old, our swords too heavy to lift. A trace of pride warmed Master Bai's smile. Not so fast. What are we now? Men of rank of consequence. Why wield blades ourselves? A single command sends legions rushing to serve us. Take this Chun Jianghe. He pays without needing orders just because you exist. Precisely. He's but a fledgling. Favor him and I charge 5%. Dislike him. And 10% flows obediently into my coffers. Master Bai glanced briefly at Fong Chiong, his voice quiet, almost indifferent. She lowered her head, her hand trembling ever so slightly. She understood this was a warning. A subtle chilling reminder not to entertain thoughts beyond her station. Chun Jianghe had owed only 5%. Yet after her brief kindness the rate leapt to 10. Bai Zhang's possessiveness was absolute. He would never release her willingly. Godfather. Who dares anger you? Name them. I'll cripple him. At that moment a man swaggered in. Streaks of yellow dye in his hair, a gleaming earring piercing one ear, a cocksure grin splitting his face. He carried a bag slung over his shoulder. The bodyguards parted silently, letting him pass. A trifling matter, on North Street. No one dares rouse your godfather's wrath, Master Bai said offhandedly. True enough. The man nodded, placing the bag beside the mahjong table. Godfather, your birthday approaches. I commissioned a solid gold cicada at the jeweler's. For you, and a pair of jade bracelets, for godmother. This golden cicada weighs 1 pound and 6 tails. Uncle, you can also play with it when you have nothing to do or it brings wealth. The golden cicada is about the size of half a palm. Not bad. Master Bai fiddled with the cicada and nodded slightly. I said, Jean, how you brought this thing to fool your godfather for his birthday. The card player beside him said, amused. Uncle, all my success today is thanks to my godfather's help. This cicada is just a trifle. I've also prepared a pure gold longevity peach weighing 8 pounds and 8 taels for my godfather, which I'll present to him at his birthday. A glint of coldness flashed in Jean Hao's eyes, followed by a smile. An 8-pound and 8-tael pure gold longevity peach is worth a Toyota Crown. Jean Hao, it seems you've made quite a bit of money these past 2 years. The man said pointedly, all thanks to my godfather's support. Jean Hao's eyes grew colder, yet his smile became even more cheerful. Jean Hao is Bai Zhang's godson, primarily managing Bai Zhang's business. He has made a lot of money, which implies that he has been pocketing funds from Master Bai's operations. How take this bracelet to your godmother. She will surely love it. Master Bai casually tossed the cicada aside and continued playing cards. Godmother, look, it's beautifully crafted. This bracelet has a wonderful meaning and is a perfect match for you. Jean Hao approached the beautiful woman in the cheongsam with the pair of bracelets. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. Fong Chiong's attitude was cold as she took the box with one hand, but during the handover Jean Hao intentionally brushed against her hand. Fong Chiong frowned slightly and shot Jean Hao an unhappy glance, but he seemed oblivious to it. Fong Chiong's brows knitted together, unsure of what to say. She couldn't possibly get angry at Jean Hao for accidentally brushing against her hand. Godfather, godmother, I'm leaving now. Jean Hao called out, turned and left. As he descended the stairs, he placed his hand in front of his nose, taking a careful sniff, his face revealing a blend of intoxication and a sickly smile. By Gu, I think Jean Hao has ulterior motives. You should be cautious of him. A man playing cards glanced at Jean Hao's retreating figure and whispered once he had completely left. Lao San, you're overthinking it. In North Street, no one can overturn my Bai Zhang's authority. He can't, and neither can anyone else. I can elevate him to the heavens with a single word, and I can send him to hell with another. He doesn't have the guts to rebel against me. Master Bai declared with dominance. Play cards, play cards. Lao San, what nonsense are you talking? Jean Hao has a bad temper. If he goes crazy, watch out for him. A man with great presence laughed. Does he have the guts? Lao San scoffed. Soon the group continued playing cards without mentioning Jean Hao again. Zhang He, what happened? Why did Bai Zhang call for you? It wasn't until they left the tea house that Zhang Peng asked. He noticed Zhang He's expression was off, realizing that Bai Zhang's summons couldn't be good. Bai Zhang wants 10% of the monthly net profit. Zhang He replied coldly. Damn, isn't that just extortion? Zhang Peng's expression darkened, furious. Does Bai Zhang have more heads than us? On what grounds? Tang Aigua wants money and Bai Zhang wants money too. Are we supposed to pay off both the legal and illegal sides for doing business? Paying off Tang Aigua I can understand. After all, slot machines are illegal, and you can't make big money legally. Those with tiger stripes can easily find a reason to wipe out scum like us. But why should Bai Zhang take so much? We're all in this together. Oh, who's got more heads than the other? In this messed-up world, wolves eat meat while dogs eat scraps. To Bai Zhang were just a few wild dogs scavenging for food in North Street. Zhang, he said as he pinched his cigarette coldly. Zhang, are we really just going to give him money without a fight? I used to work for Lysan and he only took 3%. I've heard that in North Street, the maximum is 5%. Why should we pay 10%? Zhang Peng was eager to rush back and take Bai Zhang out, but he knew if Bai Zhang were so easy to deal with, he would have been taken down already. In North Street, there are many big bosses, none of whom are easy to deal with. They feast on others without regurgitating bones. Would they willingly pay up? They surely won't be happy about it, but they're still paying, which says a lot. With just the few of them, they can't possibly handle Bai Zhang. Just because they have more people and power than us. Zhang, he took a deep breath and said coldly, "De Peng, if I want to take on Bai Zhang, would you dare to help me?" Zhang, do you really want to go after him? Zhang Peng's expression changed, shocked. Given Bai Zhang's current strength, killing them would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. What others dare not do, Zhang he will do. What others dare not touch, Zhang he will touch. If I'm not mistaken, the Tianwei electronics world must be related to Bai Zhang. Zhang, he said in a deep voice. I've heard Bai Zhang has a godson named Jin. How? Who should be that blonde kid who just went upstairs? The Tianwei electronics world is likely something Jin Hao is behind. Once his arcade opens, it will definitely affect us. Over the past few days, Zhang, he has not been idle in the arcade. He listened to chats among the patrons and inquired on his own. He learned that Bai Zhang recognized a godson a few years ago, shortly before Zhang he went to prison. Not many people knew at the time, and Zhang he hadn't paid attention to it until he was locked up. In the 3 years he spent inside, Bai Zhang gradually handed over his business to Jin Hao to manage. However, Jin Hao had yet to establish his own business, merely dabbling in small ventures. The Tianwei electronics world is likely something Bai Zhang endorsed, assisting Jin Hao in establishing it. On North Street, there are several small arcades, which isn't a big problem. There's no substantial impact among them. It's just a matter of varying business success. However, if 2 large arcades appear, that becomes a different story. 1 large arcade is enough to capture most of North Street's business. With 2 large arcades, there simply won't be enough business to go around. Conflicts between the 2 sides are inevitable. Once a conflict arises, Bai Zhang will undoubtedly support Jin Hao. Today, his demand for 10% may just be a warning to Zhang He. There won't be any profits left for Zhang He in the future on North Street. Is that arcade owned by Jin Hao? Zhang Peng's expression changed upon careful thought. He also found Zhang He's deduction quite plausible. If Bai Zhang wants to destroy our livelihoods, then we'll have to fight him to the death. Zhang He said coldly. Zhang He, I trust you. You say what to do and I'll do it. Zhang Peng nodded firmly, gritting his teeth. This matter can't be rushed. We need to take it slow. Don't tell Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Zhang He instructed. Zhang He, rest assured. I know exactly what's at stake. If this leaks, we're all finished. Zhang Peng nodded solemnly. Bai Zhang's influence was vast. Taking him down would require a single decisive strike. Failure to eliminate him in one move would give him time to retaliate and seal their doom. Have you tracked down those young hotheads yet? Chun Jianghe pinched a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze icy and unyielding. He urgently needed to expand his strength, but mere foot soldiers were useless. What he sought were ruthless, battle-hardened fighters willing to risk everything. We've located their hideout. I'll go with you tonight. Zhang Peng agreed. Recruiting those youths swiftly would bolster their ranks, with hardened men strengthening their resolve when crises arose. Fine. You'll accompany me tonight. Chun Jianghe nodded, then walked back to the Liehua game parlor alongside Zhang Peng. Bai Zhang dismissed them entirely. The Liehua game parlor had only 4 people, and only Chun Jianghe and Bai Zhang himself possessed the nerve to fight to the death. To Bai Zhang, they were utterly insignificant. He was the Buddha of Beijia Street. Omnipotent, unassailable. Even if Chun Jianghe were Sun Wukong, he could never escape Bai Zhang's palm. And Bai Zhang certainly didn't see Chun Jianghe as the Monkey King. More like a petty goblin, a minor wind spirit who stirred no real fear. Back at the parlor, Chun Jianghe tallied the finances. 20% of monthly profits went to Tang Igua, 10% to Zhang Peng, and now another 10% to Bai Zhang. After all deductions, only 60% remained for Chun Jianghe himself. Chun Jianghe bore all operational costs while Zhang Peng shared some of the risk. Given Zhang Peng's crucial role in securing the parlor, his share was justified. Tang Igua served as Chun Jianghe's patron. His cut was understandable. Bai Zhang, however, was nothing but a parasite, a bloodsucker. His payment amounted to protection money, yet he offered no actual protection. At best, his men simply refrained from harassing the parlor. With the billiard hall added in, Bai Zhang demands at least 3,000 yuan per month. Chan Jianghe's eyes turned glacial as he muttered to himself. 3,000 yuan was no longer a staggering sum. He could afford it. But he refused to pay it willingly, and this was merely the beginning. Once the Tianwei Electronics Megaworld opened, the Liehua game parlor would face far greater peril. If Bai Jiang isn't dealt with, the parlor is doomed. But eliminating him won't be easy. Chan Jianghe retrieved paper and pen, wrote Bai Jiang. At the center then drew 2 diagonal lines. One slanting left, the other right. Beneath the left line he wrote, Li Quan, O. Beneath the right, Jin Hao. Li Quan was Bai Jiang's chief enforcer, Jin Hao his adopted son. Li Quan and Jin Hao were bitter rivals. Previously, Li Quan had overseen part of Bai Jiang's operations, until Jin Hao seized control. Their feud was common knowledge across Beijia Street. Bai Jiang deliberately fostered such divisions, to prevent any subordinate from growing too powerful, thereby threatening his own supremacy. Perhaps this very weakness could be exploited. Chan Jianghe studied the 2 names, and finally circled Li Quan. Of all Bai Jiang's lieutenants, Li Quan harbored the deepest resentment. As Chan Jianghe pondered, the bulky cellular phone beside him suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered. This is Chan Jianghe. Jianghe, it's me and you. Her voice echoed through the handset. And you? What's going on? Chan Jianghe was taken aback, unprepared for her call. What? Can't an old classmate ring you up? I even tracked down Li Shuwen to get your number. And you laughed. No, Miss In. You calling me feels like an honor beyond measure. Flattery won't save you. And you smiled faintly, lips pressed together. Let's talk seriously. I've done some digging. The man Li Haiba hired that night was called Yongzi, whose boss is Lin Guobin of Hepping Road. Our restaurant's manager knows Lin Guobin well. Tonight I'll host a gathering. We'll sit down, speak plainly, and settle this matter once and for all. Chan Jianghe paused, brow furrowing slightly. A peace banquet. His tone betrayed no emotion. Not quite, that's not the intention. Just a quiet discussion to find a resolution. And you spoke gently. I don't think it's serious. 2 or 3,000 yuan should suffice. Since this began with me, I'll cover the cost. All you need to do is show up. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lin Guobin may come after you again. To her, the incident stemmed from her, and paying was only fair. As someone who worked the nightlife circuit, she held little reverence for money. 2 or 3,000 was easily saved within 2 or 3 months. She could resolve the matter alone, settling only the dispute between herself, Lin Guobin, and Yongzi. But Chan Jianghe's presence would resolve everything. It would ensure Lin Guobin never targeted Chan Jianghe again. Perhaps requiring only a toast and an apology. She'd pay, he'd bow. That would be the end of it. Chan Jianghe had only just entered this world. He couldn't possibly challenge a seasoned veteran like Lin Guobin, and you truly had his best interests at heart. And Yue, I entered this life knowing full well there'd be trouble. If I feared conflict, I'd never have stepped into it. I appreciate your concern, but I'll handle this myself. No need for your money. Chan Jianghe genuinely saw Lin Guobin as no great threat. If he dared scheme against Bai Jiang himself, what was Lin Guobin but a footnote? Doesn't every street life entail friction? To apologize and pay at the first sign of conflict. What kind of life is that? Better to toil quietly in a black market factory. Jianghe, please just come tonight. I don't want my mistake dragging you into danger. Won't you do it? For the sake of our old friendship. Her voice softened. Honest pleading. Fine. I'll go. Chan Jianghe fell silent, a surge of cold fury rising. Not toward Yue, but toward Bai Jiang, Lin Guobin, Yongzi, and the looming Tianwei Electronics Megaworld. 8 o'clock tonight, at Sihai Grand Banquet Hall. I'll be waiting. Unaware of Chan Jianghe's recent trials, and Yu exhaled in relief, and hurriedly replied, Chan Jianghe acknowledged her, then ended the call. Jianghe, what's wrong? Zhang Peng approached, hearing the commotion. We're not going after Xiang Fei and his crew tonight. First we head to Sihai Grand Banquet Hall. Bring Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing along. Close the parlor early tonight. Chan Jianghe spoke grimly. And Yu has arranged a meeting with Lin Guobin to smooth things over. Zhang Peng knew who Yu was. He'd heard Chan Jianghe mention her before. Should we bring weapons? Zhang Peng nodded. Yes. Keep them in the car. At 8 p.m. Chan Jianghe drove his Santana sedan, accompanied by Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong, to the Sihai Grand Restaurant. The restaurant blazed with light, and cars filled the entrance. As the car halted, Chan Jianghe pushed open the door and stepped out. Jianghe, do we bring weapons? Zhang Peng asked, descending from the front passenger seat. Carry 2 short blades. Not long ones. Even if Lin Guobin intends to act, he won't dare do so here. Chan Jianghe exhaled a slow stream of smoke and spoke coolly. The Sihai Grand Restaurant's backer wielded far greater influence than Lin Guobin. Even if Lin Guobin wished to confront them, he would never choose this venue. He had no reason to provoke the restaurant's owner merely to avenge a subordinate. If Lin Guobin truly possessed such power, he wouldn't need to defer to the restaurant's manager at all. Yet one unbreakable rule of the underworld is never to overestimate yourself. Many bosses have fallen precisely because of excessive confidence. Better safe than sorry, precautions must still be taken. Short knives only, no machetes. Zhang Peng nodded and relayed the order to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The two opened the trunk, retrieved several short knives, handed one to Zhang Peng, and tucked two each into the small of their backs. Let's go. The four strode directly toward the Sihai Grand Restaurant's entrance. Zhang He, you're here. And Yu greeted him with a radiant smile, stepping forward briskly and slipping her arm naturally through his as she guided him inside. They've already arrived. I've arranged everything. Don't take anything they say to heart. Just let the matter fade quietly. And Yue, you don't understand the ways of the Jianghu. Once people are brought in to mediate, it's no longer a matter of 10 or 20,000 yuan. Chan Jianghe knew her intentions were kind. She sought to shield him from trouble on her account. Yet though Yu worked the nightlife circuit, she didn't fully grasp the unwritten codes among men in the underworld. Whoever initiates mediation concedes dominance. Bends first. Once you bow expecting the issue to vanish effortlessly, it won't be that simple. Moreover, Yu had contacted only the restaurant's manager, not its owner. A manager's authority pales beside that of the proprietor. Were the owner himself to intervene, 2 or 3,000 yuan might suffice. But a mere manager, that sum falls woefully short. Zhang He, don't worry. Brother Zhang says he'll settle this. And Yu misunderstood his meaning, assuming he doubted the clout of her contact. The group entered the Sihai Grand Restaurant and ascended swiftly to a private banquet room upstairs. Inside the chamber, a burly man in his 30s sat at the head of the table. On his right sat Brother Zhang, the man and Yu had enlisted. On his left sat Yongzi, the youth beaten that night. At another table sat a dozen young men covered in dragon and tiger tattoos. Fierce, ruthless, and utterly unlike the timid net cafe patrons from that evening. These were men who struck without hesitation, who slashed without remorse. Lin Guobin sneered faintly upon seeing Chan Jianghe. Earlier, when Chan Jianghe had answered his call with such defiance, Lin had assumed he was some extraordinary figure, a true dragon among men. Yet moments later, Yu had called on his behalf, begging for mercy and agreeing to pay compensation. To Lin, Chan Jianghe was nothing more than a weakling clinging to a woman's skirt, unworthy of notice. Brother Zhang, Chan Jianghe has arrived. And Yu entered with a warm, graceful smile, guiding Chan Jianghe inside. Ah, he's here. Please sit down. Brother Zhang beamed and gestured warmly. Chan Jianghe, you son of a bitch. Yongzi's face twisted with fury. In an instant, he drew a switchblade and lunged as if to stab Chan Jianghe. Fuck you. Trying to start something? Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong kicked aside their chairs and drew short knives ready to strike. All had prepared beforehand, wearing leather vests beneath their clothes, so even a sudden clash would not leave them severely disadvantaged. Hold it. Fighting in our restaurant. Don't think I'll show you any courtesy. Brother Zhang's expression darkened. He slammed his palm hard onto the table. Yongzi, put that knife away. Do you even know where you are? Lin Guobin's cigarette dangling from his lips shot Yongzi a sharp warning glare. That fool. If they clashed here, they'd drag the Sihai Grand Restaurant into the fray too. De Peng. Chan Jianghe exhaled a perfect smoke ring, glanced at Zhang Peng, then seated himself directly opposite Lin Guobin. His gaze swept coldly over Yongzi. I acted against you because you're worthless. If you want to test that, let's spar. You motherfucker. How dare you speak to me like that, Chan Jianghe? Yongzi's lungs burned with rage. He couldn't believe that despite his elder brother Lin Guobin arriving with such overwhelming numbers, Chan Jianghe dared not only to stand his ground, but to offer zero deference. Little runt. You're awfully arrogant. Lin Guobin's eyes narrowed, his expression turning icy and hostile. This isn't child's play. We're not playing house. Chan Jianghe met Lin Guobin's stare unflinchingly, giving not an inch of respect. Jianghe, don't say anything rash. And Yu hurriedly grasped Chan Jianghe's arm, then turned to Lin Guobin with a charming practiced smile. Brother Bin Jianghe is still young. Please don't hold it against him. That night was our fault. I sincerely apologize, and wonder whether settling with a monetary gesture might resolve the matter. And you're a woman. Yongzi lost face under your watch. That's his own weakness. I won't hold it against you. Today I wouldn't even be here if Brother Zhang hadn't intervened. Lin Guobin smirked coldly, tapping ash from his cigarette. For Brother Zhang's sake, I'll accept 100,000 yuan. And the matter ends there. Do you know how many lives 100,000 yuan could buy you? Chan Jianghe laughed. Tang Aigua demanded money. Bai Zhang demanded money. Now Lin Guobin demanded money too. One might mistake him for running a charity or a bank, where anyone could simply walk in and collect cash. Kid, you tired of living? The entire table of tattooed thugs rose as one, glaring at Chan Jianghe with undisguised menace. Who wants to try? Zhang Peng and the others clenched their jaws. not retreating an inch but advancing rapidly, eyes blazing red. Short blades required proximity to maximize lethality. Close enough, and no strategy mattered anymore. Just thrust. Jianghe, please say no more. And you pleaded, gripping his arm, tightly biting her lower lip in distress. Brother Bin, could it be less? 100,000 is simply too much. Ha, since Anin herself has spoken. I must honor Brother Zhang's face even if yours means nothing to me. Very well. 80,000. If my younger brother is satisfied, I'll have nothing further to say. And an 80,000 is acceptable. If you can't cover it outright, draw from company funds first, Brother Zhang interjected. And you bit her lip. Company funds were never easy to access. Any withdrawal incurred interest, making the money simple to obtain yet agonizing to repay. Taking that money would bind her irrevocably to the company. Brother Bin, I don't have that much. Could you please reduce it further? And you hesitated. Ainin, you're putting Brother Bin in quite the predicament. Lin Guobin smiled and said, but since you've spoken, I'll grant you this face. Take 50,000 yuan and accompany me for drinks tonight. That settles it. Done, Brother Bin. Jiang He and I will join you tonight. Right upstairs singing and drinking. And you nodded with a bright smile. Hehe, Ainin. If you put it that way, it loses all charm. Lin Guobin chuckled as he appraised and Yue, his gaze sharp and invasive. Brother Bin, didn't you say you wanted to drink and sing? So why does it suddenly lack charm? And you seemed momentarily bewildered. Ainin, I'm asking for 100,000 yuan. You're offering only 50. That shortfall of 50,000 demands an explanation. Tonight you'll accompany me out, and that 50,000 is waived. Am I making myself clear enough? Lin Guobin grinned. Brother Bin, this puts me in a difficult spot. I manage many girls, but I personally don't engage in that line of work. Seeing him speak so bluntly, and you had no choice but to reply, then among the girls under my management, who's worth 50,000? Lin Guobin asked. In today's world, 50,000 could buy a life. None of the girls under in-use management commanded such a fee, not even close. 5,000 would have been unthinkable, 500 was already generous. These days a few hundred yuan was considered top-tier compensation. Brother Zhang, and you hadn't anticipated negotiations would prove so arduous. Flustered, she turned helplessly toward Manager Zhang. Ainin, Brother Bin is granting you face by accepting only 50,000. Without that courtesy, this wouldn't be resolved by mere money. Brother Zhang took a sip of tea, offering no further commentary. Brother Bin, 100,000 yuan. Give me 1 week. I'll pawn everything I own to raise it. And you bit her lip and declared, oh, a woman of spirit. How intriguing. Lin Guobin teased with a smirk, then turned to Chen Jianghe. Young man, you're lucky. Finding a woman willing to shoulder such a burden for you. In this day and age, women who'd take on 100,000 yuan in debt for a man are exceedingly rare. Ainin, it's settled then. Yongzi will come for you in 1 week. And you nodded anxiously. Yongzi wore a triumphant grin, casting a mocking glance at Chen Jianghe, just as he prepared to hurl another barb. With his elder brother stepping in, the demand had risen to 100,000. Lin Guobin certainly wouldn't keep it all. He'd surely hand over 2,000 or 3,000 to Yongzi. Combined with what he'd extracted from Li Haiba, this job had become immensely profitable. Before Yongzi could utter a word, Chen Jianghe spoke. Lin Guobin, you think I'm giving you face? With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside his cigarette, seized the table with both hands, and upended it with brute force. Crash! The heavy rosewood dining table flipped violently. Lin Guobin, Yongzi, Brother Zhang, and the others scrambled backward in disarray. Dishes and wine splattering across the floor. You son of a bitch, Chen Jianghe. You're asking for death. Yongzi, drenched in spilled liquor, roared in fury. Chen Jiang's table flip drew the thugs from the adjacent table. But they carried few weapons. They'd never imagined Lin Guobin couldn't rein him in. Or that Chen Jianghe would dare overturn the table outright. Little bastard, you dare defy me? Lin Guobin's expression darkened ominously. He'd assumed Chen Jianghe was merely a pretty-faced gigolo, never foreseeing such brazen disrespect. Ainin. It's been ages since anyone dared cause trouble at Sihai Grand Restaurant. Brother Zhang's face tightened with displeasure. Chen Jiang's act was a direct affront. Not just to Lin Guobin, but to him as well. Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize. I'll compensate fully for all damages today. Startled by Chen Jiang's sudden outburst, Yu urgently grabbed his arm and pleaded, Jianghe, please stop. Let me pay the money. And you? This isn't about money. Chen Jianghe had met by Zhang earlier that day and carried a seething pent-up fury. Now Lin Guobin had not only demanded money, but expected Yu's personal attendance. Did he truly believe Chen Jianghe was a soft target? Easily manipulated. Lin Guobin, if you want to test strength, let's test it now. This matter no longer concerns Yu. Leave her out of it. Any issue, face me directly. Let's settle this between us alone. Chan Jianghe shook off an use grip and fixed Lin Guobin with a cold, unblinking stare. Little bastard. You're awfully bold. Perhaps a lesson is needed. So you'll finally understand why flowers bloom so red. Lin Guobin's fury erupted fully. Though Head tempered his temper these past 2 years, he hadn't extinguished it. His name still carried weight across Pingjiang district. A nobody, suddenly emerging from nowhere, dared confront him heathen. If he failed to subdue Chan Jianghe, Lin Guobin would become the laughingstock of the district. Try teaching me a lesson. Chan Jianghe slid his hands into his pockets, slipped on brass knuckles, and locked eyes with Lin Guobin, icy and unwavering. Lin Guobin had brought many men, but few weapons. In a real fight, Chan Jianghe was confident he could fell Lin Guobin and cut his way out. You motherfucker! Lin Guobin's rage surged. Just as he raised his hand to give the order, Brother Zhang slammed his teacup onto the floor. Bang! This is Sihai Grand Restaurant. If you wish to brawl, do it outside. Anyone who lifts a hand here declares war on Sihai Grand Restaurant, and I won't hesitate to respond accordingly. Brother Zhang's face hardened into a mask of fury. At his roar, 20 security guards stormed in from outside, each brandishing steel pipes, their eyes locked menacingly on those inside the private room. Jianghe, don't move! And Yu cried out in alarm. The restaurant's backer was a formidable figure across all of Pingjiang district. If offended, Chan Jianghe might find himself unable to remain there at all. Brother Zhang, I'll honor your authority and refrain from fighting here tonight. Boy, you'll wait for me. This isn't over. Let's go. Lin Guobin swept his gaze across his men then, unexpectedly, waved them away and departed immediately. Chan Jianghe frowned, surprised by Lin Guobin's abrupt departure. Something felt distinctly off. Jianghe, you must leave now too. And Yue, fearing they'd be ambushed outside Sihai Grand Restaurant, urgently urged Chan Jianghe and his companions to depart immediately. Take care of yourself. Let's go. Chan Jianghe nodded, recognizing the peril of lingering, and led Zhang Peng and the others out without delay. Jianghe, I doubt Lin Guobin will let this rest. Once outside Sihai Grand Restaurant, watching Lin Guobin's group retreat, Zhang Peng voiced his concern. Grab your weapons. We're heading back now. Chan Jianghe cast one last glance at Lin Guobin's retreating party, then signaled Zhang Peng and the others to retrieve their weapons from the trunk and get in the car, ready for action. If Lin Guobin's men tried to block their vehicle, they'd fight their way out. Zhang Peng and the 2 others tensed instantly, yanking machetes from the Santana's trunk, climbing into the car with blades in hand, pulling on industrial gloves, poised to strike at any moment. Chan Jianghe started the engine and drove calmly away from Sihai Grand Restaurant, steering northward toward Beijie Street. As they left, Lin Guobin's men made no attempt to intercept them. Chan Jianghe drove away quickly in a Santana. Seeing Chan Jianghe and the others leave, Yangzi's face turned grim as he hurried to the side of the car. Brother Bin, that kid has run away. We can't just let him go like that, Yongzi said. In Pingjiang district, if I Lin Guobin can't handle a little brat, then I might as well not show my face again. You take people over there and deal with Chan Jianghe tonight. Lin Guobin sneered and directly handed his subordinates to Yongzi, instructing him to take care of it. He himself drove away with 2 of his men. Brothers, follow me. Tonight Chan Jianghe must learn why the flowers are so red. Yongzi shouted and led a dozen tattooed delinquents into 2 Toyota Hiace vans, following suit. And Yu watched the 2 groups leave with concern, unsure of what to do. Chan Jianghe kept an eye on the rear as he quickly arrived at Beijie. During the journey back, they did not notice anyone following them. Boss, I think that Lin Guobin is also a coward and doesn't dare to take action. Zhou Bing, seeing that no one was following, let out a sigh of relief and said, Don't be careless. Those who manage to make a name for themselves usually have some skills. Chan Jianghe slowly drove to the arcade, but instead of stopping at the entrance, he continued for a couple of 100 meters and parked on the roadside, right in front of the Hao Zai Lai barbecue stall. Da Peng, go say something, get a couple of dishes. Let's eat first. He didn't take Zhang Peng and the others directly back to the arcade to prevent them from being blocked by Lin Guobin's men. Also, since everyone hadn't had dinner yet, they decided to stay at the barbecue stall and assess the situation. If Lin Guobin sent people to block the arcade, he would call Tang Aigua to come and catch them. Since Tang Aigua wanted money, he had to do business. When you have a backer, you have to act like one. Soon Boss Li rolled up his sleeves and cooked a few dishes. Chun Gu Peng Gu, is it all right to sit here? Boss Li cleared a table and brought over a box of beer, smiling broadly. Let's sit here. Chan Jianghe nodded, sitting in a spot where he could see the arcade. The 4 of them sat down, opened the beer, and started eating. After a while, seeing that no one appeared at the arcade entrance, they gradually relaxed. Chun Gu Peng Gu, I've recently heard that the Tianwei Electronic World is being invested by Yes Godson Jin Hao. I heard he invested over $1 million to create the largest arcade in Pingjiang district. Boss Li, having finished his work, took the opportunity to toast while glancing around and lowering his voice. Jin Hao, Zhang Peng and Chen Jianghe exchanged glances, and a glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Jiang's eyes. He guessed correctly. The Tianwei Electronic World was indeed run by Jin Hao. Once it opened, Jin Hao would never allow the Flame Arcade to continue operating. Yes, it's him. Boss Lee looked around and whispered. I heard Jin Hao bought over 300 gaming machines, with over 100 of them being slot machines. Damn it, he bought so many machines. Zhang Peng was taken aback. Their Flame Arcade wasn't small, but they only had about 100 machines with 20 to 30 slot machines. Compared to Jin Hao's scale, the gap was too vast. Once Tianwei Electronic World opened, there would be no future for Flame Arcade. Peng Gu Chen Gu, you mustn't say I told you this. Boss Lee said, nervously finishing his toast and preparing to get back to work. Boss Lee, let me ask you one more thing. Chen Jianghe suddenly spoke up. Chen Gu, you say. Boss Lee quickly bent his body. Your Hao Zai Lai barbecue stall has to pay by Yi every month, right? Yes, we pay every month. Boss Lee nodded, a trace of discontent flashing on his face, but he did not dare to express it. In this day and age, who doesn't pay protection fees? How much do you pay per month? It's 5%. We have nothing to do with Bai Yi, so we have to pay 5%. If we can have connections with Bai Yi, it could be reduced to 3%. For those who are close to Bai Yi and can please him, they don't have to pay a single cent. Boss Lee rubbed his hands, chuckling self-deprecatingly, wanting to say a few more words but held back. Damn it, Bai is too much. Zhang Peng slammed his glass down on the table. Chen Jianghe shot him a glance, signaling him to calm down. Are you saying that the highest payment on Beijia is only 5%? Chen Jianghe asked in a deep voice. Yes, the highest is 5%. If you pay too much, wouldn't Beijia rebel? Chen Guyu. Boss Lee observed Chen Jiang's expression and began to understand. It seemed that the Flame Arcade's payment was likely more than 5%. It's nothing. You can get back to work. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, dismissing Boss Lee. Boss Lee didn't dare to pry further, exchanged a few polite words, and went back to work. Jianghe, that Bai is simply bullying us. Others pay at most 5%, but he charges us 10%. It's too much. Boss, I think Bai Jiang is definitely paving the way for his godson, wanting to squeeze us out of Beijia. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing also felt indignant. They had finally found a job that paid well, and Chen Jianghe was generous with them, hoping to work hard and expand the arcade. Now that this issue had arisen, how long Flame Arcade could survive was uncertain. It's fine. The most profitable part of the arcade business is the slot machines. Jin Hao definitely wants that business too. At worst, we can let him have the slot machine business and focus on the gaming machines, selling coins a bit cheaper. We can still get by. Chen Jianghe glanced at Zhang Peng and smiled, pretending not to worry too much. The arcade business will gradually become a sunset industry. I have high hopes for the internet cafe business in the future. I've already discussed it with Zhang Jun. We'll slowly shift our focus to internet cafes and other profitable ventures. A Chong Bingzi, you can rest assured. Jianghe has a business mind and will surely lead us to success and prosperity. Zhang Peng instantly understood Chen Jiang's meaning and laughed along, stabilizing the morale. With a future to look forward to, people would unite. Without hope, they would scatter, making it hard to lead the team. Boss, we believe in you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded, earnestly raising their glasses to toast Chen Jianghe. When they were with Li Jindi, he never mentioned bringing them to success because he knew he couldn't do it. But Chen Jianghe said it. Regardless of whether they could ultimately succeed, having those words gave them hope. Just then, 2 Toyota vans suddenly appeared outside the arcade. They're here. Chen Jiang's eyes turned cold, his gaze instantly sharpening. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong hastily turned back toward the arcade, only to see 2 minivans pulling up outside the Liehua arcade. In those days, the Toyota Hiace was the de facto troop transport of the Underworld. Ordinary people trembled at the sight of it. 2 Toyota Hiaces appearing at the arcade's entrance could mean only one thing: trouble. Yet Chen Jianghe and his group quickly sensed something amiss. The 2 Toyota minivans sped straight past the arcade without slowing, hurtling directly toward them. Wrong. Get in the car. Chen Jianghe's expression shifted instantly. He understood at once. Lin Guobin must have stationed men earlier along Bay Street. Hence he'd let them leave Sihai Grand Restaurant so easily. He never intended to strike there. His true plan was to ambush them on Bay Street. Knowing Chen Jianghe's group hadn't returned to the arcade, Lin Guobin's men didn't head there at all. They came straight for them. Shit. Zhang Peng and the others paled, shot upright, and bolted toward the Santana. Screech. The 2 Toyota minivans surged forward, slammed to a halt, and flung their doors open with a loud clatter. Dozens of thugs tossed aside the newspaper wrappings from their cleavers and charged out, blades raised. Bystanders shrieked in terror. Chen Jianghe, I'm finishing you today. Yongzi snarled with a cruel grin, cleaver in hand, surging forward amid the mob. Chen Jianghe's eyes hardened. With a violent heave, he overturned the table, its top soup dishes and all, slamming into the 2 thugs leading the charge. These thugs were no arcade or internet cafe amateurs. They were hardened fighters who wouldn't hesitate to draw blood. The small table struck them, but they brushed it off with a casual swipe, never breaking stride as they lunged toward Chun Jianghe. Yet that brief delay gave Chun Jianghe the opening he needed. In an instant he darted forward and drove a fist into the lead thug's face. A muffled grunt escaped him as his head snapped backward, blood and 2 teeth flying through the air. Staggering, he crashed into the thug behind him, momentarily halting their advance. Chun Jianghe whirled and sprinted toward the Santana parked roadside. "Jianghe, get in!" Zhang Peng wrenched open the door and dove inside, already sliding into the driver's seat and igniting the Santana's engine. "Fuck you!" Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing scrambled into the rear seat. Zhang Chong leaned out and hurled his heavy cleaver straight at the thug chasing Chun Jianghe. The thug instinctively dodged, slowing just long enough. Chun Jianghe closed the distance in 3 strides, leapt high and, without bothering to open the door, swung his legs through the passenger window, tucking and rolling cleanly into the front seat. Almost the moment Chun Jianghe landed inside, Zhang Peng floored the accelerator. The Santana roared to life and shot forward. "You motherfucker! Don't run!" Several thugs gave chase, hacking wildly at the retreating Santana. Zhou Bing flinched, crouching low as blades struck the chassis, sparks exploding on impact. The Santana surged ahead, the thugs pursued for over 10 meters, helplessly watching it shrink into the distance. "Brother Yong, we lost them. Let's smash their arcade instead." One thug snarled viciously. "Smash shit. Get in the cars and chase them." Yongzi's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chun Jianghe to slip away. Not after such careful planning. They scrambled back into the minivans, which immediately peeled off in pursuit. "Jianghe, call the police," Zhang Peng urged urgently. They were only 4 against over a dozen well-prepared Ruthless fighters. Odds stacked heavily against them. "They're gaining. Lose them first." Chun Jianghe glanced back, voice icy and calm. Calling the police now would be pointless. In those days, stabbings dragged on for minutes before officers ever arrived, and by then the scene was long deserted. If Yongzi's men broke in and wrecked the arcade, Chun Jianghe could call Tang Aigua and have his men intervene. But not now. At this moment, even Tang Aigua's help would be futile. His men couldn't locate Yongzi's group in time. And if Chun Jianghe drove straight to the precinct, even the dumbest thug wouldn't follow him there. "Step on it. Turn off the headlights." The Santana accelerated sharply. Zhang Peng killed the lights. Familiar with every alley and street of Bay Street, they veered from main roads into narrow lanes. Yongzi's men, far less acquainted with the area, plunged blindly into the maze, and soon lost sight of their quarry. Frustrated, they crisscrossed the alleys in vain before finally giving up and departing. "Jianghe, they're gone." Zhang Peng and the others exhaled in relief. "Keep the lights off. Follow them." Chun Jianghe took a slow drag from his cigarette and issued the order. "Follow them." Zhang Peng blinked instinctively, engaging the engine and slipping silently after the lead Toyota minivan. Though he had no idea what Chun Jianghe intended. "If we don't settle this tonight, it won't end." Chun Jianghe fixed his gaze on the Toyota minivan ahead. His eyes sharp, predatory, like those of a beast locking onto its prey. What had begun as a dispute over mere tens of thousands of yuan had escalated beyond money. Now blood must be drawn. Someone must be broken, humbled, or terrified into submission for this to conclude. Otherwise, if Lin Guobin dared send Yongzi to slash them tonight, tomorrow, he'd send him to raise their establishment. Should Yongzi storm the Liehua arcade during opening hours tomorrow, the damage and reputational ruin would be catastrophic. This confrontation demanded resolution. Tonight offered the perfect opportunity. But they outnumber us. Shouldn't we first secure Xiang Fei and his boys' allegiance? Zhang Peng hesitated, yet kept the Santana gliding stealthily behind the Toyota minivan, never falling behind. "No need. We're enough," Chun Jianghe replied, voice unyielding. His prior offer to Xiang Fei and his crew had been generous, yet they'd still refused. If his name failed to command respect across Pingjiang district, those youths would never follow him willingly. Tonight Lin Guobin would serve as his banner. His first decisive victory, etching his name in legend. "All right, we're with you." Zhang Peng clenched his jaw and nodded. "Brother Yong, where to next? Should we smash that kid Chun Jianghe's arcade right now?" A thug asked from inside the minivan. "Back to base to see Brother Bin first. I hear Chun Jianghe has backing. Smashing the place now means forcing locks and wasting time. And if the cops catch us, it's trouble. Let's wait until tomorrow when he opens. Then wreck the machines and leave." "Brother Yong, you've thought of everything." The thugs hurriedly agreed. Though Yongzi lacked real talent, his long service under Lin Guobin earned him standing and deference within the hierarchy. None of them noticed the Santana tailing them silently from behind. 2 minivans pulled up one after the other outside a mahjong parlor. This was Lin Guobin's mahjong parlor. Entering armed would frighten the patrons inside. "Brother Yong, is it done?"
Two hooligans smoking cigarettes approached from the parlor's entrance. Damn it. The kid got away. Is Brother Bin inside? Brother Yong scowled and strode toward the parlor door. Yes. The thug guarding the entrance nodded. Just then a Santana sedan roared forward in darkness, its headlights off. The thugs who had just stepped out of the minivans failed to notice it until it barreled straight into them. Car coming. Crunch, crunch, crunch. One thug screamed. But before he could react, the Santana slammed into them, hurling several smoking by the minivan into the air. 5 or 6 thugs tumbled headlong. The Santana screeched to a halt. Doors flew open. Chun Jianghe and 3 others leapt out, cold-eyed, fierce as wolves. Yongzi. Chun Jianghe slipped on his brass knuckles, his gaze sharp and unblinking as he lunged straight at Yongzi with astonishing speed. Chun Jianghe. You motherfucker. Yongzi hadn't been struck by the car. Turning, he froze, shocked and enraged. He never imagined Chun Jianghe would dare launch such a brazen counterattack. Seeing Chun Jianghe charge, Yongzi instinctively reached for his waist. No knife. Their weapons remained inside the minivan, still unloaded. Grab your weapons. Stop him. Yongzi roared, dashing toward the minivan. The remaining thugs scattered. One trying to block Chun Jianghe, others sprinting for the vehicle to arm themselves. There was a world of difference between being armed and unarmed. 2 thugs rushed forward. One drew a switchblade from his pocket. The other dropped low, aiming to tackle Chun Jianghe around the waist. They dared confront him only because he held no weapon. Had Chun Jianghe been armed, they'd have run for the minivan first. One bent low to grapple and topple him, or the other half a step behind raised his switchblade to stab. Chun Jianghe exploded forward, then vaulted upward mid-stride. His flying knee struck the crouching thug square on the temple. A muffled groan escaped him. No scream, no time, before he crumpled unconscious. The second thug's eyes flared crimson. He stabbed wildly at Chun Jianghe's abdomen. But Chun Jianghe landed twisted sideways with liquid grace, evading the blade. In the same breath, he seized the thug's wrist and drove a crushing fist into his face. A sickening tear. His cheek split open by the brass knuckles' jagged tip. Blood gushed like a fountain as he collapsed, screaming, unable to rise. You motherfucker. Die. Zhang Peng chased down fleeing thugs. One turned, just as he reached the minivan, only to be slashed across the back by Zhang Peng's blade. He shrieked and fell. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing seized the moment, while the thugs were disarmed, and felled 2 more with brutal efficiency. 5 or 6 lay dazed from the crash. 4 or 5 bled on the ground. Only then did the rest retrieve their weapons from the minivan. Yet their morale had already shattered beneath Chun Jianghe's onslaught. Chun Jianghe. You motherfucker. Yongzi snatched a cleaver from the minivan, eyes bloodshot, and charged, swinging the blade down with murderous force. Chun Jianghe didn't retreat an inch. Cold-eyed, he surged forward, straight into the descending blade. At the last instant, he punched the side of the cleaver, sending it flying wide. Sparks erupted where brass met steel. With his left hand deflecting, his right smashed into Yongzi's face. F. Yongzi screamed. A sound cut short as half his face collapsed under the blow. Skin tore, teeth shattered, blood flooded, twisting his features beyond recognition. With Yongzi down, Zhang Peng and the others surged forward like tigers unleashed, clashing with the remaining 4 or 5 thugs. Their ferocity was overwhelming. The thugs recoiled, wounded, falling one after another. They retreated into the mahjong parlor. Inside, chaos erupted. Lin Guobin burst down the stairs with 3 or 4 men, staring at the carnage, his eyes blazing with fury. Chun Jianghe. You motherfucker. Lin Guobin roared, only to be restrained by his own men. Their courage broken, the thugs hesitated, horrified by the blood-soaked street and fallen comrades. Outnumbered and demoralized, none dared rush out to fight to the death. Dupping. At Chun Jianghe's call, Zhang Peng and the others halted, blocking the parlor entrance. Lin Guobin stood inside with 6 or 7 men frozen, too afraid to charge. Chun Jianghe seized Yongzi's hair and dragged him to the parlor's threshold, glaring at Lin Guobin with savage intensity. Then he picked up a blade from the ground and slashed Yongzi's calf. He severed the tendon, cleanly, brutally. Lin Guobin, you're finished. If you want to test me, let's test it now. No guts. Then from this day forward, when you see me, Chun Jianghe, walk the other way. He raised the dripping blade, pointing it like a sovereign's decree at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin's face paled, his hand trembled slightly around the hilt of his sword. He longed to charge forth and kill, but paused. He owned the mahjong parlor, the ice rink, earning 6 figures monthly. He had a wife, children. Was it worth dying for a street brawl? One misstep and his fortune would vanish. His family too, lost forever. Humph, let's go. Seeing Lin Guobin motionless, Chun Jianghe sneered, sheathed his blade, and signaled Zhang Peng. In seconds, all 4 vanished into the Santana, gone from the street like smoke. From the Santana's impact to their departure, less than 5 minutes had passed. Brother Bin, call the police.
A thug unconsciously licked his lips. Call the cops. Get cars. Rush the injured to hospitals. Lin Guobin bellowed furious. Every one of them carried skeletons. Arrests would drag them all down. Even if Chun Jianghe went to prison, so would he. Besides, what kind of gangster calls the police at the first sign of trouble? That's just ridicule. Yes, Brother Bin. The thug dared not argue. He hurriedly loaded the gravely wounded into cars. The lightly injured limped off to clinics. Hospitals were out of the question. Lin Guobin surveyed the shattered parlor, knowing his era had ended, not because he'd lost but because he was no longer young. Zhang He today will definitely make a name for ourselves. Zhang Peng drove with trembling hands. Trembling not from fear but from exhilaration. Boss, you're incredible. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were equally elated, gazing at Chun Jianghe with undisguised admiration. That day the four of them had taken down Lin Guobin, a man backed by over a dozen thugs, and emerged victorious. It was astonishing. Under Pai Lai's leadership, they'd always relied on overwhelming numbers. In even matches, they'd never dared to fight. With Chun Jianghe, however, they consistently triumphed against superior odds. Dangerous, yes, but undeniably glorious. Lin Guobin had ruled the streets for over a decade, yet even he had fallen. Don't grow complacent. Head first to Sister Lu's clinic. Lin Guobin may have fallen tonight, but this isn't over. Chun Jianghe wiped blood from his brass knuckles, slipped them into his pocket, and lit a cigarette. Zhang He. Lin Guobin didn't even dare face us Hedon just now. I doubt he'll dare cross us again, Zhang Peng remarked. Exactly. Brother Peng's right. The so-called elders aren't all that impressive after all. Zhang Chong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Once encountering someone like Lin Guobin would have made him step aside without hesitation. Tonight, however, something had shifted. He suddenly realized these elders were merely men like himself. After all, everyone has but one head and one life. No one bears an extra skull. At worst, it comes down to a fight to the death. Pride precedes defeat. Calm yourselves. Chun Jianghe's gaze swept across them, and slowly the three settled. Soon the Santana pulled up before Lu Wen's clinic. You're injured. Lu Wen opened the clinic door, her eyes filled with quiet concern, as they fell upon Chun Jianghe. Chong got slashed. Take a look at him. Chun Jianghe shook his head. That night only Zhang Chong had been wounded. A deep gash along his forearm, while he Zhang Peng and Zhou Bing remained unharmed. Lu Wen nodded silently and began examining Zhang Chong's wound. Since the incident last time, their meetings had carried a subtle unspoken awkwardness. Yet neither had mentioned it. Not a word. The cut is deep. We'll need to debride and suture. After inspection, Lu Wen confirmed the wound was both wide and deep. No light blow. Strangely, Chun Jianghe bore no injury at all, and somehow that brought her quiet relief. Chun Jianghe nodded, watching as Lu Wen tended to the wound. Brother Chun Ti. Just then Lu Xiaoxiao descended the stairs carrying freshly brewed tea. Thank you. Chun Jianghe accepted the cup and exchanged a few casual words with her. He learned only then that Lu Xiaoxiao had just completed her college entrance exams and performed admirably, likely qualifying for a top-tier university. Lu Wen hoped she'd attend locally. Too far away, and Lu Wen would worry endlessly. Lu Xiaoxiao herself had no desire to leave home. For once, Lu Wen did not usher Lu Xiaoxiao upstairs. She allowed her to stay until the wound was fully treated, only sending her to bed when it grew late. Sister Lu, thank you. Get some rest. Once treatment concluded, Chun Jianghe placed 100 yuan on the table and prepared to leave. Zhang He, I can't accept this. I still haven't properly thanked you all for saving Xiao Xiao last time. Lu Wen held out the money, insisting on returning it. Sister Lu, one matter is one matter. Keep the money. We're leaving. Chun Jianghe waved dismissively. He wasn't short of funds. Fairness demanded payment be made. By the time Lu Wen rushed outside Chun Jianghe, and the others were already speeding away in the Santana, she watched the taillights vanish into the distance, her expression flickering between longing and resignation. Then shook her head, turned, and locked the clinic door. Zhang He, why are you so distant with Sister Lu? In the car, Zhang Peng leaned in with a mischievous grin. Distant? Chun Jianghe hadn't caught his meaning and replied absently. Boss, Brother Peng says you two already slept together. So why the formality? Zhou Bing piped up, gossiping eagerly. Who said we slept together? Chun Jianghe's expression darkened, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Zhang Peng. Didn't you spend the night together that evening? Zhang Peng stammered, guilt creeping into his voice. Stop spreading nonsense. You'll tarnish Sister Lu's reputation and I won't stand for it. Chun Jianghe frowned deeply. Understood, boss. Seeing his irritation, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing quickly acquiesced. Zhang Peng offered a sheepish chuckle and stayed silent. The Santana soon returned to Liehua Game Hall. They entered cautiously, relocking the door behind them. Chun Jianghe went upstairs and withdrew cash from the safe. This time no exceptions, 3,000 yuan each, to avoid Zhang Peng's refusal. In this world, everyone fought for money. Not just him but all of them.
To earn loyalty, rewards must follow deeds. Generously and without delay. 3,000 each. Don't spend it all yourself. Send something home to your families. Chun Jianghe handed out the money with quiet authority. Thank you, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's eyes lit up as they accepted the cash, then descended to the small room downstairs to rest. Zhang Peng hesitated. Jiang He, our business isn't thriving yet, and our expenses are mounting fast. That night's payout alone amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan. More than half a year's wages for an ordinary laborer. Better to invest it boldly in our brother's courage than waste it paying off enemies. I'd rather pour money into victory than surrender it in defeat. Chun Jianghe spoke calmly. Besides, business grows gradually. It will only improve. All right then, if you've weighed it carefully, I'll leave you to it. I'm turning in. Zhang Peng nodded and departed. Chun Jianghe extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, sank into his boss's chair, and stared into the distance. His gaze heavy with resolve. Power in this world rested on two pillars: wealth and influence. Defeating Lin Guobin was merely a footnote. What mattered most now was building the business. Wealth would fuel influence. The internet cafe project must move forward without delay. Though the cafe required substantial investment, its long-term returns promised to surpass those of the game hall. The next morning, Liehua Game Hall opened as usual. News of last night's clash had already spread across Pingjiang district. Vast as it was, such stories traveled swiftly. If Lin Guobin sought revenge, today would be the likeliest day. Yet by noon, no retaliation had materialized. Word, however, had reached Beijia. At the Beijia tea house, White Lord strolled his caged bird as he played mahjong. Li Quan answered a call, his expression shifting subtly before he stepped inside, and whispered into White Lord's ear. That young man took down Lin Guobin. White Lord's brows lifted in genuine surprise. Yes. Many of Lin Guobin's men were injured, and his enforcer Yongzi had his Achilles tendon severed. Li Quan nodded. That boy rose faster than expected. White Lord sneered, a cold, calculating smile curling at the edge of his lips. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Gao, who his mahjong partner sitting beside him, casually laid down a tile and asked. Master Bai took a slow sip of tea and spoke calmly. Nearby, Fang Qiong, who had served him for 2 or 3 years, was startled as she brewed tea. She was already well acquainted with the underworld affairs of Pingjiang district. She had heard of Lin Guobin, though not among the top-tier figures in Pingjiang. He ranked solidly among the upper echelon of the second tier, and certainly stood near the forefront of the third. By comparison, Master Bai belonged to the upper ranks of the second tier. Lin Guobin could not rival him. But even so, he remained a notable figure across Pingjiang. She never imagined that the young man from yesterday had actually routed Lin Guobin's men. That kid. There's something intriguing about him. Gao, who exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, there is something intriguing about him. I confess I underestimated him slightly. Master Bai smiled, faintly untroubled. In recent years, Pengsheng had never lacked bold newcomers. Yet most met grim fates. Some died violently on the streets, others vanished into prison, and still others simply disappeared without a trace. Brash courage and reckless daring were abundant. Hardly a mark of true mastery. To stand firm, to take root, to endure, that was the real art. Hadn't every one of these underworld elders once been just such a fearless young lion? Master Bai had seen countless such youths over the years. Gao, who stared absently at the tiles in his hand, lost in thought, then suddenly spoke again. Brother Jiang Jinhao's arcade is about to open. Won't that bring him straight into conflict with this young man? To do business on Bay Street means life or death rests solely in my word. If I decree he shall live, he lives. If I decree he shall die, he dies. What right does Chun Jianghe have to challenge Jin Hao? Master Bai sneered coldly and glanced sidelong at Fang Qiong, who remained impassive, her hand steady as she continued brewing tea, as though she hadn't heard a word. Heh! Here now, it wouldn't do to speak so plainly. For a matter this trivial, would you truly intervene? Wouldn't the underworld whisper that you're bullying the young? Jin Hao has grown strong these past 2 years. I say let him test himself against this youth. If anything untoward happens, it'll only blunt Jin Hao's arrogance. Gao, who chuckled. Strong. At those 4 words, Master Bai's brow subtly furrowed. If Jin Hao grew too strong, what place would remain for elders like them? Other than early retirement. Drink your tea. Master Bai gestured politely, declining to pursue Gao, whose line of talk. Gao, who suppressed a silent wry smile and said no more. That afternoon, Zhang Peng and Zhou Bing remained on high alert, weapons kept within arm's reach, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yet as dusk neared, Lin Guobin's men still failed to appear. If they did not act today, the likelihood of their striking later dwindled sharply. To let the day pass without retaliation would mean losing face irrevocably, and once that happened, Lin Guobin would likely never again choose to confront Chen Jianghe directly. Zhang Peng, is Jianghe here? As twilight deepened, an unexpected visitor arrived at Liehua Arcade and Yu. Yes, he's upstairs. Just go on up. Zhang Peng greeted her warmly. All right. And Yu nodded and entered the arcade, ascending the stairs.
Brother Peng, your boss sure has a lot of girlfriends. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing crowded close eyes gleaming with gossipy delight. Nonsense. Get back to work. Zhang Peng waved them off. Yet even he felt curious, why hadn't you come now, and why was she carrying a bag? Zhang He, and you reached the upper floor and pushed open the office door. What brings you here? Chun Zhang He looked up, genuinely surprised. What, am I unwelcome? And you shot him a playful mock-scolding glance. Welcome, absolutely welcome, Miss N, the radiant beauty herself. How could I possibly refuse? Please sit down. Chun Zhang He smiled, rose, and began preparing tea. Only for Yu to shake her head. No need for tea. I've got plans tonight and must leave shortly. She set the bag on the desk and opened it. Inside lay thick stacks of 100 yuan bills. What's all this money for? Chun Zhang He frowned. It's not mine. It's from Lin Guobin. He sent it to Sihai Grand Restaurant this afternoon asking me to deliver it to you. And you added, Zhang He. I had no idea you were this formidable. You've actually made Lin Guobin bow his head. She hadn't known about last night's incident until Lin Guobin dispatched his younger brother to hand her the money, with instructions to convey his message. Only then did Yu learn the truth. Qin Zhang He had routed Lin Guobin's men last night, and in doing so earned instant notoriety. She hadn't imagined he'd already attained such power. What does Lin Guobin intend? Chun Zhang He too was taken aback, never expecting Lin Guobin to send money via Yu. He seeks a truce. These 100,000 yuan serve as compensation. From now on let our waters remain separate. No encroachment, no reprisal. He will trouble you no more and asks the same in return. And Yu sighed, awed. I never dreamed you'd break Lin Guobin's pride. He wasn't broken by me, he broke himself. He's wealthy now, commands loyal followers, and has no desire to clash hedon with reckless youths like me. Chun Zhang He spoke quietly, devoid of arrogance. The longer one dwells in the martial world, the more cautious one grows. Many end this way, not defeated by others but by themselves. Or perhaps it isn't defeat at all. Merely maturity. The wisdom to choose, to yield, to preserve. The shoddy fear the barefoot. Yes, I grasp your meaning, but to make him fear you, that in itself is power. And you studied him with complex, searching eyes. Zhang He, you're not the same person you once were. The sole immutable truth of this world is perpetual change. People inevitably evolve. Chun Zhang He gave a self-deprecating smile. If Chun Jiming had lived, perhaps he'd still be unchanged. Is that so? A flicker of poignant memory crossed Yu's gaze, swiftly masked as she flashed a mischievous grin. Mr. Chun, the esteemed tycoon. I recall telling you last time that if you ever hit rock bottom I'd take you in. Turns out it may soon be me begging you for shelter. Heh, hear, hear. Chun Zhang He laughed in kind. And you? I'm serious. She braced her palms on the desk and leaned forward, her nose drawing swiftly near his. Chun Zhang He instinctively leaned back. So am I, he replied, grinning. Come now, we're old classmates. Why so shy? And Yu winked, playfully straightened up and declared. Then it's settled. I'm off. See you soon. And you, take 20,000. Chun Zhang He withdrew 2 bundles from the bag. That money was bought with blood and risk. I won't accept it. Besides, you need it now. Go on. Off you go. And Yu waved lightly, without looking back, and walked away. Zhang He, why did she leave so quickly? Zhang Peng stepped forward and asked. Chun Zhang He shot Zhang Peng a sharp glance. Hey, I was just asking. Zhang Peng scratched his head and hastily tried to slip away. Wait. Lin Guobin sent over 100,000 yuan as compensation. This money was earned with our brothers' lives. You'll take 10,000. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing each get 5,000. Chun Zhang He immediately pulled out 2 thick stacks of 100 yuan bills and tossed them to Zhang Peng. Zhang He, is it really necessary to throw money around like this? You've already paid before. Zhang Peng held the cash, hesitating. My brothers have followed me with no real prospects. Mere trifles can buy them off. Li Jindi's fate stands before us as a stark warning. Take it and give it to them. To Chun Zhang He such a modest sum meant nothing. When he feasted his men deserved broth, and if he refused even that much to those beneath him, the inevitable end would be that both pot and meat were carried away entirely. He kept 80,000, the lion's share, so distributing 20,000 was inconsequential. All right, I understand. Zhang Peng nodded, took his portion upstairs to his room, wrapped 5,000 yuan in newspaper for each of Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing and carried them downstairs. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were overjoyed, expressing profuse gratitude, since Lin Guobin had bowed his head. Trouble, at least for the foreseeable future, would not resurface. Chong Yu and Zhou Bing will watch the shop tonight. Stay alert. If anything feels amiss, close early. Da Peng, come with me. We're heading out. That evening Chun Zhang He prepared to leave with Zhang Peng. Boss, watch yourselves too. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded firmly. You can rest easy about the shop. No one will cause trouble unless we're both cut down first. Chun Jianghe nodded, waved dismissively, and climbed into the Santana. Zhang Peng drove as they headed toward a nearby urban village not far from Beijie Street. Shenzhen was developing at a breathtaking pace. Each day brought new transformations. Yet numerous urban villages still remained, especially in districts lagging behind in development. Upon arrival, Zhang Peng parked outside and led Chun Jianghe into the village. Soon they stood before a modest two-story building. Not dilapidated by local standards. Unlike many others here, it bore no haphazard additions, no illegal extensions awaiting demolition, no extra rooms hastily built to house migrant workers. Xiang Fei. Zhang Peng knocked hard on the courtyard gate and called out. Who is it? Footsteps hurried across the yard, followed by a wary voice from within. Through the narrow gap in the rust-red gate, a shadow flickered. A figure peering cautiously outward. We're from Liehua Game Hall. We need to speak with Xiang Fei. Zhang Peng announced. Wait. The man inside glanced out, seemingly recognizing Zhang Peng, then withdrew. Moments later, several more footsteps approached. After a final inspection from within, the gate creaked open. Xiang Fei emerged, flanked by 4 young men, their eyes sharp and guarded as they sized up Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng. What do you want? Xiang Fei fixed a suspicious gaze on Chun Jianghe and demanded bluntly. This isn't the place to talk. It's better discussed inside. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and spoke calmly. Xiang Fei glanced behind them, confirming they'd come alone. Just 2 men. And after a moment's hesitation gave a terse nod. Speak your piece, Xiang Fei said once they entered the courtyard. One of his youths swiftly shut the gate behind them, but offered no invitation indoors. This hardly qualifies as hospitality. Surely a cup of tea wouldn't be too much to ask. Zhang Peng retorted, disgruntled. State your business or leave. Xiang Fei turned to Chun Jianghe, speaking stiffly. He knew who held authority. Zhang Peng was merely a mouthpiece. Brother, who are they? Just then a timid voice broke the silence. A pale, frail girl sat in a wheelchair, her eyes wide with alarm as she stared at Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Strangers rarely visited. When they did, it meant violence. Xiao may go back inside. Xiang Fei instantly grew agitated, urging her away. Brother, don't fight. She pleaded softly before wheeling herself back indoors. Can her legs be healed? Chun Jianghe suddenly asked. What's it to you? What do you really want? We won't join you. If that's your aim, spare us the speech. Xiang Fei bristled with impatience. Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with anger. But Chun Jianghe raised a hand, silencing him. Xiang Fei, if your sister's legs can be healed, join me. I'll cover all medical costs. I'll give you work and her healing as one package. Think it over. Chun Jianghe produced a wad of cash, 10,000 yuan, and held Xiang Fei's gaze. Brother, say yes. Xiao Mei's legs can't wait. One youth blurted out. Brother Fei Ming's right. Say yes. Yeah, Brother Fei, agree. Others chimed in. Their voices overlapped. Xiang Fei's face tightened with indecision. I won't sell all your lives just to save Xiang Li. He ground his teeth. Brother Fei. Chun Jianghe broke Lin Guobin's pride. There's future in following him. Who we cut matters less than who leads us. Obeying him changes nothing. Another youth added. Reputation precedes men. Like trees casting shadows. Chun Jianghe had subdued Li Jindi and Lai Sen, then humbled Lin Guobin. In Pingjiang District's underworld, his name now carried weight. Men crave loyalty to a known name, not some faceless street thug. Chun Jianghe had a name now. Jianghe will fund her treatment and pay you 1,000 yuan monthly. Which elder brother offers wages like that today? Zhang Peng cut in sharply. Factory labor grinds you day and night and still pays less. What more is there to hesitate over? Follow me and I swear equality, wealth shared, fortune shared. Fairly without exception. Chun Jianghe declared, his voice resonant and unshakable. The youths visibly wavered. Xiang Fei remained torn. Yet his eyes locked onto the cash in Chun Jianghe's hand. His sister needed treatment. His brothers needed livelihoods. I agree. I'll follow you. But my sister must also have work. If I go to the game hall, she comes with me. Xiang Fei clenched his jaw and finally bowed his head. Agreed. She'll earn 1,000 yuan monthly as cashier. Only handling payments. Nothing else required. Chun Jianghe accepted instantly. Thank you, Brother Chun. Hearing this, Xiang Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his inner resistance dissolved completely. He bowed deeply before Chun Jianghe. Thank you, Brother Chun. The 4 youths behind Xiang Fei also bowed in unison. From now on, call me boss or general manager. Zhang Peng wore a broad smile. His ranks had finally grown substantially. Only with strong troops and abundant resources could they hope to weather the storms ahead. Boss! Xiang Fei and the others called out once more. Xiang Fei, take this money. Use it first to treat your sister, If it's not enough, come tell me. Chun Jianghe handed the cash to Xiang Fei. Of the 5 of you 2 will start working at the arcade tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei accepted the money, gripping the bills tightly until his knuckles turned white. With this 10th Sandyuan, his sister's leg would finally have a chance at recovery. Boss, what about the remaining 3 of us? One of the youths asked, puzzled. The other 3 need to be sharp-minded. I want you to keep watch on someone for me. Chun Jianghe took a slow drag from his cigarette, his gaze piercing and resolute. Jinhao's arcade was about to open, and with fresh manpower secured today, Chun Jianghe's campaign against Bai Zhang could finally begin. Who are we watching? Li Quan. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Though Xiang Fei and his companions had never heard of Li Quan, having pledged their loyalty to Chun Jianghe, they would obey without question. The 4 youths who followed Xiang Fei were named a Ming, a Guang, a Yao, and a Jian. Among the 5, Xiang Fei himself and a Jian were the strongest fighters. The other 3 were quick-witted, the sharpest among them being a Ming. Chun Jianghe assigned Xiang Fei and a Jian to begin work at the arcade immediately. There were many rooms on the 2nd floor, and one would be allocated for their use. Later, when Xiang Li and the others joined them, there would be additional space upstairs. Xiang Fei, report to the arcade tomorrow. A Ming. You'll accompany Zhang Peng tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with the target. Chun Jianghe offered no further explanation, only instructing a Ming and the other 2 to uncover every detail about Li Quan. Nothing less than total intelligence would suffice. Where did Li Quan live? How many family members did he have? Who were his friends? What businesses operated under his name? Who were his most trusted lieutenants? Chun Jianghe demanded complete dossiers on every facet of Li Quan's life. Every scrap of verifiable information. Chun Jianghe focused his primary attention squarely on Li Quan. If no viable breakthrough emerged from Li Quan, he would reluctantly shift his investigation toward Jin Hao. A last resort given his current shortage of manpower, which made parallel inquiries impossible. His only option was to exhaust all avenues and penetrate one target thoroughly. So he placed his hopes firmly on uncovering an opening within Li Quan's world. Once his instructions were delivered, Chun Jianghe departed with Zhang Peng. Back in the car, Zhang Peng couldn't help asking, Jianghe, aren't you worried Xiang Fei and the others might run off with that 10,000 yuan? In today's world, 10,000 yuan was no trivial sum. People are driven by ambition. Everyone dreams of striking it rich. Divided among 5, each would receive only 2,000. To flee for such a pittance was highly improbable, and if they truly abandoned everything for so little, they wouldn't warrant his regard in the first place. Chun Jianghe exhaled a thin plume of smoke, speaking calmly. You've thought it through thoroughly. Zhang Peng nodded, then drove Chun Jianghe back to the Liehua arcade. Inside, the arcade business carried on as usual, and was in fact thriving. Chun Jianghe's rising reputation had already begun bolstering operations. Patrons sensed Chun Jianghe's firm foothold in North Street, and word spread that winners at the slot machines collected their earnings without hassle, further boosting machine revenue. On average, 15 to 20 patrons tried their luck daily, most wagering modestly while a handful bet more boldly. Slot machine turnover gradually climbed to roughly 2,000 yuan per day. Occasionally, high-stakes players would appear, adding several thousand yuan in a single session. Overall, the Liehua arcade's business was steadily gaining momentum. Early the next morning, Xiang Fei arrived at the arcade with a Jian. The moment Chun Jianghe left the previous night, Xiang Fei rushed his sister Xiang Li to the hospital, paid the deposit, and scheduled her surgery. Her leg had been disabled for 2 years, and Xiang Fei had spent those years saving relentlessly for her operation. The 5 brothers had collectively saved over 10,000 yuan. And with the additional 10,000 yuan Chun Jianghe provided the night before, the surgical cost was now fully covered. Xiang Li possessed remarkable independence and resilience. She could easily manage alone in the hospital, requiring only regular meals delivered by Xiang Fei. That morning, Chun Jianghe tasked Zhang Peng with introducing a Ming and the other 2 to Li Quan. First observing him discreetly, then initiating full surveillance and investigation. Over the following days, the Liehua arcade's prosperity continued to rise. Anticipating future challenges, Chun Jianghe began optimizing operations. Every patron who spent money, whether on video games or slot machines, would receive a cigarette. A box of loose cigarettes sat beside the cashier's counter. None were premium brands, mostly inexpensive varieties like Hongmei and Mutant, priced around 3 yuan per pack. At the slot machines, however, higher-grade cigarettes were offered. Ashima at 10 yuan per pack. Patrons playing slots received both complimentary cigarettes and a bottle of Jianlibo, drinkable on-site or taken away. Cigarettes were strictly for on-premises consumption. No smoking outside the arcade, and no free cigarettes without purchase or coin exchange. Though this policy significantly increased operating costs, it elevated the Liehua arcade's reputation. Word spread rapidly. 10 told 10 and 10 told 10 more, drawing ever-growing crowds. Zhang Peng and the others understood Chun Jianghe's intent to consolidate a loyal customer base before the imminent opening of Tianwei Electronics' Grand World. That day, Zhang Jun arrived at the Liehua arcade unusually early. Boss Zhang. Spotting him, Zhang Peng rose immediately to greet him. Where's our boss Chun? I need to speak with him. Zhang Jun frowned, clearly anxious. He's upstairs. You may go up directly. Zhang Peng pointed upward, intuiting Zhang Jun's urgency. Lai San's billiard hall had lain idle for days with no signs of construction. Surely a source of mounting concern. Zhang Jun nodded and hurried upstairs. Brother Peng, who was that? A Jian asked curiously. A business partner of our boss. Chun boss isn't limited to just the arcade. He has broader ambitions. Work hard, stay loyal, and you'll share in the rewards. Zhang Peng replied. Boss Chun, it's already been a week. Why hasn't construction started on the internet cafe yet? Zhang Jun asked urgently upon entering the upper floor. He had already prepaid Chun Jianghe 50,000 yuan. With no progress in sight, suspicion flickered. Had Chun Jianghe intended to abscond with the funds? Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Am I not waiting for your design plan? Chun Jianghe feigned a look of surprise and personally poured tea for Zhang Jun. What design plan? Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, a bit confused by the question. Looking at Chun Jianghe, he didn't seem like someone trying to dodge responsibility. Could it be that there was a communication issue between them? The design plan for the internet cafe. I've never run an internet cafe and don't know how it should be decorated. You create a design plan, so I can arrange for people to start the renovation, right? What design plan? It's not like we're building a house. Just have the renovation technician come to my shop and take a look, or as long as it looks similar, that will do. Zhang Jun patiently replied. Brother Zhang, that's not right. If you want to create a chain of internet cafes, not only should the signage be the same, but the interior decoration must also be uniform. This is how we can differentiate ourselves from other internet cafes and achieve brand effect. I believe every new century internet cafe should have a similar decoration. Chun Jianghe gestured for Zhang Jun to drink tea and earnestly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun felt that Chun Jianghe made a lot of sense. If all the internet cafes have the same decoration, customers who come to surf the internet will have a lasting impression. If today they are satisfied at this new century location, tomorrow, even if they go elsewhere, their first choice will definitely be to look for other new century cafes nearby. This is called the effect of scale. When compared to other internet cafes, they will be like a scattered militia. Boss Chun, you are absolutely right. How did I not think of this? Zhang Jun patted his thigh, excited. Don't rush to renovate the internet cafe just yet. You'll find a designer to create a specific design. Once that's done, we can have a unified renovation. If you finish your side first, my Red Spider Internet Cafe will also undergo renovation and change its signage. After saying this, Zhang Jun hurriedly went downstairs to find someone, almost bumping into Zhang Peng as he rushed. Jianghe, why is Zhang Jun in such a hurry? Zhang Peng entered the office with a puzzled look. It's about the internet cafe. I haven't renovated yet and he's a bit anxious. Chun Jianghe took a sip of tea. The reason he had delayed the renovation of the internet cafe was not really for a design plan, but rather he wanted to drag it out intentionally. With the Tianwei electronic world about to open soon, he was surely going to clash with Jin Hao. If he got the internet cafe up and running here, any conflict would inevitably drag the cafe into it. A computer costs several thousand to tens of thousands. If they were to be smashed, Chun Jianghe would feel the pain. He definitely planned to open the internet cafe, but he intended to wait and see. He had just casually found a reason, but unexpectedly Zhang Jun believed it. This is also good. He could wait until he found a designer and had the design plan ready. Of course, he invested 50,000. Seeing that we haven't acted, he's surely worried that we might swallow the money. Zhang Peng nodded, understanding Chun Jiang's concerns. That's how it is in the underworld. Many things cannot be considered solely from a business perspective. What's up? You looking for me for something? Chun Jianghe took out a cigarette and tossed one to Zhang Peng. Just now a Guang quietly came over and said he found out something. Zhang Peng handed some documents wrapped in newspaper to Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe opened the newspaper to find handwritten records inside. Xiang Fei and the other four were all around the age of middle school dropouts. A Ming had even finished middle school. Not only was A Ming able to write, but he also wrote quite well. Li Quan has a younger brother. Chun Jianghe looked at A Ming's records, finding the crucial information. A biological brother, and he's a university student. I heard he works at a big company and has made something of himself, Zhang Peng said with envy. For guys like them, they actually respected intellectuals. In this day and age, university students are considered people who have made something of themselves. A university student. How's their relationship? Chun Jianghe pondered. I don't know about that. It should be fine, right? If my brother could get into university, I'd be over the moon. Zhang Peng thought for a moment and said, after all, the investigation time was still short, so there wasn't much they could find out. Relationship matters can't be figured out in just a few days. Let A Ming know to find a way to investigate Li Quan's brother, focusing on him. Chun Jianghe said in a deep voice. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded. Have the BP machines been acquired? Chun Jianghe asked again. He had asked Zhang Peng to buy a few BP machines to ensure they could contact each other at all times. It wasn't realistic for each person to have a walkie-talkie. The cheapest walkie-talkie now costs over 10,000 and Chen Jianghe didn't want to be taken advantage of. Having one BP machine per person was already quite good. A single BP machine costs over 1,000 and that's for a generic brand. The brand name BP machines cost 2,000 to 3,000 which is shockingly expensive. It's done. I gave a Ming one and the others went to Zhangchang Zhoubing Xiangfei and that a Jian. Zhang Peng felt reluctant to buy 2 more. He thought just having one for a Ming side to connect with here would be enough. A Ming A Guang and a Yao have been running around outside, so get their BP machines ready too. Chen Jianghe took out a stack of money and handed it to Zhang Peng. Okay, I'll go buy them this afternoon. Zhang Peng agreed and seeing there was nothing else turned to leave. After Zhang Peng left, Chen Jianghe sat in the office, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then took out the character diagram and drew a diagonal line under Li Quan's name, writing the word brother on the line. He didn't yet know what Li Quan's brother was called, but starting today Ming would arrange for people to keep an eye on Li Quan's brother day and night trying to figure out his detailed information. If Li Quan had a particularly close relationship with his brother, when push comes to shove they could kidnap this university student to force Li Quan to do things he didn't want to do. But that was something they could only resort to when absolutely necessary, or otherwise if it failed both Chen Jianghe and the Fire Game Hall would face utter ruin. Chen Jianghe wrote down the word brother, then drew several diagonal lines and wrote down the names of Li Quan's core subordinates. Li Quan had a small group of loyal followers. At critical moments these people should listen to Li Quan rather than Bai Jiang. But it's hard to say. In the underworld, never trust loyalty too much. In the end, the most effective thing is still money. After finishing all this, Chen Jianghe took a deep breath. The cigarette in his mouth burned quickly until it reached the end. He then extinguished it and tossed it into the ashtray. He took out the leather pouch from the safe, extracting the documents of 2 individuals. Huang Kun's information had already been burned, leaving only the documents of 2 people in the leather pouch. One was Zhou Ming, and the other was Chun Lei, one of the 2 scoundrels who killed Chen Jiming. Zhou Ming. Chen Jianghe casually pulled out Zhou Ming's photograph, glanced at it briefly, then retrieved Zhou Ming's file from the leather folder and tucked it into his clothing. He then descended the stairs. Da Peng him stepping out for a while. Keep an eye on the shop. With that, Chen Jianghe grabbed the van's keys and strode out the door. The Santana had previously collided with Lin Guobin's men, damaging its front bumper, and had been taken in for repairs. Boss, should I come with you? Xiang Fei hurried out after him. Chen Jianghe had recently appointed Zhang Peng as manager, temporarily placing him in charge of cash handling and other operational matters within the arcade, while Xiang Fei and Zhang Chong jointly managed the slot machines. Zhou Bing and A Jian oversaw the front row gaming consoles. With these 5 men overseeing the arcade, ordinary troublemakers stood little chance of causing any real disturbance. No need. I want all of you to stay put. Chen Jianghe waved dismissively and drove off in the van. That evening the arcade buzzed with activity, bathed in brilliant light. Chen Jianghe drove the van out of Pingjiang district and entered neighboring Wangcheng district. 3 years earlier, Zhou Ming and several other delinquents had murdered Chen Jiming outside the Liehua arcade. Zhou Ming received a 2-year sentence and served only 1 year before being released. Upon release, he abandoned his old turf in Pingjiang district and instead invested his money into a small arcade. Over the past 2 years, the business had flourished. The arcade expanded its premises to occupy 2 rooms, installed over 30 gaming consoles, and acquired 7 or 8 slot machines. The profits were substantial. Zhou Ming was not merely a minor investor. He also served as the arcade's enforcer. With newfound wealth, he lived extravagantly, frequently courting girls inside the arcade itself. Many young women who visited the arcade fell prey to his manipulations. Some even recruited their own classmates, lured by money, and introduced them to Zhou Ming. He cycled through 5 or 6 girlfriends each year, countless impressionable teenage girls. Won over by nothing more than a single bowl of spicy hot pot had already passed through his hands. He had long since forgotten the man he'd slain 3 years prior. Indeed, he regarded that murder as the very catalyst propelling him upward, and he bore no regret for carrying out Li Jindi's bidding. Chen Jianghe parked the van at a distance, donned his cap, lit a cigarette, and walked toward the arcade. The arcade teemed with patrons, mostly local students along with some dropouts and idle youths. No one noticed Chen Jianghe's arrival. Most were absorbed in their games. The air hung thick and heavy, tangled fumes of tobacco smoke and sweat permeating every corner. The games here mirrored those in Chen Jianghe's own arcade, primarily the King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Dino Crisis. Chen Jianghe swept his gaze across the room and instantly spotted Zhou Ming, who had his arm draped around a girl with dyed yellow hair, deeply engrossed in the King of Fighters. Zhou Ming wore a thick gold chain around his neck, and a bulky mobile phone rested beside him. Utterly transformed from the ragged delinquent he'd been 3 years ago, Chen Jianghe held Zhou Ming's gaze for a moment, then turned calmly, positioned himself behind 2 students near the entrance, feigned interest in their game for a short while, and departed as naturally as he'd arrived. Once outside, Chun Jianghe returned immediately to the van, lit another cigarette, and sat motionless. His eyes distant, his expression inscrutable, waiting. Time crept forward. Chun Jianghe had anticipated waiting until well past midnight. But to his surprise, just after 11 o'clock, a young woman dressed provocatively approached Zhou Ming. "Brother Ming, what about that matter I mentioned last time?" She beckoned Zhou Ming outside the arcade entrance. Chun Jianghe, watching from the van, straightened instantly upon seeing Zhou Ming step into the doorway. "That matter?" Zhou Ming's eyes flickered, his mind sluggish, unfocused. He first dismissed the girl beside him, then seized the newcomer's waist. "Let's discuss this somewhere else. Brother Ming, please, don't do this. I already have a boyfriend." She gently pushed against him, yet dared not apply real force. "Having a boyfriend makes things easier," he retorted. "Then no one will ever find out." His hand slid down her waist, growing bolder, less restrained. "Can we go somewhere private, please?" She grasped his wrist, her face pleading. Heh, you should have said so sooner. Come on. We'll deepen our connection." Zhou Ming wrapped his arm firmly around her and led her forward. She hesitated, her expression torn, yet ultimately followed meekly in his wake. After walking a short distance, Zhou Ming steered her into a narrow alley beside the street. Too lazy even to pay for a hotel room. "Let's rekindle our bond." He lunged impatiently to pull down her trousers. "Brother Ming, what if I become your girlfriend instead? That would be easier for me to accept." She clutched her waistband, tightly resisting his advance. "Girlfriend? How about I marry you instead? Be your husband right now." Zhou Ming growled, growing impatient. "Really?" Her eyes lit up. "Really? These days husbands get hired by the minute. And you still want to talk feelings with me? I'm asking one thing only, can you do it? Or not? If yes, Brother Ming handles everything for you. If no, scram. Don't waste my precious night." His impatience boiled over. She bit her lip, her cheeks burning crimson as she lowered her head. Just as Zhou Ming prepared to proceed, crack. Two blinding headlights flared at the alley's mouth, flooding the entire passageway with searing white light. The girl shrieked in terror and hastily pulled her clothes together. "What the hell? Who's there?" Blinded by the glare, Zhou Ming fumbled to pull up his trousers, shielding his eyes with one hand as he roared in fury. Humiliated and scarlet-faced, the girl yanked her garments into place, ducked her head, and bolted deeper into the alley, vanishing within seconds. Chun Jianghe stepped down from the van, hat low, hands buried deep in his pockets, and advanced toward Zhou Ming. Brilliant light streamed from behind him, casting Zhou Ming's vision into stark silhouette, obscuring every feature of Chun Jianghe's face. "You son of a bitch! You tired of living?" Seeing only a lone figure approaching, Zhou Ming clenched his switchblade and stormed forward, cursing violently. "Zhou Ming!" Chun Jianghe halted before him, staring coldly, expressionless. "Who the hell are you?" A jolt of alarm shot through Zhou Ming. He tensed instantly. This youth knew his name. There could be no doubt he'd come for him. 3 years ago, at the entrance of Liehua Arcade, Chun Jiming. "Do you remember?" Chun Jianghe spoke slowly. "You're here for revenge. For Chun Jiming." Zhou Ming's eyes hardened. With a sharp snick, he flipped open his blade. Not retreating but surging forward, instead driving the knife straight for Chun Jianghe's abdomen. Whether or not this stranger sought vengeance mattered little. First he had to be neutralized. Chun Jianghe's gaze chilled. He sidestepped fluidly, then struck, landing a devastating punch squarely on Zhou Ming's jaw. Shink! The razor-sharp knuckle-duster tore open Zhou Ming's cheek in a single brutal gash. "Ah!" Zhou Ming screamed in agony as the razor-sharp knuckle-duster tore open his cheek, spraying warm blood across Chun Jiang's fist, and exposing the raw gum beneath. Yet Zhou Ming was no ordinary man. He stared with feral madness, staggered back half a step, and slashed his spring-loaded knife backward, aiming straight for Chun Jiang's abdomen. Chun Jianghe shot out his hand, seized Zhou Ming's wrist, and slammed another fist into his face. Several teeth flew out amid a spurt of blood. Zhou Ming screamed again, his body already slackening, half collapsed. Chun Jianghe gripped his wrist unrelentingly, then struck. Again and again, each blow landing with brutal precision, until Zhou Ming lay gasping, barely conscious, on the verge of death. Glancing warily around to confirm no one was watching, Chun Jianghe dragged Zhou Ming to the van, wrenched open the rear hatch, and shoved him inside. The van's cargo bay had already been lined with plastic sheeting, ensuring not a single drop of blood would stain the interior. After forcing Zhou Ming inside, Chun Jianghe slammed the hatch shut and sped away. Only after Chun Jianghe had vanished into the night did the young woman finally emerge from the alley, trembling with panic. She stared at the blood pooling on the ground, her whole body shaking, then bit her lip and fled. She melted into the darkness. She had no idea what had transpired, too terrified even to linger and watch, and knew only that Zhou Ming had met disaster. Since he'd left with her, she feared being implicated. Chun Jianghe drove the van slowly out of the city, and soon arrived at the cliff's edge, where Li Jindi and Huang Kuan had both met their ends. Zhou Ming would die here too. This place was a fated grave, a site Chen Jianghe had already chosen for the remaining thugs. Chen Jianghe parked the van, retrieved a length of rope from the cabin, and opened the rear hatch. The moment it swung wide, Zhou Ming tumbled out and scrambled to his feet, stumbling desperately into the distance. Chen Jianghe sneered, closed the gap in an instant, kicked Zhou Ming down hard, and plunged a blade deep into his thigh. Ah! Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll give you money. Any amount you name. Zhou Ming collapsed shrieking, but still refused to yield. He tried crawling up again, dragging his wounded leg behind him, limping frantically toward escape. Chen Jianghe struck again, this time driving the blade into Zhou Ming's other leg. With both legs maimed, Zhou Ming finally grasped the futility of flight and fell silent. Stop struggling. I'll send you off swiftly. Let us both have some dignity in this final act. Chen Jianghe loomed over him, seized his hair, dragged him to the van's side, and began coiling the rope. The rope was meant to secure heavy stones, weight sufficient to sink the body, ensuring Zhou Ming's corpse would never wash ashore by dawn. Having spent 3 years in prison, Chen Jianghe understood modern forensic investigation well enough. Without a body, it was merely a missing persons case. Such cases were legion. Many never even made it onto official dockets. Even if filed, most gathered dust in archives, awaiting the unlikely day a corpse surfaced. Only then might investigators be assigned. Without a body, the case would remain frozen in limbo, its file forever buried beneath layers of bureaucratic neglect. No body, no homicide. A homicide demanded proof of death. And even if a corpse surfaced months later, what then? Evidence would have long since eroded beyond recovery. Besides, once cast into the sea, a body rarely resurfaced, unless fate smiled with absurd generosity. And those who drowned in such darkness had long since forfeited fortune's favor. Brother, what are you? I'll pay you 10,000. Enough. Take it and let tonight vanish like smoke. I'll never seek you out. Think it over. Zhou Ming, mouth awash with blood, pleaded desperately. I am Chen Jianghe. Chen Jiming is my father. When you stand before Yama, speak my name, so you won't die an anonymous ghost. Chen Jianghe bound Zhou Ming's wrists tightly, then began securing heavy stones to the rope. You're Chen Jianghe. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in shock. He knew Chen Jiming had a son by that name. Earlier that day at the arcade, he'd overheard idle chatter. A new force had risen in Pingjiang district. Chen Jianghe, recently released from prison, had seized Li Jindi's turf and dismantled Lin Guobin's operation. Hearing it, Zhou Ming had felt a chill, but dismissed it. Too much time had passed, and Chen Jianghe's activities were confined to Pingjiang. He assumed, mistakenly, that he was safe in Wangqing district. He clung to his arcade, to his easy life, and convinced himself Chen Jianghe wouldn't find him. Yet here he was, found faster than imagined. Brother Chen, I beg you, I was wrong. We're all just men surviving in this world. I was paid to do a job. Show mercy. I'll give you 20,000. I've earned nothing more in all these years. It's all yours. Spare me. Zhou Ming struggled to rise onto his knees, voice cracking with despair. Keep your 20,000, for your family. At least you'll have done something for them. Chen Jianghe fastened 2 massive stones to Zhou Ming's body. Tight, unyielding, irrevocable. Chen Jianghe, you bastard. Head bowed, Zhou Ming roared, ignoring the searing pain in both legs, and lunged upward, driving his skull into Chen Jianghe's jaw. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned glacial. He stepped back half a pace, and with surgical precision drove the blade into Zhou Ming's throat. All strength drained from Zhou Ming's limbs. He crumpled. Chen Jianghe wrenched the blade free and kicked him hard, sending him tumbling over the cliff's edge. The crash of waves against the shore swallowed every sound. Chen Jianghe watched the body vanish into the dark chasm, then meticulously scanned the cliffside, removing every trace, before driving away. He returned directly to his 3-story house, parked the van in the courtyard, and burned the plastic lining from the cargo bay, completely without residue. Then he scrubbed the van inside and out, every surface, every crevice, until it gleamed. Only then did he leave the doors ajar to air dry and retreat indoors to rest. The next morning, Chen Jianghe drove back to Liehua Arcade. Boss! Xiang Fei, about to step out, nodded respectfully the moment he saw Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe gave a curt nod. Then, as if recalling something, tossed the van keys to Xiang Fei. Your sister's surgery is today, right? Take the van. Boss, no need. I'll walk. Xiang Fei hastily declined. It's fine, take it. Saves time coming and going. Chen Jianghe shook his head and entered the arcade. Xiang Fei stood holding the keys, touched, believing truly in his boss's integrity. Then climbed into the van, and his expression shifted subtly. He noticed. The van had been scrubbed spotless inside and out. Last night Chen Jianghe left alone and did not return until dawn. Upon his return, he thoroughly cleaned the minibus inside and out. A Jian who himself operated on the fringes of the underworld immediately connected the dots. Yet he said nothing. Only his expression flickered faintly before he silently drove the minibus away. Today was Xiang Li's surgery day. Chen Jianghe had pulled them through at a critical moment. Even if a Jian had known what Chen Jianghe had done, he would have remained silent. Let alone that he didn't. Jianghe, I heard Jin Hao's arcade opens tomorrow. Zhang Peng hurried out, concern edging his voice. So soon? Chen Jianghe frowned. He had assumed Tianwei Electronics World would take another week to open. Yet it was launching tomorrow. Yes, they installed machines yesterday and kept going until this morning, working through the night. Zhang Peng nodded, equally surprised by Jin Hao's startling speed. That man couldn't wait to open and start profiting. Don't panic. Send a general to meet the army, raise earthworks to dam the flood. Let them open, we needn't fear them. Who will prevail remains undecided. Chen Jianghe calmed the group. Everyone stay at ease. I have other plans. What plans? Zhang Peng asked, curiosity piqued. You'll find out in due time. One thing is certain, in commercial warfare Jin Hao stands no chance against me. Chen Jianghe smiled. Confident, unshaken. Zhang Peng nodded. They feared no fair competition. What truly troubled them was Jin Hao resorting to underhanded tactics. If backed by Bai Zhang, they'd be hopelessly outmatched. Jin Hao alone was already formidable. With Bai Zhang's backing, he became nearly impossible to oppose. Chen Jianghe. Report to Master Bai at the tea house later to settle your dues. Speak of the devil. Just then a tattooed man in his early 30s strode in and swept his gaze over Chen Jianghe. During Chen Jianghe's last visit to the tea house, these men had looked down on him with undisguised disdain. This time that arrogance had vanished. By now nearly everyone in Beijing Chen Jianghe had taken down Lin Guobin. If just a handful of men could subdue Lin Guobin, who among the street thugs dared look down on him. After delivering his message, the man folded his arms and walked out. To deliver the same notice to the next shop. Every month, on a fixed date, merchants of Beijing paid their dues to Bai Zhang. This practice had held for years. Some had refused. And the next day their shops were smashed to pieces. In Beijing, Bai Zhang was the undisputed local overlord. His word absolute, carrying more weight than even Tang Aigua's. Jianghe. What do we do? Zhang Peng turned to Chen Jianghe. Take 2,000 yuan. You and a Jian. Come with me. Chen Jianghe took a slow drag of his cigarette, his face unreadable. 2,000. That won't be enough, will it? Zhang Peng hesitated. 2,000 would certainly fail to satisfy Bai Zhang. Not even counting Lisan's billiard hall, let alone adding it. Even without that, 2,000 fell far short. He'll accept it, or he won't. Chen Jianghe replied coolly. At 5%, such a sum implied monthly net profits of 100,000 yuan. Even at Li Jindi's peak, Liahua Arcade never cleared 100,000 yuan monthly, topping out at 60 or 70,000. Paying 2,000 was already a gesture of respect toward Bai Zhang. Fine then. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, withdrew 2,000 yuan from the register, logged the transaction, summoned a Jian, instructed Zhang Chong and the others to mind the store, and followed Chen Jianghe toward the tea house. At the tea house, merchants trickled in to pay their dues. Some as little as 200 or 300 yuan, others up to 1,000 or 2,000. Only the most profitable shops in Beijing paid that much. Such top-tier shops typically paid only 3%, implying monthly net profits exceeding 100,000 yuan. With dozens of merchants across Beijing, Bai Zhang collected over 100,000 yuan monthly in protection fees. Over 1 million annually. At current market rates, that sum could buy 2 luxury apartments in Shenzhen's most affluent district. Merely from protection fees, Bai Zhang lived in obscene wealth. And that was before accounting for his own businesses in Beijing and his equity stakes in others. Excluding any clandestine operations, his legitimate ventures alone generated over 200,000 or 300,000 yuan per month. Without question, he was Beijing's wealthiest man. Master Bai. Chen Jianghe has arrived. Today Li Quan wasn't playing mahjong but stood behind Bai Zhang, arms crossed. Spotting Chen Jianghe, he announced it plainly. Chen Jianghe. I hear you've been making quite the name for yourself lately. Bai Zhang glanced at him, casually discarding a tile. Even Lin Guobin fell to you. Impressive. For a young man. Gao, who seated opposite Bai Zhang, turned with keen interest. Just luck, Chen Jianghe replied, calm and unruffled. His gaze swept idly. The kippa-clad beauty Fang Qiong, present last time, was absent. Evidently even that elegant woman did not shadow Bai Zhang constantly. Humble yet resolute. A rare talent. You surpass your father. Your future knows no bounds. Added another of Bai Zhang's mahjong partners, smiling warmly. Stop praising him so much. The youth of today can't handle flattery. A few compliments and they lose all sense of self. Bai Zhang scoffed, coldly dousing the praise like icy water. At those words, Zhang Peng's face darkened. A Jian let out a scornful laugh and stared openly defiantly at Bai Zhang. Boy, what are you staring at? Li Quan's tiger-like eyes snapped wide, locking onto a Jian. A Jian met his glare with unyielding, rebellious intensity. Little bastard. You're bold indeed. Li Quan's brow furrowed, a cruel grin twisted his lips. Several burly enforcers stepped forward, faces grim. What's going on? A Jian's hand shot into his jacket, fingers closing around a blade. Quaner. Bai Zhang's voice cut through the tension. The enforcers froze mid-step. He fixed Chen Jianghe with a sharp look. Chen Jianghe, control your men. This is no place for your theatrics. Master Bai, I'm here to pay my dues, not cause trouble. Chen Jianghe tossed the 2,000 yuan onto the table. His words were deferential, but his posture radiated quiet defiance. Bai Zhang's brow tightened as he studied Chen Jianghe intently. Quaner, collect the money. Yes, Master Bai. Li Quan strode forward, arms still crossed, snatched the cash and counted it swiftly. Master Bai, only 2,000. 2,000. Bai Zhang's hand stilled mid-game. His gaze turned glacial as he locked eyes with Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, do you know what happens to those who try to deceive me in Beijia? What happens? Chen Jianghe's eyes turned cold. He crushed his cigarette, shoved both hands deep into his pockets. Little bastard. You're courting rebellion. Li Quan glared at Chen Jianghe, his voice dripping with menace. In Beijia, anyone who dares deceive Master Bai risks having his business razed, and his people crippled. And that would be the lightest consequence. Go ahead, try me. Chen Jianghe stood his ground, locking eyes unflinchingly with Li Quan. Zhang Peng and a Jian drew short knives instantly. Should violence erupt, they would shield Chen Jianghe and cut their way out without hesitation. Bai Zhang's underlings shoved back their chairs, drew weapons, and encircled Chen Jianghe and his two companions. Eyes sharp, postures coiled like predators. Gao Hu and Bai Zhang's two other mahjong partners stared in stunned silence at Chen Jianghe. It had been years since anyone dared speak to Bai Zhang so brazenly. This young man truly possessed audacity beyond his years. A calf knows no tiger's fear. If this youth survived another 2 years, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Bai Zhang's face remained stern, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Chen Jianghe. No one had spoken to him so defiantly in a long time. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. How admirable the younger generation has become. Feng Qiong was right. This boy bears a striking resemblance to my own fiery spirit in youth. Bai Zhang studied Chen Jianghe coldly for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. 2,000 it is. Chen Jianghe, I'll grant you this courtesy for the month. Then many thanks, Elder Bai. Chen Jianghe's expression remained unruffled. Go on. But remember, next month bring 5,000. Every month thereafter you will deliver 5,000, or else you'll learn firsthand the extent of Li Quan's methods. Bai Zhang's mirth vanished with a dismissive flick of his hand. Like shooing away a fly, he signaled their departure. Chen Jianghe's brow furrowed, a flash of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. But he uttered nothing, turning silently and walking away. Several hulking thugs blocked their path behind him. Step aside. Chen Jianghe's gaze hardened, and the thug directly in front flinched, involuntarily sensing danger prickling his skin. Without thinking, he recoiled a step and yielded the way. They let the three depart unimpeded. Elder Bai, that brat Chen Jianghe is unbearably arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson now, he'll truly believe himself someone of consequence. Once they were gone, Li Quan grumbled, disgruntled. Ah, youth, that fiery pride is only natural. Quaner, go enjoy yourselves. You needn't linger here with us. With a genial wave, Elder Bai dismissed Li Quan and his men. Brother Bai, these youngsters nowadays are impossible to handle. Heads already swollen to the heavens. They need firm discipline before they grow too bold and turn into tigers we can no longer control. One of the mahjong players remarked. No matter. Jean Hao's arcade opens tomorrow. This young man's recent restlessness, opening a shop, acting rashly, makes him perfect as Jean Hao's whetstone, a means to temper and test him. Bai Zhang smiled faintly. Gao, whose heart quickened, he cursed inwardly. At last, the old fox had been swayed. For days he'd been whispering to Bai Zhang that Jean Hao's forces were growing formidable. A warning that surely stoked Bai Zhang's wariness. Bai Zhang kept Chen Jianghe alive precisely to set him against Jean Hao. To let two tigers clash, knowing one must bleed. Once Jean Hao weakened, he would return tail tucked to serve Bai Zhang obediently once more. Better that than allow Jean Hao to swell unchecked. His wings growing too strong, his obedience fading. As for Chen Jianghe, he would never prevail against Jean Hao. Let Jean Hao crush him. Ideally let them both fall wounded, leaving Bai Zhang to gather the spoils. Yes, such an outcome suited perfectly. Jiang He, that was perilous just now, was a mere 1,000 yuan worth, provoking Bai Zhang. Emerging from the tea house, Zhang Peng spoke, still shaken. Had violence erupted, the three of them might not have carved a path out alive. Boss, let me kill that old man. Yes, he's surrounded now, but he can't always be guarded. Given one opening, I'll end him. A Jian, however, wore no trace of fear, only eager anticipation. Bai Zhang commanded legions, but he could not maintain constant vigilance. So long as no more than 3 men stood beside him, a Jian was certain he could strike true. A Jian surviving the underworld demands intellect, not brute force. Rely only on your fists, and you remain forever a gutter thug destined for obscurity. Chen Jianghe tapped his temple. Even if you could kill Bai Zhang, what then? Bai Zhang may fall, but his men endure. Jin Hao remains. Whoever eliminates us would claim vengeance for Bai Zhang and inherit his empire without question. Li Quan and Jin Hao would hunt us like rabid dogs, relentlessly, until we shattered beneath their assault. Bai Zhang must die, but not by such crude means. Chen Jianghe paused, then continued. I didn't provoke him over 1,000 yuan. I sought to probe his limits. Bai Zhang clearly intends for us to collide with Jin Hao. Collide with Jin Hao? But Jin Hao is his adopted son. Zhang Peng looked stricken. Precisely. Adopted, not bloodborn. Chen Jianghe sneered. Even blood sons betray fathers for wealth and power. How much more likely then for an adopted son? Tell me. Once Jin Hao grows mighty, how do you imagine he'll treat Bai Zhang? He'll surely urge Bai Zhang to retire. Step aside gracefully into old age. A Jian mused aloud. If he grants Bai Zhang even that dignity, he's shown mercy. More likely he'll usurp him entirely, seizing his empire, his women, his very name. Chen Jianghe's smile turned glacial. Most underworld figures were little more than street thugs. Expecting moral restraint from them was sheer folly. Once Jin Hao grew too vast for Bai Zhang to contain, Bai Zhang's end would be inevitable. Could Bai Zhang possibly ignore this truth? Now that Jin Hao's Tianwei electronics empire had opened its doors, he held sovereign territory. In a few more years, recruiting fighters, amassing strength, Bai Zhang might no longer hold dominion over him. Chen Jianghe surmised Bai Zhang's restraint today signaled his intent to pit them against Jin Hao, hoping to blunt the latter's ambition and force him back into subservience. Bai Zhang too was aging. In the Jianghu age demands full retreat, complete cleansing from darkness. To linger, half-shadowed invites becoming another's stepping stone. Jianghe, I understand now. Realization dawned across Zhang Peng's face. A Jian, however, remained perplexed. A Jian. Don't overthink it. Simply know this: Bai Zhang won't move against us. For now. Chen Jianghe said. And what of next month's 5,000? A Jian still hesitated. So long as we avoid mutual ruin with Jin Hao, even skipping the 5,000 or even the 2,000 won't provoke Bai Zhang's wrath. That sum was never his true demand. The decree to pay 5,000 monthly was mere theater. Words spoken for others' ears. Bai Zhang meant to warn all disobedience carries price. Yet so long as Chen Jianghe engaged Jin Hao without fanfare, without bloodshed, without spectacle, Bai Zhang would not intervene over petty coin. A Jian gazed at Chen Jianghe with open reverence. Only he saw so deeply. Jianghe. So we truly must confront Jin Hao? Zhang Peng asked again, voice edged with worry. Now that his Tianwei electronics empire stands open, even if we seek no quarrel, he will seek ours. Chen Jianghe spoke, voice cold as winter steel. Zhang Peng and a Jian silently nodded, completely convinced by Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe had a broader perspective, clearer insight, and more comprehensive thoughts than they did. Boss Chen, I heard that the Tianwei electronic world is opening tomorrow, and they are having a 3-day grand opening with games for just 1 yuan. Are you planning any promotions in your arcade? Just returning to the arcade, an old customer smiled and asked Chen Jianghe. 1 yuan for unlimited play. Zhang Peng and a Jian's expressions changed. That damn Jin Hao is truly willing to spend money. Previously, when the arcade reopened, they had a promotion where 10 tokens cost 1 yuan, but 10 tokens didn't last very long at all. This 1 yuan for unlimited play, it's unclear whether it's for a day or just for a morning or an afternoon, but in any case, the promotion is definitely stronger than the previous one from the arcade. Jin Hao's promotion is so aggressive, it's clear. He wants to monopolize the market and swallow up all the business on North Street, leaving no room for others. Of course, we will have promotions. Chen Jianghe opened this arcade not just to make money, but to provide everyone with a place to relax. Chen Jianghe smiled slightly. I love hearing that from Boss Chen. What kind of promotion are you planning? Although the regular customer knew Chen Jianghe was joking, he was still very curious. The promotion at the arcade will be announced this afternoon, and everyone will know by then. Chen Jianghe raised his voice, so that all the customers in the arcade could hear him, then turned to Zhang Peng and a Jian, giving them a signal to follow him upstairs. Jianghe, if we also do 1 yuan for unlimited play, we'll be losing money. The electricity bill alone won't be covered. Zhang Peng followed him upstairs looking anxious. The arcade uses commercial electricity, and the daily electricity bill is quite substantial. 1 yuan for unlimited play is not a long-term solution. Jin Hao will only do it for a couple of days. If he manages to do it for a week, then he truly has guts. Chen Jianghe coldly laughed. A Jian, go check out the entrance of the Tianwei electronic world. See how they are managing their promotions? Their grand opening activities must have already been posted. All right. Jian nodded and turned to head downstairs towards Tianwei Electronic World. Da Peng, I have an idea. Chen Jianghe tossed Zhang Peng a cigarette while he took one for himself. Zhang Peng pulled out a lighter and lit it for Chen Jianghe. I plan to have a long-term promotion. As long as our store is here, the promotion will be ongoing. What kind of promotion? Zhang Peng lit his cigarette as well, still looking worried. A game token recharge promotion. For example, if you recharge 10 yuan, you get 15 worth of tokens. Recharge 20, and you get 35 worth. Recharge 100 and you get 200 worth. What do you think? While Chen Jianghe was in prison, he heard of someone doing business using this method. In fact, there were all sorts of people in prison from various professions. It wasn't just the common belief that only criminals ended up there. Recharge 10 yuan to get 15. Wouldn't that lead to losses? Zhang Peng didn't quite understand the business logic behind it. No, we won't lose money. It's just a matter of thin profit margins and high sales. We might even make more. Chen Jianghe confidently replied. So if it's 10 yuan, that would mean 75 tokens. Zhang Peng, seeing Chen Jiang's confidence, nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then our arcade would be the cheapest in the entire Peng City. Moreover, with Chen Jiang's growing reputation, perhaps it could make the arcade one of the most renowned in all of Peng City. 10 yuan for 75 tokens and 100 yuan for 1,000 tokens. Chen Jianghe stated. That's quite a strong promotion. Zhang Peng calculated that if one recharged 100 yuan, it would be equivalent to 1 yuan for 10 tokens, similar to the first week when the arcade reopened. This promotion is indeed substantial. However, Chen Jianghe had his own thoughts. In the arcade, most customers were students, unemployed individuals, and small-time thugs, making it unlikely for them to come in with 100 yuan to recharge. Being able to recharge 10 or 20 yuan would be quite good. This is also due to the rapid economic development of Peng City. If it were in some inland cities, such a promotion would be impossible due to high thresholds. Boss, there's a red notice posted at the entrance of the Tianwei Electronic World, stating the promotion dates. Their 1 yuan for unlimited play is for 3 days starting tomorrow and ending the day after. One person pays 1 yuan to enter and can play for free, but if they leave halfway and want to re-enter, they have to pay again. At this time, Jian returned, directly informing Chen Jianghe about Jin Hao's promotional details. Jin Hao truly lacks ambition. Chen Jianghe coldly laughed. If this promotion lasted a week, the reputation of Tianwei Electronic World would be solidified, but only doing it for 3 days shows a lack of ambition. Next, Chen Jianghe discussed with Zhang Peng about how to implement the arcade's membership recharge activity. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng write up a notice announcing the arcade's activities. Recharge and get tokens equivalent to 10 yuan for 75 tokens. That should keep me entertained for a week. This promotion is too weak. It can't compare to Tianwei Electronic World. Yeah, over there you can play for just 1 yuan. Boss Chen is lacking sincerity. Customers in the arcade gathered around the notice, discussing among themselves. Many felt that the promotion offered by Chen Jianghe was too little, especially when compared to Tianwei Electronic World, making it even less comparable. Zhang Peng waited expectantly for the entire afternoon, but basically no one recharged for membership. However, business in the arcade remained bustling as Tianwei Electronic World had yet to open. In the evening, Xiang Fei rushed back in a hurry. Fei Gu, how did Xiang Li's surgery go? Upon seeing him return, Jian immediately asked with concern. Chen Jianghe happened to be downstairs as well, looking over. The surgery was very successful. The doctor said after a few more days of rest, she can be discharged. As long as she recovers well, she will be able to walk normally again. Xiang Fei was visibly excited, walking up to Chen Jianghe and deeply bowing. Boss, thank you. From now on, my life is yours. Chen Jianghe took out 10,000 yuan to pay for Xiang Li's medical bills. If he were to rely on them to make money by hurting people, it would take who knows how long to save up that amount. Xiang Fei, stand up straight. From now on, we are all on the same side, no need for such formality. Chen Jianghe scanned the room and said solemnly, as long as I, Chen Jianghe, have food, I won't let anyone go hungry. Boss, we believe in you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded excitedly. Although their time with Chen Jianghe had been short and fraught with danger, the money they made was indeed much more than before. In this line of work, the fear isn't about risking your life for money, but rather the fear of risking your life and not getting any money in return. The next morning, the Tianwei Electronic World opened on time. Jin Hao prepared firecrackers and arranged for a lion dance, creating a lively atmosphere. The sound of firecrackers and lion dance started promptly at 9 o'clock. The young people on North Street, having nothing to do, all rushed over to watch the excitement. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei heard the commotion and stepped out of the game hall. Zhang He, they have opened. Zhang Peng took a puff of his cigarette and forcefully stubbed it out on the ground. With the opening of Tianwei Electronic World, the Lihua game hall became deserted. Normally there would be a dozen or so people playing in the morning, but today only 2 or 3 remained. hearing that the new place had opened even those 2 or 3 people left. The Lihua Game Hall was now empty with only Chun Jianghe and a few others left. Chang Yu and Zhou Bing watched the store. We're going to take a look. Chun Jianghe crushed his cigarette and directly headed towards the Tianwei Electronic World. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianwei Electronic World, Jin Hao, dressed in a white suit, stood out. With a bright smile, he was bowing in gratitude to the supporting bosses. Today, Bai Zhang personally came to deliver 2 large flower baskets and a framed calligraphy piece inscribed with the words Kai Yuan Guangjin. The signature was Bai Zhang's own. With this piece of calligraphy, it indicated that the store was under Bai Zhang's protection. If friends from the Underworld came here and wanted to cause trouble, they had to think twice about whether they could afford to provoke Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang was the first to arrive, showing his importance and support for Jin Hao. Next came Gao Hu, who brought over 2 flower baskets, but did not even give a red envelope. Ah, Hao, congratulations. With such a big store, you must make it big and strong, earning money hand over fist. Gao Hu said with a smiling face. Uncle Gao, thank you. Jin Hao replied with a cold smile, lazily raising a hand. A cold glint flashed in Gao Hu's eyes, but his smile did not fade as he entered the office to drink tea with Bai Zhang. Soon after, 2 other poker friends of Bai Zhang also arrived with flower baskets and red envelopes. These 3 poker friends of Bai Zhang were brothers he had mingled with years ago. Jin Hao was Bai Zhang's godson, while Gao Hu and the others could be considered Jin Hao's elders. Gao Hu was the youngest among Bai Zhang's 4 friends, still under 40 this year, but he hadn't fared well in the Underworld. His business ventures had failed in recent years, resulting in significant losses. Bai Zhang, not being young anymore, had helped elevate Jin Hao and manage his business. Gao Hu, seeing Jin Hao's success, was envious and wanted to come back and take over Jin Hao's responsibilities. Therefore, he often sowed discord in front of Bai Zhang. Jin Hao had long since been displeased with Gao Hu. Next, Bai Zhang's friends, powerful allies, and various bosses from North Street came to support Jin Hao. This was the power of influence. Bai Zhang's authority was not something Chun Jianghe and his group could handle directly. After welcoming the guests, Jin Hao invited Bai Zhang to host a brief opening ceremony, marking the official opening of Tianwei Electronic World. The young people, unable to contain their excitement, rushed in quickly, bringing life back to the game hall. Many big clients headed straight to the 2nd floor to play slot machines. Zhang Peng and the others watched with envy. This network directly helped Jin Hao fill the place. Jin Hao didn't take Qin Jianghe's game hall seriously at all. He believed that with Bai Zhang backing him and his own good standing, once Tianwei Electronic World opened, the Lihua Game Hall would soon shut down for good. All the business would be taken from him. Bai Zhang socialized in the office above the game hall and soon left, happening to spot Qin Jianghe outside. He offered Chun Jianghe a meaningful smile before leaving with his entourage. Just as Jin Hao had predicted, the first 3 days of his promotional activities were exceptionally profitable. The arcade on the lower level was crowded every day. The slot machine area upstairs had an excellent business on the first day, slightly less on the second, and even worse on the third. Many of those playing the slot machines were doing so to give face to Bai Zhang. Jin Hao, however, had set the odds of the slot machines very low. For every 100 put-in, players only got back 10. Experienced players would quickly realize this and not return. In contrast, typical establishments would offer a return of 20 for every 100 spent, which is a more standard payout rate. At Qin Jianghe's place, the ratio was consistently 30 returned for every 100 spent, 3 times better than Jin Hao's. While one might give face once, who would keep giving money just to support that face? Thus, the business at Jin Hao's game hall never took off and it quickly deteriorated. Some who played the slots happened to be on North Street and decided to check out the Lihua Game Hall, finding its odds better, thus becoming customers of Lihua Game Hall. However, Jin Hao did not concern himself with this, as the first 3 days of opening were indeed highly profitable. With 1 yuan for unlimited play, the game area could earn over 1,000 a day, creating a lively scene. The slot machines on the 2nd floor would also help him rake in significant profits. Have you calculated it? In the innermost office on the 2nd floor, Jin Hao, with a cigarette in his mouth and legs crossed, had a relaxed expression. Brother Hao, we have calculated it. In the 3 days since we opened, the arcade area earned a total of 3,687 yuan, and the slot machine area earned 67,875 yuan. In total, that's about 71,000 yuan. Jin Hao was very pleased. With this calculation, the game hall's turnover for a month would be around 700,000, and after deducting profit sharing, he could take home over 100,000. With this game hall, not only could he make money, but he could also support a few people. Managing a large game hall and paying for 10 to 20 people would be a breeze, ensuring he had manpower and funds. Brother Hao, business has been good these 3 days, but today it's not as great. The man with glasses said quietly. Not good today. Jin Hao frowned, putting his feet down and heading downstairs. As he descended, he indeed noticed the arcade area was much quieter. Yesterday at this time, there had been at least 100 or 200 people playing, and now the spacious arcade had only about 20 or 30 people. Why are there so few people? Jin Hao's expression changed. Brother, how today there is no activity, and we started normal charges so fewer people came. A scruffy-looking man hurriedly explained. Jin Hao believed that Tianwei Electronic World was large enough with new machines and a good environment, so 1 yuan for 3 tokens was reasonable. But reality slapped him in the face. His pricing of 1 yuan for 3 tokens immediately affected the business. Damn, a bunch of poor folks. Jin Hao cursed indignantly. Brother, how all the customers from our arcade have gone to Chun Jiang's place. I heard he's running some membership recharge activity. Should we do something similar? What kind of recharge activity is he doing? The bespectacled man followed him down. Jin Hao frowned. I'm not sure what exactly the recharge activity is. Jin Mao, go check out Chun Jiang's arcade and see how they are doing the recharge. The bespectacled man shook his head and instructed a nearby hoodlum. The hoodlum nodded and hurriedly left. Brother Peng, Jin Hao's little brother, has arrived. Xiang Fei was smoking at the door when he saw the hoodlum coming over. He turned around casually and whispered to Zhang Peng, "How many came?" Zhang Peng immediately became alert and reached under the counter. Only 1 came. He must be here to scout. Ignore him. Only then did Zhang Peng relax. Today the business at the Fire Arcade was exceptionally good, especially the arcade machines where the number of players was at least 1/3 more than usual. When the Tianwei Electronic World halted its activities, everyone found that the Fire Arcade was still cheaper. The recharge activity and free cigarettes even attracted customers from further away around North Street. At Fire, without recharging, one could get 5 tokens for just 1 yuan. It was already cheap, plus the free cigarettes made it much more enjoyable than other arcades. For a recharge of 10 yuan, one would get 15 yuan worth of tokens, which could be saved for future games if not used up, making it effectively 1 yuan for 7.5 tokens, simply the lowest price in the city. With the recharge activity and free cigarettes, the business for arcade machines at Fire was beginning to flourish. In the previous 3 days, when Tianwei Electronic World held a 1 yuan unlimited play event, no one at Fire recharged. But by today's morning, there were already over 10 people just recharging. If this momentum continues, the number of people recharging will definitely increase. It won't be long before Fire Arcade's business can completely explode. With a cigarette in his mouth, Zhang Peng quickly saw the hoodlum from Jin Hao's side appear. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng had recognized people working for Jin Hao, and they knew most of his subordinates at the arcade. Since they were going to compete, they had to be well prepared, and knowing oneself and the enemy was key to victory. This hoodlum thought he wasn't being noticed, pretending to casually stroll around the arcade, carefully observing the big red papers in the shop, and chatted with Zhou Bing to gather information before hurriedly leaving. Brother, how I found out that they are giving more tokens for recharging money. Jin Mao returned and informed Jin Hao about what he had learned. Giving more tokens for recharging money. Jin Hao frowned, looking displeased. Chun Jianghe, that miser, still wants to make money off the poor. In Jin Hao's view, players of arcade machines were all just poor scoundrels. Those playing slot machines were the real high-quality customers. A good arcade business could only earn a bit of pocket money. Only with slot machines can one make big money. Encountering big clients who lose hundreds of thousands in a single night was something Jin Hao had seen before. How long would it take to earn hundreds of thousands with arcade machines? The bespectacled man thought to himself that it's easier to make money from the poor, and there are more poor people in this world than anyone else. The larger the customer base, the easier it is to accumulate wealth. Brother, how should we also consider following suit? The bespectacled man said. I heard Chun Jiang's arcade even gives out free cigarettes, and the young folks on the street love to go there to play. What the hell? Free cigarettes? With my large operation, how many would I need to give out in a day? Jin Hao's face looked grim. His large operation required significant investment, and he was counting on making big profits after opening. If they give out free cigarettes and run recharge activities, how can they earn big money? However, with so many machines, they couldn't leave them all idle. Brother, how giving out 2 packs of cigarettes a day is just a small expense. If we improve, our service business will pick up and everything will come back. The bespectacled man advised. All right then, remember to buy cheap cigarettes. Those poor folks can't tell the difference. Jin Hao frowned and considered for a moment. As for the game tokens, let's drop it to 1 yuan for 5 tokens. We won't run any recharge activities. 1 yuan for 5 tokens is already the cheapest. The bespectacled man nodded. 1 yuan for 5 tokens was acceptable. After all, the environment was good, the machines were new, and they were giving out free cigarettes, making it much more competitive than the average arcade. Even if the business wouldn't be as booming as before, it would definitely be better than the current desolation, and that was enough. The main goal was to leverage Jin Hao and buy yes business to boost the slot machine operations. Brother, how regarding the slot machine business, our win rate is too low. Many of the bosses who came to play were not very satisfied, and some only came once and never returned. The bespectacled man said in a low voice. Jin Hao hurried upstairs to take a look, and indeed found that the number of customers upstairs was decreasing day by day. Out of 100 slot machines, only about 10 were in use. Yesterday at this time, there were at least 20 people playing. At night, the number could triple. Brother, how even raising pigs requires them to be fattened before slaughtering. Our business hasn't taken off yet. Once it does, we can adjust the win rate later. The bespectacled man advised. Damn it, making money is really hard. Jin Hao cursed unhappily, then instructed. Adjust the win rate of the slot machines, increase it. To what extent? 120 out is fine. Are we aiming for 30 out? Jin Hao glared. Yes, brother, how I'll arrange it right away. The bespectacled man nodded eagerly. 120 out is acceptable. Most arcades on the market have this win rate. Adjusting it to double the win rate will surely attract many customers. After arranging everything, Jin Hao went upstairs to his office, picked up his mobile phone, and began calling friends and acquaintances to come play the slot machines. This guy had been thriving over the years with Bai Zhang's backing, and his connections were indeed extensive. When he called, others found it hard not to show face and had to bring money to play. After the win rate of the slot machines was raised, some people indeed came to play, winning and losing. The slot machine business at Tianwei Electronic World was indeed much better than that at Fire Arcade, with at least dozens of people coming to play every day. A week later, both Fire Arcade and Tianwei Electronic World had stabilized their businesses. Fire Arcade's arcade machine business was booming with a heavy flow of people daily, but the slot machine business was mediocre, much better than when it had just reopened, earning some money but not big profits. The slot machine business at Tianwei Electronic World was doing well, with daily revenue reaching a few thousand to several thousand, significantly impacting the slot machine business at Fire Arcade. The competition between the two sides had essentially reached a boiling point, with neither able to eliminate the other. To Peng Hao's business today. A few days later, Xiang Li, Xiang Fei's younger sister, was discharged from the hospital, though her leg was still recovering and she couldn't walk. Chen Jianghe had originally insisted she continue convalescing at home with her full salary paid as usual. But Xiang Li and Xiang Fei had grown up in hardship and refused to accept money without contributing. She insisted on helping out at the arcade. Chen Jianghe thus asked Xiang Fei to bring her over and arranged a private room for her on the second floor. As for work, he assigned her to cashier duties. Xiang Li handled cash, Zhang Peng kept the accounts. Strict separation of funds and records. When Zhang Peng was unavailable, Zhang Chong took over bookkeeping, and accounts were reconciled weekly. This wasn't a matter of distrust towards Xiang Li. Building a venture cannot rely solely on trust. A formalization is essential where appropriate. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, both money and morale vanish. Chen Jiming had once taught Chen Jianghe never to test human nature. A lesson underscored by his own death, which proved that the human heart cannot withstand such trials. Formalizing operations, in fact, benefits everyone. Jianghe business has been excellent today. We're nearing 3,000 yuan in daily turnover. At this pace, hitting 100,000 yuan monthly isn't far off. Zhang Peng beamed. Not bad at all. Chen Jianghe quietly calculated 3,000 yuan in turnover minus operating costs left roughly 2,500 yuan. Then, subtracting protection fees and miscellaneous expenses, his net profit still exceeded 1,000 yuan. That sum was substantial. In an era when 10th Sandyuan households were celebrated, earning 30,000 yuan per month would qualify as elite income anywhere. Yet Chen Jianghe aimed far beyond that. By the way, Jin Hao's underlings have been circling our place more frequently lately. Xie Gang hasn't brought anyone in for over a week. He's reportedly been lured away by Jin Hao's men. Several of our high-spending patrons have already been harassed by them. Zhang Peng's expression darkened. Previously, Xie Gang had regularly brought wealthy clients to play slot machines. Their cooperation had been smooth and mutually beneficial. Now that he'd defected outright, that channel was severed. Worse, Jin Hao's men were even intimidating other patrons of Liehua Arcade, aiming to sever its very roots. It seems Jin Hao can no longer contain himself. Since he's poaching our people, we needn't hold back either. De Peng, come with me now. Chen Jianghe crushed his cigarette, resolve hardening. His investigation had yet to yield conclusive evidence, and he preferred avoiding direct confrontation with Jin Hao. But Zhang Jun was pressing him, and now Jin Hao was actively raiding his clientele. If this continued, once his slot machine patrons were fully siphoned off and Jin Hao launched his own top-up promotions, as Chen Jianghe had done, Liehua Arcade would face slow, inevitable demise. Chen Jianghe was not one to wait passively for ruin. Since Jin Hao had resorted to underhanded tactics, he would respond in kind. Jianghe, where are we going? Zhang Peng nodded, summoned Zhang Chong, and followed Chen Jianghe outside to the Santana. A car recently repaired and returned to service. Sihai Grand Restaurant. Driving the Santana, Zhang Peng brought Chen Jianghe straight to Sihai Grand Restaurant, a dazzling establishment with a bustling restaurant downstairs and a vibrant karaoke lounge upstairs. Chen Jianghe estimated that behind the scenes its owner pocketed several 100,000 yuan monthly. Even after dividends and payoffs, the two entered the restaurant and ascended directly to the karaoke lounge, booking a private room. Young man, isn't you available? Ask her to come up immediately. Chen Jianghe tossed a wad of cash onto the table and instructed the waiter. It wasn't much, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. enough to cover drinks for several hostesses plus escorting 2 of them elsewhere afterward. Sir, please wait a moment. The waiter responded deferentially, careful not to take the money immediately. He first ordered refreshments for Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng, then departed with the cash. Jianghe, do you need something from you? Zhang Peng, visibly uneasy in this setting, admitted he rarely visited karaoke lounges. Only occasionally when Lai San rewarded his crew with a singing night after a job well done. He'd served Lai San for over 2 years, and visited karaoke lounges no more than 2 or 3 times. Yes. I need to discuss something with her. Chun Jianghe nodded. Shortly after, fruit platters, beer, and soft drinks arrived. Half an hour later and you entered, wearing a short leather skirt and expertly made up. Jianghe, what brings you here? You should have told me earlier. I'd have rushed right over. Her face lit with genuine delight as she sat beside him and grinned. So, you've come to support your old classmate's business. Not welcome. Chun Jianghe smiled. Of course you're welcome. Zhang Peng, what'll you drink? I'll give you a discount. Laughing, Yu slipped her arm through Chun Jianghe's and turned warmly to Zhang Peng. I'll just have beer, that's fine. Maybe I should step out for a bit. Zhang Peng held his beer glass, awkwardly sensing he might be intruding. His presence seemed to constrain the ease between Yu and Chun Jianghe, preventing them from speaking freely. De Peng looks lonely. And you call over a few of your girls to keep him company while he drinks. Chun Jianghe suggested. Are they here to drink with him, or with you? And Yu pouted, feigning displeasure. Men always turn corrupt the moment they get rich. Yet she didn't spoil the mood, immediately summoning several hostesses, each more alluring and stylishly provocative than the last. Hello, Brother Chun. Hello, Brother Peng. They entered with practiced familiarity, greeting Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng effortlessly. They'd heard of Chun Jianghe, especially the incident with Ling Guobin, whom he and his associates had decisively dealt with. That episode had sparked widespread discussion among karaoke patrons at the time. Many Underworld figures declared that Beijie had birthed a ruthless new force, Chun Jianghe. And since he was also Yu's former classmate, their curiosity about him deepened further. Please sit down. All of you are family here. No need for formality. Chun Jianghe studied the young women carefully, and was thoroughly satisfied. In recent years, as Shenzhen's economy soared, countless young women flocked there annually from across China seeking work. Some unwilling to endure hardship yet eager for quick earnings inevitably gravitated toward bars and karaoke lounges. Others became mistresses to Hong Kong businessmen. Entire neighborhoods in Shenzhen had even earned the moniker mistress districts, where apartment complexes teemed almost exclusively with beautiful, youthful mistresses. The women under Yu's management were exceptionally refined, mostly early 20s, strikingly attractive and brimming with vitality. Thank you, Brother Chun. They bowed again before taking their seats. What's so fascinating? Can't you look at me instead? And Yu gently pinched Chun Jianghe's waist. Chun Jianghe couldn't tell whether her familiarity was habitual or uniquely reserved for him, but it hardly mattered. His sole focus now was building his enterprise, not pursuing distractions. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? And Yu noticed Chun Jiang's solemn expression and immediately grew serious. Boom! At that very moment, a waiter suddenly pushed open the private room door located in Yue and hurried over, whispering something urgently into her ear. A friend of young Master Hai. And Yu's delicate brows furrowed. She offered Chun Jianghe an apologetic glance. Jianghe, you stay and enjoy yourself. I'll be right back. Chun Jianghe nodded, making no attempt to detain her. I'll return shortly. She rose, carrying with her a soft, fragrant breeze, and stepped out of the private room. Jianghe, what exactly did you need Yu for? As soon as Yu left, Zhang Peng seized the silence, hastily drawing closer. Chun Jianghe glanced at him and saw that Zhang Peng was drenched in sweat, rigid with tension, unable even to look at the girl beside him. He had never been in love. Not once in his entire life. The moment those girls sat beside him, he became utterly flustered. It's not the right place to talk. Let's discuss it later. I'll step out for a smoke. A mischievous smile flickered across Chun Jianghe's face as he stood and strode toward the door. Me too. I'm coming too. Zhang Peng scrambled to his feet and rushed after him. Brother Peng, don't leave. We're drinking. A girl grabbed Zhang Peng's arm with a playful laugh. Brother Peng, don't go. Brother Peng, shall we play a little game together? Several girls surrounded him, blocking his path. They could tell he was a novice, and when novices came their way, they not only refused payment but often gave red envelopes instead. Seeing Zhang Peng's crimson face, they couldn't resist teasing him further. No, stop. Don't touch me like that. His face burned as if blood might drip from it. He writhed free, fleeing as though pursued by specters. Big Peng, why's your face so red? Chun Jianghe stood nearby, smoking outside the private room, and grinned deliberately upon seeing Zhang Peng emerge. It's just a bit warm. Zhang Peng awkwardly covered his face, wishing the floor would swallow him whole. Mr. Ma, please stop joking. I won't accompany anyone tonight. As they spoke, a cry rang out from a nearby private room. And Yu's voice. Chen Jianghe's brow furrowed sharply, and he strode toward it at once. Zhang Peng heard the commotion too, instinctively patted his chest pocket, and hurried after him. Damn it. And Yue, you filthy whore. Do you even know who you are? Who do you think you're fooling with this chaste maiden act? Inside the room, a portly man in his 30s reeking of alcohol pointed accusingly at Yu, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. A waiter attempted to intervene, but was kicked aside without warning. The man stood flanked by several friends, all swaggering to their feet. Chen Jianghe entered cold-faced, pushing the door open without hesitation. Anin, what's wrong? Nothing serious, Jianghe. Just a minor misunderstanding. Please go back to your room, we'll talk later. And Yu forced a smile upon seeing Chen Jianghe. Her attempt to shoo him away. She didn't want him drawn into trouble. Brat. What business is this of yours? Get out. One of the man's companions lunged forward to shove Chen Jianghe. In an instant, Chen Jianghe seized one of the man's fingers, twisted sharply, and with a sickening snap broke it clean. The man shrieked in agony, cradling his hand as he collapsed onto the floor. Jianghe, don't lay a hand on them. And Yu cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Fuck you. Take him down. The portly man exploded in fury, snatching up a liquor bottle and roaring. His friends followed suit. Bottles raised, charging straight at Chen Jianghe. Don't fight. Don't lay hands on anyone. And Yu tried to intervene, only to be roughly shoved aside. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned glacial. In one fluid motion, he darted forward and drove a fist into a man's jaw. The impact sent the man crashing to the ground with a guttural cry. Another man swung his bottle downward, aiming for Chen Jianghe's skull. Chen Jianghe ducked sideways, seized the man's hair, and slammed his head onto the tempered glass table. Shatter! The glass table exploded. Blood gushed from the man's scalp. He didn't even groan before slumping unconscious. Motherfucker! Almost simultaneously, Zhang Peng lunged at another man. With a sharp shink, his switchblade snapped open, and with a wet thunk buried itself deep into the man's thigh. Blood erupted violently. Does it hurt? Having steel plunged into your flesh? How many lives do you think you have? Zhang Peng wrenched the blade free, kicked the man down, and leveled the dripping knife at the portly man. The man froze, his bottle hovering midair, trembling in his grip. The two remaining men hesitated, unwilling to move. You dare touch me? Do you even know who I am? Young Master Hai is my friend. The portly man blustered, his bravado hollow. Young Master Hai? Never heard of him. Chen Jianghe calmly lifted a bottle of imported liquor, and with a thunderous crack smashed it against the man's forehead. Darkness swallowed his vision. He dropped hard onto the floor, blood streaming down his face. He stared blankly at Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, you again. At that moment, Manager Zhang arrived breathlessly with several security guards. His face darkened the instant he recognized Chen Jianghe, his eyes narrowing with unmistakable wariness. The first time they'd met, Zhang had thought Chen Jianghe merely fierce. A young man with raw, untamed grit, perhaps worth recruiting. But then came the news Chen Jianghe had taken down Lin Guobin. Only then did Zhang realize. Chen Jianghe wasn't some rabid dog but a ravenous wolf. Or even a tiger, untamable, uncontainable. Zhang knew his own standing in the underworld mirrored Lin Guobin's. Largely because he operated under the protection of the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Without that backing, he wouldn't even stand tall before Lin Guobin. Yet Chen Jianghe had defeated Lin Guobin, and Zhang knew unequivocally that he dared not provoke such a man. Manager Zhang. This kid attacked my men. Look what he's done to me. Deal with him permanently. The fat man cried out, desperately seeing Zhang as his savior. Manager Zhang's brow tightened. He recognized the man. A small-scale leather factory owner who frequented Sihai KTV and had befriended Gao Hai, the son of Sihai Grand Restaurant's proprietor Gao Shengqiang. Lately, the man had inexplicably fixated on Yu, desperate to take her out for the night. Though Yu worked as a hostess managing a team of girls, she herself never accompanied clients. She'd kept him dangling. Perhaps today his patience finally snapped, driving him to force her compliance. That was how the chaos began. After all, nightlife thrived on mutual consent. Escalating to violence ruined everything. He's Chen Jianghe. Don't cross him. Manager Zhang spoke grimly. Chen Jianghe, who the hell cares what river he's named after? Fix this now, or I'll bring young Master Hai himself. The fat man shrieked, his voice shrill with panic. Hai Xiao runs a business. Of course he's not a fool. Would he really risk antagonizing Chen Jianghe over something so trivial? If you put it that way, Mr. Ma, this matter becomes difficult to resolve. Zhang Gu said, growing impatient. Chen Jianghe might not yet be known elsewhere, but in Pingjiang district his name already carries weight. Any local underworld figure who makes inquiries has heard of him. Lin Guobin had been sidelined. Li Jindi, though a notable figure, claimed to have returned to his hometown. Yet no one knew where that was. Li Jindi vanished without a trace. Neither seen alive nor found dead. Lai San had his leg shattered and disappeared entirely. And Chun Jianghe, he'd only recently emerged, yet already took down 3 established figures, big and small. Was this the kind of man an ordinary small business owner could afford to offend? Upon hearing his friend's words, the fat man shuddered violently. He ran nothing more than a modest factory. Men like Chun Jianghe were precisely those he'd go miles to avoid. Yet here he was, having provoked one heathen. Wasn't he practically courting death? For C's Grand Restaurant operated openly and lawfully. It bore no obligation to shoulder such trouble for him. Realizing he'd gravely misjudged the situation, the fat man urgently turned to manager Zhang for help. Chun Jianghe, this is 4C's affair. We'll handle it ourselves. Your interference isn't needed. Don't cause a scene, leave now. Zhang Gu warned, eyes sharp and wary. Yes. Brother Chun, it was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea and you was connected to you. I won't touch her leg again ever. The fat man hastily chimed in. What a fool. And you cursed inwardly. Had Mr. Ma kept silent, perhaps the matter would have quietly dissolved. Instead, he'd needlessly overreached. Why add that final fatal sentence? Jianghe, enough? I'm unharmed. And you rushed to intervene, stepping protectively before him. Which hand touched on you? Chun Jianghe fixed Mr. Ma with a glacial stare. What do you mean? Mr. Ma trembled violently, suddenly realizing his grave misstep. With a sharp shink, Chun Jianghe lunged forward, producing a switchblade in one fluid motion, and drove it deep into Mr. Ma's right hand, piercing it clean through. Mr. Ma stared blankly at his own hand. 2 seconds passed before agony surged, wrenching a shrill guttural scream from his throat. Zhang Ji's jaw tightened, but he gave no order to his security team. One could only blame Mr. Ma's sheer stupidity and his inability to hold his tongue. In today's world, even glancing too long at another man's woman at an ice rink or arcade could draw a blade, let alone groping her thigh. Jianghe, and you clutched him, desperately restraining him from further violence. Remember this, it's merely a minor lesson. Should it happen again, it won't be so lenient. Chun Jianghe withdrew the switchblade with deliberate care, leaving no trace behind. Then, with quiet indifference, he cast a single glance at Zhang Gu and strode out, Zhang Peng at his side. Zhang Gu and his security detail stood frozen, daring not to intervene. The aura Chun Jianghe carried upon his first visit bore no resemblance to the commanding presence he exuded now. This young man was truly extraordinary. Take Mr. Ma to the hospital. Do not call the police. Chun Jianghe has nothing left to lose. You, however, have families, homes, livelihoods. If you can't finish him in one strike, then never provoke him again. With that, Zhang Gu turned and walked away. To the hospital now? Mr. Ma shrieked in terror, clutching his mangled hand. His circle of fair-weather friends scrambled to carry him out and rush him to the hospital. Zhang Gu was right. Over such a petty incident, even if they filed a report and got Chun Jianghe jailed, how long could he possibly be held? Once released, would Chun Jianghe spare him? He himself could flee, but his factory couldn't. Moreover, anyone who rose to prominence these days inevitably had backing. Perhaps Chun Jianghe, once detained, would simply mobilize connections and walk free within 10 days. Then when he emerged, Mr. Ma's fate would be far worse. Jianghe, you acted too rashly. And you sighed helplessly as they climbed into the car. Incidents like tonight's were commonplace in nightlife venues. There was no need for bloodshed. One misstep, provoking someone untouchable, could spell disaster. Aren't you working tonight? Chun Jianghe asked with a faint smile, and signaled Zhang Peng to drive. I'm not busy tonight. After what just happened, skipping work won't matter. But tell me, why did you really ask me to come? And you shook her head. Do the girls under your management work every day? Chun Jianghe asked thoughtfully. Not exactly. They come and drink daily. But if they don't feel like drinking, they take 1 or 2 days off. Sometimes they're indisposed, on their periods, or have other commitments. For C's management is relatively lax. Everyone works on commission and only needs to meet monthly sales targets. And you explained, though the girls at 4C's KTV appeared glamorous, their earnings weren't easily won. They drank endlessly, selling alcohol to earn commissions. To earn more, they went out. A far more lucrative path. For women, all it took was surrender, spreading their legs to make money. Yet some sold only drinks, refusing that income. Often newcomers, they believed themselves pure. Though frequently harassed, at least they remained untouched. But time wore them down. Amidst flashing lights and crimson wine, most eventually conformed. After all, in this trade, earnings came either from sweat or from flesh. If they go out, does 4C's still take a cut? Chun Jianghe nodded, then asked. Yes, the girl keeps 90%. I take 10 and the company 20. If clients aren't from 4Cs but call directly, the company arranges transport and ensures her safe return. And you withheld nothing. Truth is, there are many girls in Pengcheng now. Some places demand half their earnings. For Cs is comparatively humane. True, Pengcheng had no shortage of girls, but high-caliber ones remained scarce, perpetually undersupplied. Moreover, these girls followed in you, not hired individually by the company, so its cut naturally differed. Now newly recruited girls at 4Cs were paid jointly for drinks and outcalls, with lower drink commissions and higher cuts from outcall earnings. Thus, after Gao Hai assumed control, he grew deeply dissatisfied with this arrangement. And you? I have an idea. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette. Could you assign 2 of your girls daily to work for me? I'll pay each one 100 yuan per day. Cash, no strings. If they wish, they may also accept private engagements through me, keeping all their earnings. I'll take no commission whatsoever. What do you think? Jianghe, you run an arcade. Why on earth do you need girls? And you stared at him astonished. Chun Jianghe's wage was generous. No drinking required 100 yuan a day. Even office-working white-collar women rarely earned that much. Yet, and you remained baffled. What use would Chun Jianghe have for girls? And what precisely would his girls do under his employ? To run a business, you must adapt. Add some flair. Chun Jianghe immediately laid out his plan to Yu. Jianghe, you truly have vision. You'll even be able to hire hostesses at the arcade someday. And Yu was genuinely taken aback upon hearing it. She hadn't expected Chun Jianghe to devise such a scheme. Who could have imagined back in the day that barbershops wouldn't just cut hair, but also offer far more intimate services? Chun Jianghe chuckled. If there's demand, there's opportunity. Those who play slot machines usually have disposable income. They can afford it. I'll bring my team over tomorrow. And Yu nodded and asked Zhang Peng to drive her back to the Sihai Grand Hotel. Zhang Peng turned the Santana around, dropped her off, then drove Chun Jianghe back to the arcade. Jianghe, will this really work? Zhang Peng voiced his skepticism. The arcade's clientele barely had enough to treat a young woman to spicy noodles. How could they possibly afford anything more? These rowdy youths only ever sought free thrills. The women under Yu's employ are meant to attract high-value slot machine players. As for the street game youths, let them watch for free. Who wouldn't? Just wait and see. Chun Jianghe smiled, faintly exuding quiet confidence. This move was merely one card among many in his hand. Not even the most potent one. If it succeeded, well and good. If not, the repercussions would be negligible. When the time came, he would show Jean how exactly what the underworld truly meant. Seeing Chun Jianghe's unwavering certainty, Zhang Peng felt a measure of reassurance settle within him. He trusted Chun Jianghe, even more than he trusted himself. Especially when it came to business acumen, where Chun Jianghe far surpassed him. He would simply do as Chun Jianghe instructed. As the Santana cruised down the street, rounding a corner, Chun Jianghe flicked ash from his cigarette out the window, then paused, his gaze inadvertently sweeping the sidewalk, his brow furrowing slightly. "De Peng, stop the car," Chun Jianghe suddenly commanded. "What is it?" Zhang Peng instinctively slammed the brakes, bringing the Santana to a halt. Frowning, Chun Jianghe pushed open the door and stepped out, striding purposefully toward the rear. Zhang Peng retrieved a concealed weapon from the front passenger seat and followed closely behind. Chun Jianghe walked straight toward a beggar slumped by the roadside. "Jianghe, it's just a beggar. Why bother?" Zhang Peng wore a look of utter bewilderment, baffled by Chun Jianghe's intent. "Chun Gang." Chun Jianghe stopped before the beggar and called out sharply. The man flinched violently, kept his head bowed, and scrambled to gather his meager belongings, staggering away as if to flee. "Chun Gang, how did he end up like this?" Zhang Peng gasped in shock and hurried to block the beggar's path. "Get out of my way. I'm leaving." Chun Gang strained to shove Zhang Peng aside, but Zhang Peng stood firm, unmoved. With one arm already crippled, Chun Gang couldn't budge him, not even an inch. "Chun Gang, what happened to you?" Chun Jianghe's frown deepened. It had been so short a time. Had Chun Gang already squandered the 100,000 yuan he'd given him? Realizing escape was impossible, Chun Gang collapsed onto the ground, eyes hollow with despair. "Chun Jianghe, why do I keep running into you everywhere I go?" He muttered, head still lowered. "Was your money swindled?" Chun Jianghe asked, his brow furrowed. With anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered asking a single question. In this world, rising to the top was natural, and falling lower than a stray dog was equally so. One chooses one's own path, and must crawl it even on broken knees. "My entire life has been wasted," Chun Gang murmured bitterly. "I took an older brother, yet he showed no loyalty. The moment I was crippled, he discarded me like trash. Then I found a woman. She scorned me for being useless, stole every cent I had, and vanished. I failed, utterly failed. My whole wretched life." As he spoke, Chun Gang suddenly struck himself twice, hard, across the face. So it was true. The The woman had indeed stolen Chun Gang's money. Now, in his current state, there was no telling whether he might expose Li Jindi's affair. The safest course was to make Chun Gang disappear entirely. Jianghe, what do we do? Zhang Peng had reached the same conclusion. He glanced at Chun Jianghe, then scanned their surroundings, checking for witnesses. If necessary, they would silence him permanently. Yet murder weighed heavily on his conscience. Discovery would mean ruin for both of them. Chun Jianghe stood silent, his brow deeply furrowed, weighing the decision carefully. After all, Chun Gang wasn't the only one who knew about Li Jindi. Eliminating him outright might stir suspicion in Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, leaving them uneasy, perhaps even fearful. That was the first concern. The second, Chun Jianghe was no bloodthirsty butcher. Those with deep grudges deserved death, and he would grant it without hesitation. But for those bearing no grave enmity, there was no need for total annihilation. De Peng, go get some cash, Chun Jianghe said abruptly. Yes. Zhang Peng nodded and hurried to the car. Chun Jianghe kept a small sum in the Santana, only 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Jianghe, this is all I've got. Chun Gang, you have no future left in Pengcheng. Take this and return home. Chun Jianghe handed him the money. I'll have De Peng drive you to the station. Chun Gang clutched the bills, trembling uncontrollably. Let's go. If there's no departing train today, I'll book you a modest inn. You'll stay overnight and leave tomorrow. Zhang Peng hauled Chun Gang upright and ushered him into the car. Jianghe, I'll drop you back at the arcade first, then take him to the railway station. Zhang Peng added, turning again to Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe gave him a subtle, meaningful glance. Zhang Peng nodded, understanding instantly. Chun Jianghe's unspoken instruction was clear. Zhang Peng was to monitor Chun Gang tonight. If no train departed before dawn, he was to lodge him in an inn and stay with him through the night, ensuring he boarded the morning train before departing himself. Chun Jianghe, I don't want to go home, Chun Gang said quietly from the back seat. Then what do you want? A flash of lethal intent flickered coldly in Chun Jianghe's eyes. In this era, making someone vanish was disturbingly simple. Over 100,000 people disappeared across China each year, and fewer than half were ever found. He didn't wish to kill Chun Gang. But if Chun Gang insisted on courting death, he would bear no blame. I'm crippled now. I can't even till the soil. This amount won't even fund a modest enterprise. Chun Gang let out a hollow, bitter laugh. Chun Gang, what exactly are you implying? You carried out the hit on Li Jindi. We honored our promise. The 100,000 yuan was delivered. That you lost it is your failure, not ours. We owe you nothing more. These few thousand yuan are already more than fair. Zhang Peng retorted, voice thick with anger. I know we're square. I'm not asking for money. I want work. I repair arcade machines. I can maintain yours. And I know Beijia better than anyone. If you intend to challenge Jin Hao, you'll need me. Chun Gang spoke through gritted teeth. How did you know we were going to confront Jin Hao? Chun Jiang's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence. Actually, even before you dealt with Li Jindi, Jin Hao had already approached him, offering to invest in the arcade. Fearing he'd be inviting a wolf into his den, Li Jindi flatly refused. It was only after that rejection that Jin Hao decided to build his own arcade. Tianwei Electronics Grand World is his project. I've known this for a long time, Chun Gang said. Before Li Jindi arrived in Beijia, Chun Gang had already been active there. Only after Li Jindi settled in did Chun Gang begin following him. When it comes to understanding Beijia, I know it better than Li Jindi does. I know Jin Hao. I know Bai Zhang. If you intend to topple Jin Hao, or even Bai Yi, it won't be easy. You'll certainly need me. Worried his leverage wasn't strong enough, Chun Gang pressed on. Heh. We merely wish to establish ourselves firmly in Beijia. Toppling Jin Hao, or worse, challenging Master Bai, is the furthest thing from our minds. You're overthinking it. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly as he spoke. Boss Chun, I know you're ambitious. No ordinary man confined to shallow waters. And you're far more loyal and righteous than Li Jindi. I truly wish to follow you. If you still doubt me, I swear upon the heavens I will never betray you. Should Chun Gang ever break this vow, may I suffer a wretched death, and my entire family perish. Clenching his teeth, Chun Gang uttered a grave and binding oath. In the Jianghu, one doesn't judge a man by his words, but by his deeds. Such oaths hold weight for some, but for others they are no more meaningful than empty wind. Chun Jianghe knew little of Chun Gang. He couldn't tell which kind of man he was. He dared not trust this vow lightly. Still, what Chun Gang revealed was genuinely useful to Chun Jianghe. Yet Chun Jianghe harbored his own reservations. It was he who had severed Chun Gang's arm, an injury not easily forgotten. Chun Gang, ill speak plainly. I don't trust you. Your arm was cut by my hand. I fear you might betray me. Return to your hometown. For everyone's sake, let's avoid further difficulty. Chun Jianghe drew deeply on his cigarette and spoke in a low, steady voice. The deed was done. The grudge was forged. Such things are never easily undone. Chun Gang Jianghe has asked you to return home. For all our sakes, don't force our hand. Zhang Peng interjected coldly. Chun Gang clenched his jaw, his expression shifting like storm clouds. After a long silence he resolved himself and declared, Boss Chun, if I say I bear you no hatred you surely won't believe me. But in the Jianghu we take money and do the job. I've been in this world long enough. I've crippled at least a dozen men, perhaps 20. If every cut demanded a lifelong vendetta my enemies would number beyond counting. In the Jianghu there's no rule saying only I may strike while others must never lay a hand on me. This path, the life of the Jianghu, was my choice. I fell. I accept it. I know you won't believe me. Not yet. That's fine. Time reveals the heart. In time you'll come to know Chun Gang. I'll share with you a secret. One I've guarded since the day I learned it, never uttering it to a soul, burying it deep within my heart. But now I offer it to you, in exchange for a single chance. Chun Gang met Chun Jiang's gaze unflinchingly. Head crippled many men in his life. And when Chun Jianghe struck him down, rage had burned white-hot within him. Yet in the Jianghu who among us walks unscathed? His downfall was ill fortune. His fiercest hatred belonged to Li Jindi, and to the woman who'd absconded with his money. What secret? Chun Jianghe pinched out his cigarette and asked. Fang Qiong, the woman of Baijiang, has a lover. Chun Gang whispered. She has a lover. Chun Jianghe sat bolt upright. Who is he? How did you learn of this? This was vital intelligence, potentially explosive. A pretty-faced young man, barely older than Fang Qiong herself. Once late at night I passed through the park on my way home from drinking, and saw them together meeting in secret. Chun Gang explained. I dared not linger or look too closely, and I told no one. To speak carelessly would mean certain death at Baijiang's hands. A bitter smile flickered across his lips. Baijiang was ruthless. If this truth surfaced, Fang Qiong would be ruined, and Chen Gang would perish alongside her. To leak such a scandal, to humiliate Baijiang so profoundly, would guarantee Chen Gang's annihilation. As for who the young man truly is, I have no idea. I've never seen him again, certainly not among the gangs of Beijia. Chun Gang continued. Boss Chun, surely you don't suspect me of lying? With Baijiang's power, how dare his woman keep a lover? Zhang Peng voiced his skepticism. Baijiang was merciless, and wielded immense authority. Were he to learn of this, he'd surely drown both lovers in the river. Zhang Peng found it hard to believe Fang Qiong possessed such audacity. Moreover, she enjoyed wealth and influence beside Baijiang, her coffers overflowing. Why risk everything for a clandestine affair? I heard Fang Qiong was taken by force, still a university student when Baijiang seized her. He could be her father. Who knows whether she ever consented? Perhaps that young man is her true love. Chun Gang added. Hearing this, Zhang Peng's skepticism softened to wary belief. Recalling Fang Qiong's icy aloofness during their earlier meeting at the tea house, Chun Jiang's expression turned thoughtful. If you see that young man again, could you identify him? Chun Jianghe asked suddenly. I believe I could. Chun Gang hesitated, then nodded. To Peng, take him to a hotel first. Let him bathe and rest. Chun Jianghe turned to Zhang Peng and instructed. Understood. Zhang Peng agreed, then set off to find a modest inn near Beijia to settle Chun Gang temporarily. Boss Chun, I've revealed to you the greatest secret I possess. All I ask is the chance to follow you, to earn my bread under your banner. Grant me this opportunity. Chun Jianghe smiled. Rest assured, I trust you. This chance is yours. Stay at the hotel, recover your strength, and await my instructions. Boss Chun, I believe in you. Chun Gang nodded. With no other recourse left, Chun Jianghe was his sole lifeline, the only hope of redemption. That evening, Zhang Peng escorted Chun Jianghe back to Liehua Arcade, then took Chun Gang to a 30 yuan per night inn near Beijia, bought him food, left him some cash, and hurried back to the arcade. Jianghe, we have history with Chun Gang. I still don't fully trust him, Zhang Peng said the moment he returned. Neither do I. Rest easy. I'll proceed with caution and won't assign him to the arcade hastily. But right now, he is useful to us. Chun Jianghe remained calm and composed. He would never place blind faith in Chun Gang. Yet he needed him now more than ever. What matters now is not Chun Gang, but Fang Qiong's secret lover. I have a strong premonition this man holds the key to defeating Baijiang. Chun Jianghe spoke slowly. A pretty boy. How could he possibly stand against Baijiang? Zhang Peng remained puzzled. First identify this pretty boy, then act. Chun Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette and whispered, tomorrow go to Huiqiangbai and buy a point-and-shoot camera. Hand it to Ah Ming. Tell him to halt the investigation into Li Quan immediately, and instead fixate on Fang Qiong. He must photograph every rendezvous between her and that pretty boy. No exceptions. If Fang Qiong truly has a lover, they're bound to meet at least once or twice within a month. Understood. I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Peng nodded, withdrew a small sum from the account, and set off early the next morning in a minibus. Meanwhile, at Liehua Game Arcade, festivities erupted. Firecrackers roared, and Yu personally brought 8 young women who lined up at the entrance, instantly forming a dazzling spectacle. These women were youthful and radiant, tall and graceful. Dressed precisely as Chun Jianghe had instructed, short skirts and black stockings. Skirts even briefer than those worn by ordinary city girls. The hemlines grazed mid-thigh, paired with sheer black stockings. An arresting, unforgettable sight. Truant's idle youths and streetwise hooligans had never witnessed such a scene. The moment these beauties appeared, the arcade's exterior exploded with energy. The youths whispered among themselves, eyes burning with fascination fixated on Yu's entourage, bewildered as to why Liehua Game Arcade had assembled so many stunning women. What on earth is Liehua Game Arcade doing, bringing in so many beauties? No idea. Are they planning to transform into a karaoke lounge? Impossible. The arcade's classic cabinets remain untouched. They clearly aren't pivoting to karaoke. Then why hire so many beauties? Could they be staff? Damn. These girls are top tier. Even better than the hostesses at most KTVs. The crowd swelled rapidly, encircling the arcade in dense concentric rings. Even those indifferent to beauty came merely for the spectacle. No one grasped Chun Jianghe's intent, until Yu observed the throng outside and murmured, "Jianghe, you truly possess a merchant's acumen. A bold gimmick draws attention, attention draws business." And Yu's eyes shimmered with admiration. She'd never realized before how shrewd Chun Jianghe was in commerce. Prison teaches many things. Chun Jianghe smiled, then stepped outside as the crowd reached its peak. Seizing a microphone, he announced loudly, "Starting today, Liehua Game Arcade introduces our new beauties attendant service. These elegant attendants will serve tea, offer cigarettes, and accompany guests in play. Our service standards will rise continually, yet our prices remain unchanged forever. Beauties accompanying play." The phrase alone sent shivers of intrigue through the crowd. "Boss Chun, just what does accompanying play entail? If chemistry blooms, may we take a beauty out for the evening?" A slick-haired youth called out boldly. "Our attendants enjoy full autonomy. Whether you win their favor enough to walk out together depends entirely on your charm and wit." Chun Jianghe chuckled. "Damn. So we can take them out." Many young men's eyes lit up instantly. A successful rapport might mean both game and grace, irresistible to countless lonely bachelors. The crowd erupted. Beauty, after all, remains a rare and precious commodity, and Yu sensed this marketing strategy would stay potent for decades to come. Beauty and charisma would always command demand. After speaking, Chun Jianghe exchanged a knowing glance with Yu. She gave a light signal, and the 8 statuesque women turned and glided into the arcade. The onlookers surged inside, only to discover the beauties primarily attended patrons near the slot machines. Eager to savor the allure of such service, some gritted their teeth and headed straight to the slot zone. After all, 5 or 10 yuan bought a spin, a bottle of Jianlibo, and radiant attention. That morning, Liehua Game Arcade overflowed, not only with arcade players but also with nearly all 30 slot machines occupied. Word spread like wildfire. Liehua offered elite female attendants, a rumor growing ever more sensational, drawing even high-value slot enthusiasts. Patrons from Tianwei Electronics World defected en masse. Why not play here? The service was exceptional, and refusing it would be foolish. And Yu, bringing so many women over won't see high raise objections. Upstairs in the office, Chun Jianghe poured her a cup of tea. "We work nights at Sihai, and it's daytime now. They hold no jurisdiction here." And Yu shook her head. "Besides, I can't dispatch this many women daily. Nor could I handle them all. I need just 2 per day." Chun Jianghe joked. Though sizable, Liehua paled beside Tianwei Electronics World. Its mere 20-odd slot machines required far fewer attendants. 8 attendants cost 800 yuan daily. Far too steep. "Relax. I'm here today to support you free of charge. Tomorrow I'll assign 2 attendants officially, starting their paid shifts." And Yu shot him a playful glance. "We've been classmates since school days. Miss Yu sounds stiff. Just call me Nen." "Agreed, Nen. A pleasure to collaborate." Chun Jianghe extended his hand. She met it firmly. And Yu's attendants eagerly accepted the arcade positions. Though the 100 yuan daily wage fell short of KTV earnings, it spared them the relentless drinking expected there. Moreover, Chun Jianghe assured them those willing to accept private engagements could do so freely. Those unwilling faced no pressure. And crucially, he took 0 commission on such arrangements. At Sihai, they surrendered 20% to management, whereas here they kept everything save a 10% cut for Yu. Lighter labor, greater liberty. At Sihai, private engagements fetched roughly 500 yuan per night. A substantial sum. Streetwalkers earned 50 or 100 yuan, competing fiercely despite lower standards and advanced age. 500 yuan was no trivial amount. Yet 100 went to the company, another 50 to Yu. here beyond and use 10%, the rest belongs solely to them. Working here requires no drinking and Chun Jianghe takes no commission from earnings. All one needs is to keep the establishment's major clients pleased. A task these young women handle with effortless mastery, though seasoned veterans pose a greater challenge. As for newly affluent young scions, they are effortlessly won over. For 3 consecutive days, Liehua Game Hall's business flourished steadily. Not only did the arcade zone overflow daily with patrons, but the slot machine area also bustled constantly. People gladly spent 10 or 20 yuan for the attentive service of beautiful young women. Liehua Game Hall not only earned renown across North Street, but also grew increasingly prominent throughout Pingjiang district, attracting even high-profile clientele. Within mere days, Liehua's revenue had rebounded to the levels it enjoyed under Li Jindi's management. In the arcade zone, patrons enjoyed complimentary cigarettes and the visual allure of elegant young women in black stockings and short skirts. At the slot machines, guests smoked freely, drank complimentary beverages, received personal attention from charming attendants, and enjoyed higher win rates than elsewhere. Cash winnings were handed over immediately, with the owner uttering not a single word of complaint. Liehua's reputation soared overnight. Why gamble elsewhere when one could patronize a venue offering superior service and prompt, generous payouts? A winning streak paired with pleasant conversation might even lead to an evening outing. 300 or 500 yuan was no obstacle. Most notably, the roster of attendants rotated nearly every day, ensuring constant novelty. In-use attendants too found their work deeply satisfying. No mandatory drinking, yet substantial earnings. Hundreds, even thousands of yuan per day were easily realized as patrons casually spent 300 or 500 yuan just for companionship and amusement. After all, the quality of these young women was genuinely exceptional, and their fees remained remarkably reasonable. In-use team assessed each client carefully. Handsome youths could be engaged for 300 yuan, whereas older, portly, or less presentable men paid 500 or 600. For them, business was effortless, income abundant, and Chun Jianghe guaranteed their safety without fail. For Chun Jianghe, their arrival instantly elevated Liehua Game Hall service standard to an entirely new tier, an overwhelming, almost existential advantage over rival venues. This was true mutual benefit. Yet, as Liehua thrived, Tianwei Electronics Grand World's fortunes declined sharply. Damn it! Why so few people today? Jin Hao, having drunk heavily the previous night, arrived the next morning to find Tianwei Electronics Grand World eerily deserted. Among its 200 or 300 machines, only 3 or 5 patrons lingered. Upstairs, the slot machine area stood completely vacant. Not a single player in sight. With such meager attendance, daily electricity costs alone dwarfed any possible revenue. Operating it meant losing money every single day. Brother, how our business has been deteriorating rapidly these past few days. Customers have all flocked to Liehua. That despicable Chun Jianghe hired several stunning young women who parade around the hall in ultra-short skirts, swaying their hips. No wonder patrons are drawn away. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, seething with indignation. Then why don't you hire some girls too? Jin Hao bristled further. What was so hard about hiring girls? One phone call and 10 or more would arrive without delay. Brother, how the girls Chun Jianghe hired are truly exceptional. Ours simply pale in comparison. The bespectacled man offered a wry, helpless smile. Hiring girls wasn't difficult for them, but finding ones of comparable caliber was another matter entirely. Those they could summon were either mediocre or reckless teenage girls. Slim, undernourished, and utterly unsuited to uphold Tianwei Electronics Grand World's prestige. They might fill seats, but they couldn't command presence. Damn it! Where the hell did he find such exquisite girls? Jin Hao's expression darkened. That bastard Chun Jianghe. This is a game hall, not a brothel. Jin Hao hadn't visited the venue much lately, and remained unaware of developments at Liehua. He never imagined that within just 2 or 3 days Tianwei Electronics Grand World would descend into such profound desolation. The bespectacled man recounted everything he'd learned, and even he was astonished that merely deploying a handful of young women could so drastically reshape a venue's commercial fate. Especially today, business at Tianwei Electronics Grand World had collapsed catastrophically. At this hour, foot traffic would normally be 3 or 4 times greater. Yet today's turnout was abysmal. Jin Hao's most lucrative slot machine section stood utterly idle. Every patron lured away by Liehua Game Hall. Where did Chun Jianghe's girls come from? Jin Hao asked grimly. I sent someone to investigate. They're arranged by a woman named Yu. She appears to be a madam affiliated with Sihai. The bespectacled man replied. Is she connected to Gao Hai? Jin Hao's face tightened instantly. Gao Hai was the biological son of Gao Shengqiang, the formidable proprietor of Sihai Grand Restaurant. Though Gao Shengqiang and Bai Zhang occupied the same echelon of influence, a blood heir held vastly greater weight than a sworn or adopted one. Jin Hao knew Gao Hai personally and maintained cordial relations with him, yet he dared not cross him. If Gao Hai sought to enter the gaming hall industry, matters would grow exceedingly complicated. I'm not certain, but I suspect she's operating independently, the bespectacled man ventured. Operating independently. Jin Hao sneered coldly, his gaze flickering thoughtfully before he retrieved his bulky mobile phone and placed a call. Moments later, a sardonic smile spread across his face. Young Master, hi. It's Jin Hao. There's something I need to discuss with a woman named Yu. She's brought in several stunning young women, exclusively to Liehua Game Hall. Right. I'll see you tonight for drinks. Jin Hao forced a hollow smile as he spoke with Gao Hai. Then the moment the call ended, his expression twisted into something cruel and predatory. Little bastard. Thinking you can compete with me? Let me show you exactly how intense things can get. He hung up, his features contorted with menace. Brother Hao, what did young Master Hai say? The bespectacled man asked urgently. What else could he say? He'll look into it first, Jin Hao retorted with a chilling laugh, his face darkening as he gestured for the man to lean closer. You'll arrange a few people. Like this. Brilliant strategy, Brother Hao. The bespectacled man hurriedly praised him. Humph. I know Sihai's girls well. Their standards are exceptionally high. To secure similarly qualified ones, you'd need to pay no less than 3,000 to 5,000 yuan monthly. That little bastard Chun Jianghe thinks success hinges on service quality. Let me remind him. On North Street, authority rests with me and me alone. Jin Hao snarled with grim satisfaction. Liehua Game Hall was far smaller than Tianwei Electronics Grand World, and both its arcade and slot machine zones occupied the ground floor, requiring only 2 elite attendants stationed near the slots. Tianwei Electronics Grand World, however, posed a far greater logistical challenge, with its vast array of machines. Reviving business demanded at least 4 attendants upstairs, and no fewer than 2 downstairs. Securing attendants of that caliber would cost at least 3,000 yuan per person monthly, 6 of them totaling roughly 20,000. With that sum, Jin Hao had countless means to dismantle Chun Jianghe's operation. The Sihai Grand Restaurant. Gao Hai hung up the phone and instructed his secretary to summon manager Zhang. Gao Hai wore gold-rimmed spectacles, appearing scholarly and refined. Calm, courteous, even affable. Yet Zhang knew well what staff whispered behind closed doors, the smiling tiger. So long as one brought revenue to the company, Gao Hai remained unfailingly amiable. But should a misstep threaten profits, his ruthlessness eclipsed all others. Last month, a young woman from Sihai had been lured away by her hometown acquaintance to work at another karaoke lounge. Within 3 days, sulfuric acid was thrown in her face, leaving her permanently disfigured. Though never spoken aloud, words spread quietly through the company. Gao Hai himself had ordered the attack. Under Gao Shengxiang's leadership, the company had been stern, but never so mercilessly decisive. Staff defections had occurred before, yet never with such irreversible brutality. Back then, a departing employee could either negotiate a settlement fee with Gao Shengxiang, or simply request his endorsement to return without penalty. No one had ever resorted to sulfuric acid. Such cruelty unsettled even Zhang himself. Young master, what brings you to call me? Zhang offered a polite greeting and seated himself across from Gao Hai. Uncle Zhang, do you know that Anyue has taken our girls out to earn money? Gao Hai folded his hands beneath his nose and fixed his gaze on manager Zhang. Out to earn money? Which karaoke lounge? Zhang's expression tightened. He sat upright. Not a karaoke lounge. It's Chun Jianghe's arcade on North Street. Gao Hai stated calmly. What use could an arcade possibly have for our girls? As waitresses, for service duties, and when required for escort services. Gao Hai's face betrayed no emotion. He relaxed his hands and leaned back into his executive chair. Then it hardly affects us. Uncle Zhang, our success at Sihai rests upon unity and shared purpose. Uncle Zhang, our success at Sihai rests upon unity and shared purpose. Gao Hai opened his cigar box and gestured toward Zhang, who declined with a shake of his head. He found the aroma unbearable. Gao Hai clipped the cigar himself and lit it with a windproof lighter. Anyue and her girls hold a rather special position here at Sihai. We impose looser oversight upon them, and they earn substantially more. Many within the company grumble about this. So, young master, what is your intention? Zhang watched him closely. I intend to renegotiate their contracts, to bring them fully under Sihai's banner, ending this so-called partnership once and for all. Young Master Anyue's girls are exceptionally high caliber. Numerous establishments would gladly poach them. Pressing too hard may drive them away entirely. Zhang sighed inwardly. Youthful ambition ran deep. Yet blind to a fundamental truth, prosperity multiplies only when all share in its fruits. When one hoards all profit, who will remain loyal? Who will continue to labor for your gain? Is Sihai a place where people come and go as they please? Gao Hai sneered. Young master, how would you have me proceed? Zhang had no choice but to ask. Gao Hai's logic held weight. Anyue was merely a woman. No threat in herself. Yet she commanded over a dozen girls, accounting for more than half of Sihai's monthly beverage sales. Between drink commissions and escort fees, these women earned anywhere from 2 to 500,000 yuan per month. Reducing their beverage commissions while raising escort fees could net Sihai an additional 100,000 yuan monthly, over 1 million annually. Speak with Anyue's girls. Ascertain their willingness to sign new contracts with the company. Very well, young master. I'll speak with them. Zhang understood perfectly this was veiled coercion. Compliance rewarded defiance, punished severely. Still, Sihai would not lightly jeopardize so many girls. Their true value lay in their steady lucrative returns. To force them would be mutual ruin. You may go. Gao Hai nodded, dismissing Zhang. Young master, I'll take my leave now. Zhang bowed slightly and exited, closing the office door softly behind him. Neither man mentioned Chun Jianghe. In matters of consequence, Chun held no sway. His stature paled beside Sihai's. To them, he was little more than a street thug. In idle moments, he might warrant a modicum of courtesy. But in serious affairs, he was utterly insignificant. A mere puff of air. Intimidating minor players like Lin Guobin meant nothing against Sihai's might. After Zhang departed, Gao Hai puffed thoughtfully on his cigar, then dialed Anyue's home. Though she owned no mobile phone, her family had recently installed a landline, a rarity in those days. The phone rang several times before being answered. Hello, this is Anyue. Her voice, drowsy and soft, drifted through the line. Anyue, still asleep? Gao Hai replied, his tone warm and unhurried. Young Master Hai, you know we're nocturnal creatures. Late to bed, late to rise. Recognizing his voice, Anyue instantly grew more alert. Indeed, Gao Hai murmured non-committally. Anyue, I hear you've taken your girls to North Street for private engagements. Is that true? Anyue's expression flickered faintly. After a brief pause, she chose her words carefully. Young Master Hai, it's merely a favor for a friend. No impact on Sihai's business. If you object, I'll recall them immediately. Heh heh, a trivial matter. So long as Sihai suffers no loss, why would I make things difficult for you? Her composure had caught him off guard. She was far more seasoned than he'd assumed. He'd intended to leverage the situation. But Anyue, hardened by years on the streets, proved no easy mark. She'd read his intent the moment he spoke. Thank you, young Master Hai, for your understanding. I called mainly to consult your opinion. Sihai wishes to draft a new contract. Not just with you, but with all your girls. Let's discuss terms privately. Rest assured, your compensation will be unmatched. Gao Hai smiled genially. Anyue's heart sank. Hai Shao, this matter cannot be decided by me alone, but I will certainly support your decision. I need to discuss it with the ladies first. Is that all right with you? And you followed Gao Hai's words, yet did not agree. And we've known each other for years, no need to beat around the bush. Gao Hai lightly furrowed his brows and said, Hai Shao, you flatter me. I'm not avoiding the issue. This matter involves around 20 people. Agreeing directly is futile, don't you think? And you furrowed her brows tightly, yet her tone bore no hint of displeasure. All right then, discuss it with them first. Gao Hai replied indifferently. Sure, I'll get back to you in a couple of days. And you smiled and said, just like that. Gao Hai finished and hung up the phone. Sigh. And you listened to the busy signal on the phone, helplessly rubbing her forehead. What is going on these days? Must we earn every last penny before we can move forward? Signing a new contract with Sihai essentially means lowering the commission on drink sales, and the fees the ladies earn will now have the company taking half. The earnings of those ladies under her would not be reduced by half, but at least by 1/3. At that point, those ladies would be considered part of the company, and you naturally could not take a cut from the stage fees, losing a large portion of her income. Gao Hai's words sounded appealing, but no one is a fool. However, Gao Hai is ruthless, and Yu did not dare to refuse directly. Who knows what Hai would do otherwise? If this matter is not handled well, it could lead to major trouble. Firestorm Arcade. The arcade has been bustling these past few days, working late into the night. Today, Chun Jianghe only came down from upstairs by noon. In the arcade, even before evening, at least 80% of the machines were occupied. Even at the slot machines, more than a dozen out of over 30 were being played. Two tall girls dressed in high heels, black stockings, and short skirts were sitting beside big clients, providing attentive service. From time to time, they engaged in small physical touches to make the customers more excited, making the experience even more enjoyable. The arcade was clearly doing much better business. Business has been improving day by day. Jianghe, you're awake. Zhang Peng exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chun Jianghe come down. Today's business seems to be better than yesterday. No one causing trouble, right? Chun Jianghe glanced around. Who would dare cause trouble? Everyone knows the name of Iron Fist Chun in this area. Zhang Peng, with a face full of excitement, pulled Chun Jianghe towards the front desk. Iron Fist Chun. Chun Jianghe looked puzzled. It's because you like using your knuckles and don't need a knife to fight, so someone gave you that nickname. I think it suits you quite well. Zhang Peng lowered his voice and excitedly said, Jianghe, do you know how much our arcade has made in the last 3 days? Business has been booming recently, and we haven't even done the accounts for 2 days. This morning, Zhang Peng and Xiang Li finally calculated the accounts.
In the last few days it must average over 4 to 5,000. Chun Jianghe laughed, not particularly concerned about his nickname. In the underworld, anyone with a name usually has a nickname. He surely wouldn't be an exception. Iron Fist Chun Jianghe, that nickname is quite fitting. But Chun Jianghe did not care about such things. Without power or influence he could not rise, and no matter how loud the nickname, it was of no use. As for the business, in recent days Chun Jianghe estimated it had recovered to a level similar to when Li Jindi managed the arcade. Not just 4 to 5,000, it has averaged over 6,000. From the accounts left by Li Jindi, it is already a bit better than during his time. If the business can continue, it will surely surpass what he had. Zhang Peng lowered his voice, extremely excited. During Li Jindi's management of the arcade, at the peak of business, the daily average was around 5,000, totaling about 150,000 a month. After managing various aspects, paying protection fees, and deducting costs, the estimated pure profit for a month is around 50 to 60,000. That counts as a high-income group. Zhang Peng and the others did not expect that in such a short time since Chun Jianghe took over the arcade, he could surpass Li Jindi's turnover. Chun Jianghe's business acumen is truly impressive. Xiang Fei and Ajian also felt invigorated. Although everyone was in the underworld who wouldn't want a bright future, following an able leader like Chun Jianghe is certainly better than being with a good-for-nothing. Well, not bad. Everyone work hard. If business goes smoothly this month, I'll give everyone a big red envelope. Chun Jianghe nodded in promise. Thank you, boss. Several people's eyes lit up, becoming even more excited. Daily earnings exceeding 6,000 equate to half a year's salary for a working-class person. This money made Chun Jianghe a bit excited, but his ambition surpassed that. In the future, he must become someone of importance, not to prove anything but to show those who abandoned him that they made the wrong choice. By the way, Jianghe Chun Gang has been staying at the motel for several days now. He keeps saying he wants to come help you. Zhang Peng suddenly recalled that arrangements for Chun Gang had not yet been made. Chun Gang has been very obedient these days. When Chun Jianghe asked him to stay at the motel, he did just that without even coming to North Street. He just mentioned to Zhang Peng that he wanted to come help Chun Jianghe and not just eat for free. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette, furrowed his brows in thought. Chun Gang still has his uses. Leaving him hanging isn't an option. Tonight, tell him to be patient for another couple of days. Lai San's billiard hall will soon be converted into an internet cafe. At that time, I'll send him over. Alright, I'll tell him tonight. Zhang Peng nodded, feeling that this plan was good, and also arranged something for Chun Gang to do. Not allowing him to come to the arcade in case he harbored ill intentions and caused trouble. This arrangement is the best. Just as they were speaking, a young man with yellow hair walked in from outside. Hello, want to play some games? We currently have a recharge and bonus activity. Xiang Li immediately introduced warmly upon seeing him. Her surgery has recovered well, and she can now walk with a cane. Chun Jianghe, our boss, how is looking for you? The blonde disregarded Xiang Li, and directly said to Chun Jianghe in a cocky manner, Kid, how dare you call our boss by name? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing immediately surrounded him, glaring at the blonde with unfriendly expressions. Everyone knows that Jin Hao and Chun Jianghe are rivals. There's no need to show respect to Jin Hao's subordinates. What do you want? This is North Street, the territory of Brother Bai. The blonde was frightened and retreated, shouting fiercely but weakly. You know well enough that North Street is Bai Zhang's territory, not Jin Hao's. So tell me, is Jin Hao truly so eager to supplant Bai Zhang? Chun Jianghe strode forward toward Jin Mao, gazing down at him with imperious authority. Overwhelmed by Chun Jianghe's overwhelming aura, Jin Mao instinctively staggered backward 2 steps. Chun Jianghe, don't spout nonsense. Brother Hao has no such intention whatsoever. Jin Mao stammered, retreating further as he hastily denied the accusation. Though dull-witted, he understood full well this was deliberate provocation. If word of this reached Lord Bai's ears, trouble would surely follow. Brother Hao summoned you to the tea house. I'm merely a messenger. This has nothing to do with me. Jin Mao turned and fled the moment he finished speaking. Boss, Jin Hao seeking you out can only mean ill intent. Xiang Fei approached. Jianghe, we've nearly seized Tianwei's entire business. I fear Jin Hao intends to lay a trap for you. A modern-day Hongmen banquet. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. Jin Hao's summons could bear no good omen. Bai Zhang is treacherous and ruthless. But time has dulled his edge. Jin Hao is sly and underhanded. Yet lacks courage, preys on the weak, fears the strong, and possesses neither the mettle nor vision to accomplish great deeds. He dares not commit murder openly on North Street in broad daylight. Chun Jianghe understood precisely what weighed upon Zhang Peng and the others. Yet it was high noon. North Street bustled with pedestrians. A fatal incident here would ignite an uproar too vast for even Jin Hao's connections to suppress. Unless Bai Zhang intervened directly, and Bai Zhang preferred to sit atop the mountain watching tigers fight. He would certainly not lend aid to Jin Hao so prematurely. Moreover, Jin Hao's Tianwei Electronics Grand World had only just opened, backed by massive investment.
He would never risk its closure by provoking chaos on such a scale. Chun Jianghe knew the odds of Jin Hao acting today were exceedingly low, yet one must never overestimate oneself in the underworld. Many a seasoned elder had perished precisely because they assumed no rival dared touch them. Thus Chun Jianghe had already made arrangements. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei would accompany him. Ray Jian and Zhang Chong would stand ready downstairs at the tea house. Zhou Bing remained behind at the arcade to assist Xiang Li in managing the shop. With 5 men, Chen Jianghe held firm confidence. They could cut their way out even if surrounded by a dozen armed assailants. This precaution was purely for contingency. He did not believe violence would erupt today. Jin Hao's summons could only signify coercion or inducement, an attempt to force concessions. Let's go see what Jin Hao truly intends. Chun Jianghe led Zhang Peng and the others toward the tea house. At the tea house, 5 or 6 of Jin Hao's thugs stood guard. The moment Chun Jianghe appeared, they rose, instantly fixing him and his companions with hostile stares. Chun Jianghe strolled forward, a cigarette dangling from his lips, ignoring them entirely as he headed straight for the tea house entrance. Their faces hardened and not one stepped aside. As Chun Jianghe passed, Xiang Fei suddenly surged forward and kicked one obstructing thug squarely to the ground. "You motherfucker!" The other thugs erupted in fury, charging forward to attack. Shua! Xiang Fei abruptly drew a cleaver and pressed its icy blade against another thug's throat. The chilling steel prickled the man's skin, raising gooseflesh along his neck. "Who dares raise a hand?" Xiang Fei's glacial gaze swept across them. Their eyelids twitched violently, each man froze mid-step, paralyzed by fear. They sensed Xiang Fei would truly slit their comrade's throat without hesitation. This reckless youth was utterly unhinged. "Chun Jianghe, you dare kill someone in broad daylight?" The thug under the blade shrieked, both terrified and enraged. "Dare I? Try me." Chun Jianghe crushed his cigarette beneath his heel and locked eyes with the thug. Sharp, unblinking, merciless. A chill seized the man's spine and he fell silent at once. "Chun Jianghe, spare these underlings. Come upstairs. We'll talk." At that moment Jin Hao appeared on the second floor, calling down directly to Chun Jianghe below. "Upstairs." Chun Jianghe ordered casually. Xiang Fei sheathed his cleaver without expression, then ascended with Zhang Peng at Chun Jianghe's side. Jian and Zhang Chong remained downstairs, standing in tense opposition to Jin Hao's thugs. Though outnumbered, their bearing matched, nay surpassed, their adversaries' ferocity. Upstairs, Bai Zhang was absent today, and so were Li Quan and his associates. Some timid patrons, unnerved by the palpable tension, had long since fled in terror. Few guests remained inside the tea house. Those who stayed were seasoned figures of the underworld, men familiar with either Jin Hao or Bai Zhang, and thus unafraid of reprisal. Inside the tea house, in the private room formerly occupied by Bai Zhang, Jin Hao sat sprawled arrogantly, neither rising nor offering greeting upon Chun Jianghe's arrival. Chun Jianghe noted his posture and grew even more certain of his earlier suspicion. Jin Hao indeed harbored ambitions to replace Bai Zhang. His deliberate occupation of Bai Zhang's customary seat, within Bai Zhang's own chamber, was proof enough. "Brother Hao, Chun Jianghe has arrived." Around the private room stood over a dozen thugs, Jin Hao's inner circle, each scowling, fiercely radiating menace far beyond the caliber of ordinary arcade or internet cafe brawlers. Jin Hao's expression remained cold, yet inwardly he was startled. Chun Jianghe was far younger than he'd imagined. "Halt! Hand over your weapons. Leave them outside." As Chun Jianghe and his 2 companions moved to enter the room, one of Jin Hao's men abruptly raised an arm to block them, intending to search them thoroughly. "Get lost." Naturally, Chun Jianghe's group refused to be searched or disarmed. Xiang Fei shoved the obstructing thug aside with brutal force. Clatter. Instantly, Jin Hao's other men reached into their coats and closed in, every one of them armed. "Jin Hao, you summon me to negotiate, yet surround yourself with this many men. With just 3 of us, are you already trembling? If you lack even this measure of courage, what business do you have in the underworld? Better find a factory and work honestly for wages." Chun Jianghe mocked him without restraint. "Chun Jianghe, you seek to provoke me." Jin Hao sneered, waving dismissively, his expression darkening. 3 stray cats like you. You truly believe you could stir any storm? Let them in." Other patrons still lingered in the tea house. Jin Hao could hardly afford public ridicule. With his forces so numerous and formidable, fearing 3 men would invite outright mockery. Though resentful, Jin Hao's men obeyed without protest, watching helplessly as Chun Jianghe entered the chamber calm and unruffled. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng slid hands into their coats, gripping concealed weapons, ready to lunge for Jin Hao at the first sign of danger. Strike the leader first. Seize the king before the battle begins. "Chun Jianghe, you've risen swiftly in reputation. Indeed, you're a figure worth noting." Jin Hao fixed Chun Jianghe with a frigid stare. "Yet you erred gravely twice over. You should never have challenged me. From now on, North Street shall host only one arcade, not your Liehua, but my Tianwei Electronics Grand World. Is that so? Since when does North Street answer to you alone? Has Bai Jiang consented? Chun Jianghe scoffed, his gaze piercing and unyielding. No retreat, no compromise. Humph. My godfather naturally supports me. Jin Hao's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Though not particularly sharp-witted, he was no fool. Bai Jiang's intentions were crystal clear to him, yet he still held Chun Jianghe in little regard. Though Chun Jianghe had ousted Lin Guobin, the arcade employed only a handful of men. With a single phone call, Jin Hao could summon 2 or 3 dozen fearless battle-ready brothers. What chance did Chun Jianghe stand against him? Jin Hao knew Chun Jianghe was formidable. His men fought without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives. He had no desire to clash head-on with him, lest he suffer heavy losses, men dead, money drained. If he truly emerged crippled from such a confrontation, it would play perfectly into Bai Jiang's hands. Chun Jianghe was never his target. His true ambition was to supplant Bai Jiang himself. To seize Bai Jiang's position, sheer strength was indispensable. Is that so? Then tell Bai Jiang to come out and speak with me. Chun Jianghe sat boldly across from Jin Hao, his tone dripping with disdain. Jin Hao's face tightened. This brash young upstart truly possessed nerve. No easy words could deflect or deceive him. Heh heh. My godfather oversees countless affairs daily. He has no time for your idle chatter. Jin Hao sneered, then declared firmly, Chun Jianghe, don't mistake courtesy for weakness. You'll stir no storm in North Street. But I, Jin Hao, am generous. Seeing you're young, I won't bully you. I'll buy your Liehua arcade outright. Take the money and leave North Street now. That gave Chun Jianghe pause. He hadn't expected Jin Hao to attempt negotiation at all. Indeed, the old adage rang true: rules are forged upon the anvil of power. So too are principles. Had Chun Jianghe been some petty nobody, Jin Hao wouldn't even have granted him an audience, let alone entertain buying his arcade. Jin Hao's willingness to negotiate stemmed solely from his reluctance to ignite open conflict. You want to buy Liehua? Chun Jianghe asked. Exactly. 30,000 yuan. I'll hand it over now. Take it and vanish. Far and fast. With a curt wave, Jin Hao signaled a thug behind him, who placed a heavy case onto the table. It snapped open to reveal neat stacks of 100 yuan bills. 30 stacks precisely. 30,000 yuan. Jin Hao, you underestimate me. Chun Jianghe, utterly. Chun Jianghe glanced briefly at the cash. Then, without reaching for it, swept his arm across the case, overturning it. Wads of banknotes scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. What the hell do you think you're doing, Chun Jianghe? Enraged, Jin Hao slammed his palm onto the table and shot upright. His men instantly drew weapons. Gleaming cleavers drawn and ready. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng hesitated not. Xiang Fei gripped both a cleaver and a military bayonet. Zhang Peng brandished his cleaver and spun sharply to shield Chun Jianghe's rear. They locked eyes with Jin Hao's men. Tense, unblinking, poised for violence. Chun Jianghe stood motionless, hands buried deep in his pockets, brass knuckles glinting coldly as he gazed calm and unwavering at Jin Hao's fury. Downstairs, Jian and Zhang Chong suddenly burst through the door, guards, weapons drawn, surging up to block the lounge entrance. 5 against 11. The odds were not hopeless. 30,000. You insult me, Jin Hao, as if haggling with a beggar. Liehua's machines alone cost far more. If you truly wish to buy Liehua, I'll grant you face spring 3 million, and Liehua is yours. Chun Jianghe spoke with narrowed eyes. Were Jin Hao genuinely willing to pay 3 million, Chun Jianghe might well consider selling. Liehua now netted 50,000 yuan monthly. 600,000 annually straight into Chun Jianghe's hands. In 5 years, that totaled 3 million. Add in the arcade's machines, premises, and goodwill, and the valuation was justified. Put bluntly, Shenzhen was awash with gold and opportunity. With that capital, Chun Jianghe could leverage Li Shuan's customs connections, invest 2 million in smuggling, and partner with Zhang Jun to launch an internet cafe with the remaining million. Far more promising than clinging to an arcade. Li Shuan had already secured a post within customs. With insiders on the payroll, greasing palms was simple. Those who refused bribes were swiftly sidelined, replaced by those who understood the game. What Chun Jianghe lacked was startup capital. 20 or 30,000 wouldn't even suffice as a token bribe to open doors in that world. 3 million. You dare demand a king's ransom? Jin Hao ground his teeth, scanning Chun Jianghe's men, his gaze inadvertently locking with Xiang Fei's. A chill shot down his spine. Xiang Fei's eyes were fixed, unblinking, on his throat, as if calculating the precise angle to sever it. No wonder Chun Jianghe overturned the table without hesitation. He feared no reckoning with Jin Hao. Jin Hao was no Bai Jiang. Against Bai Jiang, Chun Jianghe would avoid provocation unless cornered. But Jin Hao lacked the stature, the authority, the dread-inspiring presence to give him pause. Whether it's a king's ransom or fair market value is for you to judge. Liehua is worth exactly that. Pay up and we talk. Refuse and there is nothing left to discuss. Chun Jianghe's voice was icy final. Jin Hao's expression flickered. Uncertain volatile. 3 million. Impossible. To launch Tianwei Electronics Plaza, he'd already poured 1 to 2 million. Nearly his entire fortune. How could he possibly raise another 3 million to buy Liehua? Besides, crushing Chun Jianghe wouldn't cost half that. 30,000 might well have sufficed. So, you're saying negotiation is off the table? Jin Hao had intended to intimidate Chun Jianghe, to seize Liehua cheaply with 30,000 exploiting his wariness. He'd hoped a modest sum coupled with veiled threats would force Chun Jianghe to flee North Street. He hadn't anticipated Chun Jianghe's utter immunity to coercion. Not even invoking Lord Bai could sway him. Now trapped between bluff and blow, he teetered on the edge of humiliation. 30,000. No deal. Chun Jianghe replied, voice flat, unshaken. Fine. Chun Jianghe, you've got guts. Today I offered you 30,000 out of respect. But after today, you won't get even that. Just wait. I'll break you. If I fail, I'll take your surname. Jin Hao spat the words, jaw clenched. I'll be waiting. Chun Jianghe retorted, his gaze piercing each syllable deliberate, then turned and walked away. Let them go. Chun Jianghe strode out. Jin Hao's men glanced toward their leader. Seeing no signal to intervene, they stood frozen, watching helplessly as Chun Jianghe and his crew departed. Behind them a teacup shattered. Sharp, sudden hollow. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly. A smile of contempt. His quarry had never been Jin Hao. It was Bai Zhang. And since Bai Zhang refused to let him conduct business in peace, he would drag Bai Zhang from his throne, without mercy. Brother, how that kid Chun Jianghe truly spurns grace. But his men are wolves. No need to fight him, heathen. Glasses stepped out from the inner chamber of the lounge. I know. Proceed with the plan. I'll make Chun Jianghe understand. Once and for all. Who commands North Street? Chun Jianghe and the others returned to the arcade. Today's negotiation collapsed. We've officially severed ties with Jin Hao. Everyone stay vigilant these next few days. Arm yourselves. Jin Hao may launch a raid on our premises. Chun Jianghe murmured the warning softly. Boss, should we call Ming and the others back? Xiang Fei and the rest nodded in agreement, then lowered their voices further. There were only 6 people working at the arcade, including Chun Jianghe. If Jin Hao launched a full-scale raid, manpower would be critically thin. Bringing Ming and his team back would significantly bolster their numbers. Not yet. They're needed elsewhere. Chun Jianghe calculated the timeline. Ming's team had been tailing Fang Qiong for nearly a week, and during that entire time, she hadn't met her lover once. The coming days were pivotal. Fang Qiong was highly likely to meet him soon. That would be the perfect moment to capture photographic evidence. Missing this window could mean waiting months or longer for another opportunity. This one must not slip away. After all, if they haven't met in over a week, what kind of affair is it? One might as well rely on one's own hand. Capturing those photos was vital, but the arcade still required careful contingency planning. Everyone bear with the extra effort these days. Wear your leather vests, especially after dark. Stay ready for a possible raid by Jin Hao. Also, Zhang Peng, take the Santana tonight and deliver it to Ming's team. The moment trouble arises here, Xiang Li will page them immediately, so they can rush back for reinforcement. Chun Jianghe took a slow drag from his cigarette before issuing the cautious directive. To facilitate surveillance on Fang Qiong, he had previously gifted Ming's team the second-hand motorcycle he'd instructed Zhang Peng to purchase. Now temporarily assigning them the Santana would ensure they remained mobile and coordinated, so that if an emergency arose they could converge swiftly on the arcade, rather than being scattered and unable to respond collectively. Understood. Fang Qiong mostly stays near North Street, and Ming's team is always nearby. Just one page and they'll arrive instantly. Xiang Fei nodded. With this arrangement, Ming and his 2 companions became a rapid response unit, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Should Jin Hao's men actually raid the arcade, Ming's team could strike from outside while the defenders held the interior, creating a pincer maneuver and greatly increasing their odds of victory. Once the plan was set, Chun Jianghe ascended the stairs. For the rest of the afternoon, Jin Hao's side showed no activity. That evening, just as dusk settled, Zhang Jun arrived again. Mr. Chun, why don't we grab dinner tonight at Old Lee's? Let's have a drink together. Zhang Jun smiled warmly as he extended the invitation. Brother Zhang, dinner won't be possible. I've got matters to attend to at the arcade lately. It wouldn't be appropriate to go out. Chun Jianghe replied with a smile. I've heard rumors too. North Street is simply too small to accommodate 2 major arcades. Zhang Jun nodded, then his expression flickered with hesitation, as though torn by some unspoken difficulty. Brother Zhang, we're partners. You needn't hold back. Speak plainly. Chun Jianghe personally brewed a cup of tea for Zhang Jun and gestured for him to sit and talk. Mr. Chun, I handed you the internet cafe blueprints 3 or 4 days ago. I know you've been dealing with complications lately, but this project can't remain stalled indefinitely. Pengcheng currently has relatively few internet cafes. A golden opportunity to seize market share. I anticipate an explosive surge in their numbers over the next 2 to 3 years. We must catch this wind and enter the arena early. Zhang Jun sighed helplessly. Launching an internet cafe demanded heavy investment, often hundreds of thousands, so genuine partners were scarce. He couldn't afford to let any serious prospect slip away, especially not someone like Chen Jianghe. Shrewd, entrepreneurial, and remarkably effective, even Jin Hao's massive arcade had seen its business evaporate under Chen Jianghe's swift maneuvers. His proposal for standardized branding and unified interior design struck Zhang Jun as brilliantly strategic. Such a partner was far too valuable to lose. Brother Zhang, for something this straightforward, a phone call would have sufficed. No need to make a special trip. Chen Jianghe smiled. The cafe's construction can begin tomorrow. Just assign your contractors and I'll have Chen Gang coordinate with you. Really? Zhang Jun brightened instantly, then frowned in puzzlement. You mean Chen Gang? Rumor had long circulated across North Street that Chen Jianghe himself had severed Chen Gang's hand. When Li Jindi vanished, Chen Gang disappeared too. Zhang Jun had assumed Chen Gang was either dead or had retreated permanently to his hometown. Yet now Chen Jianghe seemed to imply he was actively serving him. Yes, Chen Gang. I'll summon him right now. From now on he'll handle all coordination with you on the renovation. Once construction wraps up, we'll discuss equipment procurement. Chen Jianghe sent Zhang Peng outside to fetch Chen Gang. Zhang Jun hadn't expected Chen Gang to truly be working under Chen Jianghe, suggesting the resolution of the Li Jindi affair concealed deeper, more intricate layers. Chen Gang, you'll oversee the renovation of Lai San's billiard hall. I intend to convert it into an internet cafe. Coordinate closely with Brother Zhang, and consult me only if issues arise. Chen Jianghe tossed Lai San's keys directly to Chen Gang. Thank you, boss. Thank you. I swear. I'll serve you loyally and work tirelessly from now on. Clutching the keys, Chen Gang spoke with profound gratitude. For the past week he'd stayed in a modest guest house, sleepless night after night. Chen Jianghe, assigning him no task, had signaled imminent dismissal. Only active duty brought reassurance. Brother Zhang, does this arrangement suit you? Chen Jianghe nodded with a calm smile. Perfect. I'll liaise with Chen Gang directly. Once renovation concludes, we'll proceed to the next phase. Zhang Jun left satisfied. The internet cafe project was finally gaining momentum. He and Chen Gang departed shortly thereafter to inspect the site. Chen Gang led Zhang Jun to Lai San's billiard hall. Everything remained intact inside. The billiard tables, cues, balls, and accessories all still in place. All of it needed clearing. Zhang Jun promptly arranged for workers to haul everything away that very night, and contacted buyers to resell the items as second-hand goods. The proceeds went first to Chen Gang, who then delivered the funds to Chen Jianghe. The next day, Liao's arcade remained wildly popular, especially at night when crowds of over 100 packed inside smoking, gaming, and admiring the girls. The venue overflowed with patrons. Yet the slot machine's revenue declined sharply compared to previous days. By the third day, the drop was unmistakable. Only a dozen or so players remained at the slot machines after dark, and many of the high-stakes regulars had vanished entirely. Chen Jianghe instantly sensed something was amiss, and ordered Zhang Peng to investigate immediately. Jianghe, I've confirmed it. Jin Hao stationed men at the North Street intersection, specifically to intercept our top slot machine players. The moment they arrive, Jin Hao's people whisk them away. That bastard's gone straight to poaching our clientele. Zhang Peng rushed back, voice tight with fury. Boss, let a Jian and me go take out Jin Hao's men. Xiang Fei blurted impulsively. Taking care of those few street punks is easy, but will that make the customers come back? Chen Jianghe drew on his cigarette and said coldly, if we clash with Jin Hao now, we'll only scare off the patrons. Even the arcade players will leave. Since Jin Hao had men tailing people, he surely had watchers inside the Liehua game hall. Those high-rolling slot customers would be gradually sought out by Jin Hao's crew. They would either go to Jin Hao's venue to play or simply stop coming to Beijia. Even if Chen Jianghe's place were more enticing, they might not dare come recently. That was because Jin Hao's influence on Beijia was strong. No one would risk offending him. Otherwise, they might get roughed up without even getting to play. Moreover, if a fight broke out now, Liehua's business would surely collapse, perhaps even forcing it to shut its doors. The good news was that Jin Hao only intercepted the big slot players. He hadn't targeted the small customers yet, and he cared even less about those who played the arcade machines. With those arcade patrons still coming, Liehua could still turn a profit. Boss, are we just going to let them bully us like this? Xiang Fei protested. I've said it before, if you're in this business you must use your head, or you'll always be street thugs. Can you not think for once? Chen Jianghe tapped his temple, and with a tone of frustrated reprimand, said it like a rebuke. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng hung their heads. If they really knew how to use their heads, they wouldn't be thugs in the first place. Xiang Fei. Chen Jianghe shook his head, beckoned him over, and whispered a few instructions into his ear. Xiang Fei's eyes brightened as he listened. Boss got it. Xiang Fei nodded, pulled out his pager, and sent a message to Ming. 20 minutes later, Ming found a payphone and called Chun Jianghe's office. Chun Jianghe gave Ming a brief rundown and hung up. That night, Ming and Yao changed their clothes and showed up at Tianwei Electronic World. Welcome. As soon as they stepped in, the front desk girl greeted them warmly. Jin Hao thought Chun Jianghe's tactic of deploying pretty faces was effective. He wouldn't splurge on top-tier hostesses, but if he could smarten up a few girls and station them in the arcade, it lent the place a respectable appearance. Unfortunately, those girls were mediocre in looks and figure, useful only for placating the long-deprived regulars who had little contact with women. Put 200 credits on for us. Ming slapped 200 yuan on the table. The girl hurried to call someone, led them upstairs, and loaded their credits. Ming and Yao played the slot machines upstairs, observing as they went. Ever since Jin Hao began having his men intercept people, many slot players had been brought over. With Jin Hao pressing his connections, making calls, arranging pickups, the business was picking up. He'd even placed 2 girls to attend to slot customers, and business had indeed recovered somewhat. Ming and Yao discreetly noted there were nearly 100 machines on the slot floor and roughly 20 people playing. While watching and playing, they found that only Guang remained, keeping an eye on Fang Qiong. Fang Qiong was sitting in the tea house across the way with Bai Zhang, so they didn't need so many tails on her for the moment. While tailing and playing, they also noticed Tianwei had perhaps a dozen men on the payroll. Jin Hao had placed many of his lieutenants here. By evening, Tianwei Electronic World's business slowly improved. Although Liehua's place was bustling, it only had 100 or so machines. No matter how popular it was, its capacity was limited. Those who couldn't squeeze in or didn't want to came over here instead. After dark, the arcade section on Tianwei's first floor gradually filled with 30 to 40 players. Counting upstairs and downstairs together, there were several dozen people. Ming and Yao blended in unobtrusively. In the tea house, diagonally opposite, night had only just fallen. A faint smile flitted across Fang Qiong's cool, arresting features. Then, with an icy expression, she picked up her bag, nodded to Bai Zhang, and prepared to go downstairs. I'm heading home. Be careful on the way. I'll send someone to pick you up later, Bai Zhang said, as he played cards, glancing casually at Li Quan, who understood and gave a slight nod. Lao Wu Yu and a Zhang escort our sister-in-law Li Quan arranged. Yes, brother Quan. 2 younger henchmen immediately stepped forward, offered to carry Fang Qiong's bag and escort her downstairs, then climbed into the Audi 100 parked below. The car had been bought by Zhang expressly for Fang Qiong. Li Quan had assigned 2 men to see her off because sending only one could be dangerous. An unsupervised man and woman might lead to trouble. After all, Bai Zhang was approaching 50, while Fang Qiong was only 24 or 25, in the prime of youth. If she were lonely and a junior tried to seduce her, it would be difficult to manage. Sending 2 escorts usually prevented problems. In a corner near the tea house, Guang, smoking, saw Fang Qiong step out and hurried to a nearby payphone to whisper a few words. Beep beep. As Ming and Yao were playing, the pager at Ming's waist buzzed several times. He took it out, glanced, and his expression shifted. She's left. Go find Guang and tail her with him. I'll stay and handle things, Guang instructed Yao swiftly. Yao nodded, grabbed the complimentary drink, and hurried downstairs. Outside, he picked up his pace, Guang, helmet on, sat astride a motorcycle waiting not far off. Move. Fang Qiong's Audi 100 was already about to leave Beijia. As soon as Yao got into the car, Guang kicked the motorcycle into pursuit. Bai Zhang's men never suspected anyone would follow Fang Qiong. They drove the Audi out of Beijia at a measured pace toward her home. Fang Qiong usually lived with Bai Zhang, but once or twice a month, she went home to have dinner with her parents. Bai Zhang was older than Fang Qiong's parents, making meetings awkward, so Fang Qiong generally returned alone to keep things discreet. Bai Zhang could not forbid her from going home. Sister-in-law will wait here for you. The 2 men parked the Audi outside the residential compound and did not go in. Fang Qiong's parents still cared about appearances and did not want neighbors gossiping that she had taken up with an old man. Bai Zhang's men were discreet and mostly avoided entering the neighborhood. Fang Qiong replied coolly, took her bag and some items, stepped out of the car, and walked into the compound. She's gotten out. I'm going to follow. Guang and Yao parked the motorcycle a distance away. Yao quickly crossed to the opposite side of the street and, pretending to be a resident, walked into the compound ahead of Fang Qiong. Night had fallen and the residential compound stood unguarded. Fang Qiong failed to notice Yao as she climbed the stairs, arms laden with packages. That evening, Chun Jianghe had assigned them another task, but now only Ming remained at Tianwei, leaving its completion uncertain. Yao pondered this yet made no move to leave. Fang Qiong rarely strayed from Bai Zhang's side. If she truly kept a lover, tonight would be the perfect opportunity. Unless Chun Gang had lied and no such affair existed. As Yao reflected, a faint red ember flickered intermittently in the darkness. Then suddenly Fang Qiong rushed downstairs and paused warily at the building's entrance, scanning the surroundings. A Yao swiftly extinguished his cigarette and melted into the shadow's heart pounding with exhilaration. Her behavior was unmistakably suspicious. After a cautious survey of the entrance, Fang Qiong slipped quietly toward the compound's front gate. From afar she spotted two of Bai Zhang's men, idly smoking inside an Audi 100 across the street, unaware of her presence, and retreated with equal discretion, hastening instead toward the rear gate. The residential compound boasted not only a front gate, but also a seldom-used rear entrance, adjacent to a small park. Emerging cautiously through the rear gate, Fang Qiong scanned the area for any sign of surveillance before hurrying toward the park. A Yao, unable to alert a Guang in time, hastily retrieved his point-and-shoot camera and followed. The moment he entered the park, he spotted a Santana parked in a secluded corner. Inside sat a young man. Fang Qiong walked straight over, opened the door, and slid into the passenger seat. They immediately embraced and kissed passionately. Fang Qiong indeed had a lover, and a Yao swiftly raised his camera to capture the scene. He waited deliberately until their embrace ended, then took an additional shot, focused tightly on the man's face. Moments later, the man drove off in the Santana, with Fang Qiong vanishing beyond pursuit. Still, the photographs secured the mission's success. Got it? Let's develop them somewhere discreet. A Yao stowed the camera and hurried out of the compound to his motorcycle. Hold on tight. A Guang twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roared to life and sped away. The two henchmen idling in the Audi 100 noticed nothing amiss. Soon after, Chun Jianghe received a call in his office. Boss, we've got the photos. Excellent, well done. Hearing those words, Chun Jianghe's eyes lit up. After weeks of surveillance, results had finally materialized. A Yao and I will deliver the photos shortly. A Guang murmured softly. Go alone. Hand them to Xiangli. For now, keep the three of you concealed. You'll serve as a decisive reserve force when the moment comes. Chun Jianghe paused thoughtfully. He chose not to recall a Guang and a Yao directly. Their identities must remain hidden for now. A Ming-A Guang and a Yao had never set foot in the arcade before. No one knew. They were under Chun Jianghe's command. Jin Hao assumed Chun Jianghe's faction numbered only 6, including himself, so any confrontation would be calculated accordingly. Thus, the trio's sudden appearance could prove devastatingly effective. They were in essence Chun Jianghe's hidden trump card. Understood. A Guang held Chun Jianghe in profound respect. After all, Chun Jianghe had bested Li Jindi and Lai San, dismantled Lin Guobin's operation, and even seized Tianwei Electronics' business. Proof enough of extraordinary capability. Wherever true ability resides, it commands admiration and deference. When Tianwei Electronics' world first opened, few on Beijia Street believed Liehua Arcade could survive. But it not only endured, its prosperity deepened, denying Tianwei any advantage whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, a Guang entered Liehua Arcade inconspicuously. Just another patron exchanging loose change for tokens, concealing the photographs beneath the coins. Xiangli retrieved the photos, slipped them discreetly into the ledger, and passed it upstairs to Zhang Peng. Jianghe. Chun Gang spoke true after all. Fang Qiong really does have a lover. And this young man is remarkably handsome. Zhang Peng handed the ledger to Chun Jianghe, glancing curiously at the photograph. Go fetch Chun Gang now. Chun Jianghe studied the image. The man appeared roughly Fang Qiong's age. Refined, scholarly, with the delicate features of a scholar. Undeniably striking. Chun Jianghe suspected the man was not merely a lover but Fang Qiong's true boyfriend, forced into submission by Bai Zhang's coercion and influence. Otherwise, given Bai Zhang's power and ruthlessness, the young man's sudden disappearance would hardly raise eyebrows. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded and departed, immediately returning moments later with Chun Gang. Chun Jianghe handed him the photograph. Is this him? Chun Jianghe asked. Yes, it's him. That's exactly who I saw before. Chun Gang recognized the man instantly. Privately stunned, Chun Gang marveled at Chun Jianghe's resourcefulness. Capturing such incriminating evidence demanded both audacity and precision. He could guess with growing certainty the deeper purpose behind this meticulous effort. If his intuition proved correct, Chun Jianghe's ambition was staggering, and matched only by his competence. Their defeat at his hands alongside Li Jindi was no disgrace. Indeed, the martial world flows like the Yangtze, ever surging forward, ever crowning new tides. Do you recognize this man at all? Chun Jianghe nodded faintly, then pressed further. Boss, I swear I've never seen him. Not once. Chun Gang scrutinized the photo intently, racking his memory, then slowly shook his head. No recognition means no recognition. Carry on with your duties. Chun Jianghe waved dismissively. Sorry, boss. I couldn't contribute much. I'll head to the billiard hall now. Chun Gang nodded respectfully to both Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng before turning to leave. This photograph. Bury it deep. Not a word to anyone. Chun Jianghe's voice turned sharp. Understood, boss. I'll take it to my grave. No one else will hear of it. After escorting Chun Gang out, Zhang Peng returned and asked Jianghe. What's our next move? Should we leak these photos to unsettle Bai Zhang? Did I invest this much effort just to unsettle him? Chun Jianghe shot him a stern glance, checked his watch, and said firmly, send a Guang and a Jian back to surveil Fang Qiong. She won't be gone long. She'll return shortly. Once that man drops her off, follow him. Find where he lives. Fang Qiong would surely limit her absence to avoid arousing Bai Zhang's suspicion. Her rendezvous would be brief, no more than a fleeting tryst. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and dialed the paging service, exchanging a few coded phrases before instructing them to send a message to Guang's pager. The boss wants that man investigated. Let's go. Guang's pager buzzed several times. He pulled it out, glanced at the message, and immediately signaled to Yao to resume waiting for Fang Qiong. But what about aiming? I still need to assist him with his task. Yao hesitated, his face clouded with doubt. Chun Jianghe had assigned other critical tasks to both Yao and aiming that very night, and now with only aiming remaining at Tianwei, the mission was almost certainly doomed to fail. I've already left aiming a message. That matter doesn't necessarily have to be completed tonight. Tracking this man takes absolute priority. If we miss this chance, who knows how long we'll wait for another. Let's handle this first. Guang declared without hesitation. Very well. Let's go. Yao nodded, mounted his motorcycle, and sped off into the night, vanishing swiftly. Within 15 minutes, the two men arrived once more at the residential compound. This time Yao instructed Guang to park the motorcycle in the small park across the street from the compound's rear gate. They melted into the shadows and waited. Less than half an hour later, the Santana that had earlier taken Fang Qiong reappeared. She and the man inside shared another passionate embrace before she adjusted her clothes, stepped out, and hurried across the street. Even Bai Zhang, the city's most formidable elder brother, has become a cuckolded fool. Yao sneered softly. Enough talk. Let's move. Guang crushed his cigarette stub, and the moment the Santana pulled away from the park, roared the motorcycle to life and gave chase. Meanwhile, elsewhere, while Guang and Yao tailed Fang Qiong's lover, aiming, deep inside Tianwei Electronics' world, was rapidly losing every last credit he possessed. Tianwei's slot machines were programmed to swallow 100 yuan and dispense only 20 in return. Most players lost, but each day a handful of lucky ones walked away with modest winnings. Sometimes they won small amounts, occasionally they struck gold. Tonight fortune smiled upon one patron. The train's leaving. Another jackpot. A crowd erupted in cheers. Near a distant machine, a guest had placed a 1,000 yuan bet and won nearly 3,000 in a single spin. Adding earlier wins, his total earnings for the evening approached 5,000 yuan. Though such sums paled beside those wagered by high-stakes clients, whose nightly gains or losses ran into tens of thousands, they were still staggering for ordinary people. After all, most earned less than 1,000 yuan per month. The spectacle drew onlookers and stirred restless fingers among the crowd, prompting others to buy credits and join the game. Boss, I'm cashing out. Done playing. The winner shouted. Heads turned toward a bespectacled man nearby. Jin Hao's trusted lieutenant, who managed the arcade's daily operations. Half the patrons at these machines had been forcibly recruited by Jin Hao's men. Only a handful played of their own volition. If they truly wished to gamble, why not head to Liehua Arcade? Their attractive hostesses attended guests, and the odds felt subtly more generous. Every night a portion of its patrons walked away winners. Unlike Tianwei, where victors were far rarer. Cash him out. Hand over the money. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. He knew full well that Tianwei had to pay. Indeed, he welcomed frequent wins. The smoother the payout, the greater the trust, the longer the chain of play. Without casting a long line, how could one reel in great fish? More winners attracted more players, and more players inevitably bred more winners. A virtuous cycle steadily amplifying prosperity. The arcade never bled red ink, swallowing 100, spitting back 20. It remained eternally solvent. Patrons never won the arcade's money. They won only what others had lost. Its greatest fear was emptiness. Fewer guests meant fewer wins. Fewer wins meant dwindling interest, and soon a vicious spiral would ensue. The principle mirrored that of any casino. It feared no winners. Only empty chairs. Moments later, a subordinate ascended the stairs, clutching 5,000 yuan in crisp bills. Brother Feng, thanks. Next time dinner's on me. The winner grasped a thick wad of 100 yuan notes, exchanged pleasantries with the bespectacled man, and departed with two companions. Others watched, reassured winning was meaningless unless cash could be claimed. Tianwei offered certainty. Unlike unscrupulous arcades that paid small wins but withheld large ones, tailoring payouts to patrons' identities. Damn it! I'm cleaned out. At that very instant, aiming slammed his fist against the machine, having just exhausted his final credit. Brother, care for one more round? The bespectacled man produced a fine cigarette and offered one. No, I'm done. Back tomorrow. Aiming feigned outrage, snatched the cigarette, and stalked off, puffing furiously. The bespectacled man chuckled softly, unbothered, and began circulating among guests, distributing premium cigarettes with practiced charm. Once outside Tianwei Electronics World, aiming immediately fixed his gaze on the departing winner, who, flanked by two friends, was heading northward beyond Beijia Street. Night had deepened. Along Beijia, only arcades, internet cafes, roller rinks, billiard halls, and open-air food stalls remained active. Elsewhere, the streets lay deserted. Beyond Beijia, humanity vanished entirely. With crime rampant, few dared step outdoors after dark. Let's celebrate tonight's win. Off to Sihai Karaoke for some fun, and bring in a few beauties. The winner declared, grandly waving his hand to hail a taxi bound for Sihai KTV, renowned across Pingjiang district for its stunning hostesses. Pity we can't go to Liehua instead. Their girls are cheaper. For 300 or 400 you'd walk out with one. One companion remarked. True. Sihai charges a minimum of 500 per girl, plus exorbitant drink fees. What costs 1,000 elsewhere will easily double there. Humph. You praise Liehua. It won't last much longer. Soon brother, how will crush that little bastard Chan Jianghe. The winner scoffed, jealousy sharpening his voice. Chan Jianghe, though young, had already forged a formidable reputation and ignited Lihuo's roaring success. Envy burned fiercely among rivals like him. Indeed, brother Hao stands behind master by himself, while Chan Jianghe is merely an inexperienced novice. How could he possibly stand against him? His companions nodded in firm agreement. Flush with victory, they raised their hands to flag down a passing taxi. Just as it began slowing, when a black figure erupted from behind them, the figure kicked one man down, then slashed without hesitation at the second skull, before seizing the third in a vice-like grip. Hand over the money. The taxi, about to pull over, sensed danger and sped away with a sudden burst of acceleration. What do you want? The man hadn't yet recovered his wits, gripping the money-filled bag with both hands. Hand over the money. Blood dripped from the masked man's knife as he fixed a cold, unblinking stare upon him, then lunged forward to snatch the bag. But instead of releasing it, the man cried out for help to his friend. Old Chin, help me. Chin, who had just been kicked to the ground, struggled to rise, when the masked man's gaze turned glacial. In one swift, brutal motion, he slashed the blade across the man's face. The steel tore through flesh, warm blood gushed instantly from the deep, ragged wound. Aff! The man screamed in agony. His grip loosened, and the bag was wrenched free. The masked man seized it and bolted without hesitation. Damn it! Stop right there. Old Chin stared at the gash on the man's face, and his legs buckled. Feigning severe injury from the kick, he remained slumped on the ground until the masked man had fled over 10 meters, then sprang upright and roared after him. In the blink of an eye, the masked man vanished into the shadows, gone without a trace. Half an hour later, a police cruiser arrived, late, indifferent. Finding all three men only lightly injured, officers conducted perfunctory questioning before dismissing them with instructions to head to the hospital. After that, the matter faded into silence. In Pengcheng, such incidents barely registered. Even when female factory workers were abducted at night by passing vehicles and raped, it stirred little official concern. Some factory owners even forbade victims from reporting it, fearing reputational damage. It threatened their profits. Soon afterward, inside the Liehua game parlor, a phone rang. Boss, the job's done. A voice, Ming's, crackled over the line. Proceed per plan. Chan Jianghe's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. Understood. Ming acknowledged sharply, and hung up. Jin Hao, you resort to underhanded tricks. Very well. Let us see who masters the game better. Chan Jianghe lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and murmured to himself. Bathed in shifting light, seated in his office, he already carried the quiet, commanding aura of a rising power. Early the next morning, Chan Jianghe gathered the photographs and stuffed 20,000 yuan into a brown paper envelope. Then, clutching the envelope, he headed downstairs. De Peng, you're coming with me, he called out to Zhang Peng. Right. I'll get Chong to handle the accounts. Zhang Peng agreed, and summoned Zhang Chong. Where are we headed, Jianghe? Once inside the minivan, Zhang Peng asked. To Tang Aigua's place. Again, paying him off. These people are nothing but leeches. Zhang Peng started the engine, his voice thick with indignation. For now, we still need these leeches. Without them, Jean Hao could make one call to the local police station, and our parlor would be shuttered overnight. Chan Jianghe spoke calmly. Men like them and men like Tang Aigua existed in symbiosis. When the leeches stopped feeding, their own golden days would end. I know. I just can't stomach it. Zhang Peng fell silent for a moment, then drove the van out of Beijia Street. If you can't stomach it, climb higher, until Tang Aigua himself greets you with deference. Then your anger will ease. Chan Jianghe lit another cigarette and drew deeply on it. Soon the van pulled up outside Tang Aigua's residential compound. Tang wasn't working that day. Chan Jianghe had confirmed it beforehand. Stay here, wait for me. Chan Jianghe instructed him, then stepped out with the envelope, entered the compound, walked to Tang Aigua's door, and knocked. With a soft creak, it opened. Oh my, Xiaochen, come in, Please have a seat. I'll brew tea right away. Aigua, Xiao Chen's here. Tang Aigua's wife Zhang Shuamei swung the door wide, and her expression brightened instantly upon seeing Chen Jianghe. Since Tang Aigua became chief of the local police station, gifts had flowed steadily, but few offered such regular generous payments as Chen Jianghe did. Jianghe, you've arrived. Sit. Have you eaten? If not, let's share a bite. I'll ask Shuamei to pick something up. Tang Aigua emerged from the inner room, his smile warm and affable. Uncle Tang, I came early this morning. I'll eat after I leave here. Nonsense. Let's eat together. Shuamei, go out and grab breakfast. I'll join Jianghe for a quick meal. Tang Aigua waved dismissively toward Zhang Shuamei. All right, I'll be back shortly, she replied cheerfully and left. She understood their intent perfectly. They needed privacy. Her presence would hinder what they truly wished to discuss. Uncle Tang, this is this month's dividend. Liao's business is thriving. As you hold a 20% stake, here's your 2,000 yuan share. True to expectation, the moment she departed, Chen Jianghe produced the thick, bulging brown envelope. Jianghe, we're family here. You're far too formal. Liao is just recovering. Cash is tight. Keep this for now, we're kin, no rush. Uncle Tang, Liao's finances are sound. Please accept this. But today I also have another request. Chen Jianghe slid the envelope back toward Tang Aigua and placed a photograph before him. I'd like you to dig up everything you can on this man. Details, background, everything. Why investigate him? Tang Aigua glanced at the photo. A young man stood beside a woman, her face deliberately erased. We've had a minor dispute, but I know nothing of his origins. I need to gauge his depth. Chen Jianghe lied smoothly. Their relationship was purely transactional. He had no intention of revealing his true motive. A single photo makes tracing difficult. Tang Aigua paused thoughtfully, then frowned. His address is here. Chen Jianghe produced a slip of paper bearing the man's residence, the very location where Fang Qiong met this young gentleman. By the way, Lai San's billiard hall? Isn't construction underway? Tang Aigua asked suddenly. Yes. I'm partnering with Zhang Jun to convert it into an internet cafe. A flash of sharp awareness flickered in Chen Jianghe's eyes. The billiard hall had broken ground only yesterday. Yet Tang Aigua knew already. His intelligence network ran deep. An internet cafe? That's promising. I hear it'll be a lucrative venture. I'd like to invest a share. Hope you don't mind. Tang Aigua pushed the brown envelope back toward Chen Jianghe with a knowing smile. Consider this my initial investment. Uncle Tang, you flatter me. Any opportunity worth pursuing, I'd bring you aboard first. I'll take this then. Chen Jianghe accepted the envelope without hesitation and gestured again to the photograph. And this man? You'll have full details within 3 days. Uncle, it'll be off now. And having concluded their discussion, Chen Jianghe prepared to leave. And oh dear. Jianghe, why rush off so early? Stay for lunch first. And Tang Aigua feigned reluctance to let him go. And, Uncle, the shop's busy. I really must decline. And Chen Jianghe politely declined and departed immediately. No sooner had he left than Zhang Shuamei returned. Zhang Shuamei hadn't gone out to buy breakfast at all. She'd merely loitered downstairs. And upon spotting Chen Jianghe descending, she hurried back up. And where's the money? How much did Chen Jianghe give this time? And the moment Zhang Shuamei stepped through the door, she demanded impatiently. And money, 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 you think of nothing but money. You'll drown in it one day and drag me down with you. And Tang Aigua snapped irritably. And so what? Am I the only one who loves money? In today's world, everything revolves around wealth. What's wrong with loving money? Who doesn't love money? And Zhang Shuamei sneered coldly and frantically searched, but found no cash. And enough. Stop searching. I haven't taken it. I've invested it into Chen Jianghe's internet cafe. And Tang Aigua said dismissively. And invest in the internet cafe? You turned away ready money handed to you on a platter. Have you lost your senses? And Zhang Shuamei raised her voice, its timbre turning shrill. And long hair, short sight. I won't waste another word on you. And Tang Aigua turned and strode indoors, slamming the door shut with a sharp bang. Shrill curses echoed from outside the door. Years ago, Tang Aigua had secured his position at the local police station through his father-in-law. But that man had long since retired. Naturally, Tang Aigua no longer needed to defer to Zhang Shuamei's whims. And meanwhile, Chen Jianghe climbed aboard the van clutching a brown paper bag. And Jianghe, did he refuse the money? And Zhang Peng asked astonished. And he refused it. It's been invested in the internet cafe instead. And Chen Jianghe replied calmly. And damn it. That sly dog pulled off a classic con without lifting a finger. And Zhang Peng grumbled indignantly. And let's go. We're not chasing pennies here. It hardly matters. Right now, we still need his cooperation. And Chen Jianghe remained unruffled. His relationship with Tang Aigua was mutually beneficial. Tang's desire for greater profit was perfectly understandable, and as long as Bai Zhang could be dealt with this sum was but a single hair from an ox's tail. Back at the Liehua game arcade, Chen Jianghe checked the time. His next phase of the plan was due to commence, and that afternoon patrons began trickling into the Tianwei Electronics World to play games. Those customers Liehua couldn't accommodate had largely migrated to Tianwei. Spacious and newly renovated Tianwei lacked the allure of attractive hostesses, but its air conditioning hummed, cigarettes burned, and comfort reigned. With 200 to 300 arcade cabinets scattered across the floor, 30 or 40 players were already immersed in play. By evening, crowds would swell further. Upstairs, slot machine enthusiasts also gathered in considerable numbers. Most of Liehua's high-rolling clientele had been quietly diverted here by Jin Hao's underlings. Jin Hao observed for several days. Seeing no move from Chen Jianghe, he assumed the man had backed down, too fearful to confront him openly. And that day, Yao and Guang entered Tianwei, exchanged cash for tokens, and deliberately sat near one of the arcade's security enforcers. "Did you hear? Last night someone got robbed on Bay Street." Guang made sure the nearby enforcer overheard. "Who? How'd it happen? Robbing people these days, how much could they possibly snatch? Hardly worth the risk, is it?" Yao chimed in, playing his part seamlessly. "And you're mistaken. Last night's haul was substantial, a full 5,000 yuan. Guang lowered his voice, adopting an air of conspiratorial mystery, and the enforcer was instantly intrigued. "And brother, who lost 5,000? And the enforcer offered him a cigarette and couldn't resist asking, "What? You mean you haven't heard? The victim was the very man who just won 5,000 here last night." Scarcely had he stepped outside when he was ambushed and robbed. Guang feigned astonishment. "And brother, what are you implying? That wasn't us. Tianwei would never stoop to such a thing. Boss Jean wouldn't even glance at such petty change." And the enforcer grew flustered and blurted out, "I never said it was you. But even if it were, who'd ever catch them?" Guang shrugged and turned his full attention back to the game, ignoring the enforcer entirely. And the enforcer, however, sat deep in thought, his expression pensive. For 2 more consecutive nights, every patron who walked away from Tianwei, having won even a modest sum, was robbed upon exiting. And fear spread like wildfire through the arcade. Customers dwindled once again. Rumors swirled throughout the neighborhood. Everyone had a theory, and some claimed Chen Jianghe orchestrated it all, to tarnish Tianwei Electronics World's reputation and drive away slot machine players. Others insisted Jin Hao himself was behind it. Having suffered heavy losses, he'd simply reclaimed his money by force. Such tactics weren't uncommon in gambling dens. In those dens, losing was easy, but walking away with a large win, nearly impossible. And still others believed the victims had been carefully targeted. Stalked, waited for, then robbed the moment fortune smiled upon them. Opinions varied wildly, but one outcome was undeniable: Tianwei Electronics World's slot machine business deteriorated once more. Boss Hao, the arcade's in trouble. And that day Jing Yan, after verifying the facts, rushed breathlessly to Jin Hao. Jin Hao was lounging at a private club, receiving a massage from a stunningly voluptuous woman clad in scandalously minimal attire kneeling atop him. As he luxuriated, Jin Hao's hand wandered idly over the woman's smooth, bare thigh. "And what's happened?" And he drawled lazily. "Patrons who won big on our slot machines have been robbed for 3 nights straight. Word spreading that we're behind it. That Tianwei can't bear to lose. Slot revenues are plummeting again." And Jing Yan's face darkened. "And damn it, this has Chen Jianghe's fingerprints all over it. That bastard's playing dirty." At those words, Jin Hao shot upright, sending the masseuse sprawling backward with a startled shriek. Jing Yan stole a fleeting glance, muttering inwardly that the woman's figure truly was spectacular, especially amid that dramatic tumble. "Boss Hao, I suspect Chen Jianghe too. I heard that in Macau the notorious broken-toothed Jiu once used this exact tactic to sabotage rival casinos. Pengcheng lay close to Macau, and broken-toothed Jiu, a legendary Macau Triad elder, was widely known, even among Pengcheng's underworld circles. To seize market share, broken-toothed Jiu had dispatched his men to surveil rival casinos. Any winner who walked out with a sizable haul was intercepted and robbed on the spot. Gradually, patrons ceased visiting those rivals altogether, and Chen Jianghe was deploying the same ruthless strategy against them. Cunning, underhanded, and devastatingly effective. No wonder their own attempts to ambush winners had met with eerie silence from Chen Jianghe's side. "Boss Hao, what do we do now? Let's just eliminate Chen Jianghe outright?" And Jing Yan snarled venomously. Do your damn job. This bastard hides in the arcade every day. Is it that easy to take him down? If we can't finish him off in one go, hell, set fire to my arcade and you'll bear the losses." Jin Hao jabbed his finger at the glasswearer's forehead, angrily cursing. The glasses wearer lowered his head, hastily dodging. Although he was Jin Hao's right-hand man, Jin Hao wouldn't spare him a glance when he was angry. The glasses wearer kept his head down, his face darkened, looking around nervously, worried about this and that. What kind of life is he living? Brother How, what should we do? The glasses wearer took a step back and asked helplessly. He understood Jin Hao better than Chen Jianghe. Jin Hao was not as decisive or ruthless as Chen Jianghe. That said, if Jin Hao were as ambitious and capable as Chen Jianghe, Bai Zhang wouldn't have chosen him and lifted him up. Otherwise, raising a tiger would lead to disaster, and Bai Zhang is not a fool. Chun Jiang's actions are undermining our reputation and that of Beijia. As long as we gather evidence, Bai Zhang won't spare him either. Jin Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't he stealing people? Let him steal. If we catch him red-handed, we'll see if there's still a place for him in Beijia." Brother How, that's a good plan. The glasses wearer didn't believe it in his heart, but nodded in approval on the surface. Jin Hao was a bully who feared the strong. When faced with tough characters, he would retreat. He dreamed of replacing Bai Zhang, thinking it was a beautiful idea. Previously, while managing Bai Zhang's turf and business, he had never encountered a formidable opponent. Even if something happened, most people would let it slide for Bai Zhang's sake. This time, encountering the fierce Chun Jianghe, Jin Hao immediately showed his true colors. He was just a lucky loser, a hopeless case. The glasses wearer felt that if he could become Bai Zhang's godson, he would surely fare better than Jin Hao. Up to now, Jin Hao still relied on Bai Zhang's influence, lacking the guts to take a gamble against Chen Jianghe, truly a worthless piece of trash. Jin Hao stroked his chin. The more he thought about his plan, the smarter it seemed. Since he can accurately know who wins money in our arcade every day, he must have spies in the arcade. He'll arrange a few more people to handle this matter. Oh, don't use the arcade staff, and don't leak any information lest some fool inadvertently spills the beans and gives Chen Jianghe a heads up. Got it, Brother How? The glasses wearer nodded and upon careful thought found this plan acceptable. As long as they caught him red-handed, Bai Zhang indeed wouldn't let Chen Jianghe remain in Beijia. However, when encountering some tough challenges, Jin Hao only relied on Bai Zhang. When will he be able to replace Bai Zhang and let them soar to success as well? You go ahead. I will arrange for someone to find you later. Jin Hao waved his hand, feeling immensely pleased. Finally able to deal with Chen Jianghe, this brat was indeed difficult to handle. He managed to take down Li Jindi, dealt with Lai San, and subdued Lin Guobin, but so what? Wasn't he still about to fall into Lai San's hands? Yes, Brother How. The glasses wearer nodded quickly, glanced at the voluptuous beauty, and turned to leave. Then Jin Hao began to indulge himself once more. In the afternoon, at the Fire Arcade, the phone in Chun Jiang's office rang. Hello, this is Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe casually picked up the phone. Jianghe, I found the information you wanted. I'll have Xiao Zhang deliver it to you shortly. The voice of Tang Aigua came from the other end. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Sorry for the trouble. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Jiang's eyes. Jianghe, let me remind you, think carefully before acting. Avoid provoking those you can't handle lest you inadvertently fall into an irretrievable situation and lose your current good days. Uncle Tang, you can rest assured. I have my own plans. I've just come out and haven't had many good days, so I won't act recklessly. Chen Jianghe felt a stir in his heart and said with a smile, Hee, all right, with that said, I can rest easy. Tang Aigua chuckled and hung up the phone. It seems this pretty boy's identity is not simple. Even Tang Aigua is warning me. Chen Jianghe hung up the phone, lightly tapping the table, deep in thought. Either this pretty boy's identity is complicated or it involves certain people, which made Tang Aigua sense a hint of danger. Otherwise, Tang Aigua wouldn't say these things. However, if the pretty boy's identity were truly significant, how could he have let Bai Zhang steal his girlfriend? Although Bai Zhang was doing well and was a capable big brother, he wouldn't be so blind as to compete with those young masters for women. As for being an ordinary rich second-generation, Tang Aigua wouldn't remind Chen Jianghe like this. So is Fang Qiong's partner's identity tied to certain people, causing Tang Aiguo's vigilance? Chen Jianghe muttered to himself, pondering deeply. At this moment, Zhang Peng approached with a file bag. Jianghe, someone just came by and said it's the information you wanted. Zhang Peng handed the file bag to Chen Jianghe, curiously asking, Jianghe, what is this? It's the information on that pretty boy. Chen Jianghe opened the file directly, and inside were indeed all the details about Fang Qiong's partner. His name is Zhang Wenli, works at Guomao Technology, and is a college student graduating from Pengcheng University. Chen Jianghe looked at the information and said, I remember Chen Gang mentioning that Fang Qiong is also a college student, right? Seems so. Zhang Peng thought for a moment and replied, it's possible they are college classmates, and a couple, which explains why Fang Qiong would take such a huge risk to be with him. As Chen Jianghe spoke, he suddenly sneered, recalling Ling Shui. For her lover, Fang Qiong was willing to take such a significant risk, refusing to break up with him. And Ling Shui, although already engaged to a wealthy fiancé, still spent a night with Chen Jianghe and had a casual fling. Women are indeed complex. So that kid is just an ordinary college student. Zhang Peng frowned, somewhat disappointed. In that case, he seemed to have no utilitarian value. Wait, he is actually Li Quan's biological younger brother. Chen Jianghe was initially a bit disappointed, but when he saw the copy of Zhang Wenli's household registration, his pupils constricted violently, and he stood up. He is Li Quan's biological brother. Then why is his last name Zhang? Zhang Peng was also taken aback, hurriedly turning around to close the office door. Li Quan takes the father's surname while Zhang Wenli takes the mother's surname. They are biological brothers with the same father and mother. Li Quan is bold enough to let his own brother cuckold his elder brother. Zhang He, this information is absolutely critical. Zhang Peng exclaimed, elated. Though not particularly sharp-witted, he fully grasped its immense significance in their campaign against Bai Zhang. Imagine. Once Bai Zhang learns of this, how could he ever trust Li Quan again? And what then would Li Quan do upon realizing the secret had leaked? Either Li Quan would resort to murder to silence all witnesses, or well, Peng keep this intelligence strictly confidential for now. Withdraw Ming and the others immediately, have them stay at a small inn near North Street, awaiting further orders, and cease all surveillance on Fang Qiong entirely. Chen Jianghe paused thoughtfully for a moment before speaking slowly. We too must begin preparing our counteroffensive. And what about the operation on the other side? Zhang Peng nodded, then asked again. Proceed as planned, but no longer monitor Fang Qiong, Chen Jianghe replied. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and dialed the paging service. Moments later, A Ming and the team received a terse message. Just a few words. Do not monitor Fang. Continue all other operations. Jianghe, what's your next move? Zhang Peng asked after hanging up. First, let others wield the blade, eliminate Jin Hao, then turn our focus to Bai Zhang. After that, North Street will no longer bow to his rule, Chen Jianghe declared coldly. That afternoon, one of Yu's girls arrived for her shift. Chen Jianghe handed her a compact tape recorder, instructing her to deliver it to Yu. Its operation had already been thoroughly explained during last night's telephone call. Yu appeared to be facing complications. Though she withheld the precise details from Chen Jianghe, he resolved to first settle matters with Jin Hao, then press for answers. As evening fell, a gentle breeze stirred the night air. At Liehua Game Hall, the arcade section thrived, crowded every night. While the slot machines drew far fewer patrons, mostly men spending modest sums for fleeting companionship, Chen Jianghe paid little mind to short-term fluctuations in revenue. Once Jin Hao was dealt with, Liehua's prosperity would naturally surge. Peng, come with me. We're heading out. Soon after dusk, Chen Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng to drive, and the two departed Liehua. Their van wove deftly through the streets, swiftly shaking off the tailing vehicles. Brother Hao, Chen Jianghe has just left, with only one underling. Jing, the bespectacled man, received the report instantly and related to Jin Hao. That insignificant runt dares try the same trick again. Prepare yourselves. Execute the plan precisely tonight. I'll be entertaining several friends, so make sure this goes flawlessly. I'm counting on your success. Jin Hao sneered, checked the time, and strode out of Tianwei Electronics World with his entourage. Over 2 hours passed. The night deepened. Fewer people now wandered North Street. Silence reigned, broken only by the neon glow of game halls, internet cafes, and roller rinks. Two men emerged from Tianwei, pockets heavy with over 3,000 yuan in winnings. Fortune had favored them. They turned a mere 500 yuan stake into a windfall. Second brother, let's take a taxi. I've heard rumors. Lately, robbers have been targeting winners on North Street. Several have already been robbed, and some even slashed. The lanky young man spoke as they stepped outside Tianwei. Relax. I've got it under control. Let's go, taxi. The man called second brother glanced back, signaling the youth to fall silent. Once inside the cab, he murmured low. I've heard those rumors too. Word is Jin Hao himself sent those thugs to siphon money from Tianwei. But it won't be that easy. You two just came from Tianwei. The taxi driver remarked mysteriously as he steered toward the edge of North Street. Lately, several winners have been robbed shortly after leaving Tianwei, some even wounded. Did you hit the jackpot too? No. We don't play slots. How could we possibly win? Second brother shot a swift warning glance at the lanky youth and waved dismissively. Best not to win at all. Honestly, if you're playing slots, head to Liehua. Higher odds plus stunning hostesses. I hear their girls are exquisite. Win big, and you might even walk away with one on your arm. Shame Jin Hao's men block the entrance to North Street, keeping everyone from playing there. The driver flicked a glance into the rearview mirror. Does Liehua just sit idle while Jin Hao does this? Second brother asked curiously. Who knows? In my view, Chen Jianghe of Liehua is nothing but a coward. Too timid to confront Jin Hao Hedon. Anyone else would have drawn blood long ago. That's not quite fair. I've heard Chen Jianghe is no ordinary figure. Even Lin Guobin couldn't best him. Talk is cheap in the underworld. Who knows whether Chen Jianghe is horse or donkey? To me. Watch out. Someone ahead. The taxi driver mid-sentence failed to notice the figure suddenly stepping into the road, startling second brother into a sharp cry. The driver instinctively slammed the brakes, sending the figure sprawling. Thankfully speed was low. No catastrophe occurred. Shit. Hit someone. The driver screeched to a halt, flung open his door and rushed out. Second brother and the youth followed automatically, eager to see what had happened. Only to be ambushed the moment they stepped out. The lanky youth was kicked down and two figures lunged from the shadows. Hand over the money. Before second brother could react, an icy blade pressed hard against his throat. I have no money. Bullshit. Hand it over. That retort enraged the masked assailant, who raised his knife and brought it crashing down onto second brother's forehead. With a shriek, second brother collapsed backward onto the pavement. Yet he clutched the cash tightly to his chest, wrestling desperately with the attacker. Meanwhile, across the street, aiming World and sprinted toward North Street. A Ming burst into Liehua Game Hall and shouted, "Robbery outside! Winners from Tianwei have been attacked again. Come quick!" His cry ignited chaos. Liehua erupted, patrons surging en masse after a Ming. Almost simultaneously, figures armed with weapons surged from nearby alleys onto North Street. "Don't let them escape!" Jing shouted, triumphantly dispatching his men straight toward the two masked assailants. "Run now!" Realizing too late that they'd walked into a trap, the masked men spun and fled. "Damn it!" Trying to run, Glasses stood behind, directing several men to charge forward. One thug lunged and delivered a vicious kick to the lower back of a masked man, who let out a pained cry and collapsed instantly. He was immediately pinned down. Another masked figure trembled violently with fear and broke into a desperate sprint, but hadn't gone far before being overtaken and struck hard across the back with a blade. "No, don't hit me, please. I'll never do it again," he screamed, crumpling to the ground and clutching his head in terror. "Brother Feng, we've got them," one thug roared triumphantly. The entire trio had been subdued. At that very moment, a Ming slipped through the crowd and arrived on scene. "Chun Jianghe, you dared steal Tianwei's customers and rig their wins with dirty tricks to tarnish our reputation. Today I've caught you red-handed with evidence and witnesses." Glasses bellowed, swelling with self-satisfaction at the crowd's growing presence. "Let's see you deny it. Everyone look closely. This is Chun Jianghe, the one who's been robbing Tianwei's patrons these past few days." Shouting furiously, Glasses yanked off the fallen man's mask. But beneath it was no trace of Chun Jianghe's face. "Liang Zai, what are you doing here?" Glasses recoiled in shock, realization dawning like ice water down his spine. The masked man was none other than Su Liang, Xiao Jinhao's underling stationed at the arcade. "Brother Feng, I beg you spare me. I was possessed by madness. This was my first and only time. The other two robberies weren't mine." Su Liang stammered in panic. Glasses, however, felt as though he'd been doused in freezing water, head to toe. They'd walked straight into a trap. Damn it! The robbers work for Tianwei. That's Jinhao's man, Su Liang. I know him. Tianwei's own men committed the robberies, and now they're trying to frame Chun Jianghe. Do they really think we're fools? The arcade patrons erupted in furious disbelief. "It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. We made a mistake." Glasses scrambled to contain the chaos. "A mistake? I took a brutal blow to the head, and you call it a mistake? Call the police now." Second brother clutched his bleeding scalp, crimson rivulets streaming down his temple. "No police. Please, no police. Brother, grant us some dignity. It's all a mix-up. Let's not escalate this." Sensing disaster, Glasses adopted a conciliatory tone, pleading with second brother. "Misunderstanding my ass. Is Tianwei too weak to lose a few thousand yuan? Then why even bother running an arcade?" Second brother shoved Glasses aside with brute force, snatched the money bag from Su Liang's hands and barked, "Give it back, now!" Those who robbed were Jinhao's men, and those who arrested them were also Jinhao's men. Even if Jinhao hadn't ordered it directly, he bore undeniable responsibility, and the black mark would indelibly stain Tianwei Electronics' world. "Depeng, call the police for this, brother. Here on North Street, a reputation is everything. We won't tolerate anyone sabotaging their own livelihood." At that moment, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng emerged calmly from the crowd. "Right? I'll call right now." Depeng raised his mobile phone and dialed. "Chun Jianghe, you set us up." Glasses stared, speechless, eyes blazing with impotent fury. "Brother Feng, I was framed. I owed loan sharks, and when I heard others robbing without consequence, heard how the cops ignored it, how victims just swallowed their losses, I lost my senses. It had to be Chun Jianghe. He's the one who ruined me." Su Liang quickly followed suit, shouting frantically. For days, patrons had whispered near Su Liang about robbery. How it went unpunished, how authorities turned a blind eye, how victims had no recourse. Pressured by crushing debt, he recruited two friends and attempted his first heist. He hadn't even completed his first robbery before Glasses seized him. Indeed, it was their very first attempt. Chun Jianghe exhaled smoke, expression icy and detached. Over the past 3 days, the 2 earlier robberies had been orchestrated by him, via Ah Ming, and afterward he deliberately steered those same perpetrators to Tianwei, where they planted whispers in Su Liang's ear. Chun Jianghe had also uncovered Su Liang's debt to loan sharks. A man desperate for cash suddenly presented with a path to easy money. How could he possibly resist? Human nature is greed incarnate. Its fragility laid bare under pressure, and Su Liang predictably shattered. Humph. So, you're claiming this man is my agent, or that I bribed him to commit robbery? Chun Jianghe's laugh was sharp as broken glass. Glass's face darkened. He held no evidence, and voicing such accusations would only deepen suspicion of evasion. Worse still, Chun Jianghe had already summoned the police. An act that spoke louder than any alibi. No matter how desperately Glasses argued, the mud would not stick to Chun Jianghe. With the situation spiraling, Glasses acted swiftly, signaling his men with a glance to release Su Liang before things escalated further. If Su Liang fled before police intervention, there might yet remain room for maneuver, perhaps sparing Tianwei Electronics World from immediate closure. Slot machines were illegal after all, tolerated only so long as no scandal erupted. So long as protection fees flowed smoothly, authorities looked away. But once scandal broke, appearances demanded at least symbolic punishment. A temporary shutdown. At Glass's silent command, his men loosened their grip, urging Su Liang to flee, only for Zhang Peng and his crew to close in, trying to let him go. Zhang Peng sneered, encircling Su Liang and his accomplices. Chun Jianghe, don't push too far. Annihilation helps no one. Glasses gritted his teeth. Too far. When Jin Hao robbed Firestorm's patrons, did he worry about going too far? Chun Jianghe replied, coolly, voice laced with quiet disdain. Glasses' face tightened. In their world, seizing business meant ruthless competition. No quarter expected, none given. His gaze swept the crowd and froze. Patrons' expressions had shifted, disgust replacing indifference. Tianwei had bred its own traitor. Its name was now irrevocably tarnished. From now on, many patrons would rather avoid North Street entirely than step foot in Jin Hao's arcade again. Quick! Alert brother Jin Hao. Let him find a way out. Glass's voice turned urgent as he dispatched his men to contact Jin Hao, hoping for salvation. Meanwhile, Chun Jianghe had already contacted Tang Aigua. One call sufficed. Tang Aigua promptly dispatched officers to arrest Su Liang and his 2 accomplices, and Glass's group as well, for assistance in the investigation. Having accepted payment, Tang Aigua fulfilled his duty without hesitation. Su Liang and the man with glasses were ultimately taken away by the police in broad daylight. Meanwhile, at Sihai Karaoke, Jin Hao was entertaining guests. Their ages varied. Some were in their late 20s, others already in their 30s. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room grew boisterous. Brother Hao, old by, truly has fortune on his side. In his youth, he indulged in every pleasure. Now, even in his later years, he's found a woman as alluring as Fang Qiong. Isn't there nearly a 30-year age gap between them? A man in his late 20s wearing a thick gold chain around his neck slurred drunkenly. I heard she's still a university student. How could old by possibly satisfy her? Another man chuckled slyly beside him. If old by can't satisfy her, there's always brother Hao. Once old by steps aside, Fang Qiong will be at her ripest. Perfect for brother Hao to save her. Ha ha ha. The men, emboldened by alcohol, joked without restraint. Brother Hao, why aren't you saying anything? Someone asked, turning toward Jin Hao. What's there to say? Right now it's all just talk. Real pleasure only begins when we act. A lecherous glint flickered in Jin Hao's eyes. Intoxicated, he'd lost all restraint. Jin Hao had long harbored ambition to supplant by Jiang entirely his power, status, wealth, and even his women. Especially whenever he saw Fang Qiong's aloof, disdainful demeanor, he burned with the desire to conquer her, to make her submit and acknowledge his dominance. Brother Hao, tell us the truth. Have you already been with Fang Qiong? Make sense. Old bai's nearing 50 while you're young and vigorous. Which woman wouldn't prefer youth? The gold chain man whispered conspiratorially. Before Jin Hao could reply, a figure burst into the room, breathless. Brother Hao. Disaster. Calm down. Don't you see I'm hosting guests? Did Li Feng and the others finally subdue Chun Jianghe? Jin Hao perked up instantly. No, it's worse. Just now Brother Feng's team caught the recent money thief. It was Su Liang. The police have arrested both Su Liang and Brother Feng. They claim our arcade is involved and operating illegal gambling machines. We've been ordered to suspend operations immediately. The underling rushed out the words. Su Liang. Jin Hao shot to his feet, cursing violently. That treacherous dog. Eating my food while smashing my pot. Jin Hao abandoned his guests and hurried back to Tianwei Electronics World, where lights were already off, doors shuttered and silence reigned. Back in the karaoke room, the guests quickly lost interest once Jean Hao left and soon dispersed. The hostesses filed out one by one. Ali, where are you going? I've had too much. I'm feeling unwell. I'll tell Sister N and head home early. The two hostesses exchanged brief words outside the room, then Ali ascended to the second floor, locating Inyu, who was busy assigning private rooms to guests. Lately, Inyu hadn't contacted Gao Hai, nor had Gao Hai reached out to her, as if their earlier conversation had never occurred. Ali glanced at Inyu then, seizing a moment when no one was watching, slipped a small voice recorder into her hand. Inyu accepted it smoothly, tucking it naturally into her purse. Sister and I've drunk too much. I'm not feeling well and would like to leave early. Ali feigned discomfort. All right. Go ahead and take care on your way home. Inyu nodded casually. Ali murmured her thanks, gathered her things, changed clothes, and departed. Relief washed over Inyu. After seeing off the remaining guests, she left Sihai Karaoke and returned home. Then immediately dialed Chun Jianghe. Jianghe, the recording is secured. I listened briefly. It should prove useful to you. Inyu whispered softly into the phone. Chun Jianghe had learned that Jean Hao and Gao Hai were friends who frequently patronized Sihai Karaoke. So he'd given Inyu a compact voice recorder, asking her to capture Jean Hao's candid remarks during his visits. Under the influence of alcohol and heightened revelry, people often speak truths they'd otherwise suppress. Such unguarded words might hold unexpected value. Yet Inyu hadn't anticipated Jean Hao's arrival so soon, or that he'd reveal so much. Thank you. I'll send someone to collect it right away. Chun Jianghe replied, his gaze sharpening. Just, thank you. You owe me dinner too. Inyu teased lightly. Absolutely. I'll treat you as soon as this whirlwind settles. He smiled, then paused thoughtfully. Do you have trouble brewing on your end? Inyu furrowed her brow, hesitated. Then replied cheerfully, trouble. None at all. I eat well, sleep soundly, nothing to worry about. Then we'll discuss it next time we meet. Seeing her reluctance, Chun Jianghe didn't press further. Agreed. Inyu replied, and ended the call. Soon after, Zhang Peng arrived in a minivan, retrieved the recorder, and returned to Liehua, handing it directly to Chun Jianghe, who listened intently to its contents. Jianghe, Jean Hao actually covets old Bai's woman. That boy's ambition runs deep. Zhang Peng exclaimed, astonished. He doesn't merely lust after old Bai's woman. He craves his fortune, enterprise's authority, and stature. Precisely what makes him useful to us. Chun Jianghe pondered briefly, beckoned Zhang Peng closer, and murmured instructions into his ear. Jianghe, using others as blades, brilliant. Zhang Peng raised his thumb in admiration. Go ahead and bring Xiang Fei and Xiang Li up here. Chun Jianghe instructed. Yes. Zhang Peng hurried downstairs with the recorder, returning moments later with Xiang Fei and Xiang Li. Fei, there's a task I need Li to handle. Boss, is it dangerous? My sister's leg is impaired. I'll do it instead. Xiang Fei tensed instantly, concern etching his face. Fei, rest easy. It's entirely safe. In fact, only Li is suited for this. I trust no one else. Chun Jianghe jotted down a phone number on a slip of paper, followed by a name: Zhang Wenli, the man secretly involved with Fang Qiong. Li, I need you to deliver this note directly to Fang Qiong. Boss, is it dangerous? Xiang Fei hesitated, his brow furrowed. He would have obeyed Chun Jianghe without hesitation, even if ordered into peril. But now that it involved his younger sister, instinctive concern gripped him. Brother, it's just delivering a note. How dangerous could that be? Boss, it'll go. Xiang Li took the note, folded it carefully, and tested, concealing it in her palm. Her grip revealed nothing. Chun Jianghe had instructed her precisely how to deliver it. She nodded silently, then descended the stairs, slowly limping with each step. It had been nearly half a month since her surgery. Just 2 days earlier she had begun walking unaided, though only for short distances and with a noticeable limp. The hospital advised further rest to optimize recovery. Yet full restoration to normal mobility remained unlikely. Still, it was vastly preferable to her former life confined to a wheelchair. Fei, if you're uneasy, go with her. And take Ajian along. Chun Jianghe tossed a cigarette to the anxious Xiang Fei. Thank you, boss. Grateful Xiang Fei nodded and hurried downstairs, summoning Ajian as he went. The two followed Xiang Li, one behind the other, down the staircase. At the tea house, the clock struck 9. Fang Qiong sat coolly beside Bai Zhang, enduring a few rounds of mahjong before losing patience with the wait. I'm heading home first. She gathered her handbag and announced to Bai Zhang. Send big sister home safely. Bai Zhang dismissed the request casually. Li Quan gestured lightly, signaling 2 underlings who routinely escorted Fang Qiong, ordering them to drive her home. Bai Zhang loved mahjong. Though his years were mounting, he often played well past midnight. Fang Qiong, young and restless, rarely stayed beyond 9 o'clock, preferring sleep to late-night vigil. 3 maids lived in Bai Zhang's villa. 1 cooked, the other 2 cleaned, laundered, and maintained the house. Every corner held eyes loyal to Bai Jiang, so her early return posed no threat of mischief. Though young Fang Qiong was closely watched, yet Bai Jiang never imagined how fiercely a woman determined to deceive could evade even the tightest surveillance. As the two underlings escorted Fang Qiong downstairs, they reached the lobby entrance, only for a figure to suddenly appear colliding squarely with her. Blind! Can't you see people? One underling erupted in fury. Sorry, so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Xiang Li apologized hastily. Let's go, Fang Qiong said, glancing at her curiously, then let the matter drop. Seeing Xiang Li was a woman, the underlings chose not to press further, merely fixing her with a sharp warning glare before following Fang Qiong out and swiftly driving her home. Head bowed, Xiang Li turned away quickly, unnoticed by anyone. Nearby, Xiang Fei and Ajian exhaled in quiet relief before slipping away in her wake. Chun Jiang's assignment for Xiang Li truly entailed no real danger. Xiang Fei's unease alone had magnified its perceived risk. Soon Fang Qiong's Audi 100 pulled up before Bai Jiang's villa, a secluded sprawling estate on the outskirts of Pingjiang district not far from North Street. When Bai Jiang resided there, 8 underlings guarded the property. Tonight, only the 2 who'd escorted Fang Qiong remained. Miss has returned. A maid rushed forward upon spotting Fang Qiong. Auntie Lu, it's late. Go rest, please. Fang Qiong treated the staff with polite deference. Very well, miss. I'll retire now. The maid replied promptly. With a gentle wave, Fang Qiong ushered her inside. Then the maid descended. The 2 escorts did not enter either. Instead, they retired to a small adjacent house in the courtyard, the usual quarters for the villa's security detail. When idle, they dined, drank, and played mahjong alongside Bai Jiang, receiving their monthly wages with punctual precision. Alone upstairs, Fang Qiong waited until silence settled. Then frowned, opened her handbag, and found within a neatly folded note. That note had been slipped into her palm during the collision with the woman downstairs. Though unaware of its meaning, Fang Qiong had sensed its gravity, holding her tongue, discreetly stowing it in her bag, and waiting until she was safely home before retrieving it. The moment her eyes scanned the words, ice flooded her veins. Her entire body trembled, her delicate face paling to ash. There, unmistakably inscribed, stood the name Zhang Wenli, who had uncovered her secret connection to him. Fang Qiong knew full well if Bai Jiang learned of this, none would escape his wrath. Not her, not Zhang Wenli, not even Li Quan, whom Bai Jiang would erase without trace. Panic seized her. Her first impulse was to call Zhang Wenli, but she recoiled instantly. That call would accomplish nothing. Zhang Wenli was merely a recent university graduate, employed at an ordinary firm, utterly unprepared for such perilous entanglements. Calling Li Quan was equally perilous. He stood beside Bai Jiang at that very moment. A sudden call would surely arouse suspicion. Fang Qiong paced like a moth trapped in flame, until her gaze fell again upon the note, revealing before Zhang Wenli's name a telephone number. She hesitated long, then crept to the corridor, listening intently downward. Satisfied the 3 maids below had retired, she tiptoed back to her room, shut the door softly, and, after agonizing deliberation, dialed the number. Hello? Who are you? Fang Qiong bit her lip, lowering her voice to a whisper. Miss Fang, this is Chun Jianghe. Have you already forgotten me? Chun Jianghe's voice resonated through the line. You? Fang Qiong sprang upright, stunned, never imagining the caller could be him. Chun Jianghe, we've kept our distance. Why do this to me? Recovering, she demanded, masking fear with steel. Miss Fang, one lives by the river, but cannot choose its currents. I prefer not to meddle in others' affairs, yet some matters leave me no choice. Chun Jianghe replied, calm as still water. I've never wronged you. Fang Qiong retorted, voice sharpening. If anyone's been wronged, it was me when Bai Jiang demanded 10% profit. All because of you. Chun Jianghe responded coolly. Before I met Bai Jiang, you deliberately engaged me in conversation. Your flirtatious demeanor unsettled him. That was the spark behind his exorbitant demand. Fang Qiong had served Bai Jiang for years. She understood his temper intimately. She knew precisely what her actions might unleash. Yet she acted anyway. Indeed, it had been deliberate. She had used Chun Jianghe as bait to provoke Bai Jiang, and thus only Jin Hao would dominate North Street's slot machine trade henceforth. Jin Hao rejoiced, but Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei, standing behind Chun Jianghe, wore grim, furious faces. Losing the slot machine business would slash Liehua's monthly earnings by at least 2/3. As Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei moved to protest, Chun Jianghe raised a hand. Calm, decisive. Fine, I accept. Jianghe, Zhang Peng cried out. But Chun Jianghe waved him silent, and the words died in his throat. Ha ha ha, Chun Jianghe. You're refreshingly straightforward. I admire that. Consider your tribute, for the second half of this year waived, as my personal compensation. Bai Jiang laughed heartily, certain North Street remained firmly in his grasp. No rising star, however bold, dared defy his will. Come, both of you, drink this cup of tea. From this day forth we're friends. Please enjoy your tea. Fang Qiong poured 2 cups, her expression icy as she delivered them. Jin Hao smirked at Chun Jianghe, tilting his chin in triumph, before draining his cup in one smooth motion. Chun Jianghe lifted his cup, offering Jin Hao a faint, unhurried smile, and sipped deliberately. Jin Hao's brow furrowed. Something felt off. There was something unsettling, almost predatory in that quiet grin. Enough. Jin Hao, go inspect Liehua's slot machines. Pay Chun Jianghe their full market value, down to the last cent. And no more trouble between you two. Off you go. Once the tea was finished, Bai Zhang waved dismissively. Yes, father. Jin Hao suppressed his unease and rose to leave. Yet Chun Jianghe remained seated, motionless. What game was he playing now? Just as Jin Hao opened his mouth, a figure entered, stepping close to Bai Zhang, murmuring urgently into his ear. Instantly Bai Zhang's gaze sharpened, and his eyes locked onto Jin Hao with sudden chilling intensity. Ah, who is this true? Bai Zhang's voice dropped cold and lethal. Brother, every word is true, and I have proof. The man was none other than Gao Hu. Jin Hao's expression shifted instantly, an ominous premonition surging through his heart. What evidence? Bai Zhang asked coldly. Gao Hu immediately produced a small voice recorder and pressed play. Heard she's still a university student. Wonder if Master Bai can even satisfy her. If Master Bai can't satisfy her, there's always Brother Hao, right? Once Master Bai steps aside, Fang Qiong will be at her ripest. Perfect for Brother Hao's enjoyment. Ha ha ha. No need to talk. It's all just idle boasting now. Only when we truly act will we know how exhilarating it really is. A moment later, the recorder emitted several lewd male voices, and the final speaker was unmistakably Jin Hao. Upon hearing the recording, Master Bai's face darkened instantly. Li Quan and the others also flinched, staring at Jin Hao in stunned disbelief. None had expected Jin Hao to dare covet Master Bai's woman. This young man possessed astonishing ambition. Bai Zhang's 2 other companions lowered their heads slightly, choosing discretion over entanglement. Gao Hu, you dog, you framed me. Jin Hao trembled violently, locking furious, blazing eyes onto Gao Hu. Framed? Do you mean the voice on this recorder isn't yours? Or that the recording itself is forged? Gao Hu sneered coldly. Jin Hao's face turned ashen. He longed to deny it, but dared not. To verify the recording's authenticity, they needed only summon Jin Hao's associates. Jin Hao knew full well none of them would hold their tongues under pressure. Thud. After only a moment's hesitation, Jin Hao dropped to his knees before Bai Zhang, pleading desperately, Godfather, I was drunk. I spoke nonsense. I never harbored improper thoughts toward Godmother. Please forgive me this once. As he spoke, he slapped himself fiercely, left and right, again and again. Only after his own blows left blood trickling from the corner of his mouth did Bai Zhang lift his teacup, sip calmly, and speak with quiet detachment. You were merely drunk and speaking nonsense? Bai Zhang asked, tone flat and uninflected. Yes, Godfather. I was intoxicated. That's why I rambled. I hold no illicit intentions toward Godmother. I swear I'll never utter such folly again. I'll quit drinking entirely. Relief washed over Jin Hao the moment Bai Zhang spoke. He sensed his godfather had no intention of pursuing this to its bitter end. Bai Zhang still needed him. He wouldn't discard a loyal subordinate over drunken babble. What mattered now was offering Bai Zhang a graceful exit. Jin Hao lacked decisiveness, but he was no fool. Wine is a curious thing, it draws forth truth from the tongue, yet also unleashes reckless folly. Bai Zhang fixed Jin Hao with a frigid, calculating gaze, weighing his options. So Gao Hu had been right. This youth truly bore rebellious bones, daring even to lust after his woman. Yet Bai Zhang currently lacked a suitable replacement, someone capable of stepping seamlessly into Jin Hao's role. Moreover, he understood Gao Hu's ambition perfectly. Having Jin Hao ruined would clear the path for Gao Hu to assume control of his enterprises. But Gao Hu had deeper roots in the underworld than Jin Hao ever had. Should he entrust his entire operation to Gao Hu, the man would swiftly amass power, far more formidable and far less controllable than Jin Hao ever was. A token favor, yes, total authority, never. Now was not the time to eliminate Jin Hao. Godfather, I truly spoke without thinking, drunk beyond reason. Jin Hao pleaded anew, slapping himself twice more, leaving his cheeks swollen and blood welling at his lip. Ah, Hao, you've served me long enough. I believe you were simply intoxicated. Your words meaningless. Still, you insulted your godmother. Apologize to her. Properly. Bai Zhang spoke with detached calm. Seeing Jin Hao's self-inflicted humiliation, he deemed his dignity sufficiently restored. A few measured words would suffice. He intended to halt here for now. Today's debt would be recorded, not settled. Godmother, I beg your forgiveness. It was all my fault. Drunken rambling. I'll bring you gifts immediately to make amends. Jin Hao whirled around on his knees, bowing obsequiously toward Fang Qiong. All it would take was one magnanimous word from her. "I forgive you," and the matter would dissolve. Yet Chun Jianghe wore a faint knowing smile as he watched Fang Qiong closely. Fang Qiong's face remained icy. She flicked a glance at Chun Jianghe from the corner of her eye, then replied coolly, "No need to apologize. Just don't grope my hand next time you deliver a gift." Crash! At her words, Bai Zhang hurled his teacup to the floor in fury. His men outside rushed in at the sound. Downstairs, Jin Hao's men sensed trouble and moved to ascend, only to be blocked by Haizi and two burly enforcers at the foot of the stairs. What's the meaning of this revolt? Haizi stood motionless on the staircase, eyes like frost, as he surveyed Jin Hao's crew. Their second-in-command, Glasses, remained detained at the police station. Intimidated by Zhang's authority, the rest hesitated, unwilling to advance. Besides, without Jin Hao's explicit order, rushing upstairs would only invite disaster. "Godfather, it's a misunderstanding. I never intended to touch Godmother's hand. It must have been accidental. Believe me." Panic now gripped Jin Hao as he scrambled to defend himself. "Ah Qiong, is what you say true? Did Jin Hao deliberately grope your hand? Why didn't you speak of it earlier?" Bai Zhang did not glance at Jin Hao. His gaze remained locked on Fang Qiong. "He is your godson. Would you have believed me had I spoken before?" Fang Qiong offered a sardonic smile, voice glacial. "Without the recording, even if I'd spoken earlier, you'd likely have scolded him lightly. After all, it was only a brush of hands. Hardly worth serious consequence. But the recording, coupled with Fang Qiong's sudden pointed accusation, changed everything. Boss, I told you from the start this kid has rebellious bones. See, I wasn't wrong. He's brimming with ambition." Gao Hu seized the moment, fanning the flames. By producing the recording, he had already severed all ties with Jin Hao. Now was the hour to bury him utterly. Chun Jianghe exhaled smoke, eyes sharp and incisive. He'd known precisely what Gao Hu would do upon receiving that recording, and the unfolding scene unfolded exactly as he'd orchestrated. He'd arranged for the recording to reach Gao Hu, and he'd scripted Fang Qiong's words. Dual leverage, no easy escape for Jin Hao today. That was also why Chun Jianghe had accepted Bai Zhang's arrangement so readily. Once Jin Hao fell, the arrangement itself would become meaningless. "Gao Hu, you son of a bitch!" Jin Hao glared with venomous hatred, screaming wildly. "Brother, look at this insolent pup. Even now he dares defy you." Gao Hu sneered once more, turning back to Bai Zhang. "Ah Hao, you disappoint me deeply." Bai Zhang stared coldly at Jin Hao, then drew a dagger and flung it before him, blade biting into the floorboards. Bai Zhang had already resolved to eliminate Jin Hao. Any dog that dared bite its master was no loyal hound. Yet not now, and certainly not here. He would first need to arrange a successor before removing Jin Hao. To him, however, this posed no difficulty. Merely a matter of elevating another Jin Hao in his stead. Jin Hao would receive his lesson today. Godfather, please spare me," he cried in panic, eyes locked on the dagger before him. "It is not I who must spare you. It is your godmother who must grant you mercy," Bai Zhang said calmly. Trembling, Jin Hao slowly picked up the dagger from the floor. The moment his fingers closed around it, Li Quan subtly edged one step closer to Bai Zhang. Inside the private room, Bai Zhang's other underlings each slipped a hand into their jacket's fingers, resting upon concealed weapons. Jin Hao stared fixedly at the dagger in his hand, madness flickering in his eyes. He longed to lunge forward and plunge it into Bai Zhang's heart. Yet deeper still, he knew full well even if he chose to die fighting Li Quan and the others would never grant him that chance. And even were he somehow to kill Bai Zhang, he would assuredly perish here tonight. Gritting his teeth, a flash of ruthless resolve crossed Jin Hao's gaze. Suddenly he seized the dagger and drove it down with brutal force onto his own little finger. The blade severed it cleanly, warm blood gushed forth instantly. "F!" he screamed, a raw, agonized cry, as he severed his own fingertip. Fang Qiong's eyelid twitched, her face paled. Because of a single sentence she had uttered, Jin Hao had just amputated his own finger. Chun Jianghe was terrifying. The previous night Chun Jianghe had spoken to her only by phone, and asked nothing more than that she utter those few words at the critical moment. She had never imagined such a simple phrase could unleash such devastating consequences. "Godmother, please forgive me," Jin Hao cried, clutching his wound and bowing his head toward Fang Qiong. "It's but a trifling matter. Not worth such extremity." Fang Qiong replied, her voice low and subdued. "Hao, you're my godson. Look at what you've done to yourself. Cutting off your own finger. Quickly. Take Hao to the hospital. See if they can reattach it." Only then did Bai Zhang allow himself a satisfied smile. His woman's hand was not so easily touched. No one regardless of status could do so without paying a price. Yet his objective achieved, Bai Zhang now donned a mask of feigned warmth. "Godfather, I was wholly in the wrong today. This is my due punishment. Please don't grieve. I shall remain your loyal son always. Jin Hao forced a strained smile, retrieved his severed finger from the floor, and staggered unsteadily toward the exit. A trail of blood marked his path. Brother Hao, are you all right? His gang of underlings rushed forward as soon as he descended the stairs. To the hospital now. Jin Hao ground out between clenched teeth, then vanished into the night, hastily escorted by his men. Let's go. Upstairs, Chen Jianghe, accompanied by Zhang Peng and the others, had watched the spectacle unfold. Once concluded, he led his group straight downstairs and departed without delay. Fang Qiong watched Chen Jianghe's retreating figure, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. He now knew her secret, an ever-ticking time bomb. Yet last night he had sworn to her he would never reveal it. She wondered whether she ought to quietly consult Li Quan about it. But opportunities for such a private conversation were scarce. Even a discreet phone call proved difficult. She would have to wait for the right moment, for Li Quan spent most of his time at Bai Zhang's side. And when Li Quan was absent from Bai Zhang himself would likely have already returned to his villa, leaving her no chance to contact him. Bai Zhang watched Chen Jianghe's back recede, a thoughtful glint in his eye. My godson grows increasingly unruly. It seems the time has come to replace him. Brother men like that, with rebellious hearts hidden beneath their brows, should have been replaced long ago. Gao, whose heart leapt with delight as he hastened to agree. These young ones nowadays, so many prove impossible to tame. Does Jin Hao even stop to consider who elevated him, who fed him? Without Brother Bai's patronage, what is he but dust? Precisely. Nothing is more perilous than insatiable greed. Only after Jin Hao had left did Bai Zhang's two other mahjong companions chime in their agreement, belated yet eager. They bore no grudge against Jin Hao, nor did their interests clash. There was no reason to provoke him openly. But now with him fallen, they would not miss the chance to cast stones into the well. True nobility lies in self-awareness. Yet some remain tragically blind to it. Bai Zhang's gaze flickered. With this incident, trust between him and Jin Hao had shattered beyond repair. To avoid complications, he would act swiftly, replacing Jin Hao without delay. He would elevate another godson. Zhang Feng, Jin Hao's top lieutenant, might prove an ideal candidate. Boss. How did Bai Zhang and Jin Hao suddenly turn on each other? Xiang Fei couldn't help asking as they headed back. Only Zhang Peng fully understood Chen Jianghe's stratagem. The others remained deliberately uninformed, to preserve secrecy and ensure the plan's success. Jin Hao harbors ambition while Bai Zhang grows older. Their rift was inevitable. I merely magnified it, fanning the flames. Chen Jianghe offered no further details, only mentioning the tape recorder, omitting even Fang Qiong's involvement entirely. So far only Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei knew of Fang Qiong's secret. Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong remained unaware. A deliberate information quarantine engineered by Chen Jianghe. Distrust is a necessary safeguard. Once word leaks, those who know and those who do not will inevitably betray the source. The real show has only just begun. Watch closely. These next days will grow ever more thrilling. Chen Jianghe spoke with quiet certainty. Today's confrontation had laid bare an irreparable breach between Bai Zhang and Jin Hao. Bai Zhang would now move decisively to install Jin Hao's replacement. Jin Hao, for his part, would not submit passively. In this new reality, business had ceased to matter. His sole concern was survival. Unless he neutralized Bai Zhang, he risked losing everything and vanishing without a trace. Jin Hao no longer had the luxury of pursuing Chen Jianghe. Meanwhile, at the Liehua arcade, the atmosphere burned unusually bright. The arcade section teemed with players. Nearly every machine occupied crowds gathering behind fighters battling Street Fighter, coins clutched tightly as they waited their turn. As for the slot machine area, the closure of Tianwei had yet to make a noticeable impact. But by afternoon, news of Jin Hao's severed finger, delivered by Bai Zhang, rippled through the district. Instantly, the slot machine zone surged back to life, buzzing with renewed energy. After all, Jin Hao's power rested solely on Bai Zhang's backing. With that support withdrawn, how long could he hold sway over North Street? They saw no reason to defer to him any longer. With no thugs blocking North Street's entrances, patrons streamed directly into Liehua. Chen Jianghe commanded respect, and Liehua boasted beauty. Why go elsewhere? At dusk outside the Sihai Grand Restaurant, Gao, who strutted proudly with friends to celebrate, unaware that several pairs of cold, calculating eyes had already fixed upon them. Gao Hu and his entourage entered the Sihai Grand Restaurant, ascended directly to the upper floor, and headed to its KTV lounge, where they reserved a private karaoke room. Before long, wine, fruit snacks, and hostesses had all arrived. Brother Hu, your foresight is nothing short of divine. Jin Hao is finished. From now on, Brother Bai will rely entirely on you to manage his business. One of Gao Hu's friends flattered him. Brother Hu, once you soar to great heights, don't forget us brothers. Come, let's all raise a toast to Brother Hu. Yes, absolutely. Let's all drink to Brother Hu. Old Zhao, you speak as if we're strangers. If I ever rise to prominence, I'll never forget my brothers. We feast together.
Cheers. Gao, who stood radiant with confidence, already envisioning Jin Hao's downfall and himself assuming control of Brother Bai's enterprises. By then he would command influence, wealth, and prestige. The atmosphere in the private room quickly grew exuberant. Gao Hu and his companions feasted, drank, and partied for 3 or 4 hours. By the time they emerged from the Sihai Grand restaurant, it was already midnight. Brother Hu, let me drive you home. An older man supported Gao Hu as they walked toward a car parked by the roadside. When suddenly 2 blinding headlights flared from the darkness and a black sedan surged forward. It struck them both head-on, sending them flying. The vehicle screeched to a halt. A figure leapt out brandishing a cleaver and rushed after them. Then stepped hard onto Gao Hu's chest. Gao Hu, you dared betray me. This is your price. Raising the blade high, the assailant slashed down with savage ferocity. The sharp edge sliced cleanly through flesh and severed Gao Hu's arm. Warm blood gushed forth instantly. Still unsatisfied, the attacker kicked the severed limb aside before swiftly turning and vanishing into the car, speeding away into the night. Only after he'd fled did Gao Hu's friend dare open his eyes, scramble up from the ground, and frantically lift Gao Hu while shouting for help. Brother Hu, are you alright? Get Brother Hu to the hospital now. Call Brother Bai immediately. This was definitely Jin Hao's doing. Chaos erupted among Gao Hu's friends, and they rushed him to the hospital without delay. When Bai Zhang arrived the next morning, he found Gao Hu missing one arm. Gao Hu's severed arm had been kicked into a foul-smelling sewer. Doctors determined it was already infected. Reattachment surgery risked not only failure of the limb, but also life-threatening systemic infection. Thus, the hospital opted against reimplantation, only treating the wound itself. Elder brother Jin Hao has grown utterly brazen. I merely exposed his true nature, and he responded by hacking off my hand. You must avenge me. Lying weakly on the hospital bed, Gao Hu murmured these words upon regaining consciousness. Ah Hu, can you be certain Jin Hao carried out the attack? Bai Zhang's expression darkened ominously. If Jin Hao dared strike at Gao Hu today, what would stop him from targeting Bai Zhang himself tomorrow? It was him. I'm absolutely certain. Though he wore a mask, I recognized his voice. He even said I'd betrayed him, and this was my price. There's no doubt it was Jin Hao. Gao Hu stirred agitatedly, jolting his wound, and cried out in agony before collapsing back onto the bed. Ah Hu, calm yourself. Rest assured. I will deliver justice for this. Bai Zhang spoke these words, then instructed Li Quan to place 20,000 yuan beside Gao Hu's bed before turning away coldly. Where is Jin Hao now? He demanded, his face grim. I just checked. He's gone into hiding. Li Quan's eyes gleamed with sharp calculation. With Jin Hao now doomed and Gao Hu permanently crippled, Bai Zhang had no remaining trusted lieutenant to oversee his operations. In the absence of alternatives, the business might well fall under Li Quan's stewardship. Find him, and bring him to me. Bai Zhang commanded, his voice icy. Yes, sir. Li Quan nodded and immediately dispatched 2 underlings to locate Jin Hao. Elder Bai, if Jin Hao flees or refuses to appear before you, what then? Li Quan asked after issuing his orders. Given that Jin Hao had dared act so boldly, he must have weighed the consequences carefully. He surely understood that appearing before Bai Zhang now could mean not only crippling punishment, but erasure itself. At this juncture, Jin Hao would not come simply because Bai Zhang summoned him. Jin Hao has a top enforcer named Li Feng, still detained. Make a call, go fetch him. If Jin Hao won't come, then send Li Feng instead. Bai Zhang's tone was glacial. His meaning unmistakable. Li Feng was to supplant Jin Hao. Yes, Elder Bai. Head bowed, Li Quan's eyes flickered with suppressed resentment. Yet he concealed it completely, replying with deference before hurrying off to execute the order. Bai Zhang watched Li Quan's retreating back, his gaze shadowed and inscrutable. Advanced in years and waning in vigor, he sought to elevate a proxy, a visible front, to shield himself behind the scenes. Yet who rose, and who remained sidelined, was a decision only he could make. He saw clearly Li Quan's ambitions. Yet granting him control over the business was unthinkable. Li Quan already commanded Bai Zhang's armed men. He would never cede control of the purse strings as well. For now, Bai Zhang retained sole control over finances. His subordinates received wages directly from him, reinforcing their loyalty and recognition of his undisputed authority. Should they one day draw salaries from Li Quan instead, would they still regard him as the supreme leader? The Liehua game parlor thrived daily. Today's business surpassed yesterday's. With limited arcade cabinets, demand remained fierce. Slot machines in particular drew exceptional crowds, nearly matching their peak performance of earlier days. Even before nightfall, revenue promised to eclipse previous highs. Brother Chun. Brother Chun. Numerous patrons greeted Chun Jianghe warmly, eager to cultivate familiarity. Chun Jianghe had forced Tianwei's closure with such decisive skill and power that observers across North Street stood in awe. His impact rivaled only his earlier dismantling of Lin Guobin's empire.
North Street's established overlords could no longer deny it. Chun Jianghe had solidified his foothold, and now ranked among their own elite. They acknowledged his stature as equal to that of his father Chun Jiming years ago. Smiling warmly, Chun Jianghe nodded graciously to his guests. No reason to treat those who brought him wealth with anything less than courtesy. He was no Jin Hao. Jianghe. Something happened last night. Zhang Peng, having circled the game parlor and gathered intelligence, hurried upstairs to find Chun Jianghe. What occurred? Chun Jianghe pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Zhang Peng. Last night Gao, who was ambushed outside the Sihai Grand Restaurant, his hand severed. Bai Zhang is now hunting Jin Hao relentlessly. All signs point to Jin Hao as the perpetrator, meaning he's irrevocably broken with Bai Zhang. Zhang Peng lowered his voice. I heard Gao, who was sworn as Bai Zhang's blood brother. This attack wasn't just violence. It was a direct slap across Bai Zhang's face. Jin Hao severed Gao Hu's hand, not merely slapping Bai Zhang's face but directly threatening him. Bai Zhang will certainly move against Jin Hao. Chun Jiang's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. Originally in his plan, Jin Hao would inevitably lose influence, but not so swiftly. He had not anticipated Jin Hao's impatience. The man had struck back at Gao, who without hesitation. This act would unmistakably alarm Bai Zhang, leaving no room for leniency. Jin Hao's downfall was now imminent. Jianghe, what do we do? Should we deploy our people to assist Bai Zhang in hunting Jin Hao down? Zhang Peng spoke in a low, grave tone. My pursuit of Jin Hao was never merely personal. It was always part of a larger strategy against Bai Zhang. Now that Jin Hao and Bai Zhang have openly broken ties, Jin Hao is no longer our enemy. Chun Jianghe's mind raced. He tapped his fingers lightly against the table, weighing the shifting tides of power. His earlier campaign against Jin Hao served two purposes. First, Tianwei Security and Liehua Entertainment were direct rivals. Second, Jin Hao had been Bai Zhang's most trusted lieutenant. Neutralizing him was essential before confronting Bai Zhang himself. But the landscape had changed. Tianwei Security had shuttered. No longer a threat to Liehua. And Jin Hao, having turned on Bai Zhang, was no longer his right hand. In truth, Jin Hao no longer posed any threat to Chun Jianghe. Thus, an enemy's enemy could become an ally. Jianghe, what exactly are you suggesting? Zhang Peng frowned, perplexed. Jin Hao isn't finished yet. The optimal outcome. Let him and Bai Zhang tear each other apart. Chun Jianghe paused in thought. Send Xiang Fei out. See if Jin Hao still has men patrolling North Street. Understood. Zhang Peng descended the stairs and murmured instructions to Xiang Fei. Xiang Fei nodded, feigning a shopping errand. He circled North Street and returned within 10 minutes. Boss, there's not a single one of Jin Hao's men left on North Street. Bai Zhang's presence, however, is everywhere. Openly and covertly, hunting Jin Hao. Xiang Fei reported. After severing Gao, whose hand Jin Hao surely grasped the consequences. He must be lying low. Chun Jianghe let out a cold chuckle. Jin Hao served as Bai Zhang's adopted son for 3 years. He knows Bai Zhang's strength intimately. For now, Bai Zhang won't find him easily. So tell me, what will Bai Zhang do if he cannot locate Jin Hao? What will he do? Zhang Peng scratched his head, drawing a blank. Boss, I suspect Bai Zhang, though he took Jin Hao in as an adopted son and entrusted him with business affairs, never fully trusted him. He likely planted informants among Jin Hao's inner circle. If those channels yield nothing, Bai Zhang will turn instead to someone Jin Hao truly trusts, to lure him out. Xiang Fei mused aloud. Precisely. Though Bai Zhang undoubtedly has moles among Jin Hao's ranks, Jin Hao, now in hiding, likely fled with only his most loyal men keeping them close, forbidding independent contact with the outside world. To flush him out, Bai Zhang must reach through those few Jin Hao truly relies upon. Chun Jianghe nodded. His own reasoning mirrored Xiang Fei's. He hadn't expected such astuteness from one so young. Li Feng, the bespectacled lieutenant under Jin Hao, is still detained at Hepping Road Police Station. As Jin Hao's chief confidant, he'd be consulted on every major decision. With this crisis erupting, Jin Hao will seek him out. Fei, alert Ming, and the others too go to Hepping Road Police Station. One goes to the tea house on North Street. Take position across the street and watch Bai Zhang. I suspect he'll visit Li Feng. You've foreseen everything, boss. I'll notify Ming immediately. Xiang Fei nodded, picked up the office landline and dialed the call center, dispatching a coded message to Ming's pager. Hepping Station 2. North Tea House 1. At that moment, Ming and his team were resting at their modest guest house, idle awaiting orders. When Ming's pager buzzed, he sat upright instantly. Of late, all communication between Ming's team and Chun Jianghe relied on coded phrases. Upon reading the message, Ming understood at once. 2 to Hepping Road Police Station. 1 to the tea house on North Street. Last night Jin Hao's men were arrested there. Boss wants us watching those detainees. As for the tea house, that's surveillance on Bai Zhang. Ming reflected briefly. Bai Zhang is high stakes and high risk. I'll take that post myself. Guang Ayao, you two go to Hepping Road Police Station. Report any anomaly directly to the boss. Understood. Stay sharp, Ming. Guang and Ayao nodded, seized the keys to their Santana, and drove straight to stake out Hepping Road Police Station. Ming mounted his motorcycle and sped toward North Street. He parked it discreetly just outside the district, then slipped quietly inside, seizing cover until he reached the rear of the building opposite the tea house. Most buildings along North Street housed shops downstairs and residences above, except venues like the Tea House Mahjong Parlor and Liahua Game Center, where both floors operated commercially. Across from the tea house stood a food stall below and residential units above. During daytime, the upper floors appeared vacant. After brief observation, Ming scaled the rear wall and entered the third-floor balcony, then crouched low, concealed within its shadows. He cautiously raised his head, just enough to observe the tea house across the street. Throughout the morning, Bai Zhang's men scoured the district for Jin Hao. Yet, as Chen Jianghe predicted, Jin Hao had vanished after severing Gao Hu's hand. He'd siphoned funds from Bai Zhang's accounts, preparing to eliminate him outright. With Bai Zhang gone, North Street would fall under Jin Hao's sole authority. Even if he lacked Bai Zhang's prestige, he would rise as one of the district's most formidable figures. Since Bai Zhang would inevitably move against him, Jin Hao chose to gamble everything. That afternoon, Bai Zhang placed a call, and Li Feng was released. Li Feng and his men emerged dazed and bewildered from the station, utterly unaware of recent developments. Only Jin Hao's connections could have secured their release so quickly. After all, they'd assaulted someone and were entangled in a robbery case. No sooner had they stepped outside than a Santana pulled up before them. Get in. Li Quan sat in the front passenger seat, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Li Feng. Brother Quan, what's going on? Li Feng instinctively reached for a cigarette, patted his pockets, remembering too late that all personal effects had been confiscated. He quickly offered a deferential smile. We'll talk in the car. The rest of you, ride in the van behind. Li Quan shot him an impatient glance, gesturing to the others. Li Feng sensed something amiss and climbed in silently. They had been detained for 2 days, completely cut off from the world outside. Before long, 2 cars pulled up outside the Beijia tea house. Let the others wait downstairs. You come with me. Lord Bai wants to see you. Li Quan opened the car door and spoke coldly. Brother Quan, what on earth happened? Li Feng swallowed hard, his legs trembling beneath him. Something had clearly gone terribly wrong. Otherwise, if someone had come to fetch them, it would surely have been Jin Hao's men, not Lord Bai's. Li Feng quickly scanned the street and saw not a single one of Jin Hao's underlings. Instead, the street was thick with Lord Bai's men. No more idle talk, move. Li Quan's face remained icy as he shoved Li Feng forward, rough and unyielding. They had already reached Beijia. There was no escape now. Li Feng could only steel himself and ascend the stairs with mounting dread. Inside the tea house, the air crackled with tension. Lord Bai's men had doubled in number. Normally only a dozen or so lingered here. Today at least 25 filled the space, each armed and watchful. The moment Li Feng stepped inside, hostile glances converged upon him. His knees buckled, he nearly collapsed outright. What catastrophe had Jin Hao provoked that they were now made to bear the blame? Li Feng instantly grasped the truth. Jin Hao had overreached, and Lord Bai was furious. Worthless. Li Quan sneered at him, baffled how Lord Bai could ever deem such an inept, spineless wretch worthy of favor. With Jin Hao ruined, Lord Bai would inevitably hand over the business and elevate him in its stead. Trembling, Li Feng approached Lord Bai's private room. To his surprise, the men playing mahjong with Lord Bai had changed, and Lord Bai himself wore a calm, unruffled smile, not the rage Li Feng had feared. Lord Bai, the man has arrived, Li Quan announced. Li Feng's legs gave way entirely, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. Lord Bai. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he stammered the title. Others might not know Lord Bai's true nature, but he did. In Pengcheng, every powerful elder bore blood on his hands, whose hands were not stained with blood. This was an age where wolves devoured flesh and dogs scavenged excrement, where elders prowled like ravenous, merciless wolves. Lord Bai had risen to this height precisely because he was the fiercest wolf among them all, truly capable of devouring men whole. Feng, you've arrived. Why kneel? Rise and sit. Lord Bai smiled warmly, then glanced at Feng Qiong. Qiong, brew tea for Feng. She poured a cup and placed it before the shivering Li Feng. Thank you, elder sister-in-law. Li Feng faltered, uncertain what to call her. Elder sister-in-law was awkward. Jin Hao was his elder brother, and Jin Hao called Feng Qiong godmother. Yet he lacked the standing to address her so familiarly himself. Don't call her elder sister-in-law. From now on, call her godmother. Lord Bai declared suddenly. Godmother. Li Feng's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Then realization struck like lightning. Ecstasy flooded his face. He dropped to the floor once more, bowing deeply. Thank you, godfather. Thank you, godfather. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Feng.
You're a sharp one. From this day forward you are my adopted son. Lord Bai rose and walked over personally, extending a hand to lift Li Feng. Jin Hao committed grave insubordination. He severed Gao Hu's hand and even dared plot against his own godmother. Ah Feng, how should such a treacherous subordinate be dealt with? Li Feng understood instantly. In just a day or two behind bars, Beijia had erupted into chaos. That fool Jin Hao, reckless beyond measure, had even maimed Gao Hu. And the accusation of plotting against Fang Qiong. Surely Jin Hao had spoken carelessly, and those words had reached Lord Bai's ears. Li Feng knew Jin Hao's ambitions well. Lord Bai's power, status, wealth, and women. All were objects of his hunger. His ambition had grown too vast, and Lord Bai would tolerate no rival. Godfather, such a traitorous, disrespectful wretch deserves 3 slashes and 6 wounds. No, 1,000 cuts. Li Feng declared without hesitation. Excellent. Exactly right. Such scum must die. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Godfather, Jin Hao commands wealth and men. I fear I'm no match for him. Li Feng's eyelid twitched violently as he hastily replied. Ah Feng, rest assured. Your godfather will stand by you. Li Quan will assign trusted men to aid you. Once Jin Hao is dealt with, I'll summon every elder of Beijia to witness your formal adoption, and publicly install you as my heir. Lord Bai grinned. Then Tianwei will become your domain. Thank you, godfather. Rest assured. I'll unearth Jin Hao and send him to his end. Avarice gleamed in Li Feng's eyes as he pledged himself without reservation. Men die for gold, birds perish for grain. How often does fate offer such a chance? When opportunity knocks, seize it without delay. Quanzi, assign men to assist Ah Feng. Lord Bai nodded approvingly and instructed Li Quan. Li Quan seethed inwardly, but dared not betray a flicker of dissent. Should Lord Bai sense his discontent, Jin Hao's grim fate would soon be his own. Haizi, take several men and support Li Feng. Li Quan turned and ordered. Yes, brother Quan. Haizi nodded and assembled nearly a dozen men. Godfather, the men who came out with me are Jin Hao's most loyal followers. I fear they'll warn him. Please detain them until I've settled matters with Jin Hao. Li Feng's eyes flickered shrewdly. If Jin Hao truly meant to defy Lord Bai, even common underlings would flee in terror. So neutralizing his inner circle would strip away his strength piece by piece. Quanzi, you handle those men. Lord Bai commanded. Yes, Lord Bai. Li Quan bowed his head and assented. Ah Feng, go forth. I await your success. Godfather, you may rely on me. I'll execute this flawlessly. Li Feng whirled around exhilarated and strode out with Haizi and his men. His bearing transformed. He had entered trembling. He departed triumphant, radiant with self-assurance. Brother Bai, you truly master strategy from afar. With just a few words you've severed Jin Hao's left and right arms. Not merely his limbs, his very life hangs in the balance. Lord Bai's brilliance is unmatched. Lord Bai's companions broke into effusive praise. As Li Feng departed with his men across the street, A Ming hunched low, slipped silently from the balcony, scaled down the wall, and vanished from Beijia. Soon after he found a public phone booth beyond Beijia, dismissed the attendant and dialed Chun Jianghe. Boss Li Feng, the right-hand man of Jin Hao, just met with Bai Zhang. He was nearly terrified out of his wits when he arrived, yet left in high spirits. I suspect Bai Zhang promised him some substantial reward. As soon as the call connected, A Ming glanced at the convenience store owner, standing at a distance, held the receiver to his ear with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, lowering his voice. He's likely promised to elevate Li Feng to Jin Hao's position. Chun Jianghe said. All right. I understand. Go find a Guang and the others. Everything's on hold for now. Understood, boss. A Ming replied and hung up. Jianghe, what's the situation? Zhang Peng asked immediately upon seeing Chun Jianghe end the call. Bai Zhang met with Li Feng, the top enforcer under Jin Hao. Most likely he's promised Li Feng the throne if he eliminates Jin Hao. Chun Jianghe mused. If Jin Hao remained unaware, and Li Feng struck with premeditation against an unprepared target, success was highly probable. Once Li Feng eliminated Jin Hao, Bai Zhang would eradicate a thorn in his side without lifting a finger. That old fox truly knew how to wield influence. That wily old bastard is trying to use someone else's blade to kill. Zhang Peng gasped, instantly grasping the implication. Boss, what should we do? Should we leak the information to Jin Hao? Xiang Fei asked. No need for such complications. Jin Hao hasn't vanished. He's merely gone into hiding. Chun Jianghe paused briefly, then pulled up Jin Hao's number and dialed directly. Though hidden, Jin Hao would certainly keep his mobile phone on him. To sever contact with the outside world would be unthinkable. Jin Hao avoided meeting Bai Zhang. Not because Bai Zhang's men couldn't reach him. The first call went unanswered, but Chun Jianghe persisted, redialing relentlessly until after 3 or 4 attempts the line finally connected. Who is it? Jin Hao's voice crackled through the receiver.
hoarse with irritation. After slashing Gao Hu in the early hours he'd cooled down, and regret had swiftly followed. He immediately fled with several loyal underlings vacillating between plotting Bai Zhang's downfall and contemplating surrender. Still unable to commit. Had he acted decisively, he'd never have sunk to this pass. "It's me, Chun Jianghe," he said calmly. "Fuck you, Chun Jianghe. Are you calling just to gloat?" At the sound of that voice Jin Hao's fury flared like wildfire. Chun Jianghe smiled silently. This fool still hadn't discerned who lay behind the machinations. Then again, even Bai Zhang himself remained oblivious. He assumed only that Jin Hao's ambition had grown too bold and Gao Hu's resistance too fierce, leading inevitably to this crisis. He never imagined the entire affair had been carefully orchestrated from the shadows. "Jin Hao, no need to rage. I'm calling to save your life." Chun Jianghe spoke unhurriedly. "Save my life? With what? Your empty words." Jin Hao sneered, utterly unconvinced. "Bai Zhang wants you dead. You think you're scaring me?" Jin Hao exploded, fingers hovering over the disconnect button. "I know exactly who he'll send." Chun Jianghe continued. "Who?" Jin Hao hesitated, then kept the line open. Deep down he feared Bai Zhang truly intended to eliminate him. "Li Feng." Chun Jianghe cut straight to the point. "My men saw him meet Bai Zhang today. Bai Zhang has pledged to install him in your place. If he kills you, pray for your own fortune. Li Feng wants me dead. You're trying to sow discord." Li Feng was his most trusted lieutenant. Jin Hao refused to believe Chun Jianghe. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, the receiver filled with a hollow, insistent, busy tone. "Chun Jianghe! Chun Jianghe!" He shouted futilely, then swore violently, his face darkening. His expression shifted rapidly, suspicion warring with denial. "Brother Jin, what's wrong?" One of his henchmen edged closer, asking cautiously. Jin Hao was holed up in a modest residence, one belonging to his mistress. He rarely contacted her, so few knew of this hideout. Even his mistress remained unaware he'd taken refuge there. Jin Hao had already paid rent for a modern apartment for her. A clean upscale unit she assumed belonged to him and had long since moved in. "Nothing's wrong." Jin Hao swept his gaze over the 6 loyalists beside him. The only ones he truly trusted. Those he doubted he'd left behind entirely. Yet he knew full well their loyalty endured only while his money lasted. Once his funds ran dry, they'd vanish without a trace. Just then his mobile rang again. Jin Hao's expression tightened. He snatched it up instantly. Before he could utter a word, the voice on the other end spoke first. "Brother Jin, it's me, Ah Feng. Where are you now?" Li Feng's voice came through clearly. "Ah Feng, you're out already." Jin Hao's face stiffened. Chun Jianghe had just called, and now Li Feng. That coincidence deepened his suspicion. "Yes, I'm free. The police station said it wasn't serious, so they let us go." Li Feng brushed it off, then pressed urgently, "Brother Jin, where are you?" "Not serious." Jin Hao grew even more wary. Li Feng had slashed someone. With no connections pulled and no bribes paid, release within a day or two defied logic. Exactly. How long could something so minor hold us? "Brother Jin, are things falling apart on your end?" Li Feng pressed further. "You don't know." Jin Hao shot back, sharp with caution. "I don't. I went to North Street but couldn't find you. Then saw Bai Ye's men everywhere. Word is he's hunting you down. I got scared and went aground." Li Feng delivered the lines with practiced sincerity. "I've broken with Bai Zhang. What do you say?" Though doubt had taken root, Jin Hao still couldn't fathom Li Feng's betrayal. "Brother Jin, you've split with Bai Yi. What happened?" Li Feng feigned shock, leaning in with urgent concern. "Damn it. The old fox doesn't trust me. I slashed Gao Hu. It's done. Now, will you stand with me?" Jin Hao dispensed with details and demanded bluntly. "Brother Jin, you have my word. Without your patronage, I'd never have earned my footing in this world. I will stand by you, no matter what." Li Feng played his part flawlessly. Voice unwavering, resolve ironclad. Chun Jianghe was not so confident as to believe Fang Qiong had taken a liking to him. Fang Qiong was no fool. If she truly harbored such feelings, she would never have displayed them so openly before Bai Zhang. Fang Qiong had acted deliberately that day. It wasn't intentional. "I swear, Jianghe, please forgive me just this once." She lowered her voice, pleading pitifully. "Miss Fang, there's no need for such empty words now. I require you to do one thing for me," Chun Jianghe said coolly. "What is it? Tell me." Fang Qiong gritted her teeth, reluctantly agreeing. Minutes later, Chun Jianghe ended the call. He lit a cigarette, his eyes glinting with cold calculation. Moments after, Zhang Peng rushed back in. "Jianghe, it's done. The item has been delivered into Gao Hu's hands," Zhang Peng announced. "Did Gao Hu see you?" Chun Jianghe asked. "No, he didn't. I left it at his doorstep, knocked hard on the door, then hid. I watched someone open up, take it inside, and only then did I leave. He never laid eyes on me. Zhang Peng shook his head. Then all is ready. A flash of sharp intelligence flickered in Chen Jianghe's gaze. The trap for Jin Hao had been dug deep. Whether he would be buried within it now depended solely on how stubbornly fate clung to him. First eliminate Jin Hao, to sever one of Bai Zhang's strongest arms. Then turn full attention toward Bai Zhang himself. Since Bai Zhang had made life unbearable for him, Chen Jianghe would ensure Bai Zhang's world crumbled in return. The next morning North Street remained unchanged, except that Tianwei Electronics' Grand World stood shuttered. Glasses Su Liang and others remained locked inside. Overnight Jin Hao lost nearly one-third of his men, and even at dawn Jin Hao himself was summoned for questioning. Yet with powerful backing, and Bai Zhang's protection, he faced only perfunctory interrogation before being released. No sooner had he stepped free than he hurried straight to the North Street tea house seeking Bai Zhang's aid. "Father, that wretch Chen Jianghe has gone too far. Please help me crush him." Jin Hao stormed upstairs with several men's teeth clenched as he spat the words upon seeing Bai Zhang. "What's wrong? Can't even handle a mere youth like Chen Jianghe." Bai Zhang chuckled, a knowing mocking laugh. Last night's upheaval had been massive. Even Tianwei Electronics' Grand World had been sealed. How could Bai Zhang possibly be unaware? He'd planted informants even among Jin Hao's own underlings. "Father, that scheming brat ambushed me with treachery. Tianwei itself was shut down. He's grown outrageously arrogant. You must help me, father." Jin Hao hastily summarized the incident. "So this boy Chen Jianghe truly possesses some skill." Bai Zhang smiled faintly, his estimation of Jin Hao dropping further. If Tianwei had been brought low by Chen Jianghe's machinations, yet Jin Hao still hesitated to confront him heathen, then he possessed neither courage nor resolve. His earlier suspicion, that Jin Hao might one day usurp his authority, had been unfounded. This boy lacked both the audacity and the capability. Ambition without strength was merely a path to self-destruction. Jin Hao's expression darkened. Indeed, Chen Jianghe was formidable. If he weren't, Jin Hao would have eliminated him long ago. Not only was he shrewd, but his men were tough and loyal, a true hard nut to crack. Jin Hao had weighed his options carefully. A direct confrontation with Chen Jianghe, even if victorious, would cripple his forces, leaving him no choice but to remain Bai Zhang's obedient dog. He refused to stay subservient any longer. Fearing devastating losses, he'd never seriously considered mobilizing his men to kill Chen Jianghe. Unless cornered beyond escape, he would avoid a life-or-death clash. Chen Jianghe's life was cheap. His own was not. How listen, North Street's enterprises are in essence my enterprises. Since you've clashed with Chen Jianghe, I cannot stand aside. Quan, send someone to Liehua and invite Chen Jianghe here. Seeing that Jin Hao posed no real threat, Bai Zhang glanced at Li Quan and instructed him to dispatch an envoy. "Haizi, go fetch Chen Jianghe." Li Quan turned directly to a burly 30-something man. "Understood, Brother Quan." Haizi nodded and strode off immediately. "Be courteous," Li Quan added. In the underworld, respect was earned, not given. That Chen Jianghe had forced Tianwei to close proved by any means that he commanded real power, and power inevitably commanded deference. Haizi exited the tea house and headed straight to Liehua. "Where's your boss?" he demanded bluntly of Xiang Li at the front desk. "Brother, he's asking for the boss." Xiang Li, startled by the imposing figure, instantly shouted into the arcade. Business at Liehua was exceptionally brisk today. Not only were more patrons playing Street Fighters, but slot machine crowds had also swelled since the previous 2 days. With Tianwei's reputation shattered, and its doors sealed, customers from nearby North Street naturally flocked to Liehua. "What do you want with our boss?" Xiang Fei hurried over, wary and alert. He recognized the man, and knew he served Bai Zhang. "Uncle Bai requests his presence." "Inform him," Haizi stated flatly. "Fine, you wait here." Xiang Fei turned and dashed upstairs to deliver the message to Chen Jianghe. "Jin Hao is truly pathetic. Too cowardly to confront us directly after our scheme, so he runs straight back to Bai Zhang." Zhang Peng sneered upon hearing the news. "Never underestimate anyone. Jin Hao merely seeks to preserve his strength. Were he truly worthless, he could never have held Li Quan and Gao Hu in check." Chen Jianghe rose, slipping a leather jacket over his clothes, then checked his brass knuckles before saying firmly, "Prepare yourselves. All of you, just in case." "Understood." Zhang Peng and the others sprang into action, donning leather jackets concealing weapons beneath their clothes. Only Zhou Bing remained behind at the shop. The rest followed Chen Jianghe toward the tea house. Even Ming, Guang, and Yao received the signal. They arrived quietly in a licensed plateless Santana, taking concealed positions near the tea house, ready to rush in and reinforce Chen Jianghe at the first sign of trouble. When Chen Jianghe and his group entered the tea house, they ascended directly to the second floor, where Bai Zhang's most trusted men materialized outside the largest private room at the far end, clearly armed. Chun Jianghe guarded against Bai Zhang and Jin Hao, but Bai Zhang too maintained vigilant defenses not only against Chun Jianghe. Guards patrolled the tea house daily, and hidden weapons lay concealed at multiple points across the second floor. Should violence erupt, they could arm themselves instantly. Halt! Hand over your weapons. Heisey stepped forward as soon as they approached, voice stern and commanding. What? Even with just these few of us, Uncle Bai still lacks confidence. It seems age has softened his nerve. The older the martial world veteran, the smaller his courage. Chun Jianghe scoffed coldly, showing no intention whatsoever of surrendering his weapons. What did you say? Hei's expression darkened instantly, and a pack of burly men behind him turned their gazes toward the speaker. Wolfish, fierce, and unblinking. Heizi, show some courtesy. Chun Jianghe is now the most formidable figure on North Street. What would they call him in Hong Kong? Red Pole. Bai Zhang glanced at Li Quan. Exactly, the Red Pole. Chun Jianghe is our North Street's Red Pole, now commanding immense prestige. Show respect. And let them in. Bai Zhang clearly was in high spirits today. He smiled faintly as he instructed Chun Jianghe and his men to enter. Though Chun Jianghe arrived with several men, Bai Zhang's entourage consisted entirely of fearless, battle-hardened fighters. Numerous, armed, and utterly unafraid of provocation. As Chun Jianghe entered the private room, his gaze briefly met Fang Qiong's. Intentional or not. She quickly lowered her head, busying herself with brewing tea, refusing further eye contact. Chun Jianghe. You bastard. You dared to betray me. Jin Hao glared fiercely, voice trembling with rage. Jin Hao, where does that accusation come from? You ordered men to rob your own winning customers, and then sent others to arrest the very subordinates who carried out those robberies. That maneuver, I confess, I'm utterly baffled. Chun Jianghe sneered, coldly, dripping with mockery. Chun Jianghe. I'll kill you myself. Jin Hao's face contorted black with fury. Roaring, he lunged forward, only to be restrained firmly by Bai Zhang's men. Enough! Stop this nonsense. Bai Zhang frowned sharply, issuing a stern rebuke, then turned to Chun Jianghe with a wry smile. Chun Jianghe, I must say, you're far sharper than your father ever was. Had he possessed your acumen, he might still be alive today. Jin Hao's downfall stems solely from his own lack of wit, not from anyone else's doing. Uncle Bai, if you have business to discuss, speak plainly. No need to bring up my father. Chun Jianghe replied calmly. Good, straightforward. Then I'll be direct. Bai Zhang smiled lightly. North Street grows livelier by the day, our enterprise is ever more expansive. All because our bosses place business above brawling, profit before pride. Your feud with Jin Hao, I won't delve deeper. Today I offer a fair ruling. From this moment onward, you two shall cease all hostilities. Uncle Bai, I opened my arcade to conduct business, not to wage war. So long as you remain impartial, I raise no objection. Chun Jianghe responded without hesitation. Good. A young man who knows when to advance and when to yield. Impressive. Bai Zhang nodded approvingly, having expected Chun Jianghe, having crushed Jin Hao, to grow arrogant, even delusional. Instead, the youth remained remarkably clear-headed. Ah, Hao, what's your verdict? Bai Zhang turned to Jin Hao. Father, I abide by your will. Jin Hao ground his teeth as he spoke. With Chun Jianghe already conceding to Bai Zhang's authority, any further resistance would mark him as grievously tactless. Very well. Here's my proposal. Tell me what you think. Bai Zhang casually laid down a playing card, as though resolving a trivial matter. From now on, Tianwei Arcade remains open, and so does Liehua. Business belongs to all, not to any single man. Surely I can't simply order Chun Jianghe to shutter his doors. Shut his doors, and leave Chun Jianghe and his men to starve in the northern gales. Between the lines, Bai Zhang made it unmistakably clear. He had no intention of exterminating Chun Jianghe. To eradicate him entirely would require eliminating Chun Jianghe outright. But Bai Zhang saw no reason to do so for Jin Hao's sake. Jin Hao simply lacked the weight, nor did the act serve any strategic purpose. And if Chun Jianghe remained alive yet was still cornered, his half-dozen men might well resort to desperate measures. Even an assassination attempt against Bai Zhang himself. Such a feat, though perilous, was hardly impossible. Moreover, with Chun Jianghe standing as a thorn in Jin Hao's side, Jin Hao would remain perpetually tethered, obedient, subservient, and incapable of mounting any real challenge. Father, what exactly do you mean by this? Jin Hao could no longer suppress his seething anger, biting out the question through clenched teeth. I mean, this Liehua may stay open, but henceforth you are restricted to arcade games alone. Slot machines, those belong exclusively to Tianwei. Sell Liehua's slot machines to Tianwei. How does that arrangement sit with you? Bai Zhang spoke with quiet finality. At those words, Jin Hao's face lit with relief. Uncle Bai clearly favored him. Acquiring Chun Jianghe's 2 or 3 dozen slot machines posed no difficulty whatsoever. Yet Tianwei's hundreds of arcade cabinets could never be sold to Chun Jianghe. He lacked the capital, the infrastructure, the capacity to absorb them. By absorbing Chun Jianghe's slot machines, Jin Hao retained both slot machine and arcade operations. Chun Jianghe, however, once stripped of his slot machines. Brother, I knew you were reliable. This time let us unite as one and take down Bai Jiang. Once I seize his enterprises, Tianwei will be yours to command. Jin Hao solemnly painted a grand vision of the future. Brother, Hao, I'm with you. Whatever you say'll do. Li Feng replied, brimming with excitement. Excellent. Bring along everyone I assigned to you earlier. We'll devise a plan to eliminate Bai Jiang once and for all. Jin Hao declared. No problem, Brother Hao. Where are you now? I'll come right away. Li Feng's heart leapt. He knew Jin Hao had finally placed his trust in him and hurriedly asked. I'm at. Jin Hao nearly blurted out his location, then paused. His instincts flared. Glancing across Minfang Street at a small hotel sign, he said coolly, I'm at the Home Inn on Longping West Road. Come find me there. Understood, Brother Hao. I'll be there immediately. Li Feng hung up elated. Jin Hao truly was a fool. 2 or 3 clever words had already betrayed his whereabouts. He's at the Home Inn on Longping West Road. Li Feng turned to Haizi the moment the call ended. Let's go. Haizi's face remained cold and impassive. With a curt nod, he signaled his gang members to ready their weapons, and they sped toward Longping West Road without hesitation. Jin Hao had more nerve than expected. Longping West Road lay only a few blocks from Beijia. Not far enough to escape suspicion. Clearly, he hadn't fled far at all. Li Feng and Haizi arrived swiftly at Longping West Road. Haizi ordered his men to cover their faces before storming the entrance, the dusk deepening perfect for covert action. Wait. I'll go in alone first to confirm whether Jin Hao is actually here. If he's lying, rushing in en masse would blow our cover entirely. Before stepping out of the van, Li Feng suddenly interjected. Does Jin Hao even possess that kind of cunning? Haizi scoffed dismissively. Had Jin Hao possessed such intellect, he'd never have sunk so low. Better safe than sorry. Li Feng still dreamed of eliminating Jin Hao and seizing power. Caution at this critical juncture was paramount. Fine, you scout ahead. Signal us the moment you confirm he's inside. After brief reflection, Haizi agreed. Prudence, after all, ensured greater security. Better resolve this tonight. Procrastination bred complications. Li Feng nodded, opened the van door, and stepped out, striding purposefully toward the nearby Home Inn. The van had parked roughly 100 meters away, deliberately distant lest it alert Jin Hao prematurely. Reaching the Home Inn's entrance, Li Feng pulled out his bulky mobile phone. A device Jin Hao himself had supplied, enabling constant updates on Tianwei Electronics World and immediate notification should anything urgent arise. Brother Hao, I'm outside the hotel. What room are you in? Room 503. Come on up. Jin Hao's voice was icy and detached. Right? I'll be right up. Li Feng suppressed his surging excitement, hung up, and flashed a discreet hand signal back toward the van. Go! Haizi commanded. 10-odd gang members spilled from the van and the trailing Santana. Faces masked, weapons drawn. As they sprinted toward the Home Inn, pedestrians scattered, instinctively accustomed to such spectacles. Room 503. 503, move in. Haizi, cleaver in hand, led the charge into the lobby. The front desk clerk dove beneath her counter without uttering a word. Frozen in terror, they stormed straight to the 5th floor and halted before room 503. Break it down. With a sharp gesture, Haizi signaled his man forward. The thug lunged, delivering a thunderous kick to the wooden door. A deafening crack echoed through the hall as the lock shattered and the door burst inward. Inside now. The instant the door flew open, Haizi barked the order. His men surged in, brandishing weapons. What do you want? What's going on? Inside, a man and woman in their 30s nearly wet themselves. The man trembled violently. The woman huddled beneath her sheet like a terrified quail. Brother Hay, no sign of him. Ignoring the couple, the gang combed every corner of the room. Yet Jin Hao was nowhere to be found. Only this adulterous pair occupied the space. Damn it! We've been tricked. Check the room across the hall. Realizing Jin Hao might have cited a decoy room number out of caution, Haizi ordered his men to kick in the opposite door, only to find it empty, utterly deserted. Jin Hao isn't here. Haizi's expression darkened as he confronted Li Feng. How could he possibly not be here? Li Feng's face tightened further. If Jin Hao slipped away this time, he'd never fall for such a ruse again. Finding him afterward would become infinitely harder. Quiet. Everyone hold your tongues. Li Feng suddenly raised a hand, gesturing toward the surrounding rooms. Haizi understood instantly. His men fanned out to stand outside each of the dozen doors on the floor, pressing ears to wood to listen. Meanwhile, Li Feng redialed Jin Hao's mobile. If Jin Hao hid somewhere on this floor, the ringing phone would betray him. The inn's flimsy doors offered little sound insulation. Li Feng, you traitorous dog. How dare you betray me? To their shock, Jin Hao answered instantly and exploded in fury. Brother Hao, what are you saying? I only thought you and Lord Bai had a misunderstanding. I wanted to bring you to him for reconciliation. Truly it's for your own good. While stalling Jin Hao with soothing words, Li Feng directed Haizi and his men to search the hotel floor by floor. Finding no trace on the fifth, they split, some ascending, others descending, to continue the hunt. Li Feng, you'll pay for this. I swear I'll make you suffer. Jin Hao's rage was absolute. From the building across the street, he'd watched Li Feng arrive alone, call him, then wave urgently toward the van, summoning reinforcements. There was no doubt Chen Jianghe had spoken truth. Li Feng had defected to Baijiang. This entire rendezvous was a trap designed to expose and eliminate him. Jin Hao slammed down the phone. Li Feng stared at the dead tone, his face ashen. Any sign yet? He demanded, voice taut with urgency. Delay meant peril. Jin Hao might strike first. At this moment, his hatred for Li Feng likely eclipsed even his grudge against Baijiang. After all, a traitor incites deeper loathing than an enemy. Not here. But he's definitely nearby, watching us from hiding, Haizi guessed. Downstairs? Search everywhere. Across the street, above, below. Drag him out no matter what. Li Feng's voice was grim and unyielding. Downstairs. Find him. Without another word, Haizi issued the order, leading his men swiftly downward. Let's go. Even as they descended, Jin Hao, knowing the location was compromised, exited the building with his own crew. Scatter. Dig Jin Hao out. Li Feng and Haizi led over a dozen hooligans downstairs. Each brandishing weapons, they swiftly fanned out, brazenly searching both sides of the street. Li Feng stood in the middle of the road with Haizi and two underlings scanning the surroundings intently, determined to locate Jin Hao. They were certain he was nearby somewhere, with a clear vantage point overlooking the home inn. Jin Hao had given Li Feng the home inn address precisely to test him, to see whether Li Feng remained loyal and reliable. Had Li Feng possessed even a sliver of courage, if he'd dared ascend alone to confront Jin Hao, he might have seen through the trap and lured Jin Hao out. Alas, Li Feng lacked that nerve. He merely made a single call to confirm, and truly believed Jin Hao was inside the home inn. Move aside. Move aside. A gang of hooligans swaggered down the street, hunting for their target. Passers-by hastily stepped aside. Not out of shock but habit. In 1990s Pengcheng, such scenes weren't daily occurrences, yet they surfaced all too frequently. Search carefully. Don't let Jin Hao slip away. Bring him out, and Bai Yi will reward you handsomely. Li Feng drew a cleaver and commanded with swaggering authority. He reveled in this sensation. Once under Jin Hao's command, though nominally a figure of influence managing a few men, he'd endured constant abuse, beatings, curses, treated as utterly disposable. When fortune smiled upon Jin Hao, he fancied himself invincible, and dismissed his subordinates with contempt. Only when crisis struck did he speak of brotherhood. But by then it was far too late. Today, once Jin Hao was unearthed and eliminated, Bai Yi would reign supreme over North Street, and Li Feng would stand second only to him. The more Li Feng fantasized, the more feverish his excitement grew. Until, unnoticed by him, a van appeared at the intersection, its headlights extinguished, accelerating suddenly straight toward them. You motherfucker, Li Feng. I'll kill you myself. Jin Hao gripped the wheel, eyes bloodshot and face twisted in savage fury, slamming his foot to the floor as the van hurtled toward Li Feng, who stood motionless in the road center. Hey Gu, watch out. The moment two hooligans spotted the van, it was already upon them. With a shout, they shoved Haizi aside and rolled clear, leaving Li Feng entirely unaided. Though Baijiang had only recently adopted Li Feng as his godson, Li Feng held no real authority yet, and these men owed him no allegiance. In moments of peril, loyalty evaporated. Plain truth, Li Feng had no true inner circle. Shit. Haizi, now sprawled on the ground, looked up just in time to see the van barreling toward them with terrifying momentum. He hadn't imagined Jin Hao would dare strike back. Not now, not like this. Haizi evaded, but Li Feng did not. Thud. Aff. The van slammed into Li Feng with brutal force, wrenching a scream from his throat, before hurling him violently into the air. Without pausing, the van surged forward, crushing his body beneath its tires. In an instant, crimson flooded the pavement. Jin Hao, you bastard, don't run. Haizi scrambled upright, cleaver in hand, sprinting after the van. Screech. To his astonishment, the van slammed to a halt, then reversed sharply. Shit. Haizi lunged sideways and swung wildly at the vehicle. Jin Hao twisted in his seat, locking his gaze upon Li Feng, now lying broken and bleeding, and executed a vicious reverse, grinding his tires over Li Feng's prone form once more. Then, pausing only briefly, he accelerated again, dragging his weight across Li Feng's body before vanishing into the night. All that remained on the asphalt was Li Feng, barely breathing, and a grotesque pool of gore. Haizi watched frozen as the van sped away. His hooligans lingered at the roadside, too terrified to advance. No flesh-and-blood man could withstand such steel-clad fury. They stood helpless, watching the van recede into darkness. Hey Gu, Li Feng's done for. One underling wiped his face, snapping back to reality, and shouted urgently to Heisey. "Let's go now." Heisey jolted awake, sheathed his cleaver, and bolted toward the van. His men followed, racing into the van and the trailing Santana, vanishing within moments. Only bloodstains and brutality remained on the street. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that police sirens finally wailed in the distance. Back at their hideout, Heisey immediately dialed Bai Zhang. "Bai Yi, something's gone wrong. Li Feng is almost certainly dead." The moment the line connected, Heisey recounted the entire incident in rapid, breathless detail. "Worthless. Utterly worthless." Bai Zhang's face darkened with fury. That fool Li Feng. Of no use whatsoever. He'd barely bestowed the title of godson upon him, and now Jin Hao had slaughtered him outright. It was a naked, humiliating slap across his own face. "Bai Yi, what do we do now?" Heisey asked. "None of you showed your faces, did you?" Bai Zhang frowned. He hadn't anticipated that a mere Jin Hao could so quickly complicate matters. Yet a faint, unsettling sense of danger flickered within him. Still, he didn't truly fear Jin Hao. His power, his reach, these were beyond the grasp of any petty thug. Jin Hao could only ever be a minor nuisance. No faces exposed. We wore masks and removed the license plates beforehand. Unless investigated thoroughly, no one can trace this back to us. Heisey insisted urgently. Bai Zhang, of course, wielded enough influence to ensure the police conducted only a perfunctory investigation, so long as appearances were preserved. "Understood. Lay low for a couple of days. Park the vehicles securely and don't drive them. Wait for my call. I'll arrange funds to be delivered shortly." "Bai Yi, rest assured. We'll stay vigilant," Heisey affirmed. "What's wrong? Something happened?" Fang Qiong asked, feigning casual indifference only after Bai Zhang hung up. Ordinarily, she took no interest in Underworld affairs or Bai Zhang's business. Yet now she had no choice. Chen Jianghe held damning leverage over her, and she dared not ignore it. "Li Feng is dead," Bai Zhang stated, expressionless. "How did he die?" Fang Qiong's hand trembled faintly. Dazed, she recalled how just that afternoon Li Feng had stood radiant and triumphant. Officially named Bai Zhang's godson, poised to inherit Jin Hao's mantle and dominate North Street. Yet in the blink of an eye, mere hours later, he lay lifeless. Jin Hao killed him. I admit, I hadn't expected such audacity from him. Bai Zhang paused in thought, then placed a call. By tomorrow the police would launch a manhunt for Jin Hao. But Bai Zhang remained uneasy. Procrastination bred peril. Jin Hao had to be eliminated. Swiftly. "Ah Qiong, what do you think of this young man, Chen Jianghe?" Fang Qiong's heart skipped. Lowering her gaze, she hesitated. Then replied cautiously, "Ambitious, capable, fearless. Perhaps difficult to control." "Indeed, ambitious and capable. Hard to control, yes." Bai Zhang nodded, then offered a cold, mirthless smile. "Pity he lacks roots. What if I adopt him as my godson?" "You intend to adopt him as your godson?" Fang Qiong instantly tensed up. Given Chen Jiang's capabilities and ruthlessness, if Bai Zhang took him in, it would be nothing short of nurturing a tiger within his own domain. "Indeed, with Li Feng dead and the menace Jin Hao still at large, I mean to adopt Chen Jianghe as my godson. To pit him against Jin Hao while I sit back and watch the tigers fight," Bai Zhang declared with unwavering confidence. "But I've heard Chen Jianghe is no easy target. Aren't you afraid of nurturing a tiger that will turn on you?" Fang Qiong asked anxiously. "Nurturing a tiger that turns on its master?" He scoffed. "This North Street belongs to me, Bai Zhang. Even a dragon must coil low upon entering. Even a tiger must lie still. I merely intend to wield Chen Jianghe as a weapon against Jin Hao. Once Jin Hao falls, Chen Jianghe's hour will come. His underlings are bold, fierce, and ambitious. Tell me, wouldn't they yearn for promotion?" Bai Zhang let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Chen Jianghe is but a Sun Wukong. No matter how agile, he cannot leap beyond my 5-finger mountain. I know nothing of such underworld affairs. Handle it as you see fit. I'm going to bed." Fang Qiong fell silent for a moment, then turned and ascended the stairs. Perhaps elevating Chen Jianghe wasn't entirely unwise. If he ever overthrew Bai Zhang, she might finally taste freedom. Watching Fang Qiong climb the stairs, Bai Zhang summoned Li Quan and issued quiet instructions. Jin Hao remained alive, and Li Quan stood guard at Bai Zhang's villa, now reinforced with nearly twice his usual contingent. Where 10 men once sufficed, over 20 now patrolled its grounds. Should Jin Hao dare storm the villa, he would march straight to his grave. Liehua Game Parlor. That evening business blazed with unprecedented fervor. Not only was the arcade floor packed, but all 24 slot machines were occupied. It was the most profitable day since Chen Jianghe reclaimed Liehua, even surpassing the peak under Li Jindi. Zhang Peng estimated the night's revenue could exceed 8,000 yuan. A few high-rolling patrons in the slot zone could easily push daily takings past 10,000. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, and Xiang Fei each sensed their futures gleaming with promise. "Jianghe, urgent news. Li Feng is dead." At 10 o'clock that night, Zhang Peng rushed upstairs stunned to report to Chen Jianghe. So Bai Zhang's godsonship proves perilous indeed. Li Feng lasted barely half a day before meeting his end. Jin Hao wields cruelty when it serves no purpose yet hesitates where true ruthlessness is required. Chen Jianghe gave a chilling smile. How did Li Feng die? Struck down by Jin Hao's car. Right there on the open street. Many witnessed it. Zhang Peng relayed every detail he'd uncovered. That fool is utterly finished, Chen Jianghe declared without mercy. Had Jin Hao not acted so rashly, had he spared Gao Hu's hand, he might have prolonged his fragile alliance with Bai Zhang. But in his fury, he severed that last thread of tolerance. Now striking Li Feng down in broad daylight, Jin Hao has lost his patron. And the authorities will not let such brazen murder go unpunished. He has enraged both the underworld and the law. Who else but he deserves death? With both black and white forces arrayed against him, he has no path left to survival. Zhang Peng nodded, convinced Jin Hao's fate was sealed. Then what do we do? Wait, observe, bide our time. Prey may grow restless, but the hunter must possess infinite patience. Chen Jianghe spoke softly, calmly. Understood. I'll return downstairs to oversee the parlor. Zhang Peng bowed his head and descended. Liehua did not close until well past 1 a.m. Zhang Peng and Xiang Li buzzed with exhilaration, staying up late to tally accounts, eager to see just how much they'd earned. Chen Jianghe, however, felt no such elation. He retired early, calm and composed. This was merely the beginning. Chen Jianghe's ambitions stretched far beyond a single game parlor. By the next morning, the air along North Street had shifted. Tense, charged, uncertain. Bai Zhang's newly adopted godson had not even survived a single night. His abrupt demise was a brutal slap across Bai Zhang's face. Should Bai Zhang fail to respond decisively, loyalties would begin to waver, and ambition would stir in hidden corners. Bai Zhang was a ravenous wolf. But should that wolf show weariness or age, fiercer wolves would inevitably surge forward, jaws bared, ready to supplant him. Such was the Jiang Hu of the 1990s. Bloody, merciless, unrelenting. Yet that morning Bai Zhang strolled into the North Street tea house with unruffled ease, as though nothing at all had occurred. Quanzi, go fetch Chen Jianghe. Upon entering the tea house, Bai Zhang issued the order. Master Bai, why summon Chen Jianghe? Li Quan blinked, bewildered, then instinctively glanced toward Fang Qiong. That fleeting look alone made Bai Zhang's brow tighten. As if sensing danger, Li Quan swept his gaze across the private room again, scanning for hidden figures, concealed threats. Go and bring him, you'll learn why soon enough. And be courteous. Bai Zhang's voice held quiet finality. Yes, Master Bai. Flustered and chastened, Li Quan dared not utter another word. He bowed low and departed. After he left, Bai Zhang cast another casual glance at Fang Qiong. Seeing no flicker of unease, he relaxed. Li Quan was a brute, a blunt instrument. She could never be entangled with him. Outside the tea house, Li Quan strode toward Liehua game parlor, flanked by 2 underlings. His expression darkened with worry. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk that Fang Qiong's affair with his younger brother would surface. Exposure would spell ruin. For both of them. Li Quan had urged Zhang Wenli and Fang Qiong to part ways more than once, but Zhang Wenli reacted fiercely, declaring their love absolute. Even death would not sever their bond. Fang Qiong echoed his resolve. So long as Zhang Wenli refused to break it off, neither would she. Zhang Wenli was a university student, a man of learning. Li Quan's parents revered him. Even Li Quan himself admired his intellect and prospects. Faced with such unwavering devotion, Li Quan dared not resort to coercion. Thus the matter lingered unresolved, until now, when Li Quan sensed the ground crumbling beneath him. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he entered Liehua game parlor. Where is Chen Jianghe? Li Quan strode in and demanded of Xiang Li, who sat nervously by the entrance. The boss is upstairs. What do you want? Zhang Peng stepped forward the moment he spotted the 3 men. Li Quan glanced at him indifferently, utterly ignoring him, and marched straight inside, ascending the stairs. Zhang Peng signaled sharply. Xiang Fei, Zhang Chang, Jian, and Zhou Bing seized weapons and converged. Li Quan paid them no heed, marched directly to Chen Jianghe's office and announced, Chen Jianghe, Master Bai requests your presence. He wants to see me. Then what are you doing here? Chen Jianghe sat behind his desk, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, gazing coolly at Li Quan. What do you mean? Li Quan's brow furrowed, his face darkening instantly. If Bai Zhang wishes to see me, let him come himself. What business is it of yours to show up in his stead? That's exactly what I'm saying, Chen Jianghe retorted without restraint. Chen Jianghe, you've lost all sense of boundaries. Do you actually expect Elder Bai to come to you? Li Quan slammed his fist hard onto the desk and loomed over Chen Jianghe, his fury twisting into a chilling, mirthless laugh. There's an old saying, without youthful audacity life is but a hollow dream. Youth demands boldness. Temper must run high. Chen Jianghe met Li Quan's glare unflinchingly. Li Quan's expression tightened. Having served by Jiang for years in North Street Air, he had never before encountered a local boss who dared speak so arrogantly. Not even in Elder Bai's presence. Heaven grows stormy when skies grow too proud. A men court disaster when pride runs unchecked. Chan Jianghe, I warn you, don't push your arrogance too far. Li Quan fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare, then turned sharply and strode out. His two underlings followed, their faces grim, as they shot venomous glances at Chan Jianghe before exiting. Brother Quan, that kid Chan Jianghe. He's gone completely wild. One henchman grumbled bitterly. Chan Jianghe's rising fast. He's not just arrogant. He knows Elder Bai needs him now. Outside the Flame Inferno Club, Li Quan's anger dissolved swiftly, replaced instead by quiet reflection. He'd already begun to suspect Elder Bai's true purpose in summoning Chan Jianghe. With Li Feng dead, Elder Bai had lost one of his key pawns. Now he likely intended to deploy Chan Jianghe, but this young man burned too fiercely to be contained within any ordinary mold. A misstep could cost Elder Bai dearly. Chan Jianghe was no mere blade. He was a razor-edged saber sharp enough to wound enemies, and just as easily to cut its wielder. Let's go. Report back to Elder Bai. Li Quan murmured only this, no further commentary. He'd seen clearly now Elder Bai would sooner entrust power to a brilliant, untamed force like Chan Jianghe than to someone like himself. After all, Chan Jianghe had no roots in North Street. None of the established elders owed him loyalty or familiarity. Without foundation, he was easier to control. Li Quan, however, was different. Years of loyal service had anchored him deeply in North Street. Were he ever to seize Elder Bai's funds and men, he could sideline the Elder effortlessly. Thus Elder Bai would never again elevate Li Quan. Jianghe, was our stance just now too extreme? Offending Elder Bai won't end well. Zhang Peng voiced his concern inside the office. To Peng, you still haven't grasped it. With a man like Elder Bai, whether he moves against you depends not on whether you've offended him, but on whether you threaten him, whether you encroach upon his interests. Right now he doesn't perceive us as a threat, and we've touched none of his interests. So offense or no offense makes no difference. Chan Jianghe spoke calmly. Jin Hao never offended him either. Yet he posed a threat. Even if Jin Hao knelt and begged forgiveness, he still had to die. I don't quite understand. Zhang Peng scratched his head, bewildered. In this world, isn't it always one harsh word and blades draw? So how does offending or not offending even matter? What he failed to realize was that those who drew knives at the slightest provocation were street thugs, while Elder Bai was no such common thug. Do you know why Elder Bai wants to see me? Chan Jianghe smiled faintly. Zhang Peng still lacked the necessary acuity. Why? Both Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei were puzzled, unable to guess. Elder Bai likely intends to adopt me as his godson, Chan Jianghe said with a dismissive wry smile. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei exchanged startled glances, their faces paling. The logic of such underworld elders remained utterly beyond their comprehension. Tea house. Li Quan returned to the private room with his two subordinates. Elder Bai, that brat Chan Jianghe is insufferably arrogant. He declared you must personally invite him before he'll deign to appear. Li Quan feigned outrage, but inwardly he felt colder. He'd guessed Elder Bai meant only to adopt Chan Jianghe, not groom him as heir, and that realization dimmed his own ambition. Having accepted his ceiling, he no longer cared deeply about Elder Bai's affairs. Enough was enough. Elder Bai, that kid Chan Jianghe is truly outrageous. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll start believing he's someone important. Elder Bai, one word from you, and we'll smash the Flame Inferno tonight. Inside the private room, Elder Bai's men erupted in fury. In all of North Street, no one had ever dared behave with such brazen insolence. Not even Chan Jianghe. Even Elder Bai's hand paused mid-deal, a flash of anger flickering across his eyes, before vanishing beneath a serene, effortless smile. Ah, youthful fire burns brightest, and indeed young men should possess such vigor. Elder Bai chuckled warmly. Ah Qiong, go yourself. Bring Chan Jianghe here. Me. Fang Qiong blinked, utterly unprepared for Elder Bai's choice. You're all young. Chan Jianghe refused Li Quan's face, but he'll surely grant yours. Elder Bai smiled faintly, his expression unreadable. Then I'll fetch him. Fang Qiong nodded, set down her teacup, and walked out. Her two underlings fell into step behind her immediately. Moments later, Fang Qiong stood before the Flame Inferno. She climbed straight upstairs to find Chan Jianghe. Chan Jianghe, Elder Bai requests your presence. Fang Qiong bit her lip, her gaze torn between fury and fear. Chan Jianghe now knew her secret. If he revealed it to Elder Bai, both she and Zhang Wenli would be buried without a grave. Miss Fang herself has come to summon me. I'm truly honored. Chan Jianghe teased lightly. So, will you go or not? Fang Qiong clenched her lips, her usual composure shattered, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I must have your respect, Miss Fang. Let's go. Chan Jianghe smiled faintly and rose at once. Stung by his mocking gaze, Fong Qiong bit her lip hard, spun on her heel, and strode downstairs without looking back. She sensed Chun Jianghe was dangerous, yet powerless to act against him. As Fong Qiong departed, her two underlings hurried after her. "De Peng Ah Fei, bring your weapons. We're leaving." The moment Fong Qiong left, Chun Jianghe's eyes turned glacial. He issued the order quietly to Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei. All concealed their weapons beneath thick leather jackets and descended the stairs behind him. Though Chun Jianghe doubted Elder Bai would strike now, survival in the underworld demanded constant vigilance. Chun Jianghe, Zhang Peng, Xiang Fei, Zhang Chong, and Ayao stepped out of the flame inferno and headed directly toward the tea house. At the tea house entrance, 4 of Elder Bai's men stood guard. Outside the private room upstairs, more than a dozen others stood watch, everyone positioned to counter Jin Hao's forces. This time Chun Jianghe and his men ascended the stairs without encountering any obstruction. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chun Jianghe strode directly upstairs to the private lounge on the second floor, flicked the cigarette into an ashtray, and walked inside. "Master Bai, what business brings you to summon me?" Upon seeing Bai Zhang, Chun Jianghe immediately tempered his earlier arrogance, affording Bai Zhang full respect. "Jianghe, you've arrived. Please take a seat." "A Qiong brew tea for Jianghe." Bai Zhang responded with a warm, affable smile, rising to greet Chun Jianghe in person. "Drink up." Fong Qiong brought over 2 cups of tea. "Jianghe, you're well aware. Things have grown turbulent on North Street lately." Bai Zhang gestured for Chun Jianghe to drink, then took a slow sip himself, his expression tinged with quiet reflection. "I've heard the news. Jin Hao dared to rebel against his superior, causing quite the commotion." Chun Jianghe nodded faintly, but deliberately withheld further comment. "That treacherous wretch Jin Hao, born with a rebellious spine. I trusted him, implicitly elevated him myself, even helped him open his arcade. I honored my duty to him, but he betrayed mine." Bai Zhang studied Chun Jianghe, brows slightly furrowed, then shifted into a look of restrained indignation. "Before, to support him, I repeatedly suppressed you. I ask you not to hold it against me. After all, he is my sworn son." "Master Bai, speak plainly." Im Chun Jianghe direct no detours. He replied, inwardly cold yet aloud with unflinching candor. "Excellent, blunt and bold. That's precisely the kind of young man I admire." Bai Zhang laughed heartily, then sighed pensively. "Jianghe, I am growing old. The martial world of tomorrow belongs to your generation. This sprawling enterprise on North Street, I simply lack the vigor to oversee it anymore. I wish for you to shoulder part of this burden." At those words, several of Bai Zhang's underlings exchanged uneasy glances. Li Quan's face darkened most noticeably. He had long suspected Bai Zhang intended to elevate Chun Jianghe, yet hearing it confirmed stirred deep resentment. He had served Bai Zhang for years. First Jin Hao, then Li Feng, now Chun Jianghe. Yet never once had Bai Zhang considered him for such favor. "Master, by what virtue or merit do I possess to bear such responsibility?" Chun Jianghe shook his head, setting down his teacup. "You subdued Li Jindi, crushed Lai San, and eradicated Lin Guobin. That is true capability. I believe without doubt that you possess it." Bai Zhang abandoned all pretense. "I intend to adopt you as my sworn son, and elevate you to succeed Jin Hao. What say you?" Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei exchanged startled glances. Chun Jianghe had guessed correctly after all. Master, by becoming your sworn son commands prestige, but it is no easy mantle to wear. Chun Jianghe's inner voice was icy with contempt. Jin Hao, your sworn son, now roams like a homeless dog. Li Feng, you acknowledged him yesterday, yet by dawn today he was dead. I Chun Jianghe dare not accept such perilous honor. Bai Zhang's brow tightened. He had never imagined refusal. On North Street, no one declined the honor of becoming his sworn son. Countless men would crush each other for the chance. Yet this youth dared refuse. Truly a shrewd one. In the Jianghu, triumph and downfall are inevitable. Jin Hao may be a fugitive now, but he once stood tall. As for Li Feng, he was merely weakling trash. How could he ever compare to you? Bai Zhang declared. Master Bai, I deeply appreciate your generosity, but if this is all you wish to discuss, I must respectfully decline. Chun Jianghe rose abruptly as though preparing to depart. Bai Zhang's expression stiffened. Inwardly he cursed. The boy wouldn't bite unless baited with tangible gain. So long as the reward outweighed the risk, Chun Jianghe would inevitably agree. Jianghe, don't rush. Hear me out. Eliminate Jin Hao and Tianwei. Electronic world becomes yours. Then I'll formally adopt you and entrust you with my entire enterprise. Think it over. Seeing Chun Jianghe hesitate, Bai Zhang dangled the lure. Chun Jianghe scoffed inwardly. Tianwei belonged to Jin Hao, not Bai Zhang. This was pure sleight of hand. And should Jin Hao truly fall, ownership of Tianwei would become fiercely contested. As for becoming Bai Zhang's sworn son, not the slightest interest. A true man refuses to dwell forever beneath another's shadow. Truly, Tianwei would be mine. His face feigned hesitation, yet his eyes burned with suppressed eagerness. Slay Jin Hao, and Tianwei is yours. Bai Zhang, sensing his prey caught, smiled broadly, even as his own mind turned frigid. Boss, accept it. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Xiang Fei interjected suddenly. Bai Zhang fixed him with a long knowing gaze, and a faint enigmatic smile curved his lips. Master Bai, I'll consider it carefully, Chun Jianghe replied, deliberately letting uncertainty cloud his tone. Good. Consider it, but swiftly. The police are hunting Jin Hao too. Should they apprehend him first, granting you Tianwei would lack legitimacy. Even I could not enforce it, nor would my men obey. Bai Zhang smiled. Agreed. I'll give you my answer within 3 days. Chun Jianghe nodded and departed with his entourage. Master, by this youth Chun Jianghe burns with ambition. Adopting him risks nurturing a tiger that will one day turn on its keeper. In my view, he shall become the next Jin Hao. Once Chun Jianghe had left, Li Quan could no longer contain himself. Then we shall see whether he lives long enough to try, Bai Zhang retorted coldly. A chill swept through Li Quan. He understood instantly Bai Zhang meant to wield Chun Jianghe as a sharp blade to slay Jin Hao. Should Chun Jianghe kill Jin Hao, he would hand Bai Zhang irrefutable leverage. A single misstep would seal his fate. That was the first danger. Secondly, the very moment Jin Hao fell might also mark Chun Jianghe's end. Bai Zhang would tolerate no second Jin Hao, not truly. He never intended to elevate him at all. He sought only to exploit Chun Jianghe's speed and ruthlessness to eliminate Jin Hao without delay. Quanzi, investigate the young man who spoke beside Chun Jianghe just now. He too seems unwilling to bow before another. Bai Zhang added. Yes, Master Bai, Li Quan replied, voice tight with dread, nodding silently. He knew well what this meant. Bai Zhang was already planting another pawn within Chun Jianghe's circle. If he had used Li Feng to check Jin Hao, why not use Chun Jianghe's own men to check him? Boss, I believe Bai Zhang is clearly trying to use us as a blade to kill someone else. After leaving the tea house, Xiang Fei spoke in a low voice. I think so too. We mustn't fall for it. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. What was this? Tianwei Electronics Megaworld. Anyway, mere empty promises. Once Jin Hao died, if Bai Zhang reneged and refused to honor his word, what recourse would they have? Even if they tried to seize power by force, they stood no chance against Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang has ruled as boss for far too long. He assumes everyone is merely a pawn to be moved at his whim. Chun Jianghe let out a cold laugh, fully aware he would not be deceived. His true objective was never Tianwei. It was toppling Bai Zhang. Without bringing Bai Zhang down, he had no hope of climbing any higher. Bai Zhang sought to wield a blade. But he failed to realize that Chun Jianghe was that blade, and the one he intended to strike down was himself. Jianghe, what do we do now? Zhang Peng asked, nodding earnestly. I need time to think carefully. Let's head back first. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette, knowing this was the most critical juncture. His current strength remained insufficient. The gap between him and Bai Zhang was still vast. Should Bai Zhang ever turn his full attention toward him, defeating him would be effortless. The optimal window to strike Bai Zhang lay before Jin Hao's death. So long as Jin Hao lived, he remained Bai Zhang's foremost threat. But the moment Jin Hao perished, and Bai Zhang suspected Chun Jianghe's hand behind it, he would inevitably turn his wrath upon Chun Jianghe, who would then stand utterly defenseless. Timing was everything, and fortunately Chun Jianghe himself had engineered Bai Zhang's rift with Jin Hao, forging an exceptionally favorable opportunity. If seized correctly, this opening could topple Bai Zhang. Otherwise, after years entrenched in power, Bai Zhang would never fall so easily to Chun Jianghe's schemes. Let's talk back at the office. Zhang Peng and the others followed Chun Jianghe back to Liehua. The moment they returned, Chun Jianghe locked himself inside his office to deliberate meticulously. Now that Chun Jianghe and Jin Hao were openly at odds, Bai Zhang would not dare deploy Jin Hao's faction. Even if Jin Hao's underlings volunteered their loyalty, Bai Zhang would refuse to use them while Jin Hao still drew breath. As for Heise and his men, following Li Feng's brutal public execution, repeatedly crushed before countless witnesses, the scandal had grown immense, forcing Heise and several of his followers into hiding. Still, this faction remained ultimately controllable by Bai Zhang in moments of crisis. Among those left at Bai Zhang's side stood only Li Quan. Though Li Quan appears to command Bai Zhang's inner circle on the surface, Bai Zhang's deep cunning guarantees he has also placed loyalists beyond Li Quan's reach. Men, even Li Quan cannot mobilize. Chun Jianghe exhaled smoke, murmuring to himself as his gaze fixed upon Bai Zhang's name scrawled across the page before him. These loyalists are currently untouchable, so for now we weaken Bai Zhang's power wherever possible. With a clear plan emerging, Chun Jianghe picked up the phone and dialed Tang Aigua directly, reaching him in his office. This is Tang Aigua. Tang Aigua's voice came through the line instantly. Uncle Tang, it's Chun Jianghe. Is this a convenient time to speak? Hold on a moment. Tang Aigua set down the receiver, strode to his office door, glanced cautiously outside, closed it firmly, then returned to the phone with a warm, chuckling tone. Jianghe, what brings you calling? Has there been progress on the internet cafe matter? Uncle Tang renovations on the cafe have already begun. Will open within 15 days without fail. To reassure Tang Aigua, Chan Jianghe added business along Beijia has grown turbulent lately, slightly delaying our work. But with Tianwei shuttered, Liehua's revenue has surged. Next month's dividends will rise accordingly. Jianghe, you possess remarkable business acumen. I trust you completely. Tang Aigua laughed. Don't worry about Beijia. Bai Jiang pulled strings and Jin Hao's arrest warrant will be issued within days. His downfall is sealed. I heard it began when Jin Hao struck down Li Feng. Yes, the incident escalated dramatically. Li Feng led a mob that vandalized the Rujia Hotel, then met his end beneath vehicle wheels on the street. The repercussions were severe. The Bureau convened an emergency meeting demanding resolution within a strict deadline. Tread carefully. You must avoid drawing unwanted attention. Tang Aigua lowered his voice. Uncle Tang, if Jin Hao is to be arrested, surely Li Feng's accomplices must face justice too. Chan Jianghe asked suddenly. Of course. They'll arrest members from both sides to satisfy protocol. Arresting only Jin Hao wouldn't suffice. Tang Aigua sounded puzzled. Why do you ask? Uncle Tang, I'm filing a formal report. The ringleader among Li Feng's men who attacked the Rujia Hotel is named Haizi. Chan Jianghe abandoned all pretense. Haizi? That Haizi? The one under Bai Jiang. Tang Aigua's expression shifted subtly. He knew Bai Jiang's inner circle intimately. Any precinct chief ignorant of his district's major players, corps lieutenants, would be unfit for office. Yes, that's exactly him. Chan Jianghe confirmed. Jianghe, surely you're not harboring designs against Bai Jiang himself. Tang Aigua recalled Chan Jianghe's previous investigation, targeting Li Quan's own younger brother, and grew even more suspicious. Uncle Tang, what stature does Bai Yi hold? And what am I? How could I possibly dare oppose him? Chan Jianghe paused, then deliberately lowered his voice to dispel suspicion. I'll tell you plainly. Bai Yi summoned me today. His intention, to adopt me as his godson. Adopt you as his godson? Tang Aigua recoiled in surprise. This intelligence was entirely new. Even with informants in Beijing, news traveled no faster than the meeting itself. Precisely. If I ascend, the fewer of Bai Ye's trusted lieutenants remaining the better. Chan Jianghe whispered. Jianghe, your ambition is admirable. After all, people strive upward, water flows downward. Such aspirations are natural. As Bai Jiang's godson, you'll soar swiftly to prominence. Tang Aigua found Chan Jianghe's reasoning plausible, and much of his doubt dissolved. Uncle Tang, regardless of my future fortunes, you'll always be my Uncle Tang. Ha ha ha. Jianghe. Rest assured, Uncle Tang will support you wholeheartedly. I'll keep Haizi under close surveillance and apprehend him without delay. Tang Aigua laughed heartily. Then many thanks, Uncle Tang. Chan Jianghe expressed his gratitude, once more exchanged a few final pleasantries, and ended the call. After hanging up, Chan Jianghe's smile faded, replaced by impassive stillness, as he drew deeply on his cigarette. His true intent, to dismantle Bai Jiang, must remain utterly concealed from Tang Aigua. Bai Jiang's network of influence ran deep, though his patron lay above Tang Aigua, not Tang Aigua himself. The principal held local authority outweighed distant rank. Each month, Bai Jiang's payments to Tang Aigua exceeded anything Chan Jianghe could offer, or ever would. Should Chan Jianghe truly move against Bai Jiang, Tang Aigua, whether or not he alerted Bai Jiang, would certainly intervene to halt him. Chan Jianghe understood this truth with absolute clarity.